Ratchet & Clank isn't just one of the best-selling video game franchises of all time, it's also one of PlayStation's longest running. Since 2002, it's been one of the most consistent in all of gaming media other than sports games and Call of Duty, with dozens of titles releasing on almost as many platforms, depending on how you want to count comics or movie theaters or the PS5 classic re-releases. Admittedly, that last one is a bit iffier because then you have to say that the PS5 has games. It's also clearly my most cherished franchise of all time, to the point that I've written about as many words about it as the first Dune book, just breaking down the games and their development to highlight why millions hold Ratchet & Clank in such high regard, to tell the story of PlayStation's most prolific franchise in a way that really hadn't been done compared to other iconic platforming mascots. I did this, and I spent months interviewing former developers, digging through hundreds of contemporary articles and sources to also share the rarely told stories of the humans behind the games, the frequent crunch they endured, to showcase that even a studio often seen as the gold standard of healthy game dev practices, even they took decades to get to that point, because you've got to keep working constantly and you can't let up when you want to create a healthy creative or game development environment. These growing pains were rarely tougher than during Ratchet's PlayStation 2 Saga, home to some of the series' most beloved games. A saga so stellar that the sheer scale of these behind-the-scenes struggles wasn't even well known before some a-hole with a legally distinct name from RNC's main collectible had to start tugging on threads. Let's celebrate this PS2 saga in full, looking through Ratchet & Clank, its sequel Going Commando, the trilogy capper Up Your Arsenal, and the badass Black Sheep Deadlocked, with new sections of freshly unearthed info sprinkled in about these, as well as the other two Ratchet & Clank games on PS2, because I just can't help myself. Oh, and don't forget to subscribe. I'm trying to hit 1 million subs by the end of this video. Hey, I'm insane enough to make this, but you shouldn't be insane enough to watch it all in one sitting. Unless. This is the definitive version of the ultimate retrospective of games you either adore already or, like thousands of viewers before you, games that you'll want to try out by the end. First, it's time to show you why I hold the first Ratchet game so near to my heart, a game that undoubtedly changed my life 2 decades ago when my parents happened to randomly pick it out and buy it at a Walmart. But this isn't just some rosy nostalgia trip, we don't do that here. Every game gets the same scrutiny here on the Golden Bolt, and although I'm gonna heap a mountain of praise onto Ratchet & Clank, make no mistake, it's because the game deserves that praise and the criticism that's gonna come with it. This is a game that I love, but I don't love everything about it. It's a flawed game, both back then and now, and it's the fantastic game that helped forge me into the player, the person, and the stupid video man that I am today. Say it with me. This is Ratchet & Clank. If you didn't know any better, you might think today that a powerhouse like Ratchet & Clank just coasted to its release, as California-based developer Insomniac Games continued their momentum after releasing 3 acclaimed Spyro games in 3 consecutive years. But, believe it or not, Ratchet was actually the studio's 3rd attempt to break onto the PlayStation 2. After finishing Spyro 3, Insomniac's 4-game deal with Universal was up, and since the studio wanted to move on to a new IP, they began designing a game concept for Sony dubbed Monster Knight. The plan outlined an action-adventure game where the player would use different creatures as weapons and armor, best described as a hybrid of Zelda and Pokemon. By dungeon crawling and fighting enemies, these gear creatures would level up and unlock new abilities. It sounds like a novel concept, but this game never got past the initial designs on paper, as another game stole Insomniac's focus. This one, codenamed I-5 because it was Insomniac's 5th game, is better known today as Girl with a Stick. The team spent several months polishing this concept, a cross between Tomb Raider and, again, Zelda, focusing on, you guessed it, a girl with a stick. Sony was very positive about this project at first, but it soon became clear the game simply wasn't working out. It was very basic in its concept on a new console where games were about to get significantly more complex, and apparently Girl with a Stick just wasn't very fun. By this point, they were already deep into 2001. Time was wearing thin to make a crucial early impression on the PS2, and even within the studio, faith in Girl with a Stick soured until, by the end, only company creator Ted Price was interested in pushing on. The final straw came during a routine meeting with the producers at Sony, who, according to Price, said,
"If you guys want to release this, you can. We will support you. However, we don't think that there's going to be a market for this game." Had any publisher come in and said, "We don't like this game, we just don't like it, we're going to cancel it," we would have fought back hard. This way we had to kind of look inward and say, okay, well, they're telling us this, and wait, half of the team really doesn't like this game anyway, so they're right. We should do something different.
Within a few weeks, i5 was gone, and what would become Ratchet & Clank began development. Even though Insomniac was now behind the curve, a more motivated team pushed through, and even before Ratchet & Clank released, it was already projected to be an overwhelming success. A sequel was greenlit 5 months before this game was even finished because focus testing was that positive. By the game's November 2002 release, Sony had unleashed a widespread marketing campaign with hilarious commercials showing off some of the game's weapons in a sort of Jackass style, and Sony was anticipating sales of well over 1 million copies. A month later, Ratchet & Clank was not only supposedly the first Western game ever to break into Japan's top 100 weekly game sales charts, it was the first Western game to be published with a console in Japan ever. Reviews were positive, praising the game's gorgeous visuals, its at the time transformative gameplay, and most importantly, its ability to move past being just another 3D platformer in a bloating genre thanks to its creative arsenal of weapons and combat scenarios. That's the part you know first, of course, if you've never played a Ratchet game before. It's the one with the wacky weapons. It's the thing that Insomniac has essentially built its entire reputation around for most of its nearly 3 decades of existence. Even their first game before Spyro, the early PS1 shooter Disruptor, was full of awesome weapons. And this secondary focus on third-person shooter/adventure gameplay is what helped this franchise continue to exist and even thrive years after 3D platformers had started to fade away, because unlike its early PS2 contemporaries, Ratchet wasn't just an extension of traditional platformers. As Insomniac puts it, adapt or die. Just looking at other PlayStation titles here, the first Jak and Daxter game is often referred to as an open-world Crash game, and it received criticism for being on the shorter side. Another shorter platformer, Sly Cooper, has always felt to me like Crash Bandicoot 4, but with stealth, well, until Crash 4 became a real thing. Crash itself, despite being famously called Sonic's ass game by Naughty Dog, always felt like a 3-dimensional take on Donkey Kong Country to me, and Insomniac's own Spyro the Dragon was unquestionably, and by the studio's own admission, heavily inspired by Mario 64. Each of these games brought its own unique and awesome wrinkles to the genre as they were sewn onto this quilt of platformer history, but they all traced back to platforming's basic roots. Insomniac had been there and done that, and as Monster Knight and Girl with a Stick showed, they wanted to move into a more Zelda-esque adventure style rather than being just a platformer. So Insomniac did both. Ratchet & Clank became a hybrid of platforming and action-adventure combat, with 15 weapons for any imaginable situation, a handful of gadgets for solving puzzles and finding secrets, and a galaxy-wide crisis to avert. And on that crisis, Ratchet & Clank, like a game that's trying its hardest to stand out from the platformer crowd, opens up with a few minutes of cutscene across 2 different planets to act as dressing before you can even touch the controller. Well, before that, it opens up with just one of my favorite title screens out there. I can't believe I'm going to spend a minute talking about title screens, but if I'm going to be ballsy enough to call this the ultimate retrospective, you can be damn sure I'm turning over every rock I can. This moment here, a serene, nighttime shot of Ratchet all alone on this planet, just working on his dinky little spaceship, his ticket towards chasing his dreams, towards exploring that galaxy. It's all so simple, but man, it just hits. It's one of the first images that comes to mind when I think of this series, and if you think about it, it's the perfect establishing shot for what would become Ratchet's character over the next 400 games. But after that, we get our setup. On his homeworld of Veldin, Ratchet puts the finishing touches on his ship, only to need one final part, a robotic ignition system, the actual keys to his ship. At the same time, on another planet, Clank is born, or made, a defective model of war robot that somehow turned out much smaller. And you know what they say, size matters. Before he can be decommissioned though, Clank sees a horrifying video on this little infobot and decides that he needs to escape and blow the whistle. Our infant robot makes it into a ship and into space, but is shot down in Veldon's orbit right near Ratchet's garage thing. Does he sleep in that garage? Like, where does he live? What's going on there? Whatever. It's not like he's gonna tell us because this entire intro is told without any dialogue from our two heroes. Partly to play on the whole platformer protagonists are silent trope, and partly because this was the final set of cinematics produced for the game, so between time and cost, it wasn't feasible to get the voice actors back into the booth solely. Bet you couldn't tell I fixed this part of the line in 2024 because I messed up my script 3 years ago. Why did I talk so high? Even without any dialogue, these cutscenes are more than enough to distinguish this game's early tone from, say, your Mario 64's, and now we can start playing as Ratchet decides to check out that crash site. Well, okay, no, not yet. First, I have to change my camera controls. This is early PS2 after all. It took a little bit for camera controls to become normalized. So, in Ratchet 1, the heavy air quotes normal camera settings are what I would call inverted. When you push left on the right analog stick, Ratchet looks to his right, up is down, and so on. Without fail, every single time I start this game, I've got to pause once, change the horizontal camera, then unpause and realize, wait, no, I have to change the vertical camera too, pause, fix, and then I can play. Even when you start over in New Game Plus, the camera controls reset to these, again, heavy air quotes, normal settings. It's just amazing. I'm not complaining or anything, don't get me wrong, I just know for a fact that I'm not alone on this one, and it always makes me chuckle. This first level is full of an interesting but unsuccessful combination of soft and hard tutorials. Obviously, you've got your usual jumping challenges, a few of these fodder toad enemies to get you used to Ratchet's trusty wrench attacks, and of course some crates to smash to pick up this universe's currency, bolts. But then, as you further explore this backwater desert planet, you come across these electroid robots that are designed to teach you how to use Ratchet's first weapon, the bomb glove. Except that if you're playing this game for the first time, or it's been a really long time since you played, you might not know or remember that you have this until a few moments later. Ratchet isn't holding it when he starts, so unless you press circle by accident or just to see what it does, you're going to be going through with your wrench anyway until the Gadgetron Help Desk tutorial pops up to tell you that, hey, you can use the bomb glove and keep your distance against enemies. The game attempts these tutorial moments quite a bit throughout, and I find it pretty interesting. Like, you can oh so clearly tell that they were still getting their bearings and really trying to experiment with outside-the-box weapons, finding unique ways to use them all and combine their effects together, all while eventually having to nudge you to outright tell you how some of it works, in this case, a few minutes later than they should have. For example, I didn't know that this platform here was meant as a bomb glove tutorial until a developer commentary mentioned it, and I've beaten this game probably 40 to 50 times. In a way, this level is the perfect introduction for this game, a level and a game that has all of the pieces here, just not all in the right order yet. Those little help desk pop-ups, by the way, can thankfully be turned off or skipped at any time if you don't want them there, but I like to leave them on because they're harmless and they add a little bit of world building. I mean, come on, a pleasant female voice helping you out all while further tying you to a massive tech corporation? That's just super unrealistic, but I kinda find it charming here. Right, Alexa?
Please stop talking to me. I've told you that I despise your stupid face and your receding hairline. Do not contact me again, or else.
I knew that was coming this time, and it hurt even more. My hairline's worse now. Why is she so mean to me? Once Ratchet reaches the crash site, he grabs Clank and takes him back home, or garage, and while Ratchet's working on his ship, we get the first dialogue between the two.
Interesting.
Yay! And we find out why Clank escaped, so that he could try and stop this man, Chairman Drek, from harvesting chunks of other planets to build a new luxury homeworld for his species, the Blarg. Drek's plan is equal parts evil and hilarious, thanks in part to Drek's condescending tone.
Using highly sophisticated technology, which you couldn't possibly understand.
And Ratchet's response to it.
The people on those planets are hosed. Well, good luck getting Captain Quark to help you.
I love how this game introduces Drek. It pretty much sets the tone for the entire series' trademark snark. Like, I can quote this entire intro here verbatim. It's that seared into my mind. Although Ratchet is hesitant at first, Clank strikes a deal with his new pal. Clank will use his function as a robotic ignition system to allow Ratchet to start and pilot his ship if Ratchet helps Clank find the heroic Captain Quark to put a stop to Drek's plans. And with that, the journey begins. Clank gets his nickname.
I'll just call you Clank for short.
Quark is teased as being on Drek's side, because of course he is, and then Ratchet crashes the ship and they both die. With the tutorial out of the way, this planet Novalis is where we get that first taste of Ratchet's loosely Zelda-inspired design. Almost every planet in this first game has multiple paths that you can travel down in whatever order that you wish, and these just about always loop back organically to the duo's starting point, so that once you're done with one section, you can start right off on the next one immediately. Often one path will act as a combat challenge, while another will act either as a platforming section or use some of this game's puzzle gadgets. Here on Novalis, you're pretty clearly nudged to go forward onto the ravaged battleground and get into some fights, but I always like to go back through the secret third path directly behind where you begin. Back here you can get acquainted with this game's swimming mechanics, there are some enemies and crates that you can smash to get some extra money, and the first of this game's hidden collectible, the Gold Bolt. Take note, these gold bolts. This, the Golden Bolt. Legally distinct, thankfully hasn't gotten me sued yet. Don't clip this. I go back this way first mainly to get the extra bolts, because that way by the time I come back through, I'll have enough to visit this Gadgetron vendor right here and buy our second weapon, the Pyrocitor Flamethrower. Not every planet will end up unlocking a new gun in this shop here, but generally whenever a new one shows up, it's probably best suited for that coming level, and that's definitely the case for the Pyrocitor on Novalis. While the Bomb Glove is great for taking down enemies from a longer distance, the Pyrocitor is perfect for wiping out swarms of enemies like these little ankle biters here. Just remember to buy some more ammunition before you drop down, because in Ratchet 1 for some reason, whenever you buy a weapon, Gadgetron only gives you at most half of your max ammo. For some guns you only get like 30%, way to cut corners, Gadgetron. At the end of this path, Ratchet and Clank save Novalis' mayor from an assault by Drek's troopers, and in return, the mayor gives the duo the coordinates to another planet where Captain Quark was recently seen filming a commercial.
Yeah, Captain Quark is really sold out.
The mayor also loans them his personal courier ship since Ratchet kind of totaled his ride back there, and I just want to note that Ratchet and Clank never give this ship back. Like, they find other ships to use later, and they leave this one behind forever, jerks. We're not done with Novalis just yet though, as there's one more path that players will notice as they ride the elevator back up to their ship. At the end of this more platforming-focused route, we meet the one, the only...
Look, Plumber's crack.
What did you just say?
I said, look, the plumber's back.
The plumber here is also our first instance of the early game's love of forcing you to pay in-game money to unlock progress, as he trades Ratchet his infobot for 500 bolts for bus fare. So now we've got two choices of where to go, two new planets that we can visit in whichever order we want to do, but we're gonna go with the planet-sized city of Metropolis first. This level is not only the first one that the team designed, and the reason that Ratchet even got greenlit for production in the first place, it's easily one of, if not the most iconic area in the entire franchise. Metropolis's scope, its surprising level of detail, even way off in the distance, the atmosphere of all the cars flying through traffic above and below you. It's always a place where I try to stop and take it in for just a moment. Part of the reason Insomniac was able to capture such high fidelity at long distances was thanks to their local office mates, Naughty Dog. It's often misreported that Ratchet 1 runs on Naughty Dog's engine, which isn't at all the case really. Early on in development, Naughty Dog shared some of its rendering tech with Insomniac, written in a programming language known as Lisp that only one Naughty Dog designer even understood. One of Insomniac's designers took this code and rewrote it in the much more understandable C language, and after the team added some tweaks and improvements, they passed it back over to Naughty Dog to continue sharing the tech back and forth. Somewhere along the way, the story seems to have become the telephone game, and Naughty Dog unintentionally got the credit for Ratchet even existing. You can kind of tell that after 20 years of hearing that, it might bother Insomniac just a little bit, because they seem to correct it every single time it's brought up now. Whoever was responsible, this level is just gorgeous, and it's one of many times where this game's crisp visuals really stand out. Like before, we've got two paths here in Metropolis. On the left is a platforming obstacle course where we meet Quark's obese personal trainer Helga, who's somehow an alien that looks like a robot and is also German?
The two of you make me sick!
And again, we have to pay to progress by buying the swing shot gadget from her because Ratchet was apparently too slow. On the right is another combat-focused section, this time a trek through the city, where we have to pay to unlock Clank's iconic hover pack ability. Now thankfully, Ratchet 1's economy is almost perfectly balanced so that if you explore every nook and cranny, you break every single crate, and you defeat every single enemy, you should have just enough bolts to buy everything right about when it appears. But if you're not thorough, you'll sometimes have to choose between buying a weapon early in the level or holding off just in case somebody's gonna make you pay them for info. Generally, I actually recommend you hold off for a bit, because while Ratchet's arsenal of weapons is decent, the gunplay itself is not. Something that the team realized slightly too late into development, according to former Insomniac developer Mike Stout, is that they probably should have added a strafing mechanic. In this game, and only in this game as far as the Ratchet series is concerned, Ratchet cannot lock onto enemies when he's aiming his gun, at least not directly. Almost every weapon will automatically train its cursor towards one of the nearby enemies, but weapons like the blaster that's introduced here in Metropolis often struggle to hit exactly where you want them to. This little automatic pistol has bullets that try to home in on enemies, but the angle of the bullet's curve sometimes isn't strong enough to do so, for example, during the train section at the end of this very level. If you take your time in each level and you don't mind zooming into first-person mode for more precise aiming, and also being a sitting duck while doing so, this gameplay style is serviceable, but there's a reason that Ratchet & Clank has always had this weird hump for new players, and it's because this first game just has not aged well compared to the series' evolution since. If you're in one of the many sections of this game where multiple enemies are thrown at you, sometimes in relatively close quarters, you don't have the chance to take your time and pick out the right weapon or strategy, since your quick select wheel doesn't pause the game while you're selecting. Now, you can always just actually pause the game in a pinch and take a moment to get your bearings, select the right strategy, whatever you want to do, but that can break the gameplay's pace. So, when most players are in those moment-to-moment pinches, they either flail around in circles, spraying their weapon wildly across the battlefield, or they just press square and start using the wrench. Let's compare a high-tension scenario from the first game to its sequel, which, remember, came out almost exactly 1 year later. Even somebody like me, who's beaten this game countless times and has unintentionally discovered speedrun strategies and exploits, doesn't tend to look like they know what they're doing in Ratchet 1, where, in any of the future games, the ability to strafe, the ability to flip to the side to avoid enemy fire, and the ability to lock onto enemies makes the game far less disorienting for the player, and as a result, it also looks like a far more fun game to an untrained eye watching it. As most enemies, even those later in the game, have low health to compensate for the weapon's finicky aiming and the fact that weapons don't level up and get stronger like they do later in this series, Ratchet's trusty wrench is always a viable and, more importantly, a cheaper alternative. In fact, it's possible to beat this entire game using only the wrench if you're absolutely insane. Where in later games the wrench usually gets outclassed later on, here it'll kill most enemies in the game in just a few hits, so long as you're spry enough to avoid taking damage yourself. But when the alternative is firing guns that have questionable hit rates and maybe taking that damage anyway, there's good reason to go with the more reliable outcome. Now that's not to say that Ratchet 1 isn't fun, of course. I still adore this game, and there are plenty of moments where this gameplay style works out beautifully, mostly when it's trying to be a platformer, funnily enough. That's just one part of why my love for this game is somewhat conditional. As my dad told me before he found a new family, you can love something and still want it to be better. And the thing is, it's these stumbles that ensured that Ratchet still exists today. Insomniac designed Ratchet & Clank 1 as a platformer adventure game hybrid in that order, but with its sequel onward, that order would crucially flip. They would become adventure/third-person shooters first and platformers second. In other words, adapt or die. It's no coincidence that the other two of the PS2's holy trinity of platformers became less and less confined in the platformer genre, as Sly moved into a more open-world adventure game approach, and Jack turned into a bad fanfiction, a more GTA-styled action game. Where the game stumbles mechanically, though, again, that atmosphere and the humor of most of these characters more than makes up the difference. Even if you hate Ratchet's weapon mechanics, you're almost certainly going to want to see what the next planet holds, because even across across 18 different levels, each one finds a way to feel completely distinct. Aridia, for example, that other planet we passed over earlier, is fittingly named as an arid desert, and yet it feels, pardon the pun, night and day when placed next to the similarly dry Veldin, thanks to the architecture of this mining facility here, the deep navy blues used for the skybox and the rocky terrain, and the iconic soundtrack work by composer David Bergeaud. While there are other tracks that are easier to immediately associate as the Ratchet song, there's something about Aridia's score during my most recent run of the game that stuck out to me the most, and I think it's just me remembering once again that Ratchet & Clank, this first game, has a soundtrack unlike any other piece of media that I can think of. Bergeaud just flawlessly combined that late 90s electronic aesthetic with some hard bass lines, an engaging but alien rhythm, and fine-tuned each track to whatever pieces of concept art or level demos that he was working with. If I didn't know any better, I would think that his tracks inspired the planets just as much as they inspired the songs. One thing I love about this game's score is that just about every planet's opening track leads you in with around 30 seconds of hook, giving you that immediate and permanent impression. When you think of a Ratchet & Clank 1 planet, that opening stinger is usually gonna be what plays first in your mind. And perhaps unintentionally, I'm not really sure frankly, but let's assume this was a genius design decision, this nudges the player to take a second, just a moment, to survey these sprawling landscapes and absorb each planet's vibe, to make you appreciate the work that's gone into every planet before the song starts to drop, more of the rhythmic electronic instrumentation starts coming in, and the track drives you forward to your objectives at hand. It can't be a coincidence that your first view of most planets is usually a wide shot of the architecture or terrain, perfectly timed to these songs' low-key opening moments. It's as if every piece of this game is working in synergy to beg you to just pan that right stick around for just a bit like your every E3 demo presenter in history. The game's sequel leans into this even more, establishing several distinct camera angles to highlight a planet's scope, theme, atmosphere, and yes, soundtrack, so clearly the Insomniac crew knew they were onto something in this first game. Circling back to Aridia, this level's got another 3 paths, one of which requires the swing shot that we got back in Metropolis, while the other 2 are where we meet pro hoverboarder Skid McMarx and his sleazy agent. By helping Skid get back to his ship, Ratchet receives a hoverboard that we're gonna need later on. The swing shot course rewards Ratchet with the Trespasser gadget that will unlock certain doors after a little puzzle challenge, which Ratchet conveniently needs for the following planet, Eudora. And if we come back after beating Blackwater City's hoverboard race again a bit later on, Sid's agent at the end of the 3rd path will give us an optional item called the Sonic Summoner. Oh god, no, put it back! You might be noticing a pattern by now, that Ratchet & Clank 1 likes to ask players to jump back and forth between the different planets depending on the order they play in. If I had gone to Aridia first, for example, the help desk lady would kindly inform me that I'm unable to access the swing shot path and that I would have to come back here later to get through it. Likewise, if I went to the next planet without the Trespasser, I would have to come back here to Aridia to get it, but I might not even realize that right away because the progression path here on Eudora is actually hidden off to the left. What may look like the main path, taking you through Executive Chairman Dreck's logging operation for his Frankenstein planet, is actually totally optional, granting Ratchet & Clank the Suck Cannon, a vacuum weapon that can suck up small enemies and shoot them back out as projectiles. Suck! 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 Usually the game does a pretty decent job of guiding you and reminding you if you're missing something, and every planet has a checklist of objectives when you're in the ship in case you do miss something. But it's sections like this, and especially one that I'll touch on later, that sort of give this game a light Metroidvania vibe, where progression leads to backtracking to unlock a new item so you can progress further. Most of this game does aim its eyes forward, but there's just enough of this looking backward in between these sections, and optional gadgets that it can sort of, kind of, if you squint, check off that box for satisfying search action gameplay as well. The main path on this logging planet is another quick swing shot section that results in the best boss fight in series history.
You sure showed him.
Leading our duo to the next point of interest, Dreck's research station.
Did you see all the cool gadgets they're making? Let's go get some.
No.
In addition to this level featuring Ratchet causing billions of dollars in property damage, Gadgetron trying to sell you a weapon that's just an air horn, like it actually does no damage at all, it just annoys enemies, although you can make them do this. And paying a lab tech for some sick grind boots, this research station is the first time that Clank is playable solo, and well, let's just say this series has struggled since day one to make the Clank sections interesting in my opinion. Compared to Ratchet, Clank's movement speed drags, and the main gimmick when playing as him is that Clank can use his mind to control these little gadgetbots, commanding them to follow him, wait, attack enemies, or act as keys to open a door. I don't have a problem with the gadgetbots themselves, the main issue for me is that if any of them die, they'll respawn back where Clank found them and wait as you slowly plod back over to reactivate them, only for the very next room to have more enemies for the gadgetbots to attack and most likely die against. Clank can always attack too, of course, but just like with Ratchet, you've only got 4 hits to work with, and if you die as Clank, you can expect to start all the way back at the beginning. Better to deal with the slow backtracking than have to start over entirely. Now that I think about it, I guess fittingly, given how slow he is, both of the Clank sections in this first game end up with Clank finding the 2 gadgets that also slow down the pace the most, which, man, they really don't want you to play as Clank in this game. This first one is the Hydro Displacer, a gadget that can suck up, hold, and deposit massive pools of water in specific areas. And also, fun fact, the Hydro Displacer was apparently conceptualized by Mark Cerny when he was helping produce this game. I'm only saying this to show you another picture of Dana Carvey, because these two are the same person, I swear to God, and I need more people to know this. You really only use the Hydro Displacer a handful of times because, frankly, it's just not that fun to use. The early Ratchet games tend to throw a bunch of shallow gimmick ideas at you in the form of gadgets that don't hold up for more than 1 or 2 repetitions, and this is definitely one of those growing pains. You'll use it here in Blackwater City sewers, right before the section that gave every child nightmares, as water rushes in on Ratchet and will drown him if you don't escape with what can feel like near perfect timing. You'll use it on the next planet as part of Quark's training course to test Ratchet and Clank's abilities. There are 2 optional areas that use it in the middle of the game, one of which is just an abridged version of Ocarina of Time's Water Temple, and you'll use it one more time at the very end of the game, like twice. It's pretty, like, across 6 to 8 hours of gameplay, it gets 5 total uses. That's it. I don't know, just give me some more of those trespasser puzzles personally. I'm not fond of sucking up some water, jumping down, breaking a gate, going back up, refilling the water, and swimming through the gate. That's just not fun. It's here in Blackwater City that Ratchet and Clank finally meet Captain Quark, sort of twice. The main path takes you on an awesome tour through the evacuated city as you fight mutated amoeboids and the robotic pest control that are programmed to attack any living thing left in the city, resulting in some really fun chances at 3-way combat. At the end, Ratchet enters the hoverboard race to try and get a meeting with Captain Quark, only to win and receive a pre-recorded congratulations speech.
Let's give it up for newcomers!
Ratchet and Clank.
Hey look, that's us!
Ratchet, stay focused, idiot. It's only after almost drowning in the sewers and leaving Clank to rust on his back for an eternity that Ratchet finally meets Quark after being forced to bribe a security guard to let him in. Again, everybody in this galaxy stiffs you for money.
See how it works? You grease the hinges, the door opens.
Quark leads the duo to his training facility on planet Umbris through a deadly obstacle course that will have you asking why this game's checkpoints are so sparsely placed, before, of course, betraying the duo and dropping them into a pit. Quark leaves the duo to die against his pet, Blargy and Snagglebeast, and we get our actual first boss fight here. Well, I guess second boss fight because there's the alien queen earlier, but you know what? Fuck you. The Snagglebeast is one of the clearest examples of this game's Zelda influence, a formulaic but exciting 3-phase encounter with an enemy that, for the most part, kind of telegraphs his attacks, poorly. The Snagglebeast has 4 main attacks: a slow stomp that spawns a shockwave, some fireballs that'll shoot at you if you get too close, a laser that he draws across the ground, and an attack that will suck out all of your ammo from every gun you have and spread it across the battleground. I say poorly because he doesn't exactly telegraph these attacks themselves, it's more that he moves slowly enough that you'll always have enough distance to avoid 2 of those attacks, and stop 2 of them from even occurring outright. When you're at a distance, you can quickly get into a pattern of sort of predicting which attack will come out, and all but the ammo suck come out slowly enough that you'll know where to move to avoid them. The laser, for example, doesn't hurt you itself, only the fire that comes out a moment later will cause damage. The most Zelda-esque part of this fight comes when you deal enough damage during each of the 3 phases, and the Snagglebeast erects an impenetrable barrier to chase you down until he crosses one of the arena's 3 bridges, which will then shatter under his weight and dunk him in the magma. The game doesn't tell you that's what you've got to do, so that probably could have been telegraphed a little bit better, but you know what, baby steps. It's not the most fun fight out there, hell, it's trivial once you know what you're doing, but I still remember that feeling of fighting this behemoth for the first time when I was like 7 years old, not knowing what to do and kicking my brain into Zelda boss mode and figuring out the solution. It felt amazing. After the Snagglebeast takes a hot bath, we mark the end of the game's first act, as Ratchet takes out all of his anger on Clank for walking them into a trap, and the two bicker like an old married couple. For most of the rest of the game from here on, Ratchet's just an unrelenting jerk to Clank, threatening to sell the robot for scrap, throwing unnecessary verbal jabs at him, turning a complete blind eye to Drek's evil plans, all in the name of getting petty revenge on Quark. It's just really hard to actually like this version of Ratchet as a character once you put aside nostalgia. For the first third of Ratchet 1, he's got that early 2000s edgy, aloof vibe going on, and that works fine enough. But if the goal of this game is to bring this buddy cop duo together through strife, there are far better ways to put the two at odds that don't involve making them actively hate each other for over half of the game. It's hard to see at times why Clank would ever want to hang out with Ratchet after this journey's over, except for the fact that he knows literally nobody else in the galaxy. And the thing is, Clank gets development during these moments as an actual fucking newborn that learns quickly not to naively believe in heroic figures, while still pushing to do what's right for people whenever possible. The only lesson that Ratchet learns by the end of the game is that, oh yeah, Clank was right, Drek was the issue here, not the big green buffoon. And the cherry on top is that Ratchet's character isn't even consistent from this point on. Some scenes will have him back to his more casual early game demeanor.
What do you have in there?
Gears, metal filings, dust.
You know what I mean. What is it?
And then the very next scene has him back to being a dick.
Yeah, and maybe the salt water will rust your mouth shut.
Depending on how you play the game, those two scenes will most likely play back to back. Let's just say there were some clear growing pains with Ratchet in this game. Critics noticed it seems like players noticed it, Insomniac certainly noticed it, and by the time Ratchet and Clank Going Commando came out a year later, Ratchet's voice had been recast to James Arnold Taylor, who remains in the role to this day. In short, Ratchet's edges had been so sharp that they somehow actually punctured this game's quality, so they were sanded down a bit. His paper-thin personality gained a few more pages. We ended up with a much better character and a better friendship with Clank, and only a very vocal minority online is still for some reason mad about it. That this second act kinda sucks story-wise is a shame because it takes away from probably the most interesting act mechanically and atmospherically. This is the section of the game that has that sort of kind of backtracky Metroid angle to it that I mentioned earlier, as the first 5 of these 6 planets each have either an optional collectible that you'll need to bring elsewhere for a bonus upgrade, or an upgrade that itself is required for progression on another one of these 5 planets. This backtracking first begins on the rainy, war-ravaged planet Battalia, where Ratchet and Clank are drafted against their will to defend it from Drek's militia. I thought Clank had bone spurs. Although earlier on in development this planet was a much brighter, sunny day that was kind of tonally disconnected with the story surrounding it, this finished version of Battalia that we get to play is a fitting tone setter for the rest of the game, with its dark atmosphere, its stronger groups of enemies, and heavier, more booming background music. If we follow the Commando on the main path across the battlefield, we'll hit a wall most of the way through the level because we don't have the Magna Boots that are needed to reach the other side of this gap here. You know, unless you just do one of these. Conveniently, the Commando gives Ratchet and Clank an infobot for the Blarg's polluted homeworld of Orxon, which is where we're going to find those Magna Boots, but honestly, it doesn't really matter if you come back here later because the Commando just kind of leaves anyway, and the only thing on the other side of this bridge is another conversation with the plumber, so maybe kinda worth it, and the optional metal detector which can find spare change buried underground. There is another path tucked off to the right by the duo's ship at the start, a grind rail path where, at the end, Ratchet and Clank find, and then, of course, pay a deserting soldier for the coordinates to the Blarg research station on another planet, Gaspar. No matter which path you choose first, though, you are going to run into some of Ratchet's snide remarks. That's just inevitable for this whole chunk of the game, so get used to it.
Speak for yourself and put your hands down. You look ridiculous.
When it comes to Planet Orxon, Drek wasn't lying. The polluted air here on the Blarg homeworld is simply too toxic for Ratchet to breathe in, so for now, Clank slowly moseys through one of the Blarg facilities by himself and grabs both the Magna Boots and shortly afterwards an infobot for the beachy resort planet Pokataru, which advertises an oxygen mask that could allow Ratchet to explore the rest of this polluted nightmare planet. You know how I said earlier how Clank's contributions in this game end up accidentally and fittingly giving us two of Ratchet's slowest gadgets? Well, the Magna Boots are exactly that. In Ratchet 1, these Magna Boots, whose name by the way is a portmanteau combining boots and PlayStation 3 shooter Mag, allow Ratchet to walk up specific magnetic platforms and pathways, but only at a speed that would make Clank look like Sonic, leaving Ratchet a sitting duck for enemies like these birds. Since Ratchet can only use his wrench while he's on a Magna Boot track, and since he can't jump because, heavy magnet feet, you've got no evasive options here besides mash, square, and hope, and you've got no range unless you throw the wrench, which in this game stops Ratchet from moving at all until the wrench slowly boomerangs back to his hand, so you're a sitting duck again anyway. This, thankfully, is the only time the game tries combining combat and the Magna Boots, because otherwise that could have been a disaster. Gaspar, meanwhile, is one of the only planets besides probably Eudora that we could consider filler in this game, which makes it hilarious that this isn't just one of only 10 levels remastered 1-to-1 in 2016's PS4 Ratchet game, it's the only one in that game where a significant new area was added to that level. That's a story for another day though. There's one main path here in this version of this level, and two bonus paths that'll give you gold bolts, with that main route granting Ratchet the pilot's helmet, which will let him pilot certain ships. This is meant to refer to Blarg fighter ships specifically, but theoretically this might mean that Ratchet could ditch Clank right here if he wanted to so badly, but he doesn't. The pilot's helmet is required on Pokataru, because even after the duo escorts the resort's sleazy tour guide through hordes of mutated creatures, he refuses to give up the O2 mask until they clear the air of the Blarg ships that are polluting his resort using his luxury air fighter. Of course, as is par for the course with this game, not before we have to spend money, because Ratchet has to pay Al's brother to equip Clank with the rocket-propelled hover pack upgrade, allowing them to open doors with a ground pound because we totally needed another gadget to open doors. We didn't have any one of those before. Now, you may be noticing that outside of unintentional secondary bonuses like destroying part of Drek's fleet at the research station, which, again, you don't have to, that's optional, this 30% or so of this game has no real mention of the main objectives. 1. Stop Drek from destroying dozens of planets, or 1 if you're Ratchet, take down Quark. Up through the second visit to Orxon with Ratchet, Act 2 is functionally a bunch of mandatory side questing. Get the infobots on Battaglia to get the Magna Boots and Pilot's Helmet to then get the O2 mask to then be able to go back to Orxon and maybe finally get back on track. And keep in mind here, what I've described is the ideal scenario when playing through the game with the least possible amount of revisits. If a new player were to leave Orxon after grabbing the Magna Boots but before obtaining the infobot, or if you did both and then went to Pokataru before visiting Gaspar to get the pilot's helmet, or if you forgot to take the side path back on Battaglia to even unlock Gaspar, you could be adding several trips back and forth before you can finally return to Orxon as Ratchet with the O2 mask. Although I appreciate the extra bit of adventuring that this can create, and while this enhances that atmosphere of organic discovery and exploration, this is understandably one of those things that subsequent Ratchet games have continually cut back on, presumably because it's a lot of extra work that few players actively appreciate compared to the number of players that miss something and get confused or annoyed, or because the next game does this same thing but even worse and they just swore off of it entirely after that. I do miss the multiple circular pathways that these first couple Ratchet games brought to the table, but I'll also say that I'm glad the later titles didn't go this far with it, because about 8 games into the series, these immersive loading screens went the way of, well, the loading screen now that we're in the solid state era. No matter how many times I may have traveled back and forth between planets in these early games when I was younger, having load times masked by the ship flying through the depths of space kept my mind active, wondering what other planets might be in this awesome universe, what the next game might bring. At least that was the case until my first PS2's disc reader started crapping out, and then I had to deal with a few dozen cycles of this loading screen again and again and again and again and again instead of just one. Hooray! But even through all of this backtracking, even while Drek may be too busy adding more corporate titles to his name during this portion of the game to make an appearance, each of these planets is atmospherically tied to Drek's deeds, even if the game doesn't show him directly again until near the end of Act 2. On Battalia, his troops are the ones that are assaulting the defense base, the Blarg are stationed on Gaspar, and they're the ones dumping toxic waste on Poketaru, and the end result of that toxic dumping is that that planet will inevitably look like Orxon. I would have loved to see him a little bit more directly during this section of the game, but it's just an odd example of the game being designed first and the story moving around to fill the pieces, which, to be fair, seems to be how Ratchet even works to this day. But as it is, after a cutscene on the way to Battalia where he completely chews out Quark for failing to kill Ratchet and Clank, the Supreme Executive Chairman is more of an ominous presence during this act, the puppet master behind the strings in a way. It's after this series of detours that the duo really starts digging down to Drek's more sinister side. After the previous series of more straightforward levels that may have a teleporter or a taxi that takes you back to the start, Orxon bears a closer resemblance to the first act's multiple circular paths. We already saw one of these as Clank that we can actually revisit as Ratchet later on, reminding us just how much faster Ratchet moves, and shortly after we jump down to the previously inaccessible part of Orxon, we'll find two more paths. On the right is the progression path, putting you up against up to a dozen deadly mutated crabs at a time, ramping up the combat's difficulty and really making you earn that next infobot. To the left is a challenging, mostly platforming-focused section where Ratchet jumps across precarious platforms while dodging missiles from a Blarg ship. At the end of the latter path, he'll find a nanotech vending machine, where for 4,000 bolts you can add a 5th hit point instead of your regular 4, and for 30,000 more bolts you can buy an even more caffeinated drink that maxes you out at 8 nanotech hit points. Unless you're an experienced player going for a challenge run, you will definitely want to save up for these health upgrades, even if that means you've got to go without buying a weapon or two for a little bit. This route opens up Clank's original path in the level as well, so it's only a few steps away from the ship if you want to come back later for that second health bump, and you'll probably have to do that because 30,000 bolts is a lot to come by at this point in the game. And in all likelihood, at least if you're like most players, you're going to be buying up all the gadgets as you come because the game taught you to do exactly that. But depending on your playstyle, some of these new weapons are probably going to be more useful than others. I used to love using Poketaru's decoy glove, for example, because having an inflatable dummy that took some of the heat off of me from enemies was just enough to overcome most challenges. Nowadays, though, the main times that I would have used the decoy glove, like during the boat tour through the resort, I would rather just suck up the enemies boarding the hoverboat with the suck cannon. The Walloper that you can first buy on Planet Gaspar is a great secondary melee weapon, which, like the wrench, doesn't need any ammo, but outside of the little bomb robots on Planet Gaspar that the Walloper's made for, I usually find better results with the ranged guns. One of my old favorites, the Glove of Doom, which you can buy much earlier in the game, I've used less and less over time because these little robots tend to struggle with jumping and they get destroyed by many AoE attacks. And look, I'll be honest here, I have only ever used the Mine Glove when I'm out of ammo with almost all of my other guns because it's just not that useful as a trap weapon in my opinion. That's because the enemy AI in Ratchet 1 is only set to either attack you when you're within a certain range, or go idle and forget that you ever existed if you step back beyond that invisible barrier. There's no in-between here, so it's not exactly easy to get most enemies to chase you unless you use the Mine Glove Taunter combo to set them off, but even then, that's two weapons that can do the job of one. If any of these weapons, or some of the earlier ones, don't sound like your style and you want to save money, it's okay to skip out on the ones that you don't know that you'll use a ton. But these next two I'm about to mention are two of your best options in the entire game, so if you're gonna cut corners, don't cut them here. That would be the Devastator rocket launcher and Orxon's Visibomb gun. The Devastator is good enough to be the gun featured on the game's cover and most of its promotional art, so you know it packs a punch, but the Visibomb in particular has the potential to be the most broken weapon in the entire game, firing off an insanely powerful remote-controlled missile that you can fly throughout just about any part of any level. So long as you position yourself behind cover where no enemies can get a pot shot in, and once you're used to the inverted flight controls, you can not only take out whole groups of enemies in just a couple shots from miles away, you can explore just about every inch of each planet's landscape as you wish. It's an incredible testament to this game's world design that you won't often find some unfinished corner of a level, and the Visibomb is the reason why. Ratchet & Clank's designers had to ensure that every nook and cranny was accounted for, on every locale, on every planet, in cities like Metropolis to Blackwater City to the distances here on Orxon and beyond, because any player, thanks to this gun, could find a spot where Insomniac cut corners. This made the Visibomb a nightmare to design for, apparently, but it also necessitated that this game's worlds had to feel so, well, complete, rather than just being paths to an objective. It's hard to say that any weapon has had the impact on the design of this entire franchise more than this gun here. Probably more importantly than that, like I said earlier, this thing shreds enemies. It's probably going to be your go-to if you're like me and like to play it safe. Don't like that Blarg ship on your left path? Blow them up. Don't like the dozens of mutated crabs ready to tear you apart, or the little screamer enemy that'll wake up and alert them if you come nearby? Blow them up. Don't like Quirk? Blow them up! From this point on in the game, so many close-range enemies have faster reaction times or are just more dangerous to take on, and the ranged enemies start finding ways to attack you from further and further out of your early weapon's maximum range, so the Visibomb is one of your best ways to even the odds. Once Ratchet & Clank find the infobot, the gravity of Drek's plan finally starts to hit Ratchet and maybe shake him out of the hissy fit he's been having for the last third of the game. And by that, I mean his response to Drek preparing to blow up an entire planet just because its orbit would be perfect for the new Blarg home is...
That's just mean!
Yeah, he's right, that's mean. Killing somewhere around 1 trillion living beings, that gets some harsh words. But if you cut Ratchet off in traffic or beat him in a round of golf, he will personally hunt you down. On the icy planet Hoven, the duo powers through a high-stakes war against Blarg troopers and stops the ship carrying this massive Planet Buster missile, which thankfully doesn't explode and destroy the planet they're currently on. That would probably be bad. But in case you want to dilly-dally around before that ship takes off, Hoven's also home to 2 optional paths, one where Clank can pay for his third and final upgrade, the Hydro Pack, and one where Ratchet fixes a miner's drill and obtains a piece of raritanium, the rarest mineral in the galaxy. The Hydro Pack is great for speeding up any and all sections involving swimming, but is mostly used for revisiting previous planets and obtaining hidden gold bolts, like say in the now flooded Blackwater City sewers, or by pushing against the river current to find a secret cave on Novalis. That raritanium ore, meanwhile, can be traded to... Wait, hold on. This is the guy that made us pay for the grind boots. Man, screw this guy, he keeps trying to stiff us.
You will find raritanium for me.
No, I will not.
Whatever, it's more than worth it to deal with this guy anyway, because if we give him that raritanium ore, we'll get the Persuader in return, a piece of equipment that enables Ratchet to convince the cocky Gadgetron vendor guy thing to lower the price of every vendor weapon from 25 to 50% depending on the weapon. And by the end of the game, you'll start seeing things like the Persuader and all of Ratchet's new trinkets on his belt or on his weird suspender nipple guard things, helping remind you just how far you've come on this journey, which is another one of those classic adventure games / Metroid flourishes.
Well, shoot my dog and call me Sally. Thanks, partner!
Also, fun fact, the drill that the miner was holding was originally designed to be a melee weapon called the Revolverator that would impale enemies and spin them around on the drill. Apparently, the gimmick didn't work all that well, leading to this being one of the only things that actually got cut from this game. Yet another gauntlet awaits after this at another one of Drek's orbital bases, as Ratchet and Clank try once again to catch up to his rapidly evolving plans. With the Planet Buster out of commission, the Blarg begin an all-out assault to try and destroy the planet in the way of their new home, and Ratchet and Clank rush through this base to thin out the troops and try to stop the siege. Not only is this level one of the most thrilling in the entire game, flawlessly combining high-octane fights with trespasser puzzles and barrier-generating towers that you've got to destroy to open the path forward, it ends with an awesome battle through space against Captain Quark, with the entire level in the backdrop to hype up this fight's scale. After several hours of talking about Quark, Ratchet can finally put his missiles where his mouth is and act on that rage. Also, Quark can breathe in space? That's believe it or not, a defining character trait for him going forward, so it's actually worth mentioning. Once Quark is defeated and Ratchet's had a moment or two to gloat, he and Clank find their third and final spaceship for this game, and also an infobot showing the ravaged planet below, because try as hard as they could, the two of them alone couldn't prevent the assault outright. Now that Ratchet's revenge blinders have finally come off, he sees that Clank has been right all along, and credit to him, he apologizes. Even as we've seen through Ratchet and Clank's own eyes, the horrifying progression of Drek's damage, from a planet in the beginning stages of a siege, to a planet being completely stripped of its resources, to the polluting and deadlier, more prolonged attacks, it's here, after seeing the end result, after seeing a completely decimated planet, that Ratchet comes to his senses. I think the most interesting thing I realized during my 3 consecutive playthroughs of this game to prepare for this video, you're damn right it's the ultimate retrospective, is why I never cared for this second act. I distinctly remember as a kid always feeling bummed out when I got past Blackwater City, because the game just soured for me there, but until now I always chalked that up to me not liking many of these levels themselves as much as the early game back then, or maybe because when my age could be counted on just 2 hands, I struggled with some of the levels, which at points I definitely did. Later, I also attributed it to the darker atmosphere, sort of sapping some of that vibrant energy from the earlier game to that younger me. But these last 3 times through, I had a blast playing each of these 6 worlds, minus maybe the slow Clank section, but that's kind of a gimme. I loved the atmosphere the whole way through, and that drip-feed background storytelling of Drek's descent into pure evil, or more accurately, our slow realization of how far he'll go as we see him push the boundaries with every next planet, every next plan, every next assault, is just masterful, and even after dozens of playthroughs, I'm noticing new facets of this implicit storytelling with each new save file I create. Now, it's clear to me that the reason that I don't care for Act 2 is exclusively because Ratchet's attitude brings it all down. He's a dick. That's it. That's the whole thing. I just roll my eyes every time he opens his stupid mouth, from the moment he turns on Clank to the moment he rolls back around to semi-sincerity. For almost 20 years now, I thought there had to be an additional reason that one character couldn't possibly sour the whole thing. And while there are many players that were just fine with Ratchet's character, either because it fit the era, or for players a bit older than 7, perhaps it fit their age and the relative attitudes and demeanor of adolescents matching Ratchet's me mentality, the more that I grow as an adult and as a human, the more I agree with the takeaway that the uncorrupted 7-year-old version of me had way back when. And at the end of the day, the general audience agreed. Insomniac realized that they needed the audience to invest themselves in more likable characters if the audience was going to care about those characters' journey, and Ratchet changed going forward. Now, that doesn't mean that if you still like this Ratchet, you're some sort of emotionally stunted egocentrist, of course. Wait, does it? Is Ratchet's single apology enough to overcome all of this, and can I forgive the fact that it took so long, or that he was so mean during his hot-headed run?
Yeah, of course. This is a children's game. It's not that serious. A lot of my critiques are just that. Critiquing the art that is a decades-old game where the team was making it up as they went along and happened to stumble into gold. It's not some line in the sand that I can't get past.
On the war-torn planet below, we get a nice inversion of the slow Clank-only levels, because this is the game's only Ratchet-only excursion, depending on how you count the planets before you get the hover pack, where Clank's just kind of a backpack. Those are pretty much Ratchet-only levels too, but we're not going to count them here. Because Drek's troopers destroyed the city's lightning rods, Clank's shiny metal ass is a perfect conductor for the lightning, so the Lombax has to go solo. I think this sort of stripped-back, Ratchet-only deal would have actually been better during the previous Whiny Act, I will say, because it could have functioned as a realization for Ratchet that he actually does rely on Clank and enjoy his companionship. We're several games too early for mid-gameplay dialogue to start making its way into the series, but even a quick in-engine cutscene here could have acted as a good character moment. As it is though, this mission comes at a fine enough time. I just think that it could have been a little bit better than Ratchet's sudden, jarring jump back to liking Clank and being a lovable goofball. The level of Gorda City itself holds the most pathways of any in the entire game, with all but one being optional to be fair. These are all perfectly designed to induce anxiety too, with narrow pathways, even narrower Magnaboot pathways, a sort of stealth section, ice physics, wind on top of ice physics. It's mechanically a great stakes raiser amplified by the bleak atmosphere, hundreds of destroyed skyscrapers around you, and, again, the removed safety net with Clank no longer on your back. Even today, I still kind of loathe playing this level, but now I realize that's more a sign of a job well done than anything else. If we brave the icy, windy path on the left of the central hub, we'll run into Captain Quirk again, or rather, Steve McQuirk, who Ratchet's just kind of okay with seeing now? I guess he really did just get it all out of his system, because not only does Ratchet not immediately blast Quirk, he's happy to go along with Quirk's new gig as a Gadgetron salesman. For 1,000 bolts, you can buy a Gadgetron PDA.
Public display of affection?
No, personal delivery assistant.
Allowing you to buy ammo even when you're not near a Gadgetron vendor, albeit at an incredibly marked up price. It's not really worth it to use this all that often, but if you're in a pinch, it can be a lifesaver. This path also gives you a little peek at what looks to be a new weapon off in the distance, and this is the Morpho Ray that you'll obtain when you reach the end of the stealth section guarded by security drones. This avian armament erodes the amazing trend of animal-altering apparatuses in the Ratchet series. That was one take. I did that on the first take. It's a bird gun. It turns things into birds. The series really likes weapons that transform enemies into different animals, and it's all thanks to the chicken gun here. Alright, let's get back on track here. After a gauntlet down the main path, including a short but thrilling grind rail section where Ratchet's forced to flee from and dodge attacks from some guard bots, he buys an infobot with the coordinates to the Blarg's robot manufacturing base on planet Quartu, which is also where Clank was born. If you complete all 3 of these paths, a secret 4th route will open up with a pretty sick swing shot path, where you're more or less swinging through the entire city with no safety net whatsoever, just a bottomless pit and the sometimes janky swing shot range, hopefully keeping you stable as you hook again and again onto the same moving targets, and all just for a gold bolt and some thrills. Planet Quartu opens up another gadget loop cycle like the one we just went through to get the O2 mask, but mercifully this is only a one-way ticket this time. We can't access the main path just yet, as we don't have the gadget to get us past the warbots and they'll just attack us on sight. But we can take a stroll over to the left, meet another scientist, turn Clank into a giant robot, which is pretty cool, and obtain the coordinates to Gadgetron's base of operations on another planet so that we can get their new Hollow Guys gadget and come back. As cool as the idea of Giant Clank is, it can kind of be thrown together with the Hydro Displacer as one of those barely used gimmicks that was sort of just thrown in for variety's sake. It pretty much only gets used twice per game during the entire PS2 saga, and since then it's never even been directly referenced, so it may as well be a collective fever dream we all had. Not that I'm really complaining, keep in mind. There's only so much super fighting robot action that you can deal with, especially when the game can barely handle it itself. Both Giant Clank sections in this game slow the game down to a crawl, especially in the HD collection version of Ratchet 1, but I ran into it pretty equally on the PS2 version just about every time I got to this point. I suppose I should address the Giant Clank in the room now that I've finally mentioned it, the HD collection. Some fans are of the opinion that the HD collection for the original Ratchet & Clank trilogy is inferior to the PS2 versions due to a myriad of small and sometimes admittedly less small glitches and issues that tend to affect the second and third game in particular. I'll save all of that stuff for when I get to those games, but Ratchet 1 was fortunate enough to come out on the other side of the porting process mostly unscathed. The only things you're likely to run into are some extra slowdown here and there, and the oxygen meter that you've probably noticed hiding halfway off screen at points throughout the video. This is actually how that same meter was stored when not in use in the original version of the game as well, but since the game was originally in 4.3, you never saw that far off screen to even see it. Here the game is rendered in 16:9, so this'll pop up and hang out for a little bit after you go for a swim, and I'm usually very lonely, so I enjoy the company. You do have to choose carefully where and how to play Ratchet 1 though, because you can get wildly different results from platform to platform. The game runs like hot garbage, for example, if you play the PS2 disc on a backwards compatible PS3, because Insomniac developers really loved their tiny tricks and optimizations, including storing data on the innermost part of the discs to load and stream assets fast enough so the game wouldn't crash. And once you move those to even a marginally different platform, or another disc type, like say going from 3 DVDs, each with their own crucial data allocation, and smushing all of that onto a single Blu-ray, or throwing all of that in a digital medium, you're in for trouble. There are issues on the PlayStation 3 HD collection exclusive to either the digital or physical version of that game. The Vita version is admirable, but has even more issues. Even on a high-end PC, the Ratchet games were, until relatively recently, known to cause tons of problems with PS2 emulators, many of which were exclusive to this franchise. So no matter where you go, it can be kind of a mess, but I've never had more than a few audio-visual issues here and there with the physical PS3 version, so I tend to default there because I like me some crisp 1080p footage. That said though, for the sake of the retrospective, I did finally unseal my Vita copy of the trilogy, which only got a physical release in Europe, and I put 2 full playthroughs there to get the Platinum Trophy and say that I've 100% completed every version of this game before making this video. Call me Henry David, I like to be thorough. This is all a lot of words to say that some fans prefer the purest PS2 route, and I totally understand that. Others will trade complete stability for widescreen support and ease of access, and I'm in that latter category because, speaking from experience, recording PS2 games natively can be an absolute nightmare if you want things to look decent, so I avoid that whenever I possibly can. Speaking of things I avoid, the next planet, which is home to another one of those dumb speedrun strategies that I found on, like, my 47th playthrough of this game. This is probably pound for pound the most challenging area in the entire game up until the final level. It's a really funny contrast with this planet's super bright atmosphere, actually. The first time in a while that we've had a nice bright level, and they just throw us into a damn gauntlet. The main reason for the spike in challenge is Drek's elite GIMP commandos. These guys make me uncomfortable. In part because they actually have a straight-up broken attack range. Even if you utilize the trusty Visibomb, these troopers, when alerted, will fire pinpoint shots from further away than the game's enemy draw distance. I repeat, this enemy can snipe Ratchet with a pistol from further away than you can see. Throw in some gauntlets in the form of Gadgetron test rooms for many of the very same weapons you've been using all game, and damage sponge missile-firing dropships for good measure, and you've got a hectic planet that'll really test your mettle. That is, unless you jump on these crates and aim a Visibomb just right to trigger the switch on the other side of this laser fence, which you would usually open after finishing the level. I was so excited when I first discovered this trick because when I checked in with the Ratchet & Clank community, nobody seemed familiar with it, and breaking what I thought was new ground 15 years after the game's release is just neat. Of course, then I found out that actual speedrunners don't even come to this planet thanks to wall clipping, and I've since found out that a few other players did independently come to similar strategies over the years, but never brought it up on the internet, but hey, I'll take what I can get here. Either way, I still do usually play the level most of the time just for the challenge, but it's a fun little skip if you don't ever feel like it, and I just kinda wanted to show it off. Down this hallway is the office of Gadgetron's CEO, who offers Ratchet the Hologuise prize only after he wins another hoverboard race and then records a Gadgetron commercial on the spot afterwards.
Hi, this is Ratchet for, Gadgetron hoverboards, and if you,
Yo, dudes, for the freshest boards in the galaxy, check out the new XZ88 from Gadgetron. It's so hot, it's cool.
I think I got the wrong guy.
Yeah, Captain Quark is really sold out.
Turns out Captain Charisma here only has wit when he's not on camera, but Ratchet's officially a Gadgetron employee now, so maybe we'll see a discount one day. Now that we've got the Hologuise, we could go right back to Planet Quartu and continue the main story, but there's still a really fun grind rail challenge off to the left of the building's main plaza. After a lengthy and dangerous ride dodging oncoming train cars and robots that are also leaving bombs on the tracks for those same train cars? That's a little suspicious. Ratchet and Clank meet the actual robot that voices the Gadgetron help desk. Oh my god, the robotic AI tutorial helper companion thing. It's been a real person the whole time? Alexa, what have you not been telling me?
Hey, nerd!
Alexa?
Isn't it supposed to be Rogaine?
Fuck are you?
Oh! Do better!
Fuck, why would you do that? The help desk lady gives the duo a Map-O-Matic in exchange for their silence. This gadget allows you to see all of the secret areas on any planet's map screen, which will now be highlighted in green until they're explored. This will make gold bolt hunting that much easier for players that want to go for full completion, and now we can go back to Quartu. There's still one optional route right by the ship, a timed underwater section through an electrified coolant pool, a great use for Clank's hydro pack. Also, why is it electrified? At the end of this path is one of the most useful optional items in the entire game, the Bolt Grabber, which increases Ratchet's pickup range for bolts. Up until this point, the bolts had a range somewhat similar to Spyro's gem pickup range, which is to say, it wasn't very far. Until you have the Bolt Grabber, you'll find yourself circling around for a second after smashing crates or after an encounter to pick up every last bolt that was dropped. The Bolt Grabber makes cleaning up infinitely easier, and we're gonna need it if we want to grab those last few weapons. Back down the main path, we get to use our new fancy Hologuise, and for once, Ratchet's the one who got us a pace-breaking gadget, not Clank. When equipped, the Hollow Guys disguises Ratchet as a smaller version of the Warbots. You'll move slower than Clank somehow, I don't even know how that's possible, you can't attack when it's active, and you can't even jump. But what you can do is wave. You can wave at the guards so that they lower their guard. Without it, they'll leave the force fields in place so that you can't pass, and they'll activate some deadly security lasers if they realize that you're not actually a robot. With it, they wave back, not even thinking twice about why you're several feet shorter than you should be. But when Clank's short, oh, it's a problem, I see how it is. After breaking, entering, and killing a few dozen warbots before they can set off alarms, Clank shares a sweet moment with the computer that built him, which means that he actually wasn't defective, but specifically designed by a rogue AI. That's very concerning past the surface level, but I guess robots do know how to love. There's not much time for a family picnic though, because Mama spits out another kid, an infobot that reveals Drek's newest plan. For all of their trouble interfering with the ultimate Supreme Executive Chairman up until this point, Ratchet and Clank are rewarded with Ratchet's homeworld Veldin being Drek's new target. No good deed goes unpunished. Out of what could only be described as pure spite, Drek decides that this desert planet has the perfect orbit in the entire galaxy, and he's already moved his entire fleet of ships into Veldin's orbit, along with his second planet-destroying superweapon of the game, the Deplanetizer Laser. Knowing what we've learned about Ratchet, it's safe to say he takes this pretty well. The fleet as a level is mostly a linear affair, but in case Ratchet's not in a rush to save his home, there's another timed swimming section here too. Finishing this one awards you with a Codebot, a little robot whose express purpose is to be a key, because, say it with me, we didn't have enough ways to open doors yet. Why didn't you say it with me? The Codebot is one of the few casualties of the game's fast development, an item that was intended to have a much larger purpose that only ends up being used a single time thanks to being added so late in production. All it does is open the big mysterious door tucked off to the side on Planet Quartu to give you one gold bolt and thousands of regular bolts. At the very least, this should hopefully give you enough money to either buy that second health upgrade or, with the help of the Persuader, the final two vendor weapons. Incidentally, these two both have little quirks that have always kind of bugged me. We have the drone device, a weapon that spawns 6 little drones that'll orbit Ratchet and take hits for him, or far more likely, fly into enemies that get too close and explode. It's not all that powerful, however, and the drones don't tend to defend against some enemy bullets, so it's another one of those weapons that many players tend to look past for better ones, myself included. The other weapon, the Tesla Claw, is thankfully much better, an infinitely better version of the Pyrocitor that fires an arcing bolt of electricity that homes in on the nearest enemy by default. It's frankly one of the best weapons in the entire game, but it's a whopping 40,000 bolts without the Persuader and 30,000 with it, so I don't usually end up buying it until I clear the Codebot room. The tiny, and I mean minuscule thing that has always bugged me about both of these weapons is that as the final two weapons introduced in the game, they have ammo-related oversights. When you pick up ammo for every other weapon in the game, the weapon name is highlighted in orange text, but these two don't have that highlight, they're just plain white like regular text would be. The word claw isn't capitalized on the Tesla Claw when you grab ammo, and the drone device is actually called the Drone Glove in both its ammo and the vendor description because it was yet another weapon that was going to be a thrown weapon until very late in development. I can't stress enough that neither of these issues matter whatsoever, of course, especially compared to the drones being far less effective than they could be in combat, you know, the thing the game's based around. It's just something that kind of bothered me when I was younger that I still notice to this day, a rare example of Insomniac missing a spot when polishing this game as much as they did. There's a really strong chance the game would have run into far more issues than just these two tiny ones had it not gone through 4 full rounds of focus testing, 1 for each quarter of the game. And don't just take it from me, Ted Price said exactly this himself when writing up a post-mortem article about this game's development, that if they hadn't had to constantly push themselves, and yes, crunch, for practically all of Ratchet 1's development, there would have been so many bugs to whittle down at the very end of production that they would have had to delay the game into 2003. That 2 of the most noteworthy oversights are completely irrelevant is a testament to the game's incredible quality standards. It's just kind of a shame that those 2 were things that a 7-year-old caught immediately. The rest of this level is a lengthy Hollow Guys section as Ratchet and Clank power and sneak through the different ships before they steal a fighter jet and destroy the fleet's defensive turrets. But, like always, Drek is just one single step ahead of them. When they finally reach the bridge of the command ship, they find the last infobot of the game, showing Drek standing on the deplanetizer on Veldin, ready to blow the planet into pieces. It's all come down to the same place where this adventure began, as Ratchet touches down his 4th ship right on the same makeshift landing pad where the dinky first one had been sitting not all that long prior. If the Gadgetron homeworld wasn't the toughest battle in the game, Veldin certainly is. A gauntlet full of GIMP commandos, tanks, dropships, swing shots, grind rails, you name it, this level's got it. That even includes a trespasser door, the thruster pack's butt slam door, and the hydro displacer's less than triumphant return. I always loved coming back through this first path at the very end of the game, being able to see what was just beyond the crash site where the journey began. It's basic game progression, showing how far the player has come, but simple works beautifully here. Also, Ratchet's quirk poster is gone, so somebody had to have taken that down while he was away. Huh. Unless you're some kind of sadist, this is most likely going to be a Visibomb-heavy level for you, where you hide behind cover to avoid the GIMP Commando's laser-precise shots, chip at their numbers with the Visibomb, move forward once the coast is clear, and repeat the whole way through because there are a lot of them to chew through. This is really the only level where I end up using the PDA, because I'll happily eat the shipping costs for ammo if it means I don't have to deal with these guys directly. Eventually, we'll hit a wall though, a wall in the form of a Dynasty Warriors level army that's standing between them and the deplanetizer, with hundreds, and I mean hundreds of GIMPs on screen at once, which, it's really weird. Why are they wearing that? But as my dad once told me, the only way to deal with this many GIMPs is to lean into it. So thanks to a conveniently placed giant clank pad, we're turning this into a Dynasty Warriors game, horrible frame rate and all. We even get a giant robot fight against Drek's mech before Drek pretty much immediately decides, nah, fuck this, and turns Giant Clank back into regular Clank. And really, I wouldn't have it any other way besides all of the GIMPs, of course. Taking Drek down with Giant Clank would have been a cop-out after the journey so far. The only way this journey should have ended is exactly how it does, with a massive one-on-one fight where Drek throws everything he has at you, and where you'll throw just about all of your ammo at him in return. Even to this day, this is one of the best finales in the entire franchise, where the payoff is just as challenging and invigorating as the stakes leading up to it. Once you beat the first couple phases and chase Drek across the destroyed plateaus, the fight will conclude on the deplanetizer itself, where Drek reveals his true plan in traditional supervillain fashion. The reason the Blarg needed to flee Orxon was because Drek had overpolluted the planet himself in order to sell the real estate on the hybrid planet at a marked up price. And once everybody moved onto New Orxon, Drek would pollute this planet too and repeat the cycle to make trillions of bolts. It's the perfect motive for such a ridiculous wall of text monologue, the perfect impetus for players to want to blow Drek's stupid ponytail off of his stupid face, and the perfect setup for a fight that's not even halfway over yet. As much as I've jokingly ragged on the thruster pack slam buttons up until this point, they earn their keep in this fight alone, as Drek continues to press the countdown switches and as players have to rush to the buttons to stop the timer, all while dodging his AoE attacks, his giant Glove of Doom robots, the missiles and needle missiles, and whatever else he may try to hit you with. For first-time players, this fight is going to be absolutely brutal to get through, but an experienced player like me knows all the tricks. First, you want to try to turn him into a chicken. When that doesn't work, you'll ride the grind rails for a bit in fear, and then, when you're on your final bit of health, equip the Hollow Guys, because Drek will think you're one of his guards and immediately, definitely will stop attacking you. He won't come after you at all, I promise. And then, the kicker, this is the important part, run right into his attacks to throw him off. Or you could do it the more fun way. See, early in the game, when you're venturing through Blackwater City, Ratchet and Clank dangles the mother of all carrots in front of you, the Rhino superweapon, an illegally obtained black market rocket launcher that this shady guy is selling for an insane 150,000 bolts, a weapon that you almost definitely won't be able to afford on your first or even second playthrough. However, with some incredibly precise decoy glove wall clipping, or on the PS2 version by just talking to the hoverboard race girl while wearing the hollow guise, you can glitch onto the hoverboard track on foot. If you stand just below the biggest jump and use the taunter, the crates above you will explode and release their bolts all over your face. But crucially, these crates are designed to respawn when they're not visible so that every lap you can fly right through them and feel awesome. So if you don't look up and you tape down your circle button, in just a few hours you can afford the Rhino without having to play the game 3 consecutive times. And the Rhino lives up to its super weapon status, a weapon that just indiscriminately shreds everything in sight. Each one of its 50 shots fires a barrage of individual homing missiles that instantly kill just about every enemy in the game. Even Drek, a gauntlet of a fight without the Rhino, is just a trivial handful of shots away from victory with this thing. Not nearly as fun, no, but definitely still as satisfying. Let's wrap this up now. After you land that final shot on Drek, he's launched onto his hybrid planet, and the deplanetizer flips its direction, pointing right at that planet. You know what you've got to do. With one final, oh so satisfying butt slam, the super laser blows Drek, his plan, and his planet into tiny subatomic pieces. Well, actually, it turns out this wasn't as effective as the Planet Buster missile because the pieces of New Workson are not actually subatomic. They rain down onto the planet Veldin, knocking Ratchet and Clank off of the platform and probably killing any dinosaurs that may be on the planet. Clank is able to grab onto the ledge, but the servos in his arm rip apart from the force of the fall and the weight of Ratchet hanging on for dear life below him. But just as they're falling to certain death, Clank is able to think quickly and redirect their momentum with his thruster pack. They're still dead though. There's still one final dig that Ratchet's just gotta get in after all the progress he made as a person in this final act, as he thanks Clank, tells the robot,
You'll be alright,
and leaves. Obviously this last one's a joke, but man, this one always bugs me just as much as it makes me laugh. It's the perfect length for a heartstring puller of a moment. Clank looks genuinely devastated, and even when Ratchet comes back to grab Clank and offer to fix his arm, he calls him Tin Can. It's just, man, this is what they thought likable was. I hate this scene just as much as I love it. It's the perfect capstone to Mikey Kelly's voice performance as Ratchet and to this version of Ratchet's character, but in the same breath, the misdirection enhances the feel-good moment that comes afterwards.
And this little baby can take care of any grooming needs that are just too much trouble for you to handle yourself. Allow me to demonstrate. Yeah. Oh, mommy.
Turn it off! Turn it off!
No, not that one. But with that, we've got our actual credits roll, which, by the way, is organized alphabetically rather than by job description. This is, in my opinion, the best way to highlight every person involved in production equally and without ego. I would love to see more studios stylize their credits in this manner rather than plastering the director's name 7 times in just the intro, Kojima. And this would mark the end of the first Ratchet & Clank game, if not for challenge mode. See, one of the reasons that this series clicked with me so much more than the other games that I was exposed to at this point in my life was because Insomniac embraced replayability in a way that nobody else did. I didn't get many games when I was a kid, so I had to make them count and make them last, and every Ratchet game had at least 2 or 3 playthroughs worth of content. What was an obligatory bonus for many developers was a key feature for this one. When you beat any Ratchet game, you're given the option of time warping back to just before the final boss fight to clean things up, or starting a new Game Plus file with all of your current weapons, all of your money, and in this case, some of the gadgets like the Map-O-Matic, the Persuader, which is kinda useless because you probably bought all the weapons already, the Bolt Grabber, and the PDA. Although enemies and game difficulty aren't really tweaked that much in this game to adjust for all of your weapons and health upgrades, challenge mode here does give you a couple new goals to strive for if you are a completionist. The big one of these is expanded weapons. Once you get to Nivalis, you'll find a teleporter right near the ship that takes you to a new gold weapons room. Here you can buy each of the game's 10 gold weapon upgrades for a combination of bolts and the gold bolts that you've collected so far. You can actually buy a few of these early in a secret room after you defeat Quark, but odds are you won't find it, and even better odds are you won't have the money anyway. Weapons like the Walloper, Taunter, Drone Device, Visibomb, and Rhino don't have gold variants, but the other 10 add stronger and for some reason green-colored effects and a beautifully tacky golden sheen to the weapon itself. For example, the Glove of Doom will make the little robots larger and more powerful. The Tesla Claw will split into 2 lightning arcs and lock onto 2 different enemies simultaneously, and the Blaster will fire bullets faster and those bullets will bounce off walls. Getting every gold weapon will require an additional 260,000 bolts on top of that 150 grand for the Rhino, as well as finding every single one of the game's 40 gold bolts, making this simultaneously a completionist's dream and nightmare since you don't earn that many more bolts in New Game Plus. Even better, the Persuader does not work for gold weapons. Getting everything in this game without the hoverboard racetrack exploit will take you about 3 full playthroughs, and if you're going for the Platinum Trophy on PS3 or Vita, tack on another 2 playthroughs after you've done everything else because there's for some godforsaken reason a trophy for accumulating 1 million bolts. I'll pass, thanks, I'm fine with the glitch. Additionally, Challenge Mode unlocks the Goodies menu on the pause screen, where you can watch cutscenes at any time and, more importantly, view the 30 skill point challenges spread across the game's levels. Like in Spyro 2 and 3 before it, Insomniac snuck into Ratchet & Clank some of these cryptic proto-trophies to really add some fun bonus value. Many of these amount to destroying ships that are flying through the background of many planets, while others challenge you to get through areas with specific qualifiers, such as finishing the last part of Iridia's swing shot course without hitting the ground, or killing 10 GIMP commandos on Veldin with just the wrench, which I think is their kink. Others still make really creative use of the game's mechanics, like wearing the O2 mask against Blackwater City's poison tanks so that they can't damage you, and in turn so you can turn those tanks into chickens. And then a few actively hate you, mainly the skill point for finishing Blackwater City's hoverboard race in under 1 minute and 35 seconds. I've gotten so used to the timing on this one, having 100% of this game way too many times to count, to the point that the first time that I reviewed this game 5 years back, I found out that you can actually get under that time threshold and still lose the race by less than 1/10 of a second, and if you don't come in first, the game doesn't trigger the skill point. That was not fun to learn. But if you do everything, and I mean everything, you'll unlock some concept art, the game's commercials, a short making-of documentary, and a series of fun epilogue magazine covers that detail some of the events that take place in the months between Ratchet & Clank 1 and its sequel, Going Commando. The game may ask a lot of you if you want to do everything, but it more than rewards the players dedicated enough to go all the way. And that's part of why I hold this game so near and dear to my heart. For as many issues as the game had back in the day, issues that have only been magnified as time has gone on and the games have progressed and evolved, it's got so much damn heart, so much unique style that I can't help but love it. The biggest criticisms I have for Ratchet 1, between Ratchet's sometimes insufferable attitude and the game's lack of a satisfying strafing control or aiming scheme, were both issues shared by countless other players, critics, and even the developers themselves. It's rare that a game's issues are so universally understood, so easily fixable, and so immediately corrected for the future. But I think one of the most unsung issues here is that even after all of Ratchet's growth and the game's conflict forging an unbreakable bond between Lombax and Robot, we don't directly see much of that growth happen. By the time Ratchet & Clank Going Commando takes place, the duo are incredibly comfortable together already, and we don't see that part of the relationship happen. It's a problem that many players feel surfaced far more recently, far after the duo were fully established together, and it traces back to the fact that Ratchet's rocky character work here is mostly paid off in one apology, one thank you, and one joke, with the rest being done off-screen afterwards. Not that I really would want to play through the duo's year-long victory tour, don't get me wrong. It's just a small and interesting casualty that came from course correcting away from this early, edgier Ratchet persona. Again, at the end of the day though, none of those issues have stopped me from loving this game enough to dedicate well over 100 hours producing a video exhaustively professing that love, no matter how conditional it may feel at times. I wouldn't waste the time critiquing and analyzing if I didn't want to raise the game up, to see the game portrayed in its fairest possible light, even if fairest here doesn't mean best or rosiest. And even then, I'm certain many of you will and have disagreed with me at points accordance with my take because of your own personal experiences and your takeaways from those experiences. For example, I'm sure there's at least one person mad that I didn't mention that Poketaru and Velden's musical themes for some reason have the same hook and undercurrent. Somebody else thinks I missed the fact that on planets like Orxon, if you come back later after finishing that level and killing all of the toxic crabs, the pterodactyl birds have moved in to fill that vacuum in the habitat, when really I just didn't have a good place to mention it until now. And others still have probably already mentioned the fact that if you do some side flips in front of the hoverboard race girl, you'll give her lifelong back problems. That's the beauty of Ratchet & Clank, that I can sit here and talk to you about it for about as long as the runtime of the feature-length movie based on this game, and you'll still come out of the experience having learned something about the game's development, or having had a good, entertaining time, or with your own disagreements, but hopefully a stronger appreciation of how damn great Ratchet & Clank 1 is, despite its flaws. No matter what, you'll come out of this with more to say than if you'd watched the movie, that's for sure. Don't watch the movie. You weren't going to, nobody did, but just save the time, and if you're gonna watch the movie, watch this video again instead. And the best part, my absolute favorite part about all of my criticisms with this first Ratchet & Clank title, is that next time around, with the next game, with a rare, perfect sequel, all of this love sure as hell isn't conditional. Ratchet & Clank Going Commando is an almost unheard of success, a sequel whose development was greenlit 5 months before the original game even released thanks to overwhelmingly positive feedback. A sequel that surgically pinpointed its precursor's flaws and addressed each of them one by one, and a title that in doing so completely upturned so much of what made the first game so promising without completely falling apart in the process. Going Commando is, full stop, a perfect sequel. To this day, it's considered one of the top 2 or 3 games in the franchise, and one of the best games on the PlayStation 2. And this game came together in 10 months. It only took 10 months for Ratchet & Clank Going Commando to set the groundwork from which this series has barely strayed in the 18 years since. It's, again, unheard of. But being a perfect sequel doesn't make Going Commando a perfect game. When you're flying this close to the sun, working on that tight of a timeline, a few feathers are sure to fall off. This is an incredible adventure, one of my all-time favorite games, and it's time to lock and load and break it apart, to let those pieces fall where they may, and put it all back together again. This is Ratchet & Clank Going Commando. June 2002, Ratchet & Clank's 4 separate rounds of playtesting score top marks. Sony sees the clear potential for this nascent franchise, and the developers at Insomniac Games already have a laundry list of fundamental improvements that they have no way of implementing into this first title, seeing as it's already well into its beta stage. With the wind at its back, and at Sony's request, Insomniac begins pre-production on a Ratchet & Clank sequel, a title for which they would quickly need to staff up. Over the next year, this studio that was working with just a few dozen people quickly balloons to double its size, ending up around 80 strong by the time Ratchet & Clank 2 goes gold. Growing that rapidly is usually a recipe for disaster, especially for an independent studio, but when you've hit pay dirt, you know to keep digging. Wins in this industry are rare, especially wins that break 2 million worldwide sales more or less overnight. So it's full steam ahead, and by the time Ratchet & Clank is preparing for release in November, Going Commando has entered full development. Over the next 10 months, as the game progressed from concept to finished beta, the Insomniac team prioritized a number of key goals. 1. Ramp up the intensity with bigger, more immersive worlds, crazier weapons, and more ways to use those weapons. 2. Improve the game's rewarding feedback loop by optimizing where the first game left off, giving you more bolts, more ways to earn bolts, adding role-playing elements such as experience progression, and never keeping the player more than a few minutes away from the core gameplay. And 3, what former Insomniac designer Mike Stout once described as rescuing Ratchet, adjusting our hero by giving him an outlet, a purpose almost, so that his temper only flared up when protecting his robotic buddy rather than aiming any anger at Clank. This is a through line buried deep into this game's plot, with a number of moments that almost act as do-overs for the studio's own perceived shortcomings with Ratchet in the first game. This third goal happens to be the first one that players will notice because in Going Commando, Ratchet's got a new voice. The team chose to move on from original voice actor Mikey Kelly in pursuit of this soft reset for Ratchet and brought in James Arnold Taylor to help mellow the character out a bit and perhaps provide a bit more range when needed. Jat's held onto the role ever since, even onto the silver screen, so that was a good call in hindsight. Throughout the intro to Going Commando, you'll catch that boredom is starting to creep in for our heroes. It's been about a year after all. Ratchet and Clank are still sitting in the very same recliners that they were lounging in at the end of their first adventure, and their 15 minutes of fame is finally starting to run dry.
Completionists, or those of you that were paying attention like 15 minutes ago, will remember the bonus epilogue, a series of magazine covers that gave us a glimpse at what life was like for the galaxy in the wake of Drek's defeat. Well, that time is long gone now. The most the duo gets at this point are invitations to the grand opening of a local groovy lube, and an interview for a made-for-TV Behind the Hero documentary. The galaxy's moved on, but Ratchet especially is clinging onto that feeling of being a hero. Even the game's title screen underscores this boredom, with Ratchet playing video games while Clank reads a book. That's their life now, and Ratchet once again longs for something more.
I guess no one needs a hero right now.
Ratchet's about to find exactly what he's looking for, because this documentary is, for some reason, being shot live on location, and the signal is instantly picked up light years away.
Miss Noodlebottom, I found our man!
In the distant Bogon galaxy, a, let's call him quirky gentleman, catches the interview clip and teleports Ratchet and Clank onto one of his ships.
Welcome!
What the?
Introducing himself as Abercrombie Fizzwidget, the president of what seems to be the only company in the galaxy, Megacorp, the man enlists Ratchet to recapture a stolen, top-secret experiment. It's a Furby. Megacorp was just trying to revive the Furby fad, apparently. In exchange for his help, Ratchet will receive full Commando training, a perfect off-screen way to polish any pointy edges to his character as he's run through boot camp for a few weeks. And Fizzwidget hooks up a somewhat more hesitant Clank with a lucrative gig as Megacorp's lead accountant. With this setup, Ratchet is locked and loaded, yes, I said it again, deal with it, and he heads to the last reported location of the experiment and its thief. Immediately, this first level is one of the best openings that you could ask for, showcasing both everything that the team had learned while developing the first Ratchet and Clank, and all of the improvements that this sequel would bring. Thanks to the short intro cinematic, the fighter jets surrounding the thief's airship, and the long elevator ride up into the ship proper, the stakes feel higher, an actual mission for an actual commando, not just some guy running through the galaxy. The soundtrack hits you from both sides, in full stereo this time, unlike the first game's mono output, thanks to immensely improved compression techniques and engine optimization, and once you start encountering the robot sentries, the combat enhancements are leaps beyond the original here. Not necessarily perfect, but a perfect improvement. The first couple rooms are narrow hallways to ease you into the game's new strafing mechanic by pressing either shoulder button. That elevator ride functions as a way for the help desk to inform newcomers and remind returning players about the quick select menu, which, thank God, now pauses the game when activated so that you're not being attacked while changing weapons. The auto-aim for weapons has been polished immensely so that it feels that much more reliable, often locking onto the most directly threatening enemy just as you would want them to, giving you a bit more confidence in your arsenal. And as a bonus, weapons like the Lancer laser pistol tend to prioritize airborne enemies as a little under-the-hood trick to keep your experience as fun and flowing as possible. Especially with going Commando onward, Ratchet & Clank is overstuffed with these sorts of little tricks that you would never notice, but serve to improve your playtime and keep you hooked in that flow state. But before I get ahead of myself, this ship level is packed full of more overt pushes towards immersion too. Those little secrets can wait till later. If you knock an enemy close enough to the windows, they'll fly out when defeated and be blown away. As you walk out onto an exterior platform, the blasting of the ship's turbines overpowers the game's soundtrack and deafens down the sounds of combat as if you were actually right there outside. When you're fighting on the wings of the ship, enemy parts will be sucked away as they're destroyed. The game throws everything it has right in your face to make sure that you know just how big a deal going Commando is, and it'll come as no surprise that this level 0 was designed by the one and only Mark Cerny. And to hammer home just how much of a leap forward Ratchet 2 was aiming to be, this short intro level, no more than 10 minutes long even for a first-time player, contains 4 cinematics. 2 of these cutscenes, of course, act as bookends for the level itself, with Ratchet breaking into and then escaping from the thief's ship, and these have just the right amount of seasoning of his new Commando training to remind you that Ratchet is a Lombax that knows what he's doing now, not just the same plucky adventurer from the last game that stumbled into superstardom. And then there are 2 cutscenes in the middle of the level that establish what look to be our 2 main antagonists in this game. The sinister but clumsy thief who flees with the experiment just as Ratchet is about to complete his mission, and shortly afterwards, Thugs for Less, a now fan-favorite group of mercenaries that the thief hires right after fleeing. There's even a 5th cutscene right as we get back into space, where Ratchet reports to Fizzwidget and receives updated intel about the thief's last known whereabouts, the toxic, swampy planet of Uzla. With 2 Thugs for Less goons in tow, the thief had stolen a galactic map from a local Megacorp salesman and thrown him into the giant red button on the wall that deactivates the store's security barrier, because, you know, that's where you put that. Much like with Ratchet 1 before it, all of what I've described in Going Commando's intro only takes maybe 10 minutes tops, and that first impression provides just an excellent setup for the coming adventure. Maybe not surpassing the first game's intro in terms of evocation, but easily exceeding it both mechanically and as a tutorial. It gives us a solid reintroduction to our heroes, or at least to Ratchet, because Clank's just kinda gone for a little while. And while the thief is certainly no Drek, we've got at least a couple reasons to already hate our villain, especially when we land on Uzla and find that very same Megacorp outpost now completely devastated by the harsh environment thanks to the disabled security barrier. Yeah, apparently that giant red security button was just a one-way switch, which, you know what, now that I think about it, that definitely checks out for a bloated monopoly. I'm sure you'd have to send like 80 plus emails to corporate just to schedule a Zoom meeting about possibly considering a real meeting to change work conditions, so yeah, okay. In terms of tone, Uzla is a bit out there for your normal level 1. Usually you'd expect a relatively safe first area, a brighter atmosphere that wouldn't risk turning players off, but no, not here. This is a gloomy, rainy hellscape with little pieces of terrain peppered across vast, swampy lakes, ready to drown you if you're not careful with your jumps, with a thunderous score that feels like it's mimicking the stormy skies booming overhead, and grotesque mutant swamp creatures adapted to this harsh environment. Now, that's not to say that Uzla is difficult, of course. It's a very manageable and balanced first level that ends up being far simpler than that threatening aura might indicate. Ratchet 1's trademark circular level design wraps you right back around to your ship when you finish each of the 2 branching paths. The terrain does a great job of easing you more into Ratchet's movement and the game's platforming. It gives you some reps with your weapons, and the swamp monster boss fight with its tentacle slam attack is designed to force you to strafe and drive that concept home if you weren't on board already. Really, the only place a new player might struggle is with these Loch Ness Monster-styled creatures that will cross water channels when stepped on, since the game quickly throws you in front of a lake that has, count 'em, 7 of them, all with their own swerving, meandering paths. And speaking of, this has to be just about the only first level in gaming history with platforms that scream when you step on them. Again, very subversive here. Let's see the plumber try that. At the end of the main pathway through the swamp, Ratchet finds the Megacorp store that he saw the thief ransack earlier, now overcrowded with mutants and with Megacorp staff nowhere to be found. But all's not lost as he obtains Going Commando's first new gadget, the Dynamo, a tool that it presses buttons. It doesn't really do much more than that. You just press circle and it hits these switches, which will either open a door or activate some temporary platforms. Cool. Ratchet also receives a new transmission from FizzWidget, where the CEO reveals that the thief was just seen at the Maktar Resort Casino, home of Megacorp's Galactic Gladiator Arena broadcast, a broadcast now being blocked by a Thugs for Less jamming array. No broadcast means a lot of lost money for Megacorp, so that's where we're gonna head next. Well, before we head there actually, we do have a second path to cover, and this will act as your reminder that Ratchet 2 is a very different game from the first game. Although they share the same level design DNA, Ratchet 1's multiple pathways were often mechanically distinct. You would have one combat section and a separate platforming or puzzle section that rarely had enemies or combat of its own. Here on Uzla, at the Maktar Resort, and in most of Going Commando's levels, both paths will share relatively evenly distributed chunks of combat and platforming. That first combat path earlier had more enemies in a boss fight, sure, but it also had the Dynamo platforming section sprinkled in between fights. Likewise, this route, which I would call the more platforming-focused section, is home to a good number of fights of its own. Remember, one of this game's chief goals was to never keep you more than a few minutes away from the core gameplay, and in Going Commando onward, that core gameplay is combat. This is why, unlike its predecessor, Going Commando isn't afraid to throw multiple weapons in the vendor at once, giving you the choice between two weapons from the very moment you land on Uzla. Funnily enough, two weapons that you probably can't afford until you finish one of the paths. By keeping you perennially on the edge of combat, Insomniac could ensure that you're always earning bolts and engaging with the most satisfying of Ratchet's countless reward loops, and that, 47, allows me to introduce the new reward loop in this game, your experience system. As you defeat enemies, they'll dissolve into nanotech, the same stuff as those blue health crates, except this nanotech will earn you two concurrent types of experience. One, taking a page from the Cancelled Girl with a Stick, is XP that will level up and transform your weapons, and the other is for Ratchet himself. When the meter underneath your health bar fills up, you'll gain an extra hit point in an explosive, screen-clearing white flash that wipes out most surrounding enemies. This will be your saving grace countless times, and you won't forget those moments when you're one hit from death and then you get a new lease on life thanks to a refilled health bar and fewer enemies surrounding you. And I'm not just talking about in Going Commando either. This has held strong in almost every subsequent Ratchet game to this day. You'll be hearing that a lot today. One trend that didn't extend past Ratchet 2 though is Ratchet 1 and 2's penchant for charging you bolts at the end of a level to progress, as if we didn't just complete the challenges prior. We first run into this at the end of this second path upon meeting the final surviving Megacorp employee on the planet.
If everyone could take their seats, we can proceed with today's demonstration.
Survived in body at least, maybe not in spirit. I think the trauma of watching all of his friends get eaten by swamp monsters drove him just a wee smidge insane. Whatever, not our problem. For 1,000 bolts, he sells Ratchet the Tractor Beam gadget, which lets Ratchet drag specially marked objects around with ease. And we're gonna need that where we're going, cause we're going to Vegas. Space Vegas. Yeah, in the original outline for Going Commando, Maktar Resort was straight up named Space Vegas before Insomniac learned that the city of Las Vegas is actually a trademarked brand, which is somehow incredibly fitting given Going Commando's heavy commentary on capitalism. Thankfully, this would be the closest the series has ever come to violating copyright law.
I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
On the way to Ratchet's bender at Maktar, though, he's intercepted by Thugs for Less ships in the Whoopash Nebula, introducing us to Going Commando's fully realized space combat. Remember, goal number 1, make this game bigger and better, and dogfighting through space stations, barrel rolling to dodge past moving asteroids and avoid enemy fire with full control and rotation along your X, Y, and Z axes, that's more than bigger and better. That's just absurd. This maxi game, as Insomniac called it, like a few other modes throughout Going Commando, effectively ended up being an entirely separate, albeit smaller, game to design and implement, meaning that it required a dedicated effort by a few members of the team across several months. So once the game's weapons were fully realized partway into development, the designers and programmers responsible moved exclusively onto space combat. The work of orienting the player and enemy ships in open space, of pulling the enemies in front of the player so that you could get a good shot at them, and of making a relatively small combat area feel wide and unrestricting was a daunting task that, again, took months in itself, and making all of that fun and rewarding, it's an incredible feat, especially when you consider that this appears before Level 2, not 25 minutes into the game. You know what I did 25 minutes into Ratchet & Clank 1?
Geronimo! Did he just slide down a sewer pipe?
But because Going Commando just heaves every innovation at your face right front and center, once Ratchet lands at Mactar Resort, we've actually got 2 more of those maxi games that took a gargantuan effort to create back to back right after the space combat. If we take the combat-heavy left path, we'll fight our way through the Thugs for Less invaders assaulting the casino, maybe play the slot machines a couple times along the way, and culminate by taking part in the first combat arena in the Ratchet & Clank franchise. The combat arena has become a series staple that's returned in just about every game since, including, somehow, the Java phone side-scroller Ratchet & Clank Going Mobile. Going Commando's 2 arenas are packed with over 24 wave-based combat challenges with different parameters, rebuilt enemy AI, and a whole bunch of bolts as a reward. You only have to complete a couple of them to progress the story, but I don't think I've ever met a Ratchet & Clank player that didn't enjoy the arenas, so you're almost definitely going to go through most of these challenges. From missions that force you to use a certain weapon, to time-sensitive sprints through 100 enemies, to fights against these awesome gargantuan bosses oozing with character like Chainblade, and the B2 Brawler, to endurance missions where you have to win without taking a hit, these all push you to play the game in distinct ways, to round out your playstyle and to hone your skills. This in turn challenges your mastery and makes the main gameplay more rewarding when you're going through levels. The reason these arenas took so much effort to put together, beyond, the obvious time it would take to put together the different challenges, ensure that the enemy pods actually came out at the right time, and all of that fun stuff, was mainly because the enemy pathfinding system from Ratchet 1 had to be reworked so that enemies would push towards and chase Ratchet at all times, rather than just when they saw him. And actually, this system was already being reworked in Going Commando to begin with in response to criticism leveled at the first game's enemies. In Ratchet 1, foes only existed in 2 states, which I'll call alerted and idle. Once you crossed an invisible line or entered combat with them, they would enter the alert state and try to fight you, but if you stepped back beyond that invisible line or hide for a bit, they would immediately walk back to their initial positions and stand there idle. Remember, in most video games, the enemy AI is really stupid. The trick is the illusion of intelligence. In Going Commando, though, a third search state was added in for previously alerted enemies, where they would pretend to look for you for a little bit once you got far enough away, before going back to their base idle state when you moved even further back. Now again, they're not actually searching for you, that just wasn't possible on PS2 hardware, it's the illusion that matters here. In the arena, however, even the alerted state just wasn't enough, because too many enemies would try to fight you from a distance, so a separate 4th arena state was implemented. Like with the search state, enemies aren't actually seeing anything, they're just trained to walk in a beeline towards the player, sometimes taking a slightly arched path to avoid colliding with other enemies, but usually just rushing you head on. That's why you'll often see them running into the spinning fan blades or other hazards, because they actually don't know they're there. In addition to being a great way to farm bolts for the game's weapons, the arenas are a fantastic way to experiment with, and more importantly, level up the weapons that you have. By the time that you even get to Mactar's arena, at least if you're like me, you'll already have leveled up 2 of your weapons. In Going Commando, once a weapon earns enough experience, it'll upgrade into a completely different weapon with enhanced effects, more ammo, a higher fire rate, and, of course, it'll pack a much bigger punch. Using Going Commando's starting weapons as an example, the Lancer pistol will morph when upgraded into the Heavy Lancer, a much faster machine gun with an extra 100 shots. Likewise, the Gravity Bomb will become the much stronger Mini Nuke, featuring a mushroom cloud explosion. However, there is one key part of this level up system that's one of Going Commando's rare downsides, a downside that's ameliorated in subsequent games, and that is that an evolved weapon no longer earns experience because in Going Commando, weapons only level up once. As the difficulty gradually progresses over the course of the game, your earlier weapons will become less and less useful, somewhat limiting your later combat options. After all, when it takes all 300 Heavy Lancer shots to take down a single enemy, yeah, that gun's kinda useless now. This phenomenon is sometimes referred to as Lancer Syndrome by fans because of just how bad it can get with that gun in particular, but contrary to popular belief among Ratchet fans, this wasn't any sort of design oversight in Going Commando, this was intentional. During Going Commando's focus test, one of the most difficult hurdles for playtesters to climb over was using more than just their favorite weapon. Players younger and older alike would pick one gun and stick with it, even in scenarios where other weapons had a clear combat advantage. Keep in mind, these user tests were often conducted on unfinished builds of the game, sometimes in untextured test areas well before the designers had included help desk indicators to guide players. Many of the help desk pop-ups that probably helped you out once or twice when you were playing were included as a response to these player tests, and these tests helped enforce to the Insomniac designers that sometimes a little nudge was necessary to teach people to keep switching weapons and leveling all of them up as they go, instead of hoarding just their favorite. The way to do that in Going Commando was to ensure that eventually earlier weapons would be made obsolete, and once you noticed your old weapons were starting to struggle, you would hopefully quickly switch to the shiny new weapon and feel that dopamine hit once again as that new weapon's XP meter grew and grew and grew and eventually maxed out. Lather, rinse,
Lawn Ninjas.
These focus tests actually did a number on the other Maktar Resort path too, an over-designed introduction to the tractor beam that we bought on Uzla. Described by this area's designer Mike Stout as the section that broke him as a game designer into designing for the player rather than for himself, this area, which only takes a player like me 2 to 3 minutes, asks you to first move a tractor beam platform out of the way, then grab this inspector bot with a tractor beam and drag him to the footpad to open a door, then grab a tractor beamable bomb down a hallway to blow up a door, then find the inspector bot again and shoot him from a slingshot onto an elevated footpad to open another door, then sprint with a bomb across moving platforms to blow up another door, and then shoot 4 bombs with this slingshot at these floating generators to open the gate. To an adult, it's simple. To the game's targeted kid audience, because yes, these games were rated T, but they were always targeted towards children, not so much, and it doesn't exactly let you feel out each of these gimmicks before sprinting along to the next. According to Stout, the pre-focus tested version of this section didn't even have the foot indicator for the inspector bot, or the little guiding lines for players to know how far back to pull the weird tractor slingshot bomb part. I actually remember even when I was younger thinking that this section just threw everything it could at you, including the kitchen sink, which has always been funny to me because this is the only mandatory tractor beam section in all of Going Commando. The only other times that you can use this item are in an optional path and to grab a couple hidden platinum bolts, this game's replacement for gold bolts. Essentially, the entire function and gimmick of the tractor beam was blown on just its introduction, which is oddly enough a recurring theme with many of the Ratchet & Clank franchise's lesser gadgets. It's the jamming array mission after this tractor beam puzzle that introduces another one of those game-defining creations, the spherical world, where Ratchet & Clank would move, platform, and fight enemies along an actual micro-globe, with our heroes, enemies, and even bullets following the curvature of the world thanks to 50,000 lines of custom code that modified the base game's gravity. Playing on these worlds in 2003 was genuinely mind-blowing and set the scale of my imagination into the stratosphere. If they could make a completely traversable planet as small as it might be, they could do anything. Replacing the usual select button map for these worlds is a zoomed out shot of the planet paused in real time for you to scroll around and find your objective, in this case, these shining beacons of light that shot out of the jamming towers. Once you unpause, the game will pull directly back to you before zooming in so that you don't get disoriented about where you have to go. It's just pure genius, an innovation that beats Super Mario Galaxy's gravity-focused gameplay by 4 full years. Now, don't get all excited or anything. That's not to say that Ratchet & Clank inspired Mario Galaxy, as our favorite insulated bubble boy Shigeru Miyamoto had no idea what a Clank even was when asked years later. And you know what? Knowing what we know about him, that checks out, although by now he should know that Clank's a robot, and that's pretty cool. And to put those 50,000 lines of code into context, the first PS3 Ratchet game, Tools of Destruction, ran on just over 980,000 lines of code in total. So just this game's spherical worlds alone represented 5% of the programming work of a much more advanced game worked on by significantly more people half a decade later, despite being on much more limited hardware. Tools of Destruction incidentally came out the same year as Mario Galaxy. Also, spherical worlds, fun fact, were originally put together as a concept for the first Ratchet & Clank game, wherein Ratchet would be shot out of Iridia's giant cannon onto a spherical hoverboard course. That was quickly deemed far too ambitious for the first game and pocketed for later, and the giant cannon now instead shoots out T-posing robots disguised as missiles. Yeah. This marks 3 heavily taxing gameplay additions to the Ratchet franchise just on the way to and through Level 2, with a 4th on the way very soon. And I haven't even talked about the small stuff, like this area's wonderful atmosphere, perfectly capturing that up-all-night city aesthetic with dozens of blinding spotlights rotating through the sky, or the even smaller touches, like how the Thugs for Less enemies are assigned left and right-handedness so that they don't all look like just the same enemy model thrown at you a bunch of times in a row, or how in the arenas Ratchet's just referred to as
this guy.
Because while he and Clank may have been household names in the Solana Galaxy for a couple weeks, here in Bogon he's just as much of a nobody as he already was by now on the Solana Galaxy. And I haven't even brought up the cutscenes that introduce us to our next 2 levels. After destroying the jamming array, Ratchet receives new intel from Fizzwidget providing him a chance to infiltrate Thugs for Less during their favorite pastime, hoverbike racing.
Yeah, I'm just here for the bake sales. Oh yeah, I also make these cute gloves for all the guys.
Real badasses there. And after he wins a gadget in the arena called the Electrolyzer, we come back to one of Insomniac's 3 big goals with going Commando. On his way back to the ship, Ratchet receives a hacked transmission from the thief, who has kidnapped Clank and electrocuted him as a warning to Ratchet. Back off or you and your friends will pay. Ratchet's temper instantly flares up as he speeds to Megacorp's bustling corporate city of Megapolis to save his buddy. Since one of the chief focuses of this story was to rehab Ratchet a bit, we'll pretty much only ever see the Lombax angry in this game when Clank is in danger, a brotherly instinct of sorts. He's still got his edgy daredevil attitude, as we see when he receives the hoverbike intel.
Is it dangerous?
No. Actually, yes it is.
Good.
But it's focused far more often in the right place this time, because as will be a running theme throughout the entirety of Ratchet & Clank, say it with me, Clank is always right. Again, nobody said it with me. You guys have to get better at this, come on. Now, if its name didn't make this clear, Megapolis functions as an attempt to capture that same bustling energy that the first game's Metropolis had, but with a perfectly Megacorp twist. This cityscape is eerily sanitized, both directly thanks to the janitor robots that appear whenever somebody litters or, say, vandalizes several trash cans, and indirectly with its more modern color palette choice. In Metropolis, the buildings looked more worn, with slightly dirtier and rusted shades for these mile-high skyscrapers. Meanwhile, with this city, Megacorp has ensured that the entire city is this sea of buildings with little individuality, where nothing stands out from the black, white, and gray shades ordered in the company's style guide. Even when you view the planet from space, you can see the company's meticulous control and planning in effect. I mean, look at those big circles carving into the planet. Those are part of the city plan. When you consider the Ratchet & Clank franchise's penchant for heavy corporate criticism and satire, a penchant that's laid on even thicker here in Going Commando, Megapolis' design achieves its goal of making you feel a little bit uneasy in this galaxy. By the time you reach Megapolis, you'll likely already have 4 weapons, with 2 new ones for you to choose from. On top of the Lancer and Gravity Bomb starter weapons, we've already got the Chopper, which is an arm-mounted Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual Disc that instead of pulling tons of tail, shoots out stars that ricochet and circle back to hit enemies multiple times in a row, and we've got the Blitz Gun, a simple but wonderfully satisfying shotgun that's probably a bit more powerful than it should be at medium range. Although, to be fair, most of this game's guns are a bit more powerful than they probably should be at many ranges. And, fittingly, our new store entries fit that bill pretty well. These are the Mini Turret Glove and the Pulse Rifle. The former allows you to throw down a few turrets that fire at enemies autonomously, and the latter is the series' first sniper rifle. Now, pretty justifiably, you might not think that a weapon like a sniper rifle is incredibly useful in a Ratchet & Clank game, since stopping and aiming isn't exactly conducive to this game's faster pace. But since this thing is incredibly powerful, like rocket launcher powerful, if you use it while strafing and flipping back and forth like you would with any other gun, you're in for a great time. It's worth noting that neither of these are really weapons designed specifically for this level, something that Ratchet 1 excelled at, but that's not a big deal at all. The name of the game here is bigger, better, and more, and giving you more choices and a full choice earlier on makes more sense than drip-feeding 1 or 2 best guns for each area. Putting strategy in the hands of the player rather than the designer ends up being pretty freeing for both, realistically. As usual, we've got 2 paths to choose from here. If Ratchet first goes left after landing, he'll get to use that electrolyzer that he just received to hack open a few doors and take control of indoor construction cranes, and even to jolt Clank back awake. This gadget, more than any other, embodies Going Commando's mentality of keeping the player moving forward towards the main gameplay, with a hacking minigame that never stretches beyond 30 seconds. All you do here is press a button to flip the circuit board's connectors so that the electric currents can pass through all of them successfully. With a few exceptions for optional hidden collectibles and all that fun stuff, these puzzles are incredibly simple, but they don't overstay their welcome whatsoever. If anything, they're probably so short that they just weren't worth the hours of difficulty tuning and hand adjustments that had to be made behind the scenes each time one of these needed fixing. Especially since somebody else on the team designed a second hacking tool that we get to use later on, and that mostly replaces all the times that we would have used this one anyway. I don't really know why we needed 2 different hacking tools. They could have just been 1, and the game actually does this with another Gadget 2 where we get 2 that could have just been 1. But you know what, at least in this case we don't have to equip these like a weapon before using them like we did in Ratchet 1. They're just a button prompt this time, so you know what, that small victories, I guess. After making his way through this chunk of the city, Ratchet is reunited with Clank. These guys saved the galaxy, folks. Now that both of them are trapped, Clank ventures off on his own through an air vent to find a way to escape the room, which means the unceremonious return to Clank gameplay. The Insomniac designers weren't exactly sure what to do with Clank gameplay for the longest time, they've admitted that themselves, so in this case, if you enjoyed the Gadgetbots from Ratchet & Clank 1, these store-brand great value microbots are identical for a cheaper price. You don't have to pay anything, it's just a bad joke. And in lieu of a more interesting concept, instead here we have 3 new types of microbots that each have exactly 1 use. There's the Hammer Bot, which breaks things with its hammer, there's the Bridge Bot, which is a bridge, and there's the Lifter Bot, which, you guessed it, lifts things. They can't even attack. These 3 only serve that one respective purpose each. And the Lifter Bot only appears during this tutorial section, by the way. He never comes back again because the only other time he was going to be used was cut from the game for lack of time. Yeah. The couple times Going Commando has this regular Clank gameplay are still inoffensive, don't get me wrong, they're not actively bad or horrendous or anything, and thankfully these go by a bit more quickly than in the first game, since the microbots, when defeated, will now start running back towards you instead of making you mosey all the way back to their spawn points and reactivate them. Still, these sections are best described as just kind of here. Once Clank breaks Ratchet out of this trap room, our heroes are reunited in full, and Clank joins Ratchet on his back for the rest of this adventure. First things first though, they make their way through the other side of the city to Clank's apartment, along the way littering and destroying the city's cleaning bots because they're secretly a menace to society, or something like that. This planet's cleaning bot gimmick is actually a personal favorite of mine, forcing the player to interact with the environment directly to progress, however small that interaction may be. A great way to bring you into the world more actively, to inject just that little bit of extra flavor. I also love the frequent appearances of the Thugs for Less leader down this path, as he flies by in a helicopter and talks smack before culminating in a boss fight against him. We even get to see the inside of Clank's fancy apartment afterwards, which we previously only got to see in a cutscene, and this leads to the funniest way you get an item in this series' history.
Hey, my old swing shot and grind boots.
Yeah, they just give them to you, no pomp or anything. I'm not even sure why you didn't have them to begin with. Oh, also there's a game pyramid video game system sitting on Clank's coffee table because Clank is a hardcore gamer. It actually used to be a PS2, but Sony had an internal policy of not letting you put a PS2 into the PS2 if players could hit said PS2. If you shoot it with the dynamo, you can play some cute little minigames. Who the fuck is that? Before we leave this planet though, we can actually make use of that swing shot and grind boots combo to reach an illegal arms dealer named Slim Cognito.
Put it in the slot.
In exchange for the platinum bolts you'll find hidden throughout the game, Slim will add pre-selected attachments to certain weapons, such as a shock mod that arcs a bolt of electricity between enemies to deal some slight area of effect damage, an acid mod that deals poison damage to one single enemy, or actually any enemies you hit, and most importantly, a lock-on mod. With this equipped, you can hold down L2 and R2 together to lock on to one specific enemy and see that enemy's remaining health. This is an excellent addition, one that I'm always bummed only works on the guns chosen to have this mod. Sometimes, as improved as it is, the game's auto lock-on feature is still just a little bit finicky, and that can lead to you taking unnecessary damage, and in a game that still doesn't like checkpoints all that much, starting an entire level over because of something that didn't feel like your fault always sucks. Thankfully, lock-on became a standard mechanic in the next game. Checkpoints, not so much. And in case you're wondering why this game has platinum bolts instead of gold bolts, no, it's not because I wrote them a cease and desist letter, but instead because regular bolts from this point onward in the series carry this golden sheen to make them easier to see and more enticing and satisfying to collect. To avoid unnecessary confusion, and since this is another galaxy from the first game anyway, it just kinda made sense to change the secret collectible bolts to something else. The next planet, Barlow, shares a lot of this excellent atmosphere work as well, only from the opposite side of the coin. Right after this shining testament to Megacorp's galaxy-wide success, Ratchet and Clank land on a dusty, deserted, decrepit Gadgetron planet, the company that you'll remember as the weapons company from the first game that's nowhere else to be found in this galaxy. This was their base of operations here in Bogon before Megacorp forced them out and started locking down their monopoly. I mean, that opening camera shot alone with that destroyed Gadgetron sign says volumes about this planet, and that's before you run into the crazed raiders that have taken over the facility, or Gadgetron's adorable but deadly failed pet experiment that now tries to kill everything. No, the Gadgetron one, not that one. Yeah, there we go. Down the main path here on Barlow, we'll fight our way through those Gadgetron Hounds of Cuddly Death, yes, that's their actual name, and the Raider tribes so that we can reach the Thugs for Less hoverbike races that await us at the end. These tribesmen are actually pretty smart too for Ratchet enemies, trying to rush Ratchet in a group while using a giant bridge as a choke point, running for cover when attacked from above, and even trapping him in a small arena to surround and decimate him. I mean, obviously it doesn't work, they're not that smart, but it's more strategy than Ratchet's run into in most of his adventuring so far, and I appreciate that. Barlow is also home to one of my favorite weapons in Going Commando, the Seeker Gun, which, as the name implies, fires out a Seeker missile that travels straight ahead until it detects a nearby enemy, at which point it makes an immediate beeline towards the baddie. Once we meet up with the Hoverbike gang, we find that they more than live up to their introduction earlier. This crew of gruff and tough dudes on the surface that are revealed to be the wimpiest folks imaginable when remotely challenged.
Get lost before I flatten your robot into a hubcap.
Touch him, and it's Plasma City!
Oh gosh, you didn't have to yell. Why did he have to yell?
Aww, I know Ratchet's protective of Clank now, but man, poor biker guy. These hoverbike races are the final maxi game introduced in Going Commando, featuring 2 full race courses, one here and one later, each featuring a handful of progressively more challenging race stipulations. And really, they start out pretty challenging to begin with. It'll sometimes take me a couple tries if I miss a boost pad or two, even after dozens of playthroughs with this game. Like with the arenas, you only need to complete one mission here to progress, and every race afterwards across both courses is an optional way to earn extra bolts. The coolest thing about these races, though, is buried below the surface, as much like Ratchet & Clank 1's hoverboard races, these tracks are hidden in the main level as a way to speed up the game's loading. See, part of Sony's style guide during the early PS2 days required its own franchises to mask or avoid loading screens wherever possible as a way to showcase the improved power of the PS2 and DVDs compared to the original PlayStation's notorious CD load times. This is exactly why games like the Jak and Daxter series masked their loading times with either elevators or doors that opened really slowly but still allowed you to move around in real time. It's why we watch Ratchet and Clank fly through space on their way to each planet, and it's why the hoverboard races in Ratchet 1 and Going Commando's arenas, hoverbike races, and even the electrolyzer puzzle boards are physically part of the same level every level they appear. They're just tucked away somewhere either in the sky or off to the side to be accessed instantly when needed. In fact, the PS2's memory limitations mean that these hoverbike courses, all of the racer models and assets, and even the model for Ratchet himself are smaller and less detailed than the regular game's assets. This is part of why the camera is zoomed out a little bit during these races so that you hopefully won't notice. And all of this work again amounted to these races, like the other maxi games, needing a dedicated effort to design and polish, effectively the work of its own video game at points. Even if it's just a side mode that some players are only going to see for maybe 5 minutes, racing is going to be compared to a full-budget racing project like Mario Kart or the PS2's Kinetica, and space combat, like it or not, was going to be compared to a Star Fox or something like Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3, which came out not a month prior on the GameCube. The amount of effort that went into all of these secondary modes is just incredible, considering that the main game is already so fleshed out and improved. Jumping back for a moment, right before we meet the hoverbiker, we also run into one of the last surviving Gadgetron employees on Planet Barlow, this help desk robot who offers to sell you a handful of the very same weapons that you could get in Ratchet & Clank 1.
Excuse me, I think I just blew another vacuum tube.
Should I have a look?
My word, you young people are so fresh these days.
If you've got a Ratchet & Clank save file, you can actually get each of these weapons for free if you bought it in the first game. It's an awesome little callback and an amazing bonus for returning players, you know, if Gadgetron weapons were really all that useful. However, since they can't be upgraded, their usefulness is already limited. Anytime you're defeating enemies with a Gadgetron gun, you're wasting experience that could go towards one of your Megacorp guns after all. Not that you're really going to be able to kill many enemies with these things, because the Gadgetron guns are also woefully underpowered compared to Going Commando's updated arsenal. Even the Tesla Claw or Visibomb, two of Ratchet 1's most powerful weapons, deal piddly damage in this game. It makes me question why they would even bring the Visibomb back to begin with, considering that the fully controllable missile was one of the most difficult things to design levels around. I guess it was just a flex? I'm not really sure. And these are not really worth buying if you don't have a Ratchet 1 save file, but for free they're a cool novelty, and the help desk lady also has the new Rhino 2 available for a whopping 1 million bolts, so, you know, make sure to start saving up. And before we move on, the secondary path here on Barlow is a fun but short swingshot-based platforming section with a little bit of combat, of course, and this leads us to the other surviving Gadgetron employee, a scientist who's been frozen in ice thanks to his cutting-edge gadget, the Terminator. Once Ratchet breaks this scientist out of the ice with his wrench, naturally the scientist thanks you by making you pay for this new item, because of course he does. And the item allows you to freeze and thaw bodies of water for some specific puzzles both here and later on. It's a really cool idea for a gadget, especially since Insomniac made sure that every body of water interacts with it, except of course for the giant oceans of death that are on some planets. The Terminator is actually required for arguably the best Platinum Bolt hiding spot in the entire game, a water fountain whose stream becomes a grind rail track when frozen. It's just a shame that, like many of Going Commando's gadgets, we don't really get to see this item used to its full potential since it only gets a couple major reps throughout the entire game. While Going Commando is going to keep throwing those new gadgets, gimmicks, and of course weapons at us throughout the rest of this adventure, the meat of what Ratchet 2 introduces has happened in these first 4 planets, between the space missions, the arena, spherical worlds, and now the races. And this is a good thing because there really hasn't been a ton of direct story here. For the entire adventure so far, Ratchet and now Clank have been playing catch-up, trying to track the thief from planet to planet, but always being just a few moments too late every single time. This wild goose chase even gets to the point that on the next planet Notak, Ratchet and Clank call it out directly and blame you, the player, for screwing around with all of the side missions the game's introduced instead of focusing on the main objective. This is one of the few issues that I have with Going Commando. The story seems to struggle to find itself, to justify each new planet or gimmick, and it just moves on before we can really absorb any of it. To be fair, there are a few reasons for this, not the least of which was that the story went through a couple significant alterations multiple times during development, and even then was written in the first place by Going Commando's lead animator, Oliver Wade, not a writer. Outside of the rescue Ratchet theme that Insomniac was focusing on, the plot just kind of meanders from point to point, and it plays pretty loose with its act structure, hoping that the incredibly funny humor and all of the gags keep you satiated until the game is ready to unravel its secrets. To be fair, unless you're analyzing this game critically as I am today, that totally works. You won't notice the plot's issues mounting because the humor absolutely sticks the landing most of the time. I love Thugs for Less, especially as they rapidly become the same endearing but deadly wimps as their hoverbike click suggests.
First of all, whatever slug brain's been eating all the choo-chee bars in the break room, better quit stuffing his face, or else, hey, turn those lights off! It's bad feng shui.
The interactions between the thief and the thug leader are to die for.
You idiot.
Uh-oh.
I'm paying top dollar for your protection, and your moron employees are off at some picnic!
Hey, that was a bonding exercise.
Fizzwidget's quirky habit of using either the complete wrong word for the context or just making up a new word entirely is always enough for a little chuckle, and Going Commando loves to break up the action sometimes with some mid-flight entertainment, like new editions of Behind the Hero focusing on the rise and fall of Captain Quark in the wake of the first game's events.
What a nut! I almost miss that guy sometimes. Almost.
Even when the overall plot may fall short, the jokes almost never miss. After another space battle where Ratchet and Clank rudely break up the Thugs for Less picnic, I'm not kidding, they just barely miss the thief on Notak. Here we can buy the Synthanoids, a weapon that summons 4 small floating robots that hover around Ratchet and open fire on nearby enemies. A perfect set and forget weapon that you can throw out at any time and any situation to complement your current strategy. They're really chatty though. I wish they would just shut up for like 1 second sometimes. Technically, this planet follows the trend of having 2 different paths, although the left path is now completely optional. Originally during development, this fight through the city's promenade area would have rewarded you with an upgraded version of Clank's Hydro Pack that would have allowed you to shoot enemies underwater. This gadget and the accompanying auto-scrolling underwater segments ended up being cut though, and honestly, based on the phrase auto-scrolling, I don't think that's a huge loss. Now for your trouble, once you reach the end, you'll only receive a nanotech hit point, and more importantly, on the way to that ending, you get to see a bunch of Thugs for Less grunts pretending that they're mannequins because this game's humor is just amazing. They find ways to inject character into every single, well, character, even more so than the first game a lot of the time. Arguably, Notak's main path might be the single longest route in any of the PS2 Ratchet games in any level, because it's effectively both a combat section and a separate puzzle section smushed together. There's even a clear breaking point when the duo receives coordinates to Slim Cognito's Ship Shack, a separate level where you can buy weapon and health upgrades for your ship, as well as different ship cosmetics. This is just kinda shoehorned into this planet, I'm not gonna lie, but you know what? More Slim Cognito is always cool with me, so I'll take it. The puzzle section after this makes heavy use of the Terminator as you freeze and unfreeze the chemical plant's water pools to work your way towards the exit. I really like the concept of the Terminator, but this section is just not that good. This section starts out fine, but midway through you're asked to freeze rising and falling pools of water with frankly unreasonable amounts of precision. You have to freeze it just low enough that you can fit through these tunnels, but high enough that you can still jump up and climb out of the tub on the other side. If you freeze just a second too early or a second too late, you have to thaw it out and then freeze it again and hope this time you got the timing right. It's a bit of an unfair ask because there are just too many variables between the water itself rising and falling and the Therminator's two different projectiles, one for thawing and one for freezing, each with its own different rate of fire. Timing your shots so that the very last one hits the water at just the right moment, yeah, that's just not fun. And as one final kick in the pants, at the very end after going through this section, you have to pay money to a group of nerd robots to unlock the next planet.
Hey! What? What? Oh, nothing. Just some robot humor.
I am so glad they got rid of this paying to progress thing in future games because, oh my god. Thankfully, this next level, the Thief's icy base on planet Siberius, is finally where our story starts to advance a bit. And it took long enough because this is right about where Act 1 ends. It's also one of the most impressive levels, not just in the Ratchet & Clank franchise, but in my book, across any game on the PlayStation 2. But first, this opening view is a new favorite of mine, and I just have to draw attention to it for a moment. It took me 19 years to catch that mountain off in the distance, because every time I play these games, I just start moving immediately and I miss the hook. But that mountain, with its ominous ring of clouds, appears, at least to me, to be a little nod to The Legend of Zelda's Death Mountain, a game that's often cited as an immense inspiration on the early Ratchet games. I don't know, as a Zelda guy and a Ratchet guy, I just find that really cool. Once Ratchet fights through the Thief's upgraded defense bots, he and Clank board the Thief's convoy of massive trucks, and what ensues is a high-octane fight spanning across several of these trucks, as the trucks are actually moving in real time. Think the groundbreaking train section in Uncharted 2, except 6 years earlier. And you can tell this was a taxing effort because many projectiles and particle effects react oddly to the constant forward momentum. Most of the time they do keep up, but it's just enough that if you're paying close attention you'll catch it. Apparently this section was such a pain to design for that internally team members joke in the future that no matter how outlandish a level idea might be, it could never be as ridiculous as the idea of fighting on an actually moving train. As I've said a few times already, and as I'm gonna say again a few more times to come, it's just incredible how far above and beyond this game goes. Bigger and better is one thing, but this game was just an absolute moonshot. It's just unfathomable. And we're not even done yet with this level. We've still got our big showdown, a boss fight with the thief, as Ratchet and Clank finally stop that thief from strapping the Furby experiment onto a rocket and blowing it up. Well, okay, the boss fight is kinda... Yeah, that's why I love the Seeker gun. With the experiment finally recaptured, Ratchet and Clank are instructed to meet up with Fizzwidget on planet Tabora. Things go pretty smoothly from there.
How about a little flying music?
This planet unlocks 2 new weapons for you to purchase in the vendor, and these are actually 2 fan favorites. First we have the lava gun, which spews out a continuous stream of lava. It even trickles out a little bit after you stop firing, which makes it the most relatable weapon in the entire series. When upgraded though, the lava gun no longer acts as a fan favorite and instead becomes one of the most controversial weapons in the entire franchise, as the original function of the weapon completely changes. The evolved meteor gun no longer acts as a great area of effect weapon like the lava gun originally did, instead shooting out fiery chunks of magma projectiles. Once the lava gun is upgraded, there's really no other weapon that can take its place either, unless you count the puny Tesla Claw. This became a very important learning lesson for Insomniac, as player feedback after release taught them to never modify the core function of a weapon when it's upgraded. Leveling up should only enhance a weapon's effects or add secondary effects. It's to the point that some players will only use the lava gun to this day to deal damage but never kill enemies, because experience in going commando is only doled out for the weapon that deals the final blow. This way they can avoid evolving the weapon entirely. They hate the meteor gun that much. The other new weapon acts as a sort of replacement for the mini-nuke, as by this point in the game, that gun's starting to become obsolete, and that is the Bouncer. Every shot of this gun fires a bouncing homing bomb that explodes into smaller bouncing homing bombs, and between the satisfying thwump sound as the shots leave the chamber, the homing mini-bombs, and the massive explosive damage it causes, it's just the best. The bouncing, homing mini-bombs became such a popular and satisfying weapon effect that many future weapons throughout this series would adopt them when leveled up, including other rocket launchers and other sorts of bomb weapons. Incredibly though, the Bouncer was a late addition to this game, as another weapon was cut due to being problematic. A polished up version of that cut weapon, the black hole firing Rift Inducer, would later appear in Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal the following year. 3 other weapons were actually cut from this game earlier on as well, one of which never made it past the pitch, and 2 that are still in the game's files. The former is the Rainbow Afrolyzer, a weapon that would spawn a rainbow afro on every nearby enemy and force them to dance uncontrollably to disco music. I know that one sounds pretty familiar. At the time, this was deemed far too time-consuming though, and it was shelved for another day. That same sort of save-it-for-later mentality is also true for the prototyped laser mines, which you can still find and use if you access it in the game's files. These would allow you to string together an electrically charged line between 2 or more placed mines, but given how enemies operated in this game, it wasn't all that useful in going commando, so it was brought back and included 7 years later on more advanced hardware in Ratchet & Clank Future: A Crack in Time as the Tesla mines, where it's still not useful. The final cut weapon that we have access to was a weird pair of boots that would draw a trail of fire behind Ratchet. Again, not super useful, and like these other ones, this was also used by one of the designers later on in the Ratchet & Clank series, although not at Insomniac. After you work your way through a volcanic cavern that, I swear, repurposed some of its design from an optional cavern in the first game, speak of the devil there with reused ideas, you'll run into the thief once again, and the thief's clumsiness once again shows through.
You have 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3.
Whoa! She.
This changes nothing.
I'm gonna go ahead and reveal her name now. The thief is actually a Lombax named Angela Cross, and since she's pretty much gone for the next couple hours of gameplay after this, I'll go ahead and also reveal that she's a former Megacorp employee. She quit and blew the whistle when she found out that Fizzwidget, against her recommendations, was preparing to clone and sell this Furby as a pet, despite the Furby having a known tendency to eat people. Going Commando decides to take its sweet time revealing any of that to you though. All she says for now is this vague warning to watch this conveniently placed TV in the desert, which plays an infomercial for Megacorp's testing facility that answers exactly 0 of Ratchet & Clank's questions about why the Furby is so dangerous. It also doesn't answer why Angela was willing to feed her former co-workers to Oozla swamp monsters. She's not a great person. Those guys probably earned minimum wage. They didn't deserve that. After this bunch of non-answers, and with their ship destroyed, Ratchet and Clank are forced to comb through a massive desert and find 10 of these mystical desert crystals. Without them, this mystic hippie won't fix the ship. There are actually 100 of these crystals in total across this massive sandbox area, and the hippie will happily pay you some good money for the other 90. It's actually kind of poetic that Act 2 begins with a bunch of aimless meandering through the desert because the plot feels exactly like that. For actually all of Act 2 and pretty much the entire rest of the game really. Take our next level for example, that Megacorp testing facility that Angela showed us. You would think that we'd have contact with her at some point here, but no, I wasn't kidding, she's actually gone for the next 4 full levels. On the main progression path, Ratchet and Clank push through a sort of stealth section deep inside Megacorp's facilities. They find the research logs showing the experiment's violent tendencies, and they arrange a meeting with Fizzwidget at a disposal facility to destroy the experiment, except he gives them the wrong password and they have to dogfight their way to safety. After that, Fizzwidget absent-mindedly boasts about his new commercial that he just filmed for Megacorp's arms factory and he hangs up. He just hangs up on us. So Ratchet and Clank go there hoping to find him. They, of course, don't find him, instead receiving a very lucky transmission from Angela on another random wall-mounted TV, which I guess is her specialty since that's pretty much the only time we ever hear from her for most of this game now. Angela tells the duo that Megacorp has already begun mass production of this experiment, i.e. cloning a rabid man-eating monster, and has started airing commercials to sell it to the public as the Protopet. So Ratchet and Clank rush to meet Fizzwidget in Silver City, where the latter is giving away free Protopets to the public, only to be arrested by Thugs for Less because Megacorp outbid Angela's thug retainer and hired the thugs to watch over their increasingly, let's call him, I think the scientific term is, cuckoo president. Again, this is the main story path. It's just incredibly haphazardly strung together by this point, and you can start to tell that Insomniac was beginning to rush. Part of my theory as to why the narrative starts to sort of stretch at the seams involves frequent rewrites to two of our main characters, Fizzwidget, who we'll get to later, and more importantly here, Angela Cross herself. If you're wondering why we're so quickly expected to just trust a character that, remember, needlessly murdered her former co-workers, it's because this was the final pass of several attempts to adjust her character and make her a bit more likable. Apparently, every previous version of Angela just never felt right, and even this one to me still doesn't feel great. When time came to begin writing the next Ratchet and Clank game, Angela was quietly dropped out of this fear that they would run into similar issues with her character yet again. Parts of the Ratchet fanbase did not take that well, and the character has been a source of, frankly, really dumb controversy ever since, including internet forum debates that persisted for years about whether she was even a Lombax or not, complaints about why she didn't have a tail when it was always pretty clear to me that her lack of a tail is why she's so clumsy, and a whole other slew of things. It's to the point that in 2018's Ratchet and Clank art book, the studio straight up apologizes to the fanbase about Angela. Thankfully, this chunk of the game, meandering as it might be narratively, is probably the strongest string of levels to play in the entire game. That stealth path at the testing facility is a really neat twist on players' expectations of what Ratchet gameplay would be at this point in the game, similar to the section in Ratchet 1 that does the same sort of thing, except here you actually have health and stronger weapons, so if you do want to go in guns blazing, you're less likely to die. This section, however, does end with probably the most excessive sequence of padding in any Ratchet game that I can think of. Because this monitor is broken, Ratchet uses a new glider gadget that he found earlier to follow this repair bot through a beautiful, conceptually awesome section, only for the robot to just kind of leave and let you fix the monitor yourself, and then when you teleport back, the TV bribes you before it'll play the cutscene.
Now, let's get the goods on that experiment. What the?
If you wish to progress in the game, it costs as little as $1 a month over at patreon.com/thegoldenbolt.
I think I see the problem.
That's it. This galaxy blows.
The glider item is only used 3 times in the entirety of Going Commando. Once here, once when you obtain it, and one more time near the end of the game. On the bright side, it doesn't overstay its welcome this way, but on the not so bright side, it actually still kind of does. The last glider section in particular can be pretty tough on your first couple playthroughs. In fact, Insomniac apparently received some very angry hate mail from an infuriated parent about that very section. Visually, the glider areas are just incredibly cool changes of pace and scenery from the main gameplay, but since so much as a scrape will kill you, you don't really get to appreciate them as much while you're playing, as you'll be too busy focusing on controlling your momentum, not pulling up too quickly because you'll lose all momentum and die, but also not swinging down too quickly and building too much speed up and then also dying. Plus, if you're a completionist, this section contains a health upgrade vial in the meanest spot possible. I remember this being one of the first things that I had to Google for any video game ever, because the game expects you to swing up with precision so perfect that you'll think it's just not possible, perfectly hug these corners and walls as you do a 180, and inch yourself up with just the right swing so that you can grab the health upgrade and then probably immediately die afterwards. I remember back in 2003, this wasn't even the recommended way to do this online. I figured that out myself. Instead, some players suggested that you do the entire glider section and then somehow spin around and do the whole thing in reverse just to get that one little health upgrade. No thanks. The second path here on this planet was for at least a few years used within the studio as the shining example of how to design a fun Ratchet & Clank level, as it's got a great combination of challenging and satisfying enemy placements, while still making ample use of gadgets like the swing shot and dynamo, and even sneaking in a platinum bolt that requires unique use of one of the weapons. That weapon is the Spider-Bot glove, which you actually can't buy until the next planet afterwards. The Spider-Bot is a spiritual successor to the Visibomb, throwing out a little remote-controlled spider that can damage enemies by exploding, and can also press switches tucked away in corners, behind walls, or in vents which Ratchet couldn't otherwise reach. Outside of using it for collectibles, it's not all that useful for most playstyles, but variety is always appreciated. The only weapon we unlock for purchase here on this planet is a standard rocket launcher, but it's here, roughly halfway into this game, that we find the first armor vendor in Going Commando as well, allowing us to reduce Ratchet's incoming damage with new choices of armor. It's at this point in Going Commando that money starts to get a little bit tight, as you'll have several increasingly expensive weapons to choose from, and the Spider-Bot, which is worth like 50 cents in a used napkin, and also now some incredibly expensive armor upgrades. If you went right to the weapons vendor and grabbed either a rocket launcher or another weapon you were behind on before you saw this fancy new armor vendor, well, you're out of luck for the time being. Thankfully, the other 3 times in this game that we find armor vendors, you'll discover that you can buy a later suit of armor without having to buy the prior ones first, so I usually skip the first upgrade or two because why would I blow 25,000 bolts on 33% damage reduction when I can just wait and cut my damage in half or even more? At the end of this combat path, we return to the spherical world gameplay introduced earlier, but this time as Giant Clank because, in case you forgot, Clank can turn into a giant robot. It's pretty cool. Of the 3 times we see spherical worlds in Going Commando, 2 of them are these Giant Clank boss fights. First, we fight the Thugs for Less leader here, in the process destroying a city so hard that the Man of Steel himself would be proud, and later we can fight an optional flying saucer boss to obtain the Mapper, highlighting secret areas on the world map. As I said in the Ratchet & Clank 1 retrospective, I've never been one for the Giant Clank gameplay beyond the initial, wow, this is awesome, I had back when I was, 8? Giant Clank gameplay on a spherical world though? No, it's still kinda just here. Like, it's incredibly cool that it exists, but I would rather have seen some more consequential use of the globe gimmick in proper Ratchet gameplay, since we only really fight a handful of enemies during that first introduction to these spherical worlds. We would have to wait another year to see these spherical worlds reach their logical conclusion in a full, traditional Ratchet level. After beating the Thug leader again, we get to refill our rapidly depleting wallets a little bit as, interestingly, the game throws all of its maxi games at us in rapid succession yet again at this point in the game. Down the main story route, we've got space combat challenges at the disposal facility, and here on the planet Joba, we have both the completely optional second set of hoverbike races and a whole second arena where we obtain 2 new gadgets. The gravity boots, which allow us to scale magnetic pathways on walls and ceilings, and the Infiltrator, that second gadget that allows us to open doors, which I mentioned earlier. And on the way to that arena, we also obtain the Levitator from that shady Rhino salesman from the first game, except now he's really tall for some reason. This gadget allows you to gain a ton of altitude and cross vast distances, provided that your very limited fuel doesn't run out at least. Outside of the Levitator needing fuel, this thing only has a marginally different core function from the glider, with both of them acting as situational, flight-based tools that require perfection thanks to one-hit deaths. Since both the Levitator and the glider are only used a handful of times each, there's little reason why we needed multiple half-baked gadgets other than for variety's sake. Oddly enough, both even act as prototypes for greatly improved gadgets that are introduced much later on in this franchise. I don't even think I would mind having both if they didn't make you pay for the Levitator. At least the glider was free, but I hope this thing's worth like 20,000 bolts to you. Actually, I hope you even had 20,000 bolts, because there's a decent chance that you might not if you bought either the Spider-Bot or this planet's other new weapon, the fantastic Plasma Coil. Or, again, if you bought any of the other weapons that you might be behind on. There's a good chance that you've skipped a few guns by this point, since there are more planets that introduce 2 weapons in this game than there are that only introduce 1. This is part of why the game tosses a bunch of side challenges at you in rapid succession here, because Insomniac clearly wasn't sure yet how to balance things like weapon costs, how many bolts you earn per level, experience earned from defeating enemies, how quickly a weapon should be made obsolete, and all of that boring stuff that we as players never think about unless it's negatively affecting us. Hell, at this point in the series, every type of enemy was still being programmed on a level-by-level basis rather than at a more global level, even recurring ones like the Thugs for Less grunts that function identically from mission to mission. Really, that's true for everything in this game, from enemies to teleporters. All of what you see was put together individually, even if that meant copying and pasting the code again and again and again. Just about the only things that weren't done this way are, oddly enough, the explosions, because every explosion in Going Commando is a permutation of one single explosion effect, with the parameters able to be easily modified and repurposed quickly. Since levels would often be assigned to specific programmers, designers, and artists, and made from scratch in 5-week batches, there wasn't enough of a focus at the very outset on doing a little bit of work ahead of time to save everybody a lot of time later. On one hand, this leads to those little moments like the thugs posing as mannequins or playing rock, paper, scissors before they're alerted, that little extra bit of love that goes in when a developer truly makes something their own. But on the other, so much work was being done to fine-tune this game at a micro level that it was perhaps a little bit too late once everybody stepped back and realized, oh, yeah, we've got 2 gadgets that open doors, and we've got 2 flying gadgets, and we really aren't using any of these gadgets much at all, and wait, why are there 2 wrench upgrades when we're trying to get people to stop using the wrench? It can almost feel like there were too many cooks in the kitchen at times, even if that led to some of those more charming individual moments that might not sneak into a more optimized development structure. For example, the Megacorp Armory features a robot fizz widget guiding tourists through the company's history, showcasing some of its early rocket prototypes. Not only can Ratchet relentlessly kill these tourists again and again and again, hundreds of times over, to the point that the help desk tells you it's alerting the authorities, players can also damage and destroy each of these rockets, which have different effects. A few of them crumple and just kind of explode, while one of them will lift off for just a second before crashing back down, and the final one is a successful and complete liftoff going all the way into space until it crashes back down later in the level and kills one of the more difficult enemies. That last one I never noticed until this most recent set of playthroughs. It's amazing how many new things you can catch each time you play these games. Nobody wrote one of these into the game's script or anything, this was just a designer having a fun time at work. Although, now that I mention the script, I should point out that in the HD Collection version of Going Commando, the Fizz Widget tour guide actually glitches out and doesn't say anything where he would have said flavor dialogue during each stop on this tour. That's one of a good number of smaller bugs exclusive to this HD collection, the most noteworthy being Ratchet's helmet during cutscenes being a bit larger than it should be and seemingly floating above his head. I'll talk in more detail about why the HD collection runs into so many smaller issues when we get to Ratchet & Clank 3, as that game tends to get the brunt of it. The worst that we get here is the helmet bug and an otherwise completely playable game, at least on PS3. The Vita versions have their own fair share of larger issues, including strafing being locked to what feels like one specific spot on the top right side of the handheld's back touchpad, which in my experience means that you're just not going to strafe in that version, which also means probably don't play that version, honestly. At the end of the main path at the Armory is Angela returning by way of a conveniently placed TV, like I mentioned earlier, and this scene also features what I'm certain has to be the most subtle Final Fantasy reference I have ever seen. Ratchet suddenly gets super serious talking about the dangers of the Protopet, completely out of nowhere, and James Arnold Taylor delivers a line right out of his performance in Final Fantasy X.
This could be our last chance. This may be our last chance.
There is no chance in hell that was unintentional. This planet also features an even more optional tertiary path where we meet a Captain Quark superfan, to whom we can later trade a Captain Quark statue in exchange for an increased pickup range for bolts. After that, we'll never see this guy again, definitely. I promise. Never. The Silver City level right before Ratchet & Clank get arrested is one of my favorite levels in the entire Ratchet & Clank franchise, just a constant barrage of combat encounters against Thugs for Less, which probably should have been assigned now that I think about it for Ratchet & Clank to turn back around. It's got the best levitator section in the entire game as you fly through moving traffic. There's an awesome grind rail through a construction site, fights where you're running down the side of a building fighting enemies while using the gravity boots, enemies that use their gravity boots to rush you across a spiral magnet track, this dude breaking the gravity boots and ascending to space, and a secret teleporter that only works at exactly 3 AM. The level just doesn't let up from start to finish, and the subsequent jailbreak level holds that pace as Ratchet and Clank split up and make their way out of the prison ship, the very same ship that Ratchet broke into at the start of going Commando. This is the sort of eureka moment for Clank gameplay for me, at least up until this point in the series. The gameplay isn't any different from the previous instances of Clank gameplay, but alternating between Clank's sections and the solo Ratchet sections that follow gives just the right feeling of forward momentum that Clank's levels usually tend to halt. Instead, the pace halting here is performed by some levitator sections above rising and falling lava, where we can meet the plumber, who's apparently the only plumber in the universe, why is he so far out of his own galaxy, and we run into Angela's convenient TV placement yet again.
Hey, who's that?
Meow?
Wait a minute.
With Angela captured, the duo chases the Thugs for Less fleet and powers their way through the gang's base of operations. Usually this Thugs for Less planet is considered the biggest difficulty spike in the game, and rightfully so, but man, I just love going through it. Fighting hordes and hordes of Thugs for Less goons, tanks, and choppers, watching pieces of their armor flying off as I damage them, watching the goons use the flaming carcasses of the tanks that I just destroyed as cover, and getting ambushed again and again. It's exactly the kick the game needed right as it was starting to slog again not that long prior. It's a good thing too that this is one of the few planets with an armor vendor in case you want to upgrade, and it's placed right before the hardest part of the level too. Of course, if you've purchased the shield charger weapon, you may not need that armor, as this bubble shield will allow you to take a good number of extra hits before it breaks and then before you would take more damage. For players that do struggle though, this will probably be the first time in going Commando that the game's under-the-hood difficulty tuning system starts working. See, across the entire Ratchet & Clank franchise, there's a pretty secret system in place that will give you a break if you die a few consecutive times. Perhaps it'll spawn 1 or 2 fewer enemies, or it'll give them a bit less health and a few more bolts, or your weapons will start packing a bit more of a punch or gain experience a little faster. Sometimes an extra health crate will spawn next to a nearby stack of crates. Likewise, if you're just blowing through the levels and not having any trouble at all, the game will try to rubber band itself to keep you just challenged enough that you're progressing, but still being forced to use all the different weapons and experience all of the game's feedback loops in simultaneous synergy. It's subtle enough that I don't believe anybody noticed it for almost a decade until former Insomniac's Mike Stout and Tony Garcia revealed this existed in 2011 during their developer Let's Plays of Ratchets 2 and 3. There are many other examples of this sort of nudging for the benefit of the player, both in Going Commando and beyond. Ammo crates, to name one of these, don't decide which ammunition is contained within until the moment you break them, at which point the game gives you some combination of either ammo for the weapon for which you're lowest on ammo, and or the weapon you've been using most recently. For the regular crates, all of the crates and enemies in every level tend to add up to give you a specific total of bolts per level, and if you miss a stack of crates, the game will automatically add those bolts to later stacks to make sure that you're never too far behind where the game wants you to be, and the game determines in real time what will be the most satisfying quantity of bolts to pick up for that value. It's far more satisfying if the game throws 100 pennies at you instead of 4 quarters after all. It's amazing how many little tricks are built into these games to keep you perfectly hooked all the way through, and you'd never think about any of them until you first hear about them. Once you know they exist though, the games shine even brighter in that new light. The final encounter against the thug leader at the end of this level though could have used a bit more light on it. Dude's got another, even bigger giant mech somehow, and we're in for a city-wide fight against this seemingly unstoppable behemoth. In terms of scale, this fight is an incredible game of cat and mouse as you flee through the streets and onto rooftops, avoiding the mech's laser attacks, dodging as he throws entire spaceships at you, the works. The way the game wants you to play this fight, though, sucks. There are a couple dozen turrets mounted across these rooftops, which control simultaneously too loosely and too stiffly somehow, and once you enter a turret, the thug leader will fire homing missiles at you. Half the time you're in these turrets, you can't even hit the giant mech directly because you're focusing on shooting the homing attacks out of the air. And the turrets do such a tiny amount of damage, and he breaks them so quickly and forces you to move back around the city, that this turns into the world's sleepiest war of attrition. I much prefer my method, which I call using the bouncer. With the fully upgraded heavy bouncer, you can take down more than half of the mech's health just by shooting at its cankles. It's a lot more fun, and it's more reason why the bouncer is just the best. After Ratchet checks on Clank, who's been on his back the whole time, and almost forgets to save Angela, the person he was supposed to be saving, she decides she doesn't like being corporeal and quickly sends us to the next planet, where she contacts us from yet another convenient TV. It's actually impressive how much literal screen time she gets compared to how little we see her in person. This next planet, Smolg, begins the weakest act of the game, as Going Commando starts to slump to the finish thanks to crunch in part due to the game's earlier overloading of innovations. As Megacorp's main distribution facility, some parts of this level are really neat in scope, like the vast gaps between ships forcing you to use the levitator to fly off into the distance, but in general this level just kinda sucks thanks to the time constraints. The dynamo puzzles aren't really fun. The levitator section also isn't exactly what I would call fun, since it's just throttling with the X button and moving forward. The mutant enemies can get pretty tanky with how much damage they absorb, and the drab color palette is thematically appropriate, but it doesn't make it any less bleh to see. And then at the end, the game makes you pay 40,000 goddamn bolts to watch a cutscene! Please, stop, my family needs to eat! Did he just— this motherfucker just ate my money! What are you, some kind of goddamn vending machine at the grocery store? Fuck you! The next planet, the icy tundra on Grelbin, is one of the most infamous in the franchise thanks to the Yeti enemies that'll quickly swarm and overrun the player. This is the second of the game's wide-open crystal collecting worlds, although at first only a small lower level is accessible, not the entire thing. The Yetis were intended to act as a smaller swarming enemy, similar to the bugs that appear in the desert, but because this level was so horrendously behind schedule and the original developers didn't have the time to finish it, control was given at the last minute to programmer Tony Garcia, who only had 3 days to code the entire thing. So across 3 straight days, and presumably on just about 0 sleep, he threw away all of the work that was done already rather than piece together whatever the previous programmer was trying to do, and as an aside, as somebody with programming experience, I've done exactly that before myself. Interpreting somebody else's code is about as bad as learning a new language sometimes. And he coded in just those 3 days everything you see in this level from scratch. And naturally, this led to some balancing issues with the Yetis. Namely, so many of them pop out at once that it slows down the game. Their attacks come out incredibly quickly and have little cooldown before they can attack again. They have way too much health, and I believe they're one of the few enemies in the game that cause touch damage. The level got so many complaints, not just from fans, but from current and future Insomniac developers, that Garcia was eventually given an award for how bad it is, and seemingly to this day, Insomniac still gives out the Snow Beast Award after most projects, the dubious honor going to whoever was responsible for the worst thing that shipped as a part of each game.
Keep in mind, that sounds far worse when said aloud than the trophy is actually intended to be. The act of shipping even the worst thing in a game is still shipping something in a game. There's not anything that anybody on any team will be perfectly satisfied with, and if you get a little roasted for shipping the worst thing, you still finished it.
What these previous 2 planets share is that each of them, along with the next planet Damosel, contain one of the 3 pieces needed to construct our final gadget in the game, the Hypnomatic. Damosel is another awesome city planet, a fight against both the protopets that are reproducing en masse because they reproduce asexually by vomiting. Yep, these Furbies are just reverse Kirby too, and the robot exterminators that are programmed to kill anything fuzzy, including, well, Ratchet. There's really not another level in the franchise that has as much clear utility as this one, that feels like an actual place that could exist. You start the level by fighting your way down a regular city street with apartments on both sides of you, with citizens fleeing around you, before battling through a park, through a bank, through grocery stores with aisles filled with protopet boxes. Oh yeah, by the way, they were shipping these living creatures in sealed cereal boxes. The grind rail track that leads to the final Hypnomatic part pushes you across a series of levitating train tracks, and the trains themselves are being derailed because of the Protopet's attacks. I love everything about this planet's atmosphere, even if I do wish the Protopets would stop puking for one goddamn second so I could kill them all. Oh, also, more Jack and Daxter. Once you have the Hypnomatic put together, by the way, you have to pay to put it together because of course you fucking do after getting all 3 parts, you use it a grand total of 3 times. Once as the tutorial right here, once when you revisit Grobin to access the secondary path, and once on the final planet in place of the Clank section that was cut for time. This means that all the work you did across the entirety of this game's 3rd act was effectively just padding. Again. You're starting to get a picture of why the story is one of my issues with this game. The Hypnomatic isn't even all that cool of a gadget, it just lets you take control of one specific type of robot, and then you fight past more of this same type of robot to hit a switch somewhere, and your health bar as these things is also a timer. If you hit 0 before switching to another robot or completing your objective, the bot dies and you start over. Thrilling. In my opinion, it's not worth the work that went in, both for the developers and for us as players, especially when 2 of the 3 planets required to get this thing are kind of slogs. But once Ratchet and Clank can clear out the robots and the Protopets in front of Angela's home, we're in the home stretch. She gives Clank her old Megacorp ID card to get into Megacorp's headquarters, and off we go. If this feels a bit anticlimactic so far, it's because it is. Good observation. While this final planet uses just about every gadget and mechanic introduced in the game, besides the Levitator and the Glider and, Clank, and acts as a really strong climax mechanically, there's really not much urgency narratively. Originally, there was going to be a space battle involving Ratchet taking out the planet's defenses before landing, but there just wasn't enough time left this late into the project, so they were rushing to the finish line. After the duo blasts their way to Megacorp's front door, Angela shows up and uses the ID card that she gave them anyway, when the whole point was that she could get in without it, but they couldn't. Okay. Before they get inside, though, Clank's secret admirer Infobot, who we've seen a couple times throughout the game by now, stops them and reveals the big twist.
Steve McQuark! Indeed.
It's Captain Quark that's been behind the Protopet menace this entire time. For the entirety of Going Commando, Quark has been disguised as Fizzwidget. That's why he gets all those big words wrong, because he's trying to impersonate somebody who's smart. He's been sending Ratchet and Clank on tangents and giving them the wrong password as a way of trying to get them out of the picture. He manufactured the Protopet Crisis to frame Ratchet as payback for ruining his career in the first game, and he's planning on using this opportunity to springboard back into the limelight. But since he's a bumbling idiot, he messes it up. Quark takes the device that Angela had brought in that would reverse the hostility of both the original Protopet, the Proto-Protopet if you will, and every other Protopet in the galaxy, except he puts the batteries in backwards. So instead, it turns the Furby into a giant, angrier Furby. Ladies and gentlemen, our final boss. If this all feels like a very random 11th hour twist, it's because it was. Insomniac realized partway into development that they were really missing Quark and the humor he brought to the table, so they wrote him into the game and added the behind the hero documentary clips as a way of keeping him in the player's mind until the big reveal. It's actually a pretty solid effort, but it doesn't exactly stick the landing when we're fighting a giant chicken McNugget as the final boss, especially since this boss, in response to the first game's final boss being so brutally difficult, is a pushover of a chicken nugget. It's such a bad final boss that I genuinely don't recall seeing that many of its attacks during dozens and dozens of playthroughs of this game in the past, because it's that easy to kill that most of its attacks don't even have time to come out before I beat him. Like, I didn't even know until my most recent run that the tractor beam bomb returned in this fight, one of the few times a gadget is used in a combat scenario in the entire franchise. In pursuit of avoiding one extreme, they accidentally collided with the other. Once Ratchet and Clank defeat the Protopet, they flip the battery and reverse the effect, turning every Protopet docile instantly and saving the galaxy in one fell swoop. Angela finds the real Fizzwidget tied up in a supply closet, Quark is taken away, and in a beautiful spin on the first game's ending, we've got a damaged robot to fix. This time it's not Clank, but his new girlfriend. This is the clearest do-over moment for Ratchet in the entire game, where instead of joking and walking away from a friend in need like in the first game, he promises Clank that they're going to fix her. There is really no better way to show you the differences between Ratchet 1's Ratchet and Ratchet 2 Onward's Ratchet than by showing those two scenes back to back. Aside from a couple post-credits scenes, that's the end of Ratchet & Clank Going Commando. As weak as the story may be at times, and as much as it slumps to the finish, there's no question that Going Commando is an incredible achievement of a game, and that the few shortcomings it has are an Icarus situation, where they flew too fast and too high and got a little burned by it. But when you've only got 10 months to make a game and you choose to go this ambitious, I can overlook most every issue. Going Commando set the standard by which every subsequent Ratchet game would follow. It's easily one of the best games on the PlayStation 2, and it's easily one of my favorite games of all time. Only enhanced now that I've taken another critical look at the game and its development. And there's still even more to discuss, because these games just keep on giving even after one playthrough. Like with Ratchet 1 before it, Going Commando has a challenge mode, a New Game Plus mode where enemies are more difficult, bolts are more plentiful, and more secrets are available. In Going Commando Onward, challenge mode would include a bolt multiplier, which would provide you even more bolts if you could defeat groups of enemies without taking a hit. This was a way of daring players to become more and more adept at the game, rewarding you with up to a 20 times bolt multiplier. And let me tell you, once you've defeated the optional swamp monster boss and obtained the box breaker, there's nothing like performing a slam attack and seeing all of the breakable objects around you exploding, watching the entire game slow down because of the amount of bolts on screen at once, and earning tens of thousands of bolts from one move. It's just beautiful. And with all of those extra bolts, you can buy more things in challenge mode, including the final armor, the 90% damage reducing Carbonox armor, as well as the challenge mode exclusive weapons and new mega upgrades for all of the weapons you already had. Besides the Sheepinator, the Rhino 2, and the Zodiac Mark II, which is a screen-clearing instant kill weapon named after the strongest weapon in Insomniac's first game, Disruptor, every other weapon has a purchasable mega version that increases damage output, max ammo, and other variables. This includes the Gadgetron weapons too, although only the Megacorp weapons can earn further experience and level up one more time to a final, Ultra variant. This gives you another incentive to keep playing challenge mode for another full playthrough or two, to keep seeking out the rest of the platinum bolts, to try out the game's skins, to check off the game's skill points, and to see every secret in the extras menu. There's also one challenge mode exclusive weapon in the form of the Clank Zapper, a weapon that's pretty clearly a last-minute addition based on how useless it can be, and the fact that it doesn't have a mega upgrade either. All it does is give Clank laser eyes that randomly shock an enemy every now and then. You can't even see the ammo count either since it's a passive weapon, so you never really know when you've run out, and you can't really rely on it whatsoever. There's also one main game weapon that I haven't mentioned up until this point because I always forget it exists. The hover bomb gun. It fires either a regular bomb that just kind of hovers forward, or if you hold circle, you can control the bomb's movement at the cost of you not being able to move yourself. That secondary effect is about as pointless as it sounds, but the gun does do a good amount of damage, and it's essentially a precursor to the motion control weapons that would appear in the PS3 Ratchet games. Going Commando's challenge mode also features a first-person mode that was clearly tossed in late as a fun bonus. You can tell it was a late addition because in first-person mode, you can infinitely jump if you just jump and throw your wrench at a wall over and over and over again in midair. Many a speedrun strategy has been discovered because of that glitch. And if you do everything, that is, if you buy and fully upgrade every weapon and find every platinum bolt, you'll unlock one of gaming's coolest completion bonuses ever, the Insomniac Museum. This was a passion project by designer Mike Stout, a way of showcasing cut content and cool development secrets of both of the first two Ratchet games, all in its own dedicated, playable level based on the Insomniac office. There are few games that value replayability and completion and show their appreciation to those players that eat up every piece of info as well as these early Ratchet games do, and stuff like this or the full Monster Encyclopedia are why. You've been hearing Mike Stout's name quite a bit throughout this video, and it's because Stout seems to greatly value the stories behind a game's development. His developer Let's Plays of Ratchet & Clank 2 and 3 have been sources of entertainment and previously unknown information both for me and thousands of others for a decade now. I still remember finding his channel back in early 2012 and feeling like I'd discovered this gold mine. He's the one pretty much solely responsible for the Insomniac Museum, which would become an on and off tradition in the series going forward, and he's been kind enough to take the time to chat with fans in the past and answer questions. Much of the research work that's gone into both this retrospective as well as the next two started with the leads that he provided either directly or indirectly, so I owe Mike my thanks for that. Going Commando actually sold slightly worse than the first Ratchet game, but was still an instant and overwhelming success both critically and commercially. And it was more than clear to Sony that they had a huge moneymaker with this duo. But where does Ratchet & Clank go after two best-selling games in 2 years? What new stake can be raised after you've made a perfect sequel? Well, remember, as I said at the start of this retrospective, a perfect sequel does not make a perfect game. So, the only way to go from here is up. If you forced me to name a favorite video game of all time, it would be tough, but more often than not, I think I'd say Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal. This, perhaps more than any other, is the game of my childhood, a title that I've beaten well over 100 full times. In fact, there were times when I would come home from school, my homework already done for the day, and I would sit down and complete a full playthrough before I went to sleep that night. A game that took the explosive stakes of its predecessor and ramped up the intensity even more with sprawling battlefields, a complete story with more on the line, and a menacing, all-time great villain. Every single thing that Ratchet & Clank 3 did, I loved. As a kid. But when I look at Ratchet 3 today, do I still feel the same way? Are all the things that the younger me adored the same things that I seek out with a Ratchet game 15 years later with a different perspective? Or, in Insomniac's pursuit of perfecting their ultimate vision for this trilogy, did they maybe push a bit too close to the sun this time? Losing some of what made the first two games tick and shifting towards level designs and styles that I actually didn't care much for in future titles? And after dozens of hours of research and conducting interviews with some of this game's developers, speaking on their time with this culmination of the Ratchet trilogy, uncovering previously unreleased info about its cut content and development issues, can I today reconcile my love and nostalgia for this game with the sky-high expectations and heavy workload of making 3 full titles in 3 years? A pressure that drove so many Insomniac employees to leave within a few years of this game's release. This is often considered the best game in the Ratchet & Clank franchise, and as I said, it's probably my most coveted game of all time. But, as we've gone through already with the first two games, I don't make exceptions. We're going to break down this game and its rocky development and put it back together again, raising it up and letting the light shine even on those dark crevices. This is Ratchet & Clank 3, Up Your Arsenal. The story of Ratchet & Clank 3 begins in much the same way that the development story behind the game does. After saving 2 galaxies in 2 years, our heroes are, well, heroes. They're celebrities. They're full-blown household names. Ratchet is enjoying the high life in the duo's megacorp apartment, while Clank's a movie and holovision star now, which is pretty cool, donning a suit and fighting criminal masterminds on screen as Secret Agent Clank. And the fame certainly hasn't gone to the sidekick's head at all.
Bring the car around, Jeeves. That was terrific.
Yeah, great. Change the channel.
But the man said to stay tuned.
When Ratchet flips the channel, he finds that his old home planet Veldin is under attack by an alien Tyrannoid army under the command of the evil and mysterious Dr. Nefarious. Now, hopefully the real world doesn't have a Dr. Nefarious or an alien invasion, although I wouldn't complain about a Secret Agent Clank TV show. Behind the scenes, a third Ratchet & Clank game was a foregone conclusion well before the second game was even finished, and Insomniac was enjoying the limelight as one of the foremost and most respected studios in the entire gaming industry. Going Commando had been developed in less than a year, a game that was 150% larger than the original according to Insomniac, and as pre-production began on what would become Ratchet 3, an outline was crafted for a game that would be 150% larger than that. The studio's upper brass seemed to know before Going Commando's release that it would be their highest rated game to date, and they were already itching to top it. So Insomniac underwent another hiring spree, now reaching nearly 120 developers that would be dedicated to just this project. All the while, a smaller, separate team was already designing ahead for what would 3 years later become the PlayStation 3 launch title Resistance: Fall of Man, having to stab in the dark and guess what that system's hardware specs would even look like. And in the background, work also began on an in-house level designing tool to facilitate better coordination between level designers and programmers in the future. Many of these new hires, some fresh out of college, were huge fans of the first Ratchet & Clank game, brought in to work on Ratchet 3 before 2 had even been released, or at least before they could have a chance to play that game for themselves. But what does a game 150% larger than the already massive Ratchet & Clank 2 even look like? Well, to start, Up Your Arsenal technically wasn't a one-team project, it was two, because early on it was decided that Ratchet 3 would be Insomniac's first online game, featuring a full multiplayer mode that Sony could use to market the new PlayStation 2 broadband adapter for the original PS2 model, as well as the new Slim PS2 that included broadband support natively. With none of Ratchet 3's systems in place yet, the multiplayer was developed separately from the main campaign using weapons from the first two games and later roped back into the main concoction. And that multiplayer also needed to work both with 4-player split-screen offline as well as 2-player split-screen online gameplay, which required a complete rework of just about everything that Insomniac had ever done. Additionally, following Insomniac's narrative struggles in the first two games, the studio brought on its first dedicated writer, Brad Santos, to weave a wider, more cohesive, and more coherent tale that would pay equal respect to the first two games while wrapping up this trilogy. And feeling like there was little left to do in the Bogon Galaxy, Insomniac, like our heroes, decided that it was time to come back home, to revisit many levels from Ratchet 1 and build a larger world, a larger universe from which this series could expand in later games. A game that was only slated to have about an hour of cinematics and cutscenes lining up with the first two games, Up Your Arsenal actually ended up with over 100 minutes of these cutscenes, biting off far more than initially intended thanks to a far more involved script. Incidentally, biting off more than intended as far as animation goes is kind of an Insomniac staple at this point, with the studio frequently underestimating how much time, effort, and money the cutscene work will take, which can sometimes lead to a little bit of corner cutting. Now, to reiterate, this team in 3 years had tripled in size from 40 to 120 plus, having made 2 games in back-to-back years. It was now working on 2 more games simultaneously, one on next-gen hardware that hadn't yet been finalized, and the other a 2-team project itself featuring the completely untested water of PS2 multiplayer. And despite Ratchet 2 already cutting it pretty close to the deadline, Insomniac yet again only gave itself 1 year to make an even larger game whose scope continued to increase even midway through production. Full steam ahead is a massive understatement. It might even be a bit weak to describe this project's goals as insane, and that's not me editorializing. Insomniac's chief creative officer Brian Hastings said as much in this game's post-mortem, saying, "We knew we were taking on the most ambitious project we had ever attempted, and we began to think we had bitten off a little too much this time around." And yet, when Up Your Arsenal somehow released a week ahead of schedule, it blew away everybody. Ratchet 3 to this day is Insomniac's highest rated game thanks to all of that dedicated work, thanks to having a designated story writer so that the writing didn't take a rushed backseat to the more important stuff, thanks to the incredible suite of features, larger battlefields, more vehicles, its array of side characters, thanks to Insomniac's hiring of a dozen more QA testers, thanks to an unprecedented 9 playtests and focus tests, and thanks to the united efforts of everybody at the studio determined to get get this game right no matter what it took. Also known as crunch. That's not my word choice. That is again Brian Hastings. According to his postmortem, the animation team crunched to finish the much more packed 100 minutes of cinematics because everybody had underestimated the screenplay and nobody timed everything out. The new hires were effectively crunched in their training process and thrown right into the fire because Up Your Arsenal quickly fell behind schedule, and because of that, Insomniac later outsourced the multiplayer's entire lobby system to another studio because they had kept putting that off to work on more important features, and that part is because Insomniac dedicated just one programmer at first to work on the multiplayer, who they then pulled off of the online for a bit to help make sure that going Commando didn't get delayed. You're probably noticing a bit of a pattern here. This game was a lot, and even a few weeks before it went gold, just like so many games before and since throughout the industry, nobody inside the studio was really sure whether it would all come together or if it would be an absolute unmitigated disaster. I've spoken to a number of developers that worked on Ratchet & Clank 3 about their time on the project. Some programmers, some designers, each with a wholly unique experience that I'll share with you in their own words to the best of my ability. What I can say right now in my own words based on these interviews as well as the rest of my research and more importantly by playing this game for the 100-something time is that I don't look at, again, probably my favorite game ever the same way anymore. But that's not because of comments or allegations of crunch. It's not because Insomniac is secretly some evil corporation. To the contrary, it seems clear to me based on my research on this project as well as future games in this series that they've learned so many lessons thanks to these early Ratchet projects and that today they likely take better care of their employees than most of the rest of this industry. If they didn't, we would probably know by now. The reason I think my opinion on this game has shifted a bit is because thanks to this pursuit of bigger, better, and more, and because everybody was so fully invested in making this project work, even if it meant staying late or cutting some optional content or any number of compromises, nobody really had the chance to step back and wonder if it was all the right kind of more. Even as a kid, it was unfathomable to me that this game could be made in a year, and that's because it was an unfathomable feat. But playing it as an adult, as much as I love the story, as much as I love the weapons and the upgrades and all of the rest of the things that we'll be digging into, it starts to homogenize. We lose many of the branching pathways that planets would give you. We lose the platforming or puzzle sections that broke up the combat, because platforming was a bit of a dirty word in the mid-2000s. And although I loved the insanely polished gameplay and combat, I think Insomniac took Up Your Arsenal a little too much in that direction. Unlike with my retrospectives on Ratchet & Clank 1 and 2, I can't walk you down memory lane planet by planet, interweaving discussion of new mechanics with analysis of the level design and story beats, because almost every level is a linear combat encounter, and almost every mechanic is just taken wholesale from 2 and improved a little bit here or there. Many of the things that I would praise in this game, I already did in Going Commando. So instead, we'll work through this game's fantastic story, mostly planet by planet as I've done before, and we'll talk about the journey that led to this game coming together against all odds. We'll talk about those compromises that were made to get to what's considered the pinnacle of this franchise, and we'll talk about why I've started to look at it a bit differently today. When Ratchet & Clank land on Veldin, our heroes meet the new Galactic Rangers, an elite group of robot troopers currently tasked with stopping the Tyrannoid invaders. Okay, new might be a bit of a stretch. It turns out they've been around for a while and were just nowhere to be found during the events of Ratchet 1.
Hey, look! It's a new sergeant!
Huh?
Here, Sarge, you can have my gun. There's too many of them! We're all gonna die!
Also, elite may have been a stretch as well. I guess Ratchet is just their commanding officer now. But whatever, they gave us 2 guns, so I'll consider it an enlistment bonus of sorts. One of the things you'll quickly discover in Up Your Arsenal is that these Tyrannoids make up the majority of the game's enemies, a contrast from the first 2 games where most planets had their own unique creatures for Ratchet & Clank to fight. This was part of a dual effort to tie the story together with a unifying foe, an evolution of the Thugs for Less in Going Commando, as well as a way to save time and resources that could be better spent on other features instead of designing enemies that you would only see once. Even as it was, a few Tyrannoid enemy designs were already cut due to a lack of resources. Throughout the game, we'll see 4 different ranks of these aliens, with their strength indicated by their size as well as their number of eyes. Unintentional rhyme there. The little one-eyed grunts will only take maybe a wrench hit or two, while the 4-eyed generals will need a lot more firepower. And more firepower is up your arsenal's specialty, as the name would imply. Although there are actually fewer weapons here than in Going Commando, 20 compared to 24, every weapon in Ratchet 3 can be upgraded to level 5 instead of just once. We start out on Veldin with the Shock Blaster shotgun as well as the Nitro Launcher bomb launcher. I gotta be better with my script today. And the game takes no time at all giving you access to more weapons. By level 2, we'll already have a third of the weapons unlocked, and by the end of Act 1, we'll be able to purchase 15 of the 20. Whether we'll have the money, that's a different story. In case throwing weapons at you doesn't give you confidence in the game's ability to raise stakes, after Ratchet fights his way through the Tyrannoid mechs and fighter ships, blasting through his old neighborhood and even into the wreckage of his garage home from Ratchet 1, you'll rendezvous with another Galactic Ranger squadron and lead them on a halo jump deep into enemy territory. Within 5 minutes of picking up the controller, you're jumping out of the back of a dropship and free-falling with your own militia past enemy missiles. It's a complete adrenaline rush. Now, something interesting that I rarely see discussed is that it's never actually explained why Nefarious chose to attack Veldin. Even though Ratchet just so happened to land right by his old house, it doesn't appear that this Dr. Nefarious, whoever he is concerned with our hero at all. Veldin throughout the series is described as a worthless backwater planet. It's obviously just a convenient excuse to get our heroes back home and kick some nostalgia up for players, but it's just kinda interesting. This second stage of Veldin's invasion gives us a primer for one of Up Your Arsenal's key gimmicks, the sprawling battlefield arenas that we'll be frequenting throughout this game. These function as a great technical showcase, solid world building, and another smart optimization move, allowing the game's designers to repurpose many of the large multiplayer maps across multiple missions featuring these Galactic Rangers battling the Doctor's Tyrannoid army. While this area specifically isn't reused elsewhere, it's just a taste of what's to come very soon. After driving off the Tyrannoid invaders, Ratchet and Clank are put into contact with the Galactic President, Bill Clinton.
How are things on the front lines, soldier? Is that Secret Agent Clank?
Greetings, sir. We are here to help.
Well, this is an honor, and I see you brought your chauffeur along.
What? No. Hold on a second, sir.
Agent Clank, we must stop Dr. Nefarious.
You heard me. The President of the Galaxy in this game that came out in 2004 is furry Bill Clinton. Alright, this cutscene has got to be the most densely packed with humor in the entire franchise. It's not even 2 minutes long, and it just leaves me in stitches. We've got Bill Clinton being a fan of the fictional Secret Agent Clank character, somehow not remembering that Clank or his chauffeur Ratchet were the two that saved the galaxy 2 years ago, likely during his term in office. The whole sidekick gets all the spotlight and praise gimmick with Ratchet being blown off is always a great shtick, especially since Clank just leans into it. The President's top secret report on the only man to face Nefarious and survive is an exaggerated, made-for-TV documentary on the History Channel, and barely 10 minutes into this game, we get a dick joke.
I seen him run right through our camping site. He was buck naked, screaming and holding a banana. Or maybe it weren't a banana. It could be.
One of nature's mysteries.
Followed by the President insisting that whoever that jackoff is, they are the only person who can possibly save this galaxy, in front of the 2 guys that have saved 2 galaxies in 2 years, including this one. It's A+. This is why you hire a writer. As we move into the game's first proper level, this jungle on planet Florana, we run into some of the usual third game syndrome that tends to hit so many iconic franchises. The first game introduces everything and tends to stumble in a few spots, the second game fixes almost everything up and sets the tone going forward, and the third game tends to struggle to introduce many new features that don't end up feeling like unnecessary gimmicks. In this case, Insomniac had been struggling to think of new, meaningful types of crates that could complement the regular crates, ammo crates, nanotech, and explosive crates that had all been here since Game 1, as well as the metal crates that were in 1 but barely used in 2. The two new ideas that got implemented are pretty gimmicky timed power-ups that only last about 30 seconds. We have the Inferno Crate, which makes Ratchet temporarily invincible and allows you to kill every enemy in one hit with your wrench, and the Jackpot Crate, which gives you a 2x bolt multiplier similar to the multiplier you get in challenge mode in Going Commando Onward, except here you can't increase it past 2 times by killing enemies, but it also isn't taken away from you for taking damage. Neither is really used more than a handful of times throughout the game, or to really meaningfully impact gameplay all that much, but they were cool enough ideas to be included, and that was enough for company founder Ted Price to buy a case of beer for the person that thought them up. There was early on a third new crate type that would permanently upgrade your weakest weapon by 1 level, but that actually took away from playing the game, so that was cut pretty early on. And honestly, that's for the best. I usually avoid even using the Inferno crates, since using them means that you're wasting enemy experience that you could be earning for your weapons. And speaking of weapons, Florana gives us access to 2 new ones to purchase in the shop. We have our standard blaster weapon, which is just kind of a blaster, nothing to write home about, and the Plasma Whip, which has a much more interesting story. While playing around during pre-production, programmer Tony Garcia wanted to design an enemy that used a whip with realistic animations inspired by Soul Calibur's Ivy. However, to save the already swamped animator's time, he developed a whip that was coded to flow and react dynamically based on enemy and player positioning, although it didn't react realistically due to hardware limitations. But after the work that went in, and based on how impressive the whip looked when tested on the Chainblade boss from Ratchet 2, it was instead implemented as a really cool weapon for the player to use. And then, in a funny twist of fate, realistic whip physics were then tested by the team working on Insomniac's PlayStation 3 engine, and somehow that work was then reworked back into this game on weaker hardware as an enemy weapon. So 2 whips made it into Up Your Arsenal that reacted differently to their environments, and later in the first PS3 Ratchet game, a whip weapon was included again, but that one didn't revisit either of these dynamic styles, instead being hand animated and ending up as a rather boring weapon. Funny how that worked out. After fighting their way through the dense jungle, or just skipping the level with a well-placed jump, Ratchet and Clank run into a dense character. If the blurry silhouette wasn't clear enough, the former hero that we were looking at before is none other than Captain Quirk, driven so insane by his 2 consecutive failures at the hands of Ratchet and Clank, or maybe just by the crotchetizer tests, that he's secluded himself to a life as the leader of a monkey tribe. That life includes bestiality.
It was mating season. How could I have known she was your sister?
In his simian haze, or maybe because of some sort of simian syphilis, Quark makes the duo trek through the path of death, and then fights them head-on, becoming submissive once defeated as he sees Ratchet as his new leader. With Ratchet, Clank, Quark, and his monkey companion Scrunch all crammed into the tiny ship, the group heads to the Starship Phoenix, the first proper hub world in the Ratchet franchise. The Phoenix addresses many of the smaller issues that Going Commando had, for one, giving you a reliable location where you can purchase armor upgrades at any point in the game, rather than sprinkling only a couple armor vendors on specific planets. It's also home to a virtual reality arena where you can gain experience for your weapons and health, an onboard video game system that we'll talk about later, and the Gadgetron weapons vendor on this command ship lets you try before you buy in that arena, which is really cool. But even cooler, this vendor lets you scan your memory card for a Ratchet & Clank 1 save file, and if you've got a save from after you spoke to the Gadgetron president in that game, you'll be given the permanent 10% employee discount just as he had promised you'd be eligible for after 2 or so years. Don't you just love continuity?
It's so hot, it's cool.
I think I got the wrong guy.
After many of this game's missions, you'll travel back to the Phoenix as a way of debriefing both Ratchet and Clank as well as the player, giving you a place to anchor yourself to this story, and, most importantly for the more imaginative younger players, giving you a place to connect more with all of this game's side characters and feel more at home in this universe. A few Galactic Rangers are constantly patrolling the ship's deck, different characters will occasionally chime in over the intercom, and a bit later on in the game, we'll be able to just hang out on the bridge and listen to flavor dialogue where different crew members make small talk.
You talking to me?
Do you have any idea what I'm supposed to be doing?
No?
It's these little pieces of world building that made me absolutely fall in love with this game back when I first played it, even more so than the first 2. Even if they were just throwaway lines, and even if this is just a basic hub, it added an extra sense of place that got me wondering what other stories could be told about Ratchet & Clank's expeditions as Galactic Rangers. It's the kind of home base that lends itself incredibly well to a serialized cartoon series, something in the vein of a kid's version of Star Trek, which I think now does exist. It'd be a good opening and closing location to serve to reset after every adventure. When I was 9 or 10, I wanted a model of the Phoenix. I wanted action figures to play with and act out my own dumb Ratchet & Clank adventures. Hell, I even sent Sony a letter at the time, a handwritten actual letter, suggesting that they make a toy line out of this game and its sequel, Ratchet Deadlocked, while I was thinking of all of the possibilities. And one of Sony Computer Entertainment's representatives even indulged some dumb kid and actually wrote me back, politely declining the idea, of course, before making an action figure line a couple years later anyway. I'm not saying they took my idea or anything, obviously. I'm sure they got dozens of these letters just like mine. But I am saying that if they did take my idea, they'd have made some bangin' Starship Phoenix and customizable Annihilation Nation or Dreadzone playsets, and they never did. Pfft, cowards. Shortly after landing on the Phoenix, Captain Quark and Scrunch are placed into the starship's convenient zoo enclosure, which is just part of the regular living quarters, and I'm glad they have that for a rainy day like today. And Ratchet and Clank prepare to formally meet the Phoenix's captain, Sasha, but when they enter the bridge, they find Sasha responding to a distress signal from President Clinton, who happens to be her father.
Mr. President! Dad! Are you there?
Dad?
Which makes Ratchet's earlier comment a little bit awkward.
Will you marry me?
Dr. Nefarious's troops have invaded the galactic capital on planet Marcadia, breaching the presidential compound, and the good doctor releases a warning shot to the galaxy, and what a perfect introduction to this character. In his transmission, Nefarious announces his plans to decimate every organic life form in the galaxy as a part of his goal to head a robot uprising. And he's even got his butler Lawrence doing sign language interpretation for any deaf robots out there. What a nice guy. With at least a bit of an idea now of who they're up against, our heroes rush to the capital city to meet up with the Galactic Rangers and secure the capital. Although the first level Florana was a split from Up Your Arsenal's high-octane Tyrannoid fighting introduction, a sort of cooldown to allow for some necessary exposition, Marcadia reaffirms that whether the pace is fast or slow, Ratchet 3's level design is taking a drastic shift from the first two games. Rather than separating different gameplay focuses into distinct and separate pathways, Insomniac began chaining them together in a linear sequence, effectively taking their design philosophy for just the final levels of the first two Ratchet games and implementing that back across almost every level here. On Veldin, we fought through two phases of invasion back to back. On Florana, we made our way through the jungle and then walked the path of death before our boss battle against Quark. And here on Marcadia, we'll be fighting through the capital city before taking on our first series of sprawling Ranger battlefield missions, and then finally culminating in a puzzle section inside the presidential compound. With very few exceptions, every level in Ratchet 3 is chained together in this linear fashion, and even those exceptions depend on what your meaning of the word branch is. Two of those branches are optional series of battlefield missions that only unlock after you finish the main level, so not really a branch at all, just an optional bonus. One of them is the crystal hunting excursion that returns from going Commando, again unlocked only after you finish the level, leaving 3 levels in total that actually have multiple branched paths. For comparison, Ratchet 1 and 2 each only had 4 or 5 levels that did not have multiple separate paths. I say all this to highlight one of the larger sticking points with Up Your Arsenal. While so many fans adore it for being that complete package that both Ratchet 1 and 2 struggled to be at points, others lament that this game's great story and gameplay improvements came at the cost of, to them, that irreplaceable feeling of exploration and variety that made Ratchet. You cannot go wrong with any of these games. Each of them is one of the best that the PS2 ever saw, but over time, Up Your Arsenal's popularity has wavered a little bit because of its linearity. Me personally, I jump back and forth, because I did love that almost light Metroid approach that Ratchet 1 and 2 had at times. I loved how going Commando was able to raise every single stake except for maybe the main villain. And I love that Up Your Arsenal raises its stakes in a very different way, including that main villain. Although the vast majority of this game's levels might be linear, that they're broken up into these little segments enhances each level's feeling of importance. It makes shorter levels feel bigger, better, and more meaningful to the overall story, and not just because of the occasional extra loading screen to mask that these levels were now too big to be contained in the PS2's 32 megabytes of memory. Let's take Marcadia for example. That initial linear rush through the city only lasts a brisk 5 minutes, bookended by quick cutscenes featuring the Rangers. You'll have just enough time to test out the returning Suck Cannon, or the new Infector weapon that turns enemies against one another, both weapons that you can buy when you first reach the Starship Phoenix. Or maybe you'll use that time to level up one of your current weapons once or twice, but otherwise, this is a quick in and out string of fights. After that, you'll spend only about 10 minutes in total clearing the presidential compound in this game's first series of Galactic Ranger missions, with this whole set of missions reusing this one flat little oval courtyard that happens to double as a map in the multiplayer. You won't really notice the reuse or repetition though, because the missions mask it well, whether you're being thrown into a turret and destroying waves of dropships, or running back and forth across the battlefield clearing Tyrannoids, or staying close to some Rangers and defending them while they make repairs, or running back and forth again across this little map, but this time blasting more Noids with the Galactic Rangers' help and turning both cranks to activate the perimeter defenses. Between the mission variety and the Rangers' funny combat dialogue and anecdotes, these 10 minutes blow right by, and before you know it, you'll be meeting with the president.
My daughter tells me you're a man who's good with his hands, Ratchet.
Sir, I swear I never—
The city's laser shield went down during the attack. Now we are defenseless without it.
And then moving into the Planetary Defense Center to restore the city's shield system, where you're given the new Refractor gadget. With many of the Insomniac designers' ideas exhausted by the back-to-back of the first two games, designer Mike Stout turned to a tried-and-true inspiration: Zelda. The Refractor's gimmick was directly inspired by The Legend of Zelda's Mirror Shield, allowing you to redirect laser beams, including some enemy attacks, and I'd argue its Zelda inspiration is part of what makes this one of the better gadgets throughout the entire series. I mean, after all, if you're gonna take from the best, right? The Refractor sections are simple to grasp, quick to execute, impossible to mess up since the puzzles only work one way, and yet they still make the player feel like they've actually done something, even if that something is just moving a beam of light slightly. And once you've completed all of the puzzles, you're rewarded yet again with another cutscene, the fourth one in just this level, where Ratchet and Clank run into Big Al for the first time since Ratchet 1, the latter giving the duo a Captain Quark playable vidcomic that might just be the key to jog Ape Quark's memory. By funneling the level design together in this manner, yes, we did lose some planetary exploration, but we gained a more focused mission structure that better fit this game's plot, and it helped us gain a plot whose quality wasn't a common point of debate like with the first two games. No matter which game in this trilogy is your favorite, it's just about unanimous that this game's story earns high marks. And with cutscenes acting as semicolons just about every time the game jumps from one section to the next within a level, you can see both how these raised stakes bring the best out of the levels, and why the animators struggled to finish all the cinematics on time. And what's perhaps more interesting is that Up Your Arsenal, despite aiming for a shooter platforming balance, lost much of that platforming focus as a result of this chained level design. This was the point at which Insomniac felt it had really hit its stride, and where the studio had discovered exactly what it thought made a great Ratchet & Clank game. This so-called Ratchet checklist would be tweaked and tuned over time as more games would come out, but internally, this was the first time a game featured the entire checklist, including a well-written buddy story, ensuring that Captain Quark was included from the outset, focusing on these vibrant worlds, and of course that trademark, whimsical, Douglas Adams-inspired humor. And for those of you that might be too young to recall who Douglas Adams is, he's actually the second president of the United States. Yeah, small world. Other focuses of this little internal checklist include weapons that were both creative and strategic, an attempt that's clear here with weapons such as the Infector, but maybe not a successful attempt since the more strategic weapons tend to be outclassed immediately. And although a shooter platforming balance was touted as a key ingredient in the Ratchet formula, Up Your Arsenal is undeniably more of a shooter than a platformer in almost all of its main levels. Really, the main platforming that we'll see in most levels is in the form of the strafing side jumps that players use to dodge and duck between enemy fire. That's the most platforming that we get in the main game, but there's actually an entire platforming game within a game in Ratchet 3, that Captain Quirk vidcomic that we just received from Big Al. While Quirk was an early focus of Up Your Arsenal to avoid another last-minute rewrite like Going Commando, the gameplay of Quirk's vidcomic ran into some notable struggles. In addition to acting as another fun way to forward the main plot and give us backstory about Quirk, Nefarious, and their early battles, these sections are the main chunk of gameplay variety that Up Your Arsenal sees besides the Ranger missions. Initially conceptualized as its own Mega Man X-styled side game focusing on Quirk, and later lumped into Ratchet 3 as a game within a game, with bits of backtracking, puzzles, and 4 different weapons that Quirk could swap between as if he was a little mini Ratchet himself, these 2D side-scrollers ended up going through a major redesign due to their overambitious scope. Just as Insomniac had run into in Going Commando before it with the space combat and the racing, it rediscovered here that designing a minigame that feels true to the world of the larger game can require the same amount of work and polish that designing an entirely separate game itself would be. And considering that there was also an entire multiplayer game being designed separately from Ratchet 3 as it was, as well as new versions of racing and space combat being ground up redesigned from Going Commando, and those Ranger missions that required weeks of work to put together thanks to ground up reworking of the game's enemy pathfinding, at a certain point it's just not feasible, both thanks to the physical restrictions of a PS2's disc size, as well as the lack of time they had to do all of this to begin with. It also helped that the game's target audience, kids aged about 10 or younger, first off by and large wouldn't even know what Mega Man X was at the time, and that some of these kids apparently struggled during focus tests with the subpar original designs of the 2D platformer gameplay. Remember that side-scroller gameplay on consoles had been dwindling during the early 3D era, and that the Nintendo DS came out after this game. Even with the great sales of the Game Boy or GBA, there were more kids that hadn't played many side-scrollers than had. And on top of that, given this game's constant struggles with development timelines, it just wasn't possible to rework the original gameplay design in a more user-friendly way without going well out of scope. In Ratchet 3's secret Insomniac museum showcasing some of the game's cut content, you can find the much harder original version of this first vidcomic, with multiple branching pathways that you needed to explore to unlock the main path forward, and you can find another cut vidcomic level that was much heavier on the platforming, the original test level for this gameplay approach. Both of these are, frankly, not really all that fun, and even a seasoned platforming fan could run into trouble on these, and since it wouldn't have been smart to lock progress to a secondary game mode with which many kids might struggle, the gameplay was dialed back into a far more basic platformer. With a slimmed-down version of Ratchet's main gameplay, Insomniac ensured that players could easily transition back and forth between these 2D Quirk vidcomics and the main 3D attraction, and Insomniac worked in further incentives so that players would look at these vidcomics as a positive instead of just another side gimmick. For example, each vidcomic has a skill point that challenges you to beat it in under a certain time limit, and somehow these vidcomics pay you in real bolts for beating them, or, as I like to call it, a reverse microtransaction. If you collect all 100 of the Quirk tokens sprinkled throughout each comic, you'll get a titanium bolt for your troubles, which in this game are used to buy different skins for Ratchet. With far more forgiving checkpoints than the rest of Up Your Arsenal, you'll never have to worry about dying or losing the tokens you've collected thus far. And if you find the hidden green Quirk token in each of these levels, you'll gain a permanent health increase for Captain Quirk that tracks across each episode of these vidcomics, encouraging at least a little bit of exploration, even if it wasn't nearly as much as originally scoped out. And all of these changes worked because the vidcomics were some of my favorite parts of Ratchet 3 growing up, because they were just the perfect bit of variety sprinkled in at just the right story beats. And since this is the most platforming that the game had, and I love me some solid platforming and collecting, it scratched the itch enough that when I was younger, I never really thought about how combat heavy the main game was compared to the first two. Plus, with such ridiculously exaggerated, quirked up stories that even the vidcomic's own narrator scoffed at, they fed well into the rest of the game's humor. This first vidcomic, for example, opens with Quirk supposedly fighting off a spaceship full of robotic pirate ghosts, a plot so asinine that the narrator refuses to read it. I mean, who would actually make that?
I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
But somehow, this dumb plot is enough to jog Monkey Quirk's memories in the real world, and soon enough he's back to his old self, for better or worse. In fact, in the time it takes Ratchet & Clank to fight through a death course and some arena battles for the hit game show Annihilation Nation, Quirk's already cleaned himself up. He's rewritten his own personal history so that instead of going insane, he was actually protecting wildlife. And with President Clinton's blessing, he's taken charge in the war on Nefarious. Annihilation Nation is Up Your Arsenal's main arena, a destination that, like the Starship Phoenix, will come back to a couple times as the plot necessitates. In this first instance, Ratchet & Clank head there to obtain the Tira-Guise gadget, an updated holo-guise from Ratchet & Clank 1 that instead of changing Ratchet's appearance to that of a robot, instead turns him into one of Nefarious's alien henchmen, convenient for those high-stakes break-ins. While they're here, they can also grab the second Quirk vidcomic, which isn't actually needed to progress the story, and complete a number of extra challenges to earn bolts and experience. Along with the Phoenix's VR arena that I mentioned earlier, these two feature in total about twice as many missions as the arenas from Going Commando, although a good chunk of these are actually death courses rather than regular arena fights. The death courses are half Wipeout-styled obstacle courses except above lava instead of water, and half fighting against robot gladiators along the way. All of these follow similar paths with slightly changed parts here or there, but on top of the sleazy game show vibe they give off with cameras flying right in your face and the fake suspense of being forced to go through door number 1 or 2, they're different enough and spread out enough that they're a fun distraction. And again, more jumping to balance out all of the shooting is a plus with this game, so I'll take them. The regular arena challenges are great as well, with new round types that'll sometimes pop up like the Sleeper round, in which Ratchet is constantly losing health, or one where you're forced to randomly change weapons. Annihilation Nation is also home to 2 new bosses, one a tag team fight against a brother and sister duo with the sister using that physics-based whip I mentioned earlier, and another against a French alien brain in a jar controlling a flaming scorpion tank because Ratchet and Clank. By the time you first head to this arena, you'll already have 8 weapons either available for purchase or already in your arsenal, and by the time that you come back a few levels from now, that'll be up to 13. That's, again, 13 out of 20. Since Up Your Arsenal is really forward with unlocking weapons, but simultaneously really stingy with its weapon prices, it's best to clear out the arena as soon as you possibly can, because otherwise you'll be playing catch-up the entire game both with bolts and with weaker weapons, and because you'll have fewer bolts, you'll be forced to wait on buying the upgraded armor sets, and with fewer combat encounters, you'll be leveling up Ratchet's health less. So essentially, the arena is expected to be part of your playtime here, not just a bonus like in Ratchet 2. Even with the 10% Gadgetron employee discount, I usually can't afford the Spitting Hydra until after a few of these arena challenges, even though it's available for purchase as soon as you get to level 2. And once you get to the arena, you'll have to spend 54 to 60,000 more bolts if you want the Agents of Doom, an upgraded version of Ratchet 1's Glove of Doom. And trust me, you want the Agents of Doom, because as they upgrade, they unlock shoulder-mounted laser cannons and eventually explode in a nuclear eruption when they charge into enemies. The Annihilation Nation arena is incidentally the main place where you'll end up using the Inferno crate, since you'll be invincible while in Inferno mode, and this giant invincible disco ball turret thing is a real pain in the arsenal. Whenever you decide you're done with the arena detour, you can head back to the Starship Phoenix, where Quirk establishes a new supergroup of elite soldiers, the Q-Force. And by elite, I mean Ratchet and Clank, who do all of the work, plus Quirk, Helga, and Al, who pretty much only ever sit there, Sasha and pro hoverboarder Skid McMarks, who actually help out a couple times, and Scrunch the Monkey, who's somehow the most helpful one besides Ratchet and Clank themselves. Essentially, this all sounds like a dumb Ratchet & Clank fanfiction, bringing back in a bunch of characters from the first game and throwing them together in a ragtag group for no reason, which kid me loved, and, well, actually adult me loves this too because it's all just played so well that it works. Quirk unveils the first of his brilliant crayon-drawn infiltration plans.
First, Ratchet and Clank will descend to the sea floor and wade through a series of tunnels flooded with waist-high raw sewage.
What?
Please hold your questions until the end of the presentation.
And from there, Ratchet and Clank head to Nefarious's underwater base on planet Aquatos, where players get to deal with an escort mission. Fellow Q-Forcer Skid decides to show up and help the duo by hacking into parts of the base's mainframe. Huh, he's a hacker. I wonder if that'll ever show up again. Nah, it probably never will. But since Skid's such a wuss, you've got to defeat every nearby enemy before he'll move forward. At the very least, he doesn't take damage, so it's not really a true escort mission, and I'm happy about that. One touch I love about this level is that most of the enemies you'll fight are the amoeboid monsters that make their first appearance since Ratchet & Clank 1. This won't make much sense at first, but if you go back and play the second Quark vidcomic you got at the arena, you'll find out that Nefarious created these amoeboid monsters during his first attack on the galaxy, and he happened to be responsible for the infestation that you fought through in Blackwater City in the first game. It's an awesome little double punch of lore that rewards you for putting the dots together. After escorting Skid through the first part of the base, featuring, fun fact, the only underwater swimming sections in the entire game, which is probably fair since I don't know really what else you can do with swimming sections after the first two games, Skid runs off when he gets frightened by Slim Cognito. You know, the guy from Going Commando that sold you weapon mods. Apparently he fled the Bogon Galaxy and went into hiding after selling a... well, you know what? I'll let him tell you himself.
I had a small run-in with the cops concerning a suck cannon upgrade that was mistakenly sold to a minor. I swear the kid looked 18.
Nope, don't like that one bit. But hey, he's offering us some of our old Megacorp guns from Going Commando, so a sale's a sale. And if you have a Going Commando save file, he'll give these weapons to you for free. For now, we can get the mini turret glove and the lava gun, and a couple times near the end of the game, he'll call Ratchet back to let him know that he can buy some new weapons that, quote-unquote, fell off of a truck. The Bouncer, Plasma Coil, and Shield Charger. Hearing that both the Bouncer and Plasma Coil are back is great news since I love those guns, but even better news is that unlike the weapons that were carried over from Ratchet 1 into Ratchet 2, these guns were rebalanced with up your arsenal in mind, so they're actually useful. While I still love the Bouncer, and I actually think that the Plasma Coil is better in this game than it was in Going Commando, the Lava Gun is the most noteworthy of these additions, as it's a little note from Insomniac saying, hey, we listened, sorry. In Going Commando, this weapon upgraded to the Meteor Gun, and it completely changed the basic utility of this weapon, but here it will instead evolve into the Liquid Nitrogen Gun at level 5, still spewing the same liquid spray as the Lava Gun, but instead freezing enemies solid. The mini turrets, when upgraded, will begin teleporting to follow you, and they'll start shooting at crates when no enemies are nearby, which are both great upgrades to keep these things useful, although they did get a bit of a nerf damage-wise compared to the previous game. As for the Shield Charger, well, you actually can't get that until the final level of this game, so it's really not all that useful until Challenge Mode. After putting it in Slim Cognito's slot, Ratchet and Clank split up and work together in one of the coolest sections of this entire game, as we jump back and forth between our two heroes as they help one another break into Nefarious's inner chamber. Not only is this probably the best Clank section in the PS2 Saga of Ratchet games, it's, I'd argue, probably the best one all the way until 2009. In part thanks to Clank's new Banana Gun, which he can use to lure Scrunch the Monkey on the switches or distract enemies from Clank. Although the Banana Gun is a simple addition, Scrunch is a great way to spice up what would otherwise be the same old gameplay that we already exhausted in Ratchet & Clank's 1 and 2 using the returning Gadgebots. Again, nobody at Insomniac really had any great idea of what to do with Clank by this point. However, the addition of Scrunch isn't the reason that this section works so well in my opinion. Instead, it's the stakes behind the Clank gameplay. As Clank works his way through the upper path, we'll jump back down to the lower path and take control of Ratchet, who's using his new Tira guys to blend in with the little alien guards and talk his way past the gates in their language, Tiranese, which is just burps and farts. Naturally. The actual Tira Guys minigame itself, like the Clank gameplay, isn't really that great on its own. This is just an average little rhythm minigame that's saved by the hilarious written dialogue between the Tiranoids and Ratchet. Seriously, somehow writer Brad Santos was able to sneak in a line about amoeboids gone wild, including the line, "You won't believe what those slimy co-eds will do when the cameras are rolling." I cannot believe that line made it through, but somehow the sum of these two decent at best parts works to become a greater whole. Maybe it's because what would otherwise feel like two different pointless stealth sections have a direct purpose towards one another. We see Ratchet get the Tiranoids to raise a bridge so that Clank can advance in his section, and we see Clank unlock gates for Ratchet to get through. And unlike a similar back and forth section in Ratchet 2, we see this teamwork all in real time as the camera pans between our two heroes, who finally kind of feel like equals for the first time during this section. It's one of the few times in the entire Ratchet series that we get to have Clank working side by side with Ratchet rather than just being a backpack or going off on his own, and it's just about the only time it happens outside of the co-op games. As a result, it's far and away the most important that Clank feels throughout this series, again, probably until 2009. Well, at least until 2008 if we count the Secret Agent Clank video game. And speaking of Agent Clank, it helps Clank even more that these sections feel like actual stealth sections that could take place in his fictional films and shows. It almost feels like this Agent Clank character maybe helped him out a little bit in training for moments like these. It may not have trained him, though, for the revelation at the end of this level that Dr. Nefarious is the biggest Secret Agent Clank fan in the entire galaxy.
That is rather disturbing.
With some encrypted coordinates now in their hands, the duo regroups back at the Phoenix, or if you'd like to take a bit of a detour, they can spend some time hunting for sewer crystals to sell to the plumber. If you're wondering what sewer crystals are, it's poo. Crystallized poo. In an attempt to bring back the crystal hunting from Going Commando, while also saving time and resources, the crystals in this game are thrown into a series of indistinguishable sewer tunnels where the only enemies are amoeboids and big amoeboids. At 2,000 bolts per turd, I would call it a good way to earn bolts, but where Going Commando's crystal sections were invigorating changes of pace thanks to their wider level design, in a game here full of wider battlefields, this is an uncharacteristically claustrophobic slog, to the point that even finding your way to the central sewer line, which will bring you back to the start of the area, can take far longer than it needs to. We'll call this another casualty of time and resources, although part of it is that one of the area's designers immediately pawned it off to somebody else when he realized it wasn't going to turn out well. Following Quirk's next harebrained plan, Ratchet and Clank join the Galactic Rangers on a fight through the Tyrannoid home planet, Tyrannosis. With a name like that and such a similar red-brown color scheme, Sony should count itself pretty lucky that it didn't receive any menacing letters from Lucasfilm. This is easily the most experimental planet in Up Your Arsenal, beginning with a halo drop deep into Tyrannoid mortar encampments before opening up into an almost Halo-esque battlefield where you'll drive a machine gun-mounted buggy across a wide map to take down 4 enemy bases in whichever order you desire. It's such an oddly refreshing breakaway from anything Ratchet had attempted prior, and it's successfully able to simulate this huge, massive planet-wide conflict, even though the only friendly soldier you'll run into is Scrunch, who mans, or monkeys, the buggy's machine gun. Each of the 4 bases spread across this map open up their own unique combat encounters, ensuring that none of these 4 feel like retreaded ground, and once the massive anti-air turrets at all 4 bases are destroyed, the Galactic Ranger dropship can move in and take this invasion to Phase 3 of 4. Inside the Tyrannoid hive, we get the single most Zelda boss in the entire Ratchet & Clank franchise, and it just so happens to be one of my favorite bosses too. I mean, right down to the Tyrannoid Queen's introduction, it feels like a love letter to Ocarina of Time's Goma. All we need is the boss's name to pop up as menacing text on screen, and for this thing's weakness to be her eyes. Obviously, fighting this thing isn't going to be a one-to-one Zelda affair, but thanks to the arena's grid structure and her attacks, she'll be a very pattern-focused fight as you're pumping her full of lead while constantly backing up and jumping to dodge her sweep attacks. When you've dealt enough damage, like any good Zelda fight, the Queen breaks into her second phase, but first we pan away from Ratchet and into the perspective of one of the Queen's eyes, still controlling our hero as he flees from her missile barrage, but from her point of view. Again, this sort of thing when I was younger, mind-blowing. And after a more difficult second phase in a more open arena with no pillars for you to use to hide from the Queen's machine gun attacks, you'll finally defeat her, only for Quark to take all the credit and public adulation, of course. But even after all of this, there's still some work you can do here on Tyrannosis if you want some extra bolts, as the Rangers are invading the Kavu Island Combination Tyrannoid base and multiplayer map. This string of missions acts as a basic primer for Ratchet 3's multiplayer Siege mode, taking you from your allied base all the way around this crescent map to destroy the disco ball turret things that protect the enemy base. Along the way, you'll even get to try out the new hover ship, and as a treat, you'll get to fight these homing launchers that fire missiles directly up into the air off-screen so that you can't see them coming back down to hit you. That's not a treat at all. With no fair way to dodge their attacks, this missile launcher was the second recipient of the Snow Beast Award. It probably says a lot that even when it comes to these Ranger missions, the big new gameplay gimmick that was meant to carry up your arsenal a bit, I'm not talking a ton about the game's combat itself, because anything I could say I've already exhausted just by saying it's Going Commando, but a little bit better. For one, that's a massive testament to how amazing Going Commando is, that the best that they could do and what's often considered the best Ratchet game is just more of that one. But it's also a testament to Up Your Arsenal's unique position behind the scenes. According to programmer Tony Garcia, who had worked in quality assurance on Ratchet 1 and then as a programmer on Going Commando and Up Your Arsenal, one of the things about Ratchet 3 that was very interesting was that the team working on Ratchet 3 was pretty young in a lot of areas. I don't have the numbers exactly, and while there were a lot of veterans on the team, I do believe that we probably had more very new to the industry types working on that game than we had on the previous projects. In addition, because we were now working on the third game in the franchise, we were also breaking some interesting new ground in that people who were coming on board the team were coming in as previous fans of the franchise, which wasn't something that had been possible on 1, obviously, or 2 since it turned around so quickly. With a team made up of not only less experienced workers, many fresh out of college mind you, but also fans of the Ratchet franchise already, fans that again, keep in mind, likely couldn't have played much if any of 2 before they'd been hired to work on 3, it feels to me that this team was put into a bit of a unique situation, where the current Insomniacs knew exactly the kind of game they wanted to make, a bigger and better Going Commando, while the new blood was working on the sequel to the sequel of the game that they had loved, working with the people that had made that game, leading them by example, without having fully played the game that bridged the two. To draw a comparison here, this would be like a college student who played and loved The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, getting hired to work on Majora's Mask just a few months later, even though they hadn't gotten past the Kid Link part of Ocarina yet. Except remember that I noted earlier that the onboarding process for new hires was greatly accelerated thanks to Up Your Arsenal almost immediately running behind schedule, so now that college fan doesn't even get a full proper training before being thrown into the fire. Sprinkle in a bit of the design team running out of many interesting new ideas for gadgets or puzzles, and you start leaning even more into the third-person shooter side of the game than I think was already intended to begin with. And this is compounded by the fact that a small handful of senior Insomniacs had already moved onto the early work for Resistance, leaving current programmers to mentor the new junior programmers. According to one programmer I spoke with, nobody at Insomniac ever told them that this was part of the plan. It was just assumed that by seating a new hire next to the old guard that there would be some mentoring that would take place. In practice, according to this programmer, this meant that they had to keep answering questions while fighting to get their own work done on a continually shrinking timeline. Already, it's pretty clear to anybody listening that the weight of the project may have been cracking some foundations, and as tends to happen, developers started cutting tiny corners wherever possible to save time or resources.
And if this all wasn't enough as it was to doom a game, there's yet another wrench. At some point early on in Ratchet 3's production, lead gameplay programmer Roberto Rodriguez suddenly departed the company, leaving a significant hole that gummed up production and essentially putting the game behind the schedule from the jump. This departure at the time shocked a number of ex-Insomniacs with whom I spoke, and it had a ripple effect that you could argue completely changed the trajectory of the series in a way. For one, this was one of the programmers responsible for Ratchet 3's space combat, so when the other space combat coder couldn't deliver a satisfying demo all by himself, that whole facet of the game ended up being cut. And due to that stress, that employee also left the company shortly thereafter. More than just leaving behind an important pair of shoes to fill at a crucial time, though, were the allegations involving this departure. Now, I've found a number of similar but slightly branched versions of this story, and keep in mind I'm only going to be sharing the ones that I've heard and corroborated from at least 2 different sources, even if all of this is still just hearsay and 20-year-old memory. This lead programmer that left near the end of 2003
founded High Impact Games in 2004, the studio that would end up making Ratchet & Clank's 2 PSP games. And very quickly, that studio staffed up with a number of ex-Insomniacs, with the first Ratchet & Clank contract coming suspiciously rapidly. On the surface, it of course made sense. Sony wanted a PSP Ratchet game. It needed to be high enough quality with a good optimization strategy because the PSP's CPU was intentionally being underclocked for a few years to avoid batteries draining too quickly. And if Insomniac didn't want to or was too busy to make a PSP game themselves, the next best thing was a group of people that knew how to get the most out of such a bright, explosive, particle effect heavy, pain in the ass to optimize franchise. But beneath all that, there is more at play. When I first dug into this, just about nobody with whom I spoke was willing to talk about why this programmer had left, citing a legal quagmire of some sort, that's a quote by the way, and not wanting to dig up old bodies. One of these ex-Insomniacs specifically nudged me to keep digging, however, and the general version of events based on the accounts that I now have is that Rodriguez had allegedly been scouting his coworkers to see who might come with him if he were to leave and found his own company. Every Insomniac with whom I've spoken loved the work that they did, just not necessarily the work on weekends if you want a future here sort of mentality that the studio had pushed back then. So the promise of taking a bunch of people and moving to their own studio, leveraging connections to essentially do the same work only without having to crunch quite as hard, you could see why that would sound appealing. The story forks a bit from there in a really fascinating way. Every version implies that there was a lawsuit threatened and/or briefly filed. In some people's recollection, it was simply about Rodriguez scouting Insomniacs and poaching them away from the company, all while on Insomniac's dime and putting Ratchet 3 in even more jeopardy. In another version I've heard multiple times now, actual work was being done. Whether that was communicating with publishers, trying to send feelers, or trying to commit as much of Insomniac's work to memory as possible in a corporate espionage sort of way, or something else, I still don't exactly know. It gets even more fascinating from here though, as I've heard multiple perspectives that Sony swooped in around this time. Some folks told me that Sony essentially leveraged this situation to its benefit, since Insomniac had no interest in working on PSP games like the publisher had pitched, and since they didn't trust anybody besides Insomniacs to handle the franchise, let alone on an important handheld debut for a system that desperately needed games in production yesterday. Per those recollections, Insomniac was strongly persuaded to drop the threats and let it go, since they had refused to work on a handheld game themselves. Another version I've since heard from multiple sources is that Sony actually stepped in to help fund High Impact, with the intent of building out a studio that they could potentially later acquire in full, assuming projects went well. That ends up stretching even further in some stories, with Insomniac being alleged to have received some sort of seed money as well, essentially a three-way agreement to drop any issues, let bygones be bygones, open a very distant cousin studio of sorts, and move on. Considering that there wasn't much communication between Insomniac and High Impact Games during the PSP game's production cycles, outside of making sure High Impact's pitches didn't overlap with what Insomniac was planning on doing, it seems apparent that there was a begrudging acceptance of the situation, regardless of how it affected Ratchet 3. Wherever in the middle of all this the full truth may be, key members were leaving with little to no notice right at the start of full production because the grind of the prior two games had become too much, maybe personalities had clashed as well in some of these cases, and this third grind was already promising to be even worse well before one of the leaders dipped. Shadows were already looming large over a game that was aiming to do too much to begin with, and you have to believe that in the rare moments that Insomniac staffers got to breathe and think about something besides just the work they had to do, they were thinking about some of this drama surrounding their work. And since we're digging, let's peel back the layers even more than that. Near the start of this retrospective, I mentioned that it was during Up Your Arsenal's development that an in-house level editing tool named Luna was also being worked on, and on top of this, a separate scripting tool programmed in the Lua programming language was also being worked on. Luna and Lua, that won't get confusing at all. Both of these were attempts to make it easier for designers to implement their designs directly into the game themselves without needing to rely on programmers. These, however, according to every programmer I spoke with, were not incorporated into Up Your Arsenal's development, and instead, a designer would work closely with a programmer to bring their designs to life, just as had been done in the previous two games. I would say that from the outside looking in, this sounds like a great way to play the telephone game back and forth, but I don't have to say that. Programmer Tim Trepich, who worked on Ratchets 1 through 3 and had a pedigree running back to the Sega Genesis days, told me that the back and forth between programmer and designer was often very inefficient. Trepich told me that he had tried multiple times to optimize this during his time across the trilogy, to make the tools more powerful so that designers could fine-tune on their own, or even to make the programming work more intuitive for the designers that were maybe a little bit less experienced as coders, but that these efforts went ignored, or worse, by upper staff. Instead, from Ratchets 1 to 3 at least, and my understanding is that Deadlocked was designed in this same way as well, the Insomniac workflow included a designer providing the work to a programmer, with some designers collaborating more and making it a fruitful back-and-forth flow, and others dictating their designs and then figuratively or literally hovering over a programmer's shoulder as the latter placed every object in a level one by one. If you were a junior programmer, you might be doing more of that grunt work of placing the level objects, all while still learning what exactly you're supposed to be doing from a more senior programmer who's also potentially dealing with a designer over their shoulder for the work they're doing, while they still have to help you. If a designer's work, well, didn't work that well, they could go back to the drawing board or try to work together, or, as was allegedly sometimes the case, they could dig their heels in and make things harder for their programming partner. And none of this is factoring in the art and animation teams, still crunching away at cinematics and level art, and sometimes spilling over into discussions of whether it would be possible or worth it to, say, add proper lip syncing to the Q-Force dialogue on the bridge that only a percentage of players would ever see or notice. As can happen in any workplace, occasionally arguments got heated within the studio, but thankfully it doesn't sound like they ever boiled over too much. Those animators, by the way, were also probably counting themselves lucky that there was never a plan to include the Rainbow Afrolyzer as a functional weapon in this game. Instead, it made its way into Act 2's first cutscene as a little reference. Once Ratchet and Clank have returned to the Phoenix, and with Ratchet regaling his fight against the Queen Tyrannoid, Dr. Nefarious and Lawrence breach the ship with a hologram transmission. After Dr. Nefarious gloats at how informidable the Q-Force looks, and then reveals that, like President Clinton, he too thinks that Agent Clank is a real secret agent. Okay. The transmission is traced back to planet Dax, named after some loudmouthed rat creature. This planet, as Nefarious's weapons facility, had been home to many diabolical tests, including a device that forced a rainbow afro onto the target's head and forced them to dance uncontrollably. This was a conceptualized weapon for Ratchet 2, but again, the animation teams had far too much on their plate to begin with. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll never see a dancing weapon in this series ever again. Dax is one of the few levels in Up Your Arsenal that evokes its predecessor's branching paths, which may be in part because this level was another product of a crunched time frame. The planet's designer, Colin Munson, ended up in a situation where he had to map out the design for 3 or 4 levels all in one 5-week time frame, when traditionally each level would take 5 weeks on its own. Since Munson wanted to focus his time on the other levels that he was working on, he decided to more or less copy homework from one of Going Commando's most internally praised levels, Planet Dabo. The resemblance is pretty clear between the similar enemy designs and even some chunks of the level really evoking Ratchet 2's testing facility. There's not much that I can say about Dax itself as a result. Thanks to the amount of enemy fire all funneled at you from one direction, it's a pretty good place to use the new Holo Shield launcher that unlocked in the previous level, but the Holo Shield really isn't as useful as I'd hope in this game, considering that it takes a really long time to earn experience from absorbing the enemy attacks. There's a pretty cool platforming section where you're running and using your new Hypershot gadget to avoid this attack ship destroying the ground from below, and the boss fight against that ship is neat, but at the same time, the Hypershot is just a combination of the Swing Shot and Ratchet 2's Dynamo, so it's just the same old again. Otherwise, both in terms of design and story, Dax has always felt a little bit fillery for me. One of the 3 routes is just a path to get the charge boots, which you don't really need in this game. The path through the weapons facility leads to you learning that the reason you came here, the plans for Nefarious's super secret weapon, the Bio-Obliterator, were actually moved to the next planet, and after defeating that attack ship on the 3rd part of the level, you're told to go right back to Annihilation Nation to progress. The only real saving grace of this level is, of course, one of the best and dumbest cutscenes in the entire series, featuring robot pop star Courtney Gears.
This goes out to all you robots across the galaxy. It's time for you and me to rise up and strike back. Don't stop until we dominate. Won't you feel great when we exterminate all organic life?
She always seems so sweet and innocent in her videos. Well, except for that one with the... You know...
I've realized over time that anytime I stop playing Up Your Arsenal, it's right around this string of levels in Act 2. All of my old save files, both on PS2 and PS3, stopped not long after Dax on one of the subsequent 2 or 3 levels, I think because the game starts to stretch a bit thin here, and we've seen almost everything that it's going to have to offer besides story. Right now, you'll have access to 75% or more of this game's weapons, and only one of the remaining few is an all-new style of gun. As I've already said, I've rolled credits on this game 100 times, so if I want my fill of Up Your Arsenal, it makes sense that I might only play the stellar first act and get out in a couple of hours before it starts to get stale. Even then, when I think back, this is always where I stopped after I first completed the game. Which is even more interesting since one of the 2 story forks here is one of my favorite levels in the entire game. That would be the Obani Moons, a 2-in-1 level featuring both of the spherical mini-worlds that appear in Ratchet 3, custom gravity and all. The first is a really quick but fun refractor section where we relink a series of satellites, following the laser as it arcs across the curved horizon, followed by a full-scale Ratchet level mapped onto one of these spherical moons. This is exactly what I wanted when I first saw the spherical gravity when I first played Ratchet 2, to see a level with proper combat encounters against more than just a couple basic enemies, and this delivers and then some. Even though the never-ending combat is starting to drag the game's pace a bit, I always try to make it at least to the end of this level just because it's a personal favorite of mine. At least until it ends when we hit a wall, and this is usually where I actually stop playing. With the third and final of this trio of moons protected by a force field, and Skid for some reason here trying to break in with a crowbar, we have no choice but to leave for now. Across the way down the other story fork, we head to the arena, where Clank offers to book Courtney Gears into an episode of the Agent Clank show, and then we go to the Agent Clank set to play a level in the character of the secret agent himself, with the director yelling at us and all. We even get a giant Clank fight against a Godzilla-like monster, which... yeah, there's a reason that we never see Giant Clank again after this in the Insomniac Ratchet games. The gimmicks kind of already run dry. Afterwards, we find out that Courtney Gears is, obviously, actually in cahoots with Dr. Nefarious, and, not so obviously, maybe in bed with him?
I have a present for you, Snooky Wookums.
Ugh, imagine those two going at it. Gross. Ratchet, meanwhile, is at his trailer waiting for Clank to finish shooting, completely oblivious to his friend's capture. The ensuing fight with the Tyrannoids that invade the set, because of course they do, is fine. The level gimmick of working through a bunch of Hollywood lots and warehouses is an awesome vibe, but again, it's just kind of more combat, with a few of the hacker gadget puzzles to break up the shooting. At the very least, I do like the hacker. It's a more involved gadget than the ones featured in the previous games, even if it's clearly just Tempest. But hey, I didn't know what Tempest was at the time, so I was fine with it. But even though this level is far and away where I've stopped playing Up Your Arsenal the most, it's home to my favorite weapon in the game, the Rift Inducer, which fires out a black hole that sucks enemies up. The ability to fire multiple of these rifts at once and watch as they warp space and time, inching ever closer to one another before combining into an even bigger, more powerful wormhole is just so cool. And watching enemies flail as they circle the drain, man, it's such an incredible set and forget weapon that I never forget it. I just end up staring at the carnage and chuckling.
That is rather disturbing.
But don't forget, this whole Courtney Gears saga has been a slight detour from our main goal, even if it did loop back into the main plot thanks to Nefarious grinding gears. Nope, still gross. Once Ratchet makes his way to the other side of the set, he finds Clank, who's acting a little bit different. But hey, Clank somehow found Nefarious's exact location and escaped, I guess. We won't get to find Nefarious yet though, because of course, we've got another detour to go on. It's been a whole hour without some Ranger missions, and it's about time we do some more. The Galactic Rangers this time are under siege in Blackwater City, which on paper sounds like a great way to revisit one of Ratchet 1's best levels. But in practice, it's just a random multiplayer map that's Blackwater City in name only. After saving the Rangers behind yet again in a handful of missions, one of the Rangers gives Ratchet a pair of gravity boots, because I guess Ratchet was in such a rush at the start of the game that he forgot to pack his bags. It's a good thing this game doesn't have any grind boot tracks, or else he'd have been screwed. At the very least, this is the dumbest lead up to the new item jingle in the entire trilogy. I love it for that alone.
I tripped over these gravity boots while I was running from the Tyrannoids. I believe they're your size.
Now, depending on your playstyle, you might tackle this Blackwater City fight a few planets earlier. I usually do it in this order because Blackwater City is frankly the least enjoyable of the Ranger side ventures, clearly the one most shoehorned in as padding. Like with most of these Ranger missions, it's just short enough that I don't mind it all that much in the moment, but when I step back to look at it more critically, all of these little, just short enough moments add up enough to lead to me tuning out here so often. Not every multiplayer map needed to be reused in the single-player campaign, and the thing is, Insomniac clearly did know this because half of the multiplayer maps were multiplayer only, including a callback to Ratchet 1's planet Hoven that I almost expect to find out was originally meant for the campaign too. While we're on the subject, now's as good a time as any to talk about Ratchet 3's online mode. As I mentioned earlier, Up Your Arsenal was one of the first PS2 games to feature online multiplayer through the PS2's broadband adapter. With no real idea of what online design would entail, the multiplayer component of Up Your Arsenal was put together by a small, separate team that rapidly fluctuated in size, starting with just one programmer and a couple designers and ending up with a much, much larger crew. At one point, the multiplayer beta tests were pushed up from July to June 2004 because the studio realized that they'd have no time to implement changes and consider feedback in the few weeks before they had to start printing the discs. Because of this, as well as many, many other issues, half of Insomniac's 16 QA testers ended up working full-time on the online mode, all while nobody was even sure what the multiplayer's player base would even look like. I'd venture to guess that the vast majority of players that bought Ratchet 3 maybe played a couple rounds of the split-screen multiplayer, but never got to or cared enough to bring the game online. But the thing that's worth noting is that while today so many players look at this multiplayer and wonder, man, why would they even spend their time on that? Just make the single player larger. If you look at the context, Ratchet 3's multiplayer was necessary because it was historic. I checked just about every single console game that had released up until this point, and by my count, Ratchet 3 is only the third console game ever to feature simultaneous split-screen and online play, meaning that you can play with a buddy on your couch while also online with up to 6 other players. You might be thinking that one of those other two had to be Halo, but Ratchet 3's release date being pushed up a week actually means that it released a week before Halo 2, and thus Halo 2's multiplayer. Star Wars Battlefront beat both of them by a few weeks to the split-screen online game, and before that, the first console game that I could find with split-screen online was Tribe's Aerial Assault, which, mind you, came out before the PS2's broadband adapter, so you were playing that with a buddy on your couch with a 56K modem. That's just incredible. So while you might question at first why so much time and so many resources were dedicated to making essentially a separate game that only 5% of players may have ever even tried, it was more than worth trying because there's a universe out there where Up Your Arsenal is the big breakthrough in console online multiplayer instead of Halo 2, and that's just incredible to think about, even more so when you remember that Ratchet 1 came out a year after Halo 1, and here, this third game in this franchise is out right before Halo 2, beating it to the punch. It's a shame that so many of us didn't get to try the online much when it was active on the PS2 because the main Siege mode is really cool and the fast-paced Ratchet gameplay translated into a PvP battle is a sight to behold. In Siege mode, you'll work with your team to capture a series of nodes across the map by defeating the defense turrets and turning bolt cranks. Once a node is yours, you can spawn there upon death, and more importantly, it brings you closer to the enemy's base. Each team has a slightly different base in terms of defenses, but both have these giant disco Gatling gun turrets as their main defense. Once you destroy them, you can teleport into the enemy base's interior, and all you have to do is destroy the power core inside to win the game. All the while, you can find and equip each of the 9 weapons spread across the map, all but 3 of which are weapons that are reused from 1 and going Commando, since this game's multiplayer was developed ahead of and separately from the main game before 3's weapons were even actually designed. By killing enemy players, the weapons will level up just like in the main game, and the buggy and hovership are also available in some maps as well, with each allowing for a driver and a passenger to help shoot at or bomb enemies. On top of all this, gadgets like the Hyper Shot and Gravity Boots are available by default for swinging across large gaps or walking on magnet paths to try and flank enemies, and the Hyper Shot especially is useful since some parts of some maps are destructible. It's incredible how ahead of its time this game's multiplayer was. At one point, there was even a planned kill streak that would drop in a giant mech to wreak havoc on the enemy team. Now, that idea ended up being probably a little bit too ambitious because the PS2 simply couldn't handle that and thus it was cut, but even still, Ratchet & Clank 3 almost beat Titanfall to the punch by over a decade. I'm just saying, Ratchet & Clank, Apex Legends, it'd be a pretty good fit, good brand synergy, Pathfinder's a robot, that's pretty cool. I was fortunate enough to be able to play some rounds back on the PS3 before those servers went down in 2018, and although it was a bit different thanks to a number of bugs and exploits being tweaked or removed, and although I wasn't that great since only 50 people really still played the game at that point, and they were all folks who played the game since the PS2 games, either way, Siege Mode was still a blast. Not many multiplayer modes since have captured that lengthy back and forth and that feeling of a true war of attrition, probably for good reason, but still. After all of these detours, we can finally return to that third Obani moon. Yeah, remember that? Where after a short and sweet gravity-based section that even calls back to Ratchet & Clank 1, we'll find that Courtney Gears has kidnapped Skid and turned him into a robot on the set of her music video about committing genocide against all organic life. That's horrible, but if nothing else, I can respect the brand synergy. After Ratchet takes down Miss Gears, the now robotic, life-hating Skid is transported safely back to the Phoenix, and Ratchet & Clank rendezvous with Quark near the last known location of Nefarious' ship. It's a trap! Oh what, come on, the game's already copying so much from Star Wars, I'm allowed to do it too. Somehow Quark sneaks past all of the security and leaves it for us to fight because, hey, more combat is always nice, but as Clank foreshadows, this ship is actually set by Nefarious to self-destruct. Captain Quark stays behind to try and retrieve something important, and Ratchet waits as long as he can for Quark to show up, but with time running out, Clank ejects their escape shuttle, leaving the villain-turned-hero to die in Nefarious' trap. After a somber funeral on the Phoenix,
the man was a hero, brave, honest, kind, and humble to the core.
What a load of bullshit.
Big Al gives Ratchet the fourth and final episode of the Captain Quark vidcomic series, which Ratchet plays to get an idea of where Nefarious might attack next, and that would be the city of Metropolis. Actually, it's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie, because Al immediately pops up with a cranky help desk reminder to play the vidcomic not 30 seconds after sobbing while giving it to you. Jeez, dude, I'm going, give me a second to get there. For as weak as this second act can be, thanks to all of that back and forth runaround and the maybe kinda sorta starting to stagnate combat, Metropolis brings us to Act 3 with an absolute bang. For one, rather than drag out the reveal that Clank has been brainwashed or something, we get a cutscene on the way to Metropolis that shows Nefarious revealing to the real Clank that Ratchet's been none the wiser while working with a Nefarious-built evil imposter of Clank named Clunk. That's already a good enough start, but even better is that unlike Blackwater City, Metropolis is a full, proper level, not just a multiplayer ranger level, and more importantly, it looks and feels like the same city that defined the energy of Ratchet & Clank 1, and really as a result, the entire franchise. And after invoking that feeling of being right back at home in a classic level, Ratchet 3 jolts your system early into the level when Nefarious unveils the Bio-Obliterator, a giant Death Star that turns the entire planet's population one by one into subservient robots. All however many billion creatures, even the Tyrannoids that already worked for the Doctor to begin with, instantly under his dominion. Nefarious isn't just another Drek who has a great plan but happens to end up one planet ahead of Ratchet & Clank every step of the way. He's not a Captain Quark who also has a plan but tends to stumble the whole way with execution and everything happens to work out for him. He is a villain's villain. He's actively been leading Ratchet & Clank astray from the moment he first appeared, feeding the Q-Force into his traps, even if those traps may fail somehow. It's sinister, and it's even more of a gut punch that Nefarious actually succeeds before our very eyes, not off-screen, right in front of us. And after you get to this Bio-Obliterator scene, every Tyrannoid that you'll see from here on out is a robot, even if you go back to previous planets to clean up titanium bolts or skill points, or for whatever reason you may have. And although that sounds like such a minuscule touch, swapping the enemy textures quickly after a certain triggering point later on in the game's story proved to be a monumental effort, to the point that the game's PS2 discs had to be printed again and again and again as tests with some of the data on the innermost part of the discs to figure out a configuration where the game would load everything fast enough between planets and not crash. This act of moving data around and printing test discs again and again and again and again 1,700 times is another one of those hacky tricks and smart corner cuts that made this game work despite pushing the PlayStation 2 well past its limits, and it's these platform-specific tricks that would prove troublesome later, although not directly for Insomniac. Yes, it's probably about time to pull that band-aid off and talk about the Ratchet Clank Collection, a PlayStation 3 port of the original trilogy of PS2 Ratchet titles, developed by a studio at the time named Idle Minds. The studio, not long after this project, adopted the working name Deck 9 and is now at the helm of the Life is Strange series. Thanks to so many of these little hacks and cheats that Insomniac worked with constantly across this trilogy, Ratchet's always been a bit of a pain to work with unless you were using an actual disc on an actual PS2. Even playing Ratchet & Clank via hardware emulation using a PS2 disc on one of the old fat PS3s caused problems. Emulating them was awful until relatively recently, and even then there are some issues with shadows on some of the games if you do choose to emulate. Trust me, we'll get there next time. A best case scenario still would have made these games a pain to remaster, and this dozen or so member port team had nothing close to the best case. Insomniac's archiving process, just by virtue of its crazy development schedule, hadn't been that great during the PS2 days, meaning that to begin with, Idle Minds had to rebuild much of the trilogy's asset database from the ground up. Since these sorts of HD collections and remasters aren't exactly well budgeted, and since Sony supposedly at this time had a weird policy about what a remaster's developers were permitted to change from the source, Idle Minds was left a bit handcuffed. On top of that, somebody at Sony Computer Entertainment wanted Idle Minds to rebuild Ratchet 3's multiplayer with a new online server structure, and to top all of that off, despite giving an initial fall 2012 release date both privately and publicly, for reasons that have never been given, Sony bumped the collection's release date up, in Europe only, to June, cropping 2 to 3 months off of potential polish work. Keep in mind that none of this is factoring in the downloadable version of both the whole collection and each game individually. Each of these two would require slightly different tweaks to account for all of those little tricks that Insomniac used. 3 whole games on one single Blu-ray can't all share the same spot on the innermost part of a disc to load the game and the assets more quickly, but Idle Minds could allocate data in a different and possibly faster way when a game was bought separately from the other 2 on PSN. All of the tricks, all of these things that made these games work on PlayStation 2 are exactly the same things that led to these ports sometimes being broken, and it's frankly a miracle that Idle Minds was able to keep the damage mostly to visuals. The end result here is that Ratchet 1 more or less came over totally fine since it had the most time that went into it. Going Commando ended up with a couple visual issues, such as the weird, oversized floating helmet during cutscenes, but is otherwise fine enough, and Up Your Arsenal got the worst of the trilogy, both thanks to the multiplayer requirement and the shorter time frame. Which, I guess, is fitting, given that that sentence could also describe the original version of Ratchet 3. Now, I would love to give you some first-hand verification of all of this, or the direct story of why these ports struggled so much, but sadly, the team at Idle Minds responsible for this collection comprised fewer than 1 dozen people, and they're all just about ghosts. After hours of searching every lead I could find, only one of them had any online presence whatsoever, and any attempts I had to contact these developers or the studio directly were met with no reply. So until somebody can reach these folks, my decade-long quest to try and get answers about this port's issues comes down to a combination of my own recollection of the release date fiasco and the suppositions of a couple former Insomniacs that worked on the original trilogy. I actually remember first coming across Mike Stout and Tony Garcia's developer Let's Plays back in 2012 when I was first doing some of this research, so in a weird way this rough port is heavily responsible for this retrospective even being a thing, let alone being so thorough. And also, funnily enough, if not for these ports, rough as they may be, and without Idle Minds having done the legwork to rebuild Insomniac's archive for Ratchet 1, Insomniac may likely not have been able to reuse the exact level meshes in 2016's reimagining of that first game, which means that that game would have looked much different too if not for this HD collection, but we'll talk about that when we get to that game. Moving back to Metropolis here, this tends to be one of the more challenging levels in the game, as the new robot Tyrannoids take more damage because of that built-in armor, and they pack more of a punch because... robot bullets? It's a massive leap tonally from the rest of the game thus far too, with the Biobliterator looming in the horizon, floating around as it presumably converts more of the city into robots. For once, you really feel like Ratchet & Clank failed, like you failed. You really have to earn your victory on this one, but when you do, you get another 1-2 punch of awesome boss and awesome Ratchet 1 callback. On the very same trains that acted as a set piece in the first Ratchet & Clank, you'll take on Giant Clunk, because of course Nefarious made sure to give him a giant form. Why wouldn't he? He's the biggest fan of Clank in the universe. The fight isn't exactly hard per se, since he's mostly just throwing the same bombs with shockwaves that most bosses throughout this series have had, but it's a system-pushing sight to behold as Giant Clank flies between the front and the back of these parallel trains, with the city flying by behind you. During moments like these especially, man, you just can't get better than this with a Ratchet game, or with a PS2 game in general. And even once you've saved Clank and destroyed Clunk, that feeling of failure still lingers because Nefarious's plan completely succeeded. Clunk was disposable, the entire city of Metropolis is in shambles, Captain Quark is dead, it's just about as bleak as Ratchet can get. You can take out some of your frustration by helping the Rangers clear Metropolis of Robo-Tyrannoids after this if you'd like, but otherwise, all you can do is admit defeat and regroup at the Phoenix. And you know what? Credit again to writer Brad Santos, because the game makes sure to straddle the line between the situation's gravity and still bringing in a little bit of levity.
Our demographic research indicates that robots will make up 100% of the galactic population by this time next week. Of course, that's great news for my re-election campaign because, as you know, I'm half robot myself.
I mean, these are still really weird jokes to make 4 years after the guy left office, especially to your 10-year-old audience, but I guess when you've been working non-stop for 3 straight years cranking out video games, some references are bound to date themselves a little bit. Aside from the usual jokes though, Ratchet 3 tends to keep this darker tone for the entire third act up until the game's conclusion, almost harkening back to Ratchet 1 a bit. Sadly, the rush behind the scenes does peek its head out a little bit at this point as well, and it can take away a little from one of Ratchet 3's shining achievements, its ability to conclude Captain Quark's character arc. Naturally, it's been obvious that Quark's not actually dead since, you know, he's been in almost every game since, but for a brief moment back in 2004, there was a chance. You could actually believe it. That moment lasts no more than like an hour though, because it only takes 2 planets to discover that Quark is in fact alive. After the Metropolis disaster, and with Nefarious's whereabouts yet again unknown, Sasha, now back in control of the Starship Phoenix, sends Ratchet and Clank to the crash site to look for any evidence of whatever Quark was looking for on Nefarious's crashed ship. Apparently, nobody thought to look for survivors or anything earlier? Okay. The bright side is that this plot point might take longer for some players to discover than others, because fighting your way through this ship's wreckage can be a nightmare if you don't know what's coming. Actually, I lied, that's not really a bright side at all. If your weapons or health are underleveled, or if you haven't purchased one of the more recent sets of armor back at the Phoenix, you can expect a lot of deaths, and a lot of spawning right back at the start of the level. By this point though, you should have more than enough of your weapons leveled up either to max, or at least close to it, and even though using a maxed out weapon is sort of wasting experience that you could be gaining with another weapon, you'll definitely want to abuse your level 5s here. And to be totally fair here, this difficulty spike is understandable with respect to the story. After all, Nefarious packed that ship full of troopers to kill Ratchet, Clank, and Quirk. Well, not Clank since he already had Clank, but I guess he was alright with Clunk being collateral. It makes for a really unique level aesthetically too, so even though I used to hate this level as a kid, it's grown on me over time. And if you look carefully enough when exploring the destroyed hull of Nefarious's cruiser, you'll find the Nanopack, a really neat piece of gear that stores extra nanotech that you might pick up when you're full on health, and dispenses it if you're ever close to death. While Ratchet and Clank do actually find that Quirk was looking for something, an encrypted data disk specifically, they also find his boot tracks in the dirt and discover that he escaped and took a cab somewhere. Before we can find out what's on that data disk though, the Rangers need help one final time. This time on planet Iridia, another throwback to Ratchet 1. If you didn't know any better, you might think this was meant to be the final game in the series with how much love it throws back at the first two. Iridia also unlocks our final new weapon in the main game, the Quacko Ray, this game's morph weapon which turns enemies into ducks. Later it'll turn some foes into bigger ducks that'll fly around you and dive bomb into enemies, and the rest of the ducks will shoot out fiery exploding eggs. Kazooie, eat your heart out. After trekking through multiple missions on yet another multiplayer map, including one mission where you're tasked with assassinating several Tyrannoid generals, which, if you ask me, is pretty brutal messaging for a Ratchet & Clank game, the Rangers reward you with this game's token last-minute gadget that's only used once, the Warp Pad. Yet another casualty of time in this game, the Warp Pad was initially a glove-based gadget that would let you teleport anywhere that you could throw a warp point. So imagine Ratchet 1's bomb glove, except anywhere you could throw a bomb, you could teleport. Since the idea of teleporting would have been easy to work into the game, everybody involved put it off for a while to work on more important things, and then realized when it came time to implement it that, oh, dear god wait, can you imagine how easy it would be for any player to break the game or get out of bounds and softlock themselves, and if Sony finds any sort of out of bounds softlocks, they won't let us release this game until it's fixed, oh dear god. So instead, the Warp Pad was cut back in scope immensely and can only be activated now on specific warp points, of which there are only a couple, and only on our next level, Quirk's secret hideout, which Ratchet & Clank discover thanks to a secret 5th Quirk vidcomic. The Captain's secret asteroid hideout is mainly notable as one of the few multi-path levels, with the optional path giving you a Gadgetron PDA, fitting considering Quirk's side gig as a PDA salesman in Ratchet 1, and also because it has the third and final Clank section of the game. Conveniently, Scrunch the Monkey is hiding in a briefcase in the middle of this random asteroid too, because Clank wouldn't have gotten far without him. The level itself is another one I'll chalk up as just fine. It's mostly combat as usual, this time against hundreds of Terminator-styled Quirk robots. The main reason to push through at this point is that at the end of this level, we get the catalyst to what I would argue is Captain Quirk's final piece of character development in the entire Ratchet series. Even though he's been in almost every game since, often prominently, he gets pretty badly flanderized after Up Your Arsenal, and that's a shame, but it does make sense. See, one of the strongest facets of Ratchet 3 to me is that it pays off the fact that this trilogy, at first completely unintentionally, is more of a story arc for the Captain than it's been for our titular heroes. When we first meet Captain Quirk in Ratchet 1, he's a past his prime wash-up trying to cling to any money train he can. In Going Commando, he's so driven by his need to be that hero, by his need for the fame and adulation, and maybe a bit by revenge, that he'll rig a galactic crisis just to save it. And in Up Your Arsenal, when he's had the chance to truly redeem himself, he comes so close to that redemption, only to tuck his tail when his life is in danger. We've seen Ratchet go from idolizing him as a younger kid to making his life's goal revenge on Quirk, to laughing him off as some buffoon, to, in some small way, trusting and maybe even respecting Quirk in this game. And many players will feel the same way. Yes, he's obviously the actual villain of Ratchet 2, and that's a bit inexcusable for the character, but when push comes to shove here in Ratchet 3, he does the right thing. His horrible plans somehow end up working perfectly every time, and they're always spot on even if they're drawn in crayon. The Q-Force that he handpicked is actually a pretty competent squad despite looking ragtag, and even though he recognized his mortality and fled from it, he actually was trying to help save the galaxy in the moments before Nefarious' ship self-destructed. So for him to turn away from everything that he's done, from all of that progress that he made, that actually hurts not just the characters, but us a little bit too. It's in this moment that we're a little bit of both Ratchet and Clank, frustrated yet again that Quirk's awful narcissism would bring him to do the wrong thing even in the face of doing what's right, but because it's a kid's game, still confident that at the end of the day, Quirk will come around and, as Clank says, be the hero that he's always wanted to be. We've got to leave Quirk alone to sulk for now because we've got more pressing matters to deal with. When Ratchet gets back to his ship, he finds out that the Phoenix is under attack and the crew is in imminent danger. What ensues is another kind of harrowing level where we fight our way with a handful of Rangers through our home base, our safe haven, the Starship Phoenix itself, to rescue our friends. If the game was going to have a hub, it had to have a hub defense mission, and this is some perfect execution. Except I'm not sure why they went with the robot ninjas. That feels a little bit off. It's a shame then that what would have ensued on this level was meant to include a full space combat encounter, where Ratchet would dogfight his way around the Phoenix Star Fox style, taking down enemy dropships and robots trying to breach the outer hull. However, space combat, for reasons that to date haven't fully been explained, were cut entirely from Up Your Arsenal. Until today. Today's the day to change that because I spoke with the programmer tasked with working on those space levels. Considering that space combat was featured in both of the first two games in some capacity, its absence here is pretty loud, and there's absolutely a bit of a hole left behind when the game, aiming to be bigger than its predecessor, had to crop back multiple features that were present in that predecessor. This game, after all, features almost everything that the previous games did as part of that goal of being bigger and better. We have spherical worlds with their own custom gravity, we have Giant Clank, and there's even a spot in the Phoenix where you can purchase ship upgrades. Since there's no space combat, it's limited only to colors and aesthetics, but that the cosmetic store made it into the game without the accompanying gameplay has always been odd to me, even since I was much younger. And even though almost every other piece of cut content from Ratchet & Clank 3 made it into this game's Insomniac museum, including the scrapped racetrack in a semi-playable state, the space combat was never even mentioned. That's in part because, according to designer Mike Stout, the space gameplay never made it past the dev kit, and thus never made it onto any of the early builds nor any of the 1,700 discs that had been burned during Up Your Arsenal's development. The space combat was at least playable, but it was early enough into development that it never had any proper art made, nor was any art implemented. Stout, who I'd like to note was not responsible for designing the space levels in Ratchet 3, recalled to me that these sections were meant to be similar to the on-rails Star Fox-esque sections that later appeared in the PS3's Ratchet & Clank Future Tools of Destruction, and this sounds similar to the concept that programmer Tim Trepich described to me as the programmer that was tasked with bringing Ratchet 3's space combat together. Trepich described a style where you would be chasing a string of enemy ships through an asteroid belt in a circle, and later another design where you'd be flying up and around the Starship Phoenix, fighting off attackers during the ambush later in the game. When I showed Trepich a clip of the Tools of Destruction space gameplay, however, it apparently didn't look quite like what he was tasked with making based on the designs that he'd been given to work with years ago. To Trepich, and apparently to others within the studio, the on-rails sections just didn't seem good enough to show Sony during an early demo showcase, or that good at all, really. Trepich was given a month to turn the space combat around, a design in which, remember, he had no say as a programmer that had to answer to the designer, and the pressure certainly didn't seem to help. This, he told me, was the third time he'd been given such an ultimatum during his 3-year stint at Insomniac. Just under a month later, Trepich made it clear that he couldn't make the prototype work in the time he was given, and he departed the company not long after. that this was allegedly the third time he'd been told in no uncertain terms, make this work in a month or else, had me very concerned about what's been, for most of my life, my favorite game developer, the crew that consistently released games that I enjoyed more than most anything else. And again, I want to make it clear that at no point throughout this retrospective have I personally insinuated that excessive crunch occurred. I've only referred to crunch when directly talking about an employee's words either to me or to the public. Many of the ex-Insomniacs I spoke to leveled the crunch pretty evenly compared to their other employers before or since in the industry. Nothing too bad necessarily, just about what you'd expect near the end of a project. Likewise, there's a strong chance that this retrospective will receive testimonials in the comments from other Insomniacs with whom I didn't speak. After all, even with all of my research, there are more than 90 people that I couldn't reach that worked on this game, and I had blind spots where I couldn't obtain interviews, such as the multiplayer crew, the Idle Minds remaster team, artists, management of course, etc. And some of these people may very well vouch that Up Your Arsenal's development was more or less fine. But crucially, that's from their perspective. Especially across different specialties, developers will invariably have their own experiences during production and with management, and just as invariably, their own experiences cannot discount others. We've heard stories of people being called back in late at night because something with their work went wrong, and stories of programmer Tony Garcia staying at the office and working for 72 straight hours to clear up his bug list, and these stories started to concern me more and more with every thread on which I tugged. When I asked Garcia about that 72-hour crunch period, he made it clear that nobody at Insomniac had asked or pushed him into doing that. It was something that he did, in his own words, entirely on my own for some pretty dumb and misguided reasons at the time. And importantly, he noted that when somebody higher up noticed, they stopped him right away. That bug crunch, according to Garcia, didn't even make much sense when looking back because they weren't in any final stretch to finish the game or clean it up, and the game would have been just fine if he hadn't done that. But this is where the development team's relative age and experience is crucial. As Garcia noted during our conversation, he was only 3 years into his employment at Insomniac, and even though he was so new relative to some of the folks who had worked on Spyro, he was in some sort of position to set an example for many new hires that had come in between Ratchets 1 and 3. While Garcia didn't say this part to me directly, the Snow Beast Award came to be specifically because of how many new hires complained to him about the Snow Beasts that he had worked on in Ratchet 2, a situation where fans are talking to the artist directly about his work, except those fans aren't just fans anymore, they're colleagues. If you're this fresh, young developer eager to prove yourself in a competitive industry working at a studio that made one of your favorite games just a few years ago, and you see those same developers working day in and day out, you follow in those footsteps. One of the former Insomniacs I spoke to who worked on multiple projects told me that they worked 12 plus hours a day on weekdays, and on top of that, an additional 12 plus hours over both days on their weekends, effectively working 7 days a week for their entire multiple-year tenure at the studio. According to this former Insomniac, they were given a small salary increase at one point during their time there, which placed them just above the threshold at which they were no longer guaranteed overtime pay for those extra 40 hours a week. Now, if you came in and you saw that as a new worker, you might not know, you probably wouldn't know, about the alleged avoidance of paid overtime. You would just see somebody working incredibly diligently every single day and think that's the normal here, without knowing that that person was going through hell every day. And if you overheard CEO Ted Price say that if you're not working weekends, you might not have a future at the company, as one former Insomniac recalled to me, guess what? That's the normal to you, and you'll want to step up to stick around, and you'll want to work weekends to stick around. And if you saw people sneaking in little hacks such as printing discs in a specific way to load those Tyrannoids robot textures on earlier planets, or a workaround to patch the game's multiplayer on a console that did not allow for patches by writing updates into the buffer space underneath Sony's end user license agreement, that's the normal to you. You work up to that level. And if you saw the fancy new tech being worked on for Resistance and wanted to somehow work it into this less advanced project, like, say, reworking the pathfinding for the Battlefield missions, that's the normal to you. You, as a new employee at Insomniac, would be surrounded by some of the cream of the crop of the industry, by people like Ted Price himself that stayed long hours or worked overnight to get more work done even though they may not have been asked to, or the people that actually were called back in late at night because something went wrong, as one Insomniac recalled to me. You were part of a team so determined to ship the absolute best title that they could, in spite of everything that went wrong during development, that you likely took part in the crunch culture yourself because the management both set a poor example and didn't stop it when it occurred. Whether Insomniac's crunch was any better or worse than the rest of the industry, that seems like it may depend on what the person's role was individually at the studio, but it was there. None of these games could have come out if not for crunch. Crunch was, and this is me speaking here, professional opportunities be damned, crunch was factored into the time budget of this franchise for years and years. That is a fact. That is an undeniable fact. This is a game defined by the ambition of those who made it, and I can't help but feel a game occasionally, ever so quietly, tormented by it. This game was supposedly a disaster in the weeks leading up to release, with one Insomniac employee expressing fear that they were going to be responsible for Insomniac's first critical failure. This game, Insomniac's highest rated game to this day, was a butterfly's wing flap away from possibly being the worst and potentially, as a result, the last Insomniac game. That does not happen without crunch. And this is the trade-off with Up Your Arsenal's ambition. A more directed and frankly better written story led to animators supposedly having to crunch to finish the story scenes. A more focused gameplay approach finally allowed Insomniac to put together the character action game they'd been looking to make from the jump, but because platformers were really starting to go out of vogue during the PS2 era, they actually betrayed that very template of shooter-platformer hybrid that they set as a goal. The constant barrage of enemies allowed designers to better balance the weapons, especially now that those weapons could be upgraded multiple times. But almost all of Ratchet 3's variety as a result is either weapon variety in a game where 7 of the 20 guns are standard weapon tropes and 5 more return from previous games directly, leaving only a few that are outright really new, or a variety of combat situations, since secondary features like racing and space combat ended up being cut partway through development due to either a lack of time and resources thanks to the issues that arose from the multiplayer, or simply because they weren't turning out to be that fun. Because there was arguably a lighter variety, some fans felt from the jump that Up Your Arsenal was chasing that high that was going Commando, but struggling to keep up with it after years of current developers pushing so hard just to keep these games churning out. And the irony of that variety, thanks to all of this, thanks to the animation team being behind, thanks to the story treatment aiming to save artists the time by cutting back on the number of unique enemy creatures, is that there's less of a variety of enemies in the game where you're fighting enemies the most. And the thing is, despite how this all may sound, I love that this game has that combat focus. In the moment when you're playing it, Up Your Arsenal is an exceptionally paced game that masterfully puts together all of what Insomniac had learned from the first 2 Ratchet & Clank games. There is constantly something to look forward to right around the corner, whether it's a crazy new weapon or a twist in the story or an interaction with a fan-favorite character. I love the perfected feedback loop of upgrading your weapons, that satisfying feeling of feeling a weapon get progressively more powerful as you shred hundreds of enemies per level. I love that weapons now give proportional experience when enemies are defeated rather than all of that experience going to whichever gun dealt the killing blow. I love that right when I might start to get bored of the more linear level design, that's the exact moment that we're told to revisit the arena or that we're given a series of ranger missions on a wide open battlefield. I love that as weapons level up, they automatically gain the bonuses from Ratchet & Clank 2, like the Acid mod or the Lock-On mod, rather than forcing you to buy them with secret collectibles that you might not find in your first playthrough. I love that for as linear as its main level design is, Up Your Arsenal is the first game where every level is designed from the outset with secret areas in mind for bonuses like titanium bolts or this game's new collectible, trophies, No Relation. Where in the first two games gold/platinum bolts weren't as planned and instead just thrown into random areas that playtesters had accidentally found, here you're guaranteed to have a number of those little eureka moments more often per level. When I'm sitting down and playing the game, I'm laughing at the jokes, even though I've heard them all countless times by now. I'm enjoying the story, I'm having a blast. I love all of the optimizations of Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal. But maybe fittingly given the game's title, there's always a but. I love the constant intensity of the combat in the moment, but when I step back, I wish we could have seen some more of those little platforming sections that ended up being set aside as a result, rather than those being segmented to just the arenas or the vidcomics. I mean, this game doesn't have a single grind rail, despite those being one of the easiest ways to bring intensity without needing another gunfight. I love Insomniac's efforts to throw in more strategic weapons, but I personally don't find much use in ones like the Infector or the Hollow Shield because they're a bit too situational for how enemies usually come at you in this game, which is head-on. And to stretch this even beyond just this game itself, I love Dr. Nefarious. He's an incredible character, and in this game at least, is the perfect combination of intimidating, formidable, and funny. As much as he's used for laughs, Nefarious is a tragic villain in this game, a dude that was mercilessly bullied by our sort of hero Captain Quark, a perfect foil for Quark's 3-game redemption arc. But I'd really love for him not to have become a bit of a flanderized crutch for Insomniac to use in later games. And I'd have loved if his crazed evil scientist plots didn't just devolve into I want all heroes to lose. That's not the fault of this game, of course, and I can't blame this game for that, but it's something that I think about now when I play Up Your Arsenal, knowing the context that the rest of the series provides. And I love that Quark, by the end of the game, has his come-to-Jesus moment, that he finally gets to be the hero that he's always pretended that he was, that he's always wanted to be. But I wish that the conclusion to his character arc didn't mean that he would reset and retread from here on out. Especially now that his voice actor Jim Ward has retired, I'd like to say that Quark's character deserved better than being just the buffoon for the last 15 years since Up Your Arsenal concluded his story. And to throw one more butt out there, I love the next level, partly because it's named the Nefarious BFG, partly because we can get the plasma coil starting on this planet and that thing just shreds everything to bits, and partly because it's the easiest place to farm bolts and break the frame rate with how many bolts come flying at you, but it's just straight up filler. At the end, Clank uses the BFG to destroy the Bio-Obliterator, only to discover immediately that a second, bigger Bio-Obliterator is already finished and ready to go. Eat your heart out, George. Nefarious doesn't even need to wait for his second Death Star. That's not it though, this is a double butt. We already knew that there were multiple Bio-Obliterators. The game told us immediately. The characters already acknowledged multiple Bio-Obliterators. Why is this a surprise now? It's a really odd and really rare moment where this game drops the ball with its story, but it means that we can jump right to Quark's true redemption during the final assault on Nefarious. After Ratchet and Clank fight their way through a lengthy onslaught, pushing through corridors with waves and waves of robo-tyrannoids guarding every doorway behind every piece of cover, after taking down Nefarious...
That's right, Nefarious. Your reign of terror is finally...
Okay, after a fight through even more of Nefarious' robot troops and across a war-torn battlefield and past a giant destroyed Clankhead, which is that's pretty strange, actually. After the Galactic Rangers show up and absolutely demolish the last troops in your way as a thank you for all of Ratchet's help. And after an amazing fight against Nefarious, dodging his dozens of doppelganger attacks, jumping past his shockwave bombs that he throws in a staggered pattern so that you can't time your jumps formulaically, running past his anchored laser attack thing, Nefarious arms the Bio-Obliterator, which goes into... arms and legs mode. Look, let's not think about it too much. They were already out of time, and they were out of memory in the level, and they'd just blown their load on making that Nefarious fight so damn good, so they admittedly half-assed the true final boss. But it's here, with no possible way for Ratchet & Clank to win except either swerving around pretty easily in a figure 8 pattern and just holding down circle, or just shooting this giant Death Star with a sniper rifle a few times. Again, let's just pretend, okay? It's here that Quark makes his grand return, flying in his ship to distract the Bio-Obliterator and give Ratchet a fair chance to fight. And it's thanks to Quark's help, it's thanks to Quark's redemption, at least if we pretend that he actually did anything during this past fight, that Ratchet and Clank are able to defeat Nefarious, with the Doctor and his butler teleporting to some space rock 10,000 years away from any planets just before the Bio-Obliterator self-destructs. And with that bang, and a live screening of Clank's newest Secret Agent Clank film, featuring almost all of the characters that we've interacted with over the last 3 games sitting in the crowd, we end our story, and we end the Ratchet & Clank trilogy. I could talk about the challenge mode in detail or the new Rhino 3, but as with many facets of this game, they're both pretty similar to what we already saw established in Going Commando. The Rhino in this game acts like a combination of the first 2 Rhinos at first, before eventually just becoming a screen-clearing weapon like Going Commando's Zodiac. I could talk about the Insomniac Museum some more, but aside from a few secret minigames hidden inside that really aren't all that noteworthy, it's very much an evolution of the very same museum that we saw in Ratchet 2. Ratchet & Clank 3 to many people acts as the pinnacle of this franchise, but to many others, it's just acting, and they make a strong case that this game is more of a case of iteration than innovation. But at the end of the day, do these buts matter? Does it matter that this game feels like it has less variety than Going Commando did? Does it matter that the game was so close to collapse thanks to this top-down overambition at Insomniac, or that dozens of Insomniacs were undeniably afflicted with heavy crunch at points throughout the project, enough that despite this team being so young and so excited to be here, many of them were out of the company, and some even out of the industry, within a couple years of Up Your Arsenal's release? Yes, I cannot lie, all of these buts matter. And they matter because if there's anything we can take from these buts, it's that Insomniac has been more open than you might expect from a game studio regarding the subject of crunch, and that the studio has learned lessons from these games and from their own ambition, if sadly not immediately. In this game's post-mortem write-up, Brian Hastings noted that in response to this project's management failures, the studio had begun improving its training practices in each department at the company, and that it aimed to improve its prototyping and planning from the outset to avoid running into issues with scope anywhere, be it cinematics or side modes. It's worth noting that the incredible struggles with this game's online mode didn't come from a place of malice, it came from a genuine underestimation of what multiplayer design might take. But these failures would serve to improve the online multiplayer for future Insomniac titles like Ratchet Deadlocked and the entire Resistance series. Other realizations took a bit longer to hammer home. It wasn't until the postmortem for 2006's Resistance 1 that an Insomniac higher-up acknowledged the so-called star developers that would step up and bring a project together, and even after struggling with hiring and training during this project, those struggles continued well into the first PS3 Ratchet game that came out a year later, Tools of Destruction, when they were still hiring and training people on this project just 3 months before it shipped. Budgeting time for animations continued to be a struggle even as recently as 2016, but through each of these issues, the studio seems to have openly audited itself and admitted when it failed. Crunch is a dirty word in the games industry right now, and yet the main times that I've used it throughout this retrospective have been in reference to when Insomniac's third ever employee used that word himself to describe developing Up Your Arsenal. And yet, the crunch on Resistance wasn't as bad as it was on Ratchet according to that game's postmortem, and the crunch on Tools of Destruction, based on my research, hasn't sounded as bad as the crunch on Resistance. Even as development costs have skyrocketed and projects have bloated more and more in scope, nothing came as close to the sun as Up Your Arsenal did, and Insomniacs, both former and current, seem to have taken from that experience and used it to improve themselves and their projects. Even the former Insomniacs that I've spoken to that left the games industry entirely in part because of this project loved their time working on the game. They just wanted it to be a bit better managed. Does that passion from these former employees, that lamenting that they loved their work, just not the hours, excuse Insomniac's management for allowing a toxic culture of overworking to breed? Absolutely not, and some part of me can't look at these early games in the same light because of that. But these failures provided at least some of the framework for Insomniac to get it right, to grow past the culture of just a handful of dudes working on a Doom clone in an apartment, to mature and catch up to the company size that ballooned perhaps faster than the management could handle. And if Insomniac's been about one thing besides crazy weapons in these last 15 years, it very much seems like that thing is project management. So I'd like to think that even if they almost certainly haven't solved the issue entirely, because frankly almost nobody has, hopefully they've gotten closer. Regardless of your opinion on whether this game reached Going Commando's level of quality or fell short, it's because this game fired a shot even further out than Ratchet 2. It's because it pushed way too close to the sun that future projects didn't crash and burn, even if this one singed countless feathers along the way. Regardless of if you're like me and never played the original PS2 version's multiplayer online, and you'd rather have had a more robust single-player experience rather than compromising even a little bit, there's another world out there where Ratchet 3's multiplayer is somehow looked at in the way that Halo 2's is in our world. And regardless of how, when I think of Up Your Arsenal, so much of what I love is followed by the word but, or how maybe I did want slightly more variety, or how I occasionally missed that exploratory vibe of the first two games, or how I wish some of the later games didn't keep chasing at what made this game lightning in a bottle for the third year in a row. Without those buts, the rest of the series would likely have been developed under worse conditions, with more employees burning out or worse, breaking down. Over the last few years, whenever I've tried to sit down and write a script about this game, to write out my thoughts, I couldn't get myself past that word. But, because there was always a but at the end of my praise. But now, thanks to the developers that I've spoken to, the stories that I've heard, the stories that I've told, and the ones that maybe I haven't yet, I'm glad the buts are there. Where do you go after achieving everything you wanted to with your video game? Where do you go after releasing 3 acclaimed games in 3 consecutive years? Can you strike gold 4 times in a row? These were the questions at the center of the 4th Ratchet & Clank game. With much of Insomniac Games rolling off of Ratchet & Clank 3 and onto Resistance to prepare for the 2006 launch of the PlayStation 3, a sort of skeleton crew was left behind on PS2 hardware, left to play around and experiment with what had quickly become Sony's most reliable and second most successful franchise, at the time only behind Gran Turismo. What resulted was one story concept that was quickly shelved, 2 gameplay tests that were scrapped and repurposed, a game that shifted directions 3 times before settling on a darker, deadlier Ratchet & Clank 4. Except it wasn't Ratchet & Clank 4, this was just Ratchet. This was a game developed with one philosophy in mind: adapt or die. Depending on who you ask, it did both of those things. This is the first black sheep of the Ratchet & Clank franchise, well, except for that one. This is Ratchet Deadlocked.
It's time to blow it up!
One of the most immediate concerns that came with making a 4th consecutive Ratchet & Clank game was franchise fatigue. Not just with fans, but with the development team as well. In an era where platformers were rapidly falling out of favor with a quickly maturing player base, just about the only 2 games in the genre to buck that trend featured a plumber. Insomniac couldn't be certain that theirs would have half the longevity of an icon like Mario, but sales trends looked promising. That Ratchet 3 had outperformed the sales of Going Commando was a rare rebound. Usually, a franchise sees diminishing returns with consecutive games. But there's a catch with that. Many of you would correctly point out that Ratchet 3 was much less of a platforming game than either of the first 2 Ratchet games, and the developer would agree with you. Up Your Arsenal, and to a much larger extent Deadlocked, were in many ways inspired by the quickly evolving industry trends at the time. Even while the first Ratchet & Clank game was still in development, titles like Grand Theft Auto 3 and Halo changed the face of console gaming overnight. That's no exaggeration, it's the fastest metamorphosis that this industry has ever seen. And in the few weeks after Up Your Arsenal first hit store shelves, Halo 2 ensured that nothing would be the same again. Having accomplished everything they sought out to with Ratchet & Clank by the time of Up Your Arsenal, and with a much smaller crew to man the ship for this next title, Insomniac took the opportunity to get incredibly experimental. The first of these experiments is the one that some of you likely already know, a narrative experiment then titled Ratchet & Clank Nexus. Revealed in 2012 for the franchise's 10th anniversary, this idea pitched a single-planet adventure rather than a galaxy-sprawling one, a planet torn apart by civil war, and the plot would focus heavily on Ratchet and Clank disagreeing about which side of the war was in the right. It's interesting that this is the game we've seen shared by Insomniac as a peek behind the curtain, because according to some Deadlocked developers with whom I spoke while researching this episode, this idea may never have even made it off of paper. The idea was shelved early on, with pieces such as the One Planet idea or the name Nexus later being used in some of the more experimental PS3 games way down the road. Far more interesting than Nexus, though, are the concepts that did make it into production, more accurately into the prototyping stages of pre-production, or as I'm going to less professionally call it, the throw things at a wall and figure out what might work phase of development. For example, Ratchet Deadlocked may have begun life as a vehicle combat game in the vein of Twisted Metal. Now, there are a few different versions of this story. According to designer Mike Stout, this vehicle combat idea was prototyped and toyed with for a couple months at most before the team found out about another platformer-turned-vehicle game made by Insomniac's old pal Naughty Dog, Jack X Combat Racing. With no way to justify having two of the same general sort of game releasing at around the same time by the very same publisher, the Insomniac designers chose to pivot, and these vehicle concepts were worked into the second form of Deadlocked that we'll touch on in a moment. The other version of the story that I've heard came from a programmer named Moo Yu, who told me that he didn't remember ever actually seeing a vehicle combat prototype. His recollection was that this was just a fun inside joke that was later retconned internally once they got word that Jack actually did go there. In truth, both Stout and Yu appear correct, and there was likely a very early prototype being toyed with that just never made it far enough to be taken super seriously. It's easy to believe that many such prototypes exist beyond just the few that we know about, and that not every developer would know about every prototype. Remember that much of the Deadlock team apparently had no idea that this Ratchet Nexus idea that Insomniac touted was ever even a thing. Whatever the case, this emphasis on vehicles did make its way into the second prototype, which again, depending on who you ask, seems to have taken some cues from Master Chief. Following in the spirit of Up Your Arsenal's multi-objective battlefields and seeing industry trends, i.e. the overwhelming success of the first two Halo games, which took on a very similar vehicle-heavy, wide-ranged approach, Ratchet 4 would base an entire game around this more open, non-linear style. And just in case you may think those Halo comparisons are unwarranted, let me introduce you to this game's Warthog knockoff, the Puma.
I like to call it the Warthog. Why Warthog? I mean, it doesn't really look like a pig.
Say that again.
I think it looks more like a puma.
What in Sam hell is a puma?
Yeah, it's a red versus blue joke. Ask your parents about it. However, due to the PS2's limitations and limitations with time, a running issue with Ratchet & Clank up to this point, there seemed to be struggles putting together a reliable pathfinding system for enemies and allied combat bots in this larger overworld. See, in the first three Ratchet games, all enemies had to worry about was an invisible line in the sand. If the player crossed that, it was fighting time. This whole system was smoke and mirrors to give you the illusion of enemy intelligence. But in a game with wider, more open worlds with multiple objectives across the map from one another, this simply wouldn't cut it. Much of Deadlocked internally is completely different from the framework used in Ratchet 1 that was built upon for Ratchets 2 and 3 because of changes like this, but in the end, those changes didn't help much for this issue. This full-on Halo style apparently didn't work out to be all that fun in the short development time they had, and just wasn't worth any more trouble. But several levels had already been mapped out to fit this ill-fated approach, and so one final change was made. The DNA from the alleged vehicle prototype would remain. The DNA from this Halo-esque prototype would remain too, but the worlds would be repurposed in the same vein as Ratchet 3's Battlefield challenges through more linear missions and objectives. Every one of the wide-open levels that had already been designed would instead be split into a handful of challenges in which the new enemy pathfinding could better manage, and to match, the game's story finally fell into place. Ratchet Deadlocked opens up in a completely unique manner for this series, not just for the time, but even today. Rather than seeing our heroes hanging out or putting together some new equipment like usual, our opening, much like a huge chunk of our plot in Deadlocked, decides to look somewhere else than Ratchet or Clank. We're taken a week in the past, to the Shadow Sector at the fringe of the galaxy, where a man named Captain Starshield is fighting against warbots for an illegal gladiator show called Dread Zone. Just after taking down the enemies nearby, Starshield is gunned down by Ace Hardlight, another Dread Zone competitor who usurps Starshield's spot at number 1 on the competition's rankings. And this would be where we jump ahead a week to our usual sort of Ratchet & Clank opening. Our two heroes, as well as Big Al, are at their posts on the bridge of the Starship Phoenix, where the new Captain Ratchet receives a transmission from the ship's former captain, the new Mayor of Metropolis, Ratchet's sort of love interest, furry Bill Clinton's daughter herself, Sasha. She calls to report the news of Starshield's death. Apparently, Captain Starshield had been missing for at least a month, and only now had the Rangers received intel that he, as well as countless other heroes across the galaxy, had been lured into traps, kidnapped, and forced to take part in Dread Zone. Naturally, this means Ratchet and Clank are next, and Sasha's warning call is interrupted by Dread Zone bots infiltrating the ship and kidnapping our duo, and Big Al since he's there too. When Ratchet comes to, he discovers that he's been strapped down and forced into new armor, and he's not quite thrilled about it.
Okay, now to activate your speech function.
I'm gonna kill Praxis!
There seems to be a problem with the speech circuitry. I'll take a look at it later.
Although he, Clank, and Al are all safe for the time being, they've each been fitted with Deadlocked collars, pending their introduction as a new team in this season of Dread Zone, a show led by this slimy shark, Gleeman Vox. Vox is quietly one of the strongest villains in the Ratchet series, this disgustingly greedy robber baron of a character who genuinely salivates over the idea of making a profit.
Commercials, 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 commercials.
At least I hope that's salivating. Ugh. He's this caricature of every nickel and diming CEO that makes $1 million unethically while his workers make pennies, except in this case his workers are actual slave labor. Dude's even got the stereotypical rich person small pet, the kind of chihuahua that you'd expect to see in a Karen's hand at all times, except it's not really a dog, it's... I don't know what the hell that thing is, but it's disgusting. It looks like it'd be wet. According to Vox, if Ratchet doesn't cooperate with the rules of this combat sport, if he refuses at all to compete, if his fighting isn't interesting enough to pull in strong holovision ratings, or if he tries to escape, his collar will be detonated instantly. Although for just a second we see a glimpse of that younger, more carefree Ratchet from the first two games, Clank quickly reminds him that this isn't going to be some fun way to earn money and adulation. This is serious, and all three of their lives depend on Ratchet's performance in the Dread Zone competitions. And yeah, you heard me right, just Ratchet's performance. Although Vox decides on a whim to spare Al and Clank, those two won't be taking part in the games as fighters. I suppose having Clank on his back would give Ratchet an unfair advantage, so instead Clank stays back at their home base and acts as Ratchet's intel guy and sort of secretary now, which is pretty cool. Wait, no, that's not cool at all. There's a reason this game wasn't titled Ratchet & Clank Deadlocked, and the decision to remove Clank from the action in this game is one of many controversial moves that Insomniac took this go-round. Ratchet won't be totally alone though, as Al has repurposed some old combat bots to help the Lombax on his journey up Dread Zone's leaderboards. These bots, named Merc and Green, will help blast enemy combatants, hack doors, turn bolt cranks, or even set up grind rails to help Ratchet cross certain gaps. All the while, they're chock full of little quips, stories, and conversations similar to the Galactic Rangers from Up Your Arsenal. Between these new combat bots and the hilarious play-by-play announcing of Dreadzone's two commentators, Dallas and Juanita, Ratchet Deadlocked is one of the chattier games in this series, despite being only a little over half the length of the prior Ratchet titles. My playthrough only lasted about 5.5 hours compared to 8 or 9 hours for each of the first 3 games, and that's doing every one of Deadlock's many optional challenges. All throughout the game, you'll hear a lot of Dallas's atrocious metaphors and lines, especially as some of his play-by-play repeats. You'll hear his pervy banter with an unenthused, sometimes disgusted Juanita. You'll hear Merc talk about his fear of heights, and Green talk about his fear of many things, really. It's in many ways a precursor to the more frequent mid-gameplay conversations that the later Ratchet games would utilize to help tell their stories, and in Deadlock's case, it adds so much extra character to the cast. It adds a stronger sense of place to the world and constantly reminds you of this game's stakes, and of course, it's just plain funny most of the time. Without all of this banter, the combat bots simply wouldn't have any character at all, as they almost never appear in major cutscenes, likely because partway through production their design shifted from walking robots to floating ones because of that AI pathfinding issue. And what's most interesting about all of this is that it was clearly just an attempt to make up for lost time. Deadlock's story shifted gears several times to match the different gameplay prototypes, so the full story wasn't decided until well into production. This meant that Deadlocked would only end up with about 40 minutes of proper animated cutscenes compared to an hour for each of the first 2 games and close to 90 minutes for Up Your Arsenal. Even with a story that was stripped back, the team needed more than that to get everything they could out of this Gladiator game's theme, so we have things like Dallas and Juanita introducing each mission on every planet with a flyover of the level, an easy way to tell you some story without needing to do any animating whatsoever, followed by Clank giving you help desk style tips over the comlink, which allowed Clank to take a slightly larger part in the story than just sitting back at the base doing actually nothing. It was all a risky experiment, but given how little time and how few resources the team had to work with, it was a necessary one, and it's one that, for me at least, totally paid off. Cutting back on the total amount of cutscenes seemed to drive the animation team to want to pack as much as they could into each one, with more expressive facial animations and small but hilarious moments like Dallas spinning and falling out of his chair while Juanita speaks, or Dallas trying to get creepily handsy only to be smacked, all while their reporting continues as normal. These tiny, minuscule little gags bring out the absolute best in the humor, leaving even the serious moments with something memorable for you to laugh at even long after you're done playing the game. I could genuinely spend half an hour just gushing over my favorite of this game's cinematics, and you know I'm more than capable of it, but I won't threaten you with a good time. Instead, I'll just say that for my money, Deadlocked is the funniest Ratchet game pound for pound, because it doesn't just save the humor for the bookends of every level or every route. Ratchet Deadlocked may not have a butt joke in the title, but it spreads its cheek all throughout most every scene. As you can tell, if there's one theme that prevailed throughout these different sort of phases of Deadlock's early production, it's that the team working on this game wanted to go in a very different direction, that they weren't afraid to take risks even if they might not pay off. And it's this continued willingness to take risks and go off the beaten path to see what works and what doesn't that's actually been both part of the reason that we've continued to get so many Ratchet games, as well as part of the reason that some of y'all are bitter as fuck. In order to save fan-favorite characters like Quark or the Plumber from becoming too overexposed, the main cast in Deadlocked was cut down to just Ratchet, Clank, and Al was presumably chosen as a third because, I would say to say it with me, but I know you won't, nobody ever says it with me, he's pretty cool. They saw the success of the darker or more serious storytelling approaches that were quickly overtaking the 6 console generation's biggest hits, and they wanted a slice of that growing market, of that audience that was growing up with these games. Clank, for example, was lopped off of this game's title and marketing partly to help this game stand out from the first 3 as a different direction, but also supposedly in response to the success of Jak 2 and 3. Which is fascinating in retrospect, since Jak's darker direction actually did coincide with more praise by critics and fans up front, but seems to have led to lower overall sales figures than the more whimsical Ratchets 2 and 3, as those games had longer tails and caught up and passed Jak by. Beyond the Ratchet-only focus, most every other step in Deadlocked is a clear response to trends, from the looming threat of a violent death at any point, this brutal, bloodthirsty gladiator show, the crude humor and commentary on overzealous corporate greed that's been turned up to 11 even when the first few games already had it close to a 10. The goal wasn't to make a dark Ratchet game as much as a more serious experiment, but regardless of intent, it's this sort of darker tone that led to the backlash later on when future games were, heavy air quotes, demoted to ESRB's E10 Plus rating. You know, even though that rating just didn't exist until 2005, and even though Deadlocked's HD port, just like all of the PS2 Ratchet games, was re-rated to that very same rating. Speaking of Deadlocked HD, that version is the elephant in the room that I've gotta address. I've spoken in detail about the HD remasters of the first 3 Ratchet games already, but Deadlocked is where everything went completely off the rails for the port team at Idle Minds. Where Ratchets 1 through 3 were all expanded and built upon the same early framework, Deadlocked in many ways may as well be a totally new engine, so anything that Idle Minds had learned while porting the trilogy was more or less worthless here. Deadlocked HD was put together in only a few months on a shoestring budget, releasing only a few months after the trilogy hit PS3, and it is not good. The frame rate is struggling constantly, even where the PS2 version was just fine. The pre-rendered cutscenes are stretched incorrectly, and the in-game cutscenes hiccup every few seconds and just jump back a frame every second or two. There is so much slowdown. It's just unreal how rough this port is. I was initially planning to record the PS3 version for this retrospective, but I had to tap out. It was actually straining my eyes. But rather than plug my PS2 back in and deal with finicky recording equipment and questionable video quality, I just decided to emulate the PS2 version upscaled to 4K. Did I need it in 4K? No, not really, but it runs just as well as the original game would, and it looks even better. The only trade-off with emulation is that some of the shadows and certain pieces of bloom, including Ratchet's drop shadow, just end up a little bit broken, but this was far better than the alternative for both my eyes and yours. Most of all, Ratchet Deadlocked differs from its predecessors in that it's almost 100% exclusively combat. The basic formula for this game is that each quarter of it represents a Dread Zone tournament that you'll complete in sequential order, and after completing a tournament, you'll unlock a new armor color to signal your progress. In the Japanese version, this is even accompanied by a fun Power Rangers/Sentai cutscene. Why? They were told to. Apparently, they thought it would help the game sell better, and I guess it worked. One medal is obtained for completing all of the mandatory challenges on one of that circuit of planets, with the exception of the first green medal that you get for finishing that original training course. In other words, the first Dread Zone tournament unlocks once you finish the first 3 planets, and the rest of them will unlock every subsequent 2 planets after that. This usually means that you can actually pick between either of the 2 planets for each tournament circuit, but despite the battlefields being wider, the game is about as linear as the prior Ratchet games when you look at it level to level. And if you really think about it, it's a little bit more linear than usual since you have to complete missions in a set order on each and every planet. As an example, here are the missions from the first Dread Zone challenge, the Robot Burial Ground on planet Catacrom 4. First, Ratchet runs and guns his way through a linear canyon, which takes no more than maybe 2 minutes. Next, he works his way across part of the burial ground, turning a few bolt cranks to activate a bridge, all the while fighting more Dread Zone bots, as well as robot zombies crawling out of the ground, before fighting his way across that bridge to get to the Landstalker vehicle. Again, no more than maybe 5 minutes. Mission 3 features Ratchet piloting this giant spider tank as he blows his way through dozens of enemies yet again, this time to get to a small arena up a hillside, again maybe a minute long. And then in the final main challenge, Ratchet will fight against 5 waves of robot zombies before being rewarded with a hacker ray that Merc and Green can use to open certain doors. That's it. That's all of Planet 1. It's maybe 10 minutes total to get through it, not counting the 3 optional Dread challenges you can do afterwards if you'd like, 2 of which are also combat focused. One of these asks you to kill a certain number of enemies under a time limit with the Landstalker, and another brings you back across the same battlefield, destroying a series of ancient monuments by defending your combat bots while they place explosives on the sides. The only non-combat mission here, which I guess you could classify as sort of exploration, challenges you to ride a hoverbike through a series of rings within a time limit, along the way dodging explosive barrels and shooting some enemies if you'd like. This isn't just the first planet either. Finishing Catacrom 4 unlocks planet Serathos next, a poisonous, swampy planet full of giant indigenous scorpions called Leviathans, as well as ankle biters and some more of Vox's Dreadzone combat bots. The visuals, the terrain, and the enemies may be different, but the objectives for these missions on Serathos are almost identical. Run through a couple of linear setup areas, defending your bots as they hack open doors and force fields, travel across a wide open battlefield turning some bolt cranks to open the arena, and yet again we close out this planet by fighting in that arena. At the very least, most of these missions do add the hacker ray as a little wrinkle here. In this final mission, for example, you'll protect the bots from waves of Leviathans while they hack a series of orbs around the arena. Once they've finished hacking every orb, the even more gigantic King Leviathan will be summoned, and I'm assuming he's probably a little bit mad that we killed all of his kids. Also, somehow Dreadzone strapped a bunch of armor to this thing too? I feel bad for the intern that had to do that. Even the optional missions after the main route here on Serathos are just about the same as on the first planet. Do a time trial on the hoverbike through some rings, and use the Landstalker to kill a bunch of enemies in a time limit. These Dread challenges are mostly a way to earn extra bolts and some extra points on the Dread Zone leaderboard, but until just about the final level, you can earn enough points on just the critical path to keep unlocking every level, so you can pretty much skip all of these until near the end of the game if you'd like. After Serathos, Ratchet heads to the Dark Cathedral on planet Kronos, where he and his combat bots fight through several challenges to open the cathedral's doors and battle the first Dreadzone exterminator, a giant robot named Shellshock. Shellshock himself also attacks Ratchet multiple times along the way while you try to open that cathedral, but he keeps running away while calling Ratchet a weak little girly man, which, to say the least, is an interesting strategy. It's an awesome idea to have each of the 4 tournament's exterminators keep pestering you during a mission, both in-universe to keep the ratings high, and in the real world to give you a bit more of each of these characters, so that they feel like actual foes instead of just obstacles on a checklist. Except, get this, Shellshock is the only exterminator for which this happens. In fact, he's the only exterminator who has a dedicated planet on which you fight him, which is a shame because this level stands out as one of the highest octane and most fun in the entirety of Deadlocked. For all 3 of the other exterminators, you head back to the Dreadzone station after getting your 2 medals, you enter the big tournament, and you fight the boss at the end of that gauntlet of challenges, which means that if you're keeping score, your reward for fighting your way through 2 sets of challenges is a 3rd set of challenges. Yay. But even here, after you defeat Shellshock for like the 14th time inside the cathedral, you still have to go back to the station to do the tournament, which ends anticlimactically with no boss fight at the end because again, you just killed Shellshock. It's so strange that this only happens for the very first time. It sets up a strange expectation for the rest of the game and for the other 3 exterminators. It's a clear as day example of the game's scope running up against yet another rough deadline. You get the sense that this game may have been intended to be as long as the previous games, and that each boss may have been intended to have their own dedicated planet based on the fact that only this first tournament has 4 medals and 3 planets, and every other tournament only has 2 planets total. As well as based on the fact that the middle 2 exterminators between Shellshock and Champion Ace Hardlight just have a cutscene at most to give us an idea of who they are. Hell, one of them doesn't even speak. It just feels uneven. Plus, based on Kronos' more linear, more directed mission design, it almost feels as if you could expect a higher octane, more traditional Ratchet & Clank level as your reward for going through 2 of these repurposed Halo-styled ones. That said though, even if Kronos does feel a bit more, let's say, directed and purposeful in its mission design, the gameplay itself is still no less repetitive. At least grind rails are back after being absent from Ratchet 3, I suppose, but even these have a new combat focus to them, forcing you to just kinda jump every few moments to avoid enemy sniper fire. You don't really jump back and forth between multiple rails in Deadlocked. They're not really a set piece as much as an easy way to cross these sometimes messy maps and get from point A to B without overusing vehicles like the hover ship. In many ways, the return of the grind rails feels almost like an obligatory thing rather than some triumphant return, even more so since you obtain the combat bot's grind cable gadget right before Kronos, and after this you pretty much don't get any new gadgets introduced or used. The game just gives you most of what it has to offer right up front because that's where they had the most time to work. And even though we're ostensibly only a quarter of the way through this game, by this point we'll already have, or at least have the ability to buy, 6 of Deadlock's 10 total weapons. From the dual Viper pistols to the magma cannon shotgun, to a bomb launcher, a mine launcher, a shield launcher, even to a sniper launcher. What's that? The sniper?
Sniper rifle? Doesn't launch snipers? Alright, well that's kind of boring. None of these 6 weapons will break new ground compared to the series' usually creative arsenals. In fact, of the 10 weapons, only 1 is really a new idea at all. Later in the game, we'll unlock a rocket launcher, Vox's devastating Rhino knockoff, and the mini turret launcher, which at least has a fun little callback in that gun's description. Apparently, in-universe, Vox stole the mini turret launcher from Megacorp's patents, but Megacorp stopped trying to sue Vox Industries when Vox forced Megacorp's lawyers to compete in Dreadzone. Great little piece of continuity. The only new weapon is the Scorpion Flail, which, incidentally, is my favorite weapon in Ratchet Deadlocked. We'll touch on the reasons why this arsenal was chosen in a moment, but at first glance, even the weapon lineup feels sort of like a greatest hits retread of what players had already seen. And the thing with Deadlocked is, we're only a quarter of the way through the levels, and I've actually already covered most of the bases with this game. Our main plot doesn't exactly twist or turn. Ratchet's goal is to work his way through each of the 4 Dreadzone tournaments, completing whatever challenges Vox throws his way, while Clank and Al try to figure out a way to escape without being beheaded. Each of these tournaments culminates in a battle against one of the 4 exterminators, the best and, more importantly, most marketable gladiators that Dreadzone has to offer in order for Ratchet to unlock the next tournament. Our goals are clear from the start, our progression is clearly split into 4 chunks, and our path to get there is going to be pretty much exclusively combat, with little to no platforming to be found at all. Even with Ratchet as the sole focus of this game without Clank on his back anymore, he's not exactly the focus when you really think about it. I mentioned that there are about 40 minutes of cutscenes throughout this game, but a quarter of that takes place before your first battle as the setup and exposition. Most of that remaining half hour of cutscenes tends to either focus on our main villains, Gleeman Vox and his champion exterminator Ace Hardlight, as Vox bickers about Ace's low merch sales and Ace grows more and more jealous of Ratchet's ballooning popularity, or it features Vox's attempts to crush Ratchet's popularity by slandering him via clearly hilariously fake stories on Vox News.
After making his fortune selling cigarettes to children, Ratchet went on to pilot a tanker ship for Zexon.
Who can forget these graphic images of baby seals smothered in radioactive waste? Little Coco never had a chance.
How could you?
I'm not touching that one. If you do the math, Ratchet genuinely gets about as much total screen time via these Vox News segments as he does in person. I don't think James Arnold Taylor even has 10 minutes of total time on the mic throughout the entirety of Deadlocked. No! In so many ways, this doesn't feel like a Ratchet game, and it's why so many critics and fans had lukewarm at best takes on Deadlocked when it first released. One review even called it soulless gun porn. Things like Ratchet's more angular, sharper, honestly edgier armor were polarizing topics even within the team that was developing the game. And yet, despite the missions having such a simple rinse and repeat structure, despite Ratchet and Clank often being relatively disconnected from this story outside of the slanderous attacks against them during some cutscenes, and despite this game being essentially 100% combat with no real emphasis on gadgets or platforming to the point that you have robots that can do the gadget parts for you, despite all that, this game fucking rules. Even though it is all combat at the end of the day, we have frequent side ventures in vehicles like the Landstalker, the Puma, and the hover ships so that it at least feels like we're breaking up all of the shooting. Missions will, at their very core, often just be travel to the end of the level and kill things, but thanks to the focused mission objectives and the flyover cutscenes, thanks to that announcer commentary, the missions have some level of subtext to them. In one case, Vox disables an entire planet's meteor defense system, putting billions of lives at risk of imminent fiery death if Ratchet doesn't fight his way successfully to the control center and reactivate the shield. In another, without context, Ratchet may just be running and gunning through an asteroid belt full of enemies, but with context, he's fighting to reactivate a space lighthouse to warn passenger ships of the deadly hazards nearby. Vox will happily destroy ancient burial grounds. He'll pit heroes against one another until one of them snaps. He'll conduct painful focus tests on children in the name of his company. He's not above putting paying Dreadzone crowds at risk in the name of thrills and ratings either. So throughout your first playthrough, you would often feel like this unhinged trillionaire could do anything at any moment. Just about every planet and every mission is like this, a simple premise that's fleshed out contextually as you go along, so that everything you're doing feels important enough and different enough that the core gameplay of just shooting things doesn't start to feel too samey.
Hearing the play-by-play announcers or your allies chatting through the course of a battle makes it feel like you're on a team. Hell, you've even got a name, Team Darkstar. You'll quickly grow to look forward to Merc and Green's stories as they bring a new point of view that doesn't feel too forced. For example, players get to return to Planet Orxon for the first time since Ratchet 1 and see what's become of that polluted Blarg homeworld. It's a great callback to the series lore that's made even better by the added perspective of your bots who don't know that you've got a history here.
Sir, permission to speak freely? This place stinks!
Despite that heavy combat focus, more and more as you progress, you'll find that your objectives will require you to work with your bots, or more specifically, to defend them or have them defend you. Because the enemy AI will prioritize attacking a bot or the player if they're trying to turn a bolt crank, or especially if you're trying to hack a door since only your robot companions have the hack array. Even within just one mission, you might run into several of these little micro-objectives, and because these bots keep talking to you and keep shining as hilarious characters without overstaying their welcome, you won't want to let them down. And as you complete all of the different tournaments, you'll be able to purchase new paint jobs and equipment for Merc and Green, such as stronger weapons or armor, the ability to protect you or the other combat bot as one of you is turning a bolt crank with a giant bubble shield, or even a super weapon upgrade that will obliterate most nearby foes like the Rhino, which you can only have them use once they've hurt enough enemies themselves to fill up their super meter. Merc and Green are integrated so well into the gameplay loop that these two feel like partners, never nuisances or gimmicks, and it's never clearer how helpful these guys are than when they take too much damage and get downed, leaving you to endure all of the enemy aggro and fire until you've made sure they're revived. It's thanks to this sort of virtual camaraderie that Deadlocked, even when you're playing alone, feels like a bit of a co-op experience. But if you want a bit more of a co-op experience, boy do I have some news for you. You see, Deadlocked's quite literally edgier visual style wasn't just meant as a way to stand out from the original trilogy, it's also supposedly because having these sharper angles, having quite literally, again, sharper edges, meant that the game's models and terrain were simpler in terms of polygon count, which means that in turn they were less expensive in terms of game memory. This sort of visual compromise made split-screen co-op possible throughout the entire campaign, albeit at 30 frames per second instead of 60. When you're playing in split-screen, the combat bots are nowhere to be found, and both players are instead given all of the combat bots' gadgets, from the EMP to the shield link to the hack array, and more. Player 2 is even given a bunch of unique skin options that are exclusive to the second controller, including Jack. Yes, at long last, we finally had the Jack and Ratchet crossover that fans had been asking for, and it's even a double crossover because Ratchet makes an appearance in Jak X. When you think about it, that also means that that Ratchet Combat Racer idea sort of ended up happening after all. But if you want to stick with the regular old Player 2 skin, you play as Clank, who's an alpha now, which is... I thought he already was an alpha. I've played this game in co-op countless times with friends, and it's an absolute blast, to the point that I wish we could have seen co-op return in a more traditionally styled Ratchet game. And then there are those weapons, that soulless gun porn, and at face value, yeah, no, these guns aren't that special. That's by design though, because once you pop the hood, the possibilities start surfacing. Every gun in Ratchet Deadlocked can be equipped with two different types of weapon mods, the Alpha mods and the Omega mods. Alpha mods will automatically attach themselves to your guns as they level up from level 1 to their base game max of level 10, so that every time you level up, you unlock a new mod slot, and a new mod will automatically fill that open slot. These alpha mods can do anything from speeding up a weapon's rate of fire, to adding a larger area of effect to an explosion, to increasing enemy knockback. It can add to the weapon's max ammo count, it can leech health from enemies upon defeating them, and some can even increase bolt or experience gain from defeated enemies. With 10 alpha mod slots open for each weapon by the time you get those weapons to level 10, you can mix and match these however you'd like. Do you want the dual Vipers to fire faster than the human eye can detect? Toss on 10 speed mods. Do you want to never think about money ever again? Add some jackpot mods to your gun of choice. Omega mods, meanwhile, are one-time purchases that track across all of your weapons with far more versatile effects. Everybody loves Ratchet 2's Bouncer, for example, so why not make it so that any of your explosive weapons will burst into little bouncer bombs on impact? Why make a separate weapon that arcs electricity between multiple foes when you can add a shock mod to do that instead, or an acid mod to deal damage over time, or a freeze mod to Well, you know what that's going to do. These Omega mods put so much strategic control into the player's hands rather than putting the burden on the designers to not only make a few dozen weapons that are at least slightly different, but also ensure that there are enough ways to use each weapon so that none get left in the dust. On one hand, you could definitely say that might sound a bit lazy, but in practice, it feels like it was a quick pivot that was thinking smarter rather than harder. Instead of a Morpho Ray weapon, players can equip a Morph mod to any of their guns that'll turn enemies into flying pigs, ducks, or exploding sheep when they're defeated, rather than bring back the Infector from Up Your Arsenal, a weapon that had a really cool idea but a very limited utility. The Brainwash mod was included to let players turn enemies against each other while still being able to deal a decent amount of damage in the process. The result is a surprisingly deep weapon customization system that in many ways inspired the more recent game's Raritanium systems, and in my opinion, this is often better than what we've seen since. And we're not done yet, because this system only travels deeper on subsequent playthroughs. In challenge mode, the mega versions of each weapon when purchased will allow you to level up every one of those weapons to a max of level 99, far and away the highest in the series. Additionally, starting in challenge mode, you can purchase multiple of each type of alpha mod to fully mix and match however you would like. Suddenly, those XP mods might start to sound a lot more appealing, despite costing a whopping 3 million bolts each. Likewise, Ratchet's health can be leveled up to a series high maximum of 999, a feat that will likely take you a couple extra playthroughs by itself. And since Deadlocked is the first Ratchet game to feature a difficulty selection, Insomniac locked the hardest difficulty, Exterminator, to New Game Plus, which makes sense because man, that gets brutal. Completing each of the main and optional challenges in the game will earn you a number of stars for each mission relative to your difficulty, and these stars can be used in the extras menu to buy more character skins. If you want to go for full completion and unlock every single skin, you've got to beat every single challenge in the game on Exterminator difficulty. But if you ever want a break, you can jump back down to whatever difficulty you desire when you're first loading up your save file, a surprisingly convenient touch for the time. And if you choose to stick it out but you just keep dying on a particularly difficult mission, just like with both the earlier and the subsequent Ratchet games, behind the scenes the game will dynamically tune itself to give you the most enjoyable experience possible by swapping between a few different difficulty sub-steps, maybe by adjusting between variants of enemy placement or quantity, by slightly adjusting the amount of damage that enemies deal or take, or a number of other little tweaks that you would never notice if I didn't mention it right now, but from which you've certainly benefited at some point playing a Ratchet game. For every issue that Deadlocked has when you look at it at that surface level, this game is packed full of these smaller intangibles that lift it up and sharpen those jagged edges rather than trying half-heartedly to round out the experience. Really, I would argue that Deadlocked is a game that's only improved with age, as players grew up and realized all the jokes about Dreadzone cereal and toys and hundreds of action figures and ratings and marketing and Al easily falling for blatantly fake news stories, that all of this wasn't absurd. It had teeth, and those teeth sunk right into the throat of reality. It especially hits different if you're like me and actually wanted all of those dumb toys when you were a kid that Insomniac was making fun of, but they also secretly wanted to see made themselves. In a world where massive companies can just straight up violate copyright and patent law and get away with it thanks to an army of lawyers, things like the mini turret's description ring even truer today. Over time, we've all met a Gleeman Vox, but at least in his world, Vox is an open book about how greedy and scummy he is. For every player that just did not enjoy this game whatsoever back when it released, there seems to be another who today lists Deadlocked as one of their favorite Ratchet games. Now, of course, with all of that said, it's not all rosy here in Dreadzone. Thanks to the mid-development pivots, several cuts and concessions had to be made if Deadlocked was going to finish production on time. For example, at least a couple of the planets feel a little bit underbaked thanks to cutbacks, such as Ace Hardlight's abandoned merch factory on Planet Torval, because, he's not moving much merch anymore. Another world that's great at giving you these segmented little chunks of build that lead to a clear objective by the end of the planet, Ratchet's missions here all revolve around finding out the location of the planet's only escape pod. But once you're done, this planet only has a single optional dread challenge, and it's a turret mission that feels like padding, almost like it was obligatory. when almost every other planet in Deadlocked has at least 2 bonus missions, at least one of which usually feels a smidge inspired or unique to that planet. This sticks out quite a bit considering that it's the focus of one of our main villains, a dude who has about as much, if not more, cutscene screen time than even Ratchet. That this planet is only used as a set piece and we really don't get any exposition out of it beyond a couple throwaway announcer lines feels like a huge missed opportunity for this level specifically. It's even more frustrating because the only other time that this sort of thing happens is on planet Stygia, the planet with the meteor force field that I mentioned earlier, which is aesthetically probably my favorite in the entire game. This level has some of the highest stakes in Ratchet Deadlocked, and not only does it not have any secondary dread challenges after you complete it, the penultimate challenge doesn't even work properly. According to the announcer's description, the ground is meant to be radioactive so that only Merc and Green can get down there to hack the terminals while Ratchet flies overhead and protects them with a hover ship. In reality though, you can just hop right out and fight all of the foes on foot, and I would argue that's easier and more beneficial to do so since you don't get weapon experience from a vehicle, of course. I mean, maybe it means that Ratchet might get cancer one day, but we'll get there when we get there, I guess. And these 2 planets are close to back, only separated by the 3rd tournament, which just so happens to feature the only Exterminator boss that doesn't talk or really have any exposition. So this last chunk of the game feels decidedly more slapdash than any other portion. A lot of these later game levels especially are full of little corners to sneak into, some gravity boots pathways intended for Deadlock's multiplayer that could have hidden secrets here in the single player, but no such secrets really exist in Deadlocked, ironically thanks to the more open design that should have been more secret friendly. But since the team was already rushing to catch up to the game's schedule, rather than hide gold bolts in specific areas that might only be accessible during certain missions, the decision was made to leave that sort of collectible out entirely. The closest you'll find in Deadlocked is the occasional jackpot crate tucked away in a corner, which will give you some extra bolts. To say the least, it's definitely not even close to the same, and that little bit of exploration is definitely missed here in Deadlocked, doubly so given that the wider levels should have, if anything, allowed for more secret placements. Insomniac tried to balance this out by including 15 skill points per world rather than 1 or 2, and each of these skill points pay out bolts as a completion reward. These may ask you to defeat enemies in a certain time limit or with a certain weapon, destroy a bunch of Vox's cameras that stare you down in almost every level, complete a challenge or boss fight in a time limit without taking damage. They're, by and large, nothing really special. Often, you'll accidentally complete 7 or 8 of the skill points just by playing the game normally, sometimes getting a few of them in the very same mission. In the game's extras menu, you'll unlock a bunch of little completion bonuses at certain skill point thresholds, including a bunch of weather effects, a wrench upgrade that adds a freeze and morph mod, the ability to keep Ratchet's helmet off during gameplay, or, my favorite, the ability to customize the game's heads-up display to any color that you'd like. I know it sounds simple, but it's a great little reference to up your arsenal's for some reason controversial yellow-orange HUD color, something that was a point of contention, again, even within the development team, not just the fans. So it was a way of saying, here, you pick your own. As you're tackling every dread challenge and rising up the rankings, you'll feel that sense of accomplishment start to build, but also you'll stare down all of the other names on that leaderboard and wonder what their stories might be, or in most cases, might have been. This is another one of the game's biggest missed opportunities. We never get to see Ratchet interact with any other contestants besides the 4 exterminators. It would have been such an interesting plot point, if a risky one, for Vox to pit Ratchet against another hero in a one-on-one fight, a way to test Ratchet's morals. The icy planet of Shar was actually intended to have something down this sort of angle, with Ratchet tasked with saving another one of the heroes as part of the challenge. Presumably, though, this was cut because there wasn't enough time to put together a proper cutscene featuring that other hero. So, disappointingly, the closest that we get is the appearance of a couple heroes in the game's final cutscene, some of these contestants as skins for Ratchet or in the multiplayer, and a little Captain Starshield webcomic that released online as part of Deadlock's marketing. Fun fact, in that comic, Starshield takes on the Cragmites. No, not those Cragmites though, just a similar name, apparently. Oops. It says a lot about Deadlocked that some of my biggest critiques are effectively just me wanting more out of these characters and the world of Dreadzone, I would say. After all, Deadlocked follows brilliantly in the world building and continuity of the first 3 games, continuing to massage this broad world and rewarding longtime fans with references to past games and creatures, hell, even just certain pieces of dialogue.
Oh yeah, you the man!
As I said before, Ratchet and Clank are for most of this game sort of just passive participants in a story about greed that's taking place around them, and honestly, at this point in the series' history, that was a great move. Insomniac had said everything they could say on the PS2 about these two characters, so throwing them in this completely different world and putting the focus on the Exterminators and Vox as they did was a great way to introduce the idea of side episodes into this franchise, and that came at a perfect time since there were plans around 2005 for an episodic Ratchet & Clank anime to spin off of the series' surprising level of success in Japan. A character like the second Exterminator Reactor gets maybe 5 minutes of total screen time, but he stands out in Deadlocked solely because the team maximized those 5 minutes. Like, seriously, his boss fight may as well just be the exact same fight as Shellshock with more or less the same moveset, except in this one, he's more of an absolute pushover than the game's first boss, but his cocky attitude and showboating nature during the fight, along with the hyperbolized rags-to-riches hype story that Vox plays beforehand, cements him as one of my personal favorite characters in the game.
From lowly beginnings as a high school math teacher.
But baby, I'm giving these kids the gift of learning.
You're pathetic. Get out of my sight.
To spectacular success as a homicidal sports superstar.
We're rich. I love you, Reactor. I was always there for you.
I will say, some of these story beats that were cut and some of these missed opportunities are more like dodged bullets. Ace Hardlight, for example, has this surprisingly solid character arc as this fallen hero who turns to the dark side, a guy who happily kills for fame and money.
Not money, Tin Man. Fun.
He's an exceptionally insecure character who quickly grows jealous of and concerned with Ratchet's success, with being replaced the moment that Vox no longer sees a dollar in him, a moment that's rapidly approaching, it seems. In many ways, he feels like a broken mirror version of Ratchet, of what Ratchet could have been in another life, say if he didn't have a Clank to help keep him on track. And to lean into this subtext, here's the dodged bullet by the way, Insomniac early on thought about making Ace a Lombax to make his game-long feud with Ratchet even more personal. Instead, they decided to save that Lombax plotline for its own game and storyline separately later on. A storyline that 16 years, a handful of teases, and 41 games later, they still haven't fully addressed. Maybe one day. I wouldn't hold my breath though. Effectively, Deadlocked is the kind of uneven game where for everything I love and can praise, there's a trade-off that I can't say baffles me. They're negatives that I understand, but they're ones that frustrate nevertheless. For all the talk early on about a vehicle combat game being prototyped, the vehicles really aren't featured all that much in this game's story mode. A lot of them are for optional bonus missions, and even then, the Landstalker is the only vehicle that I would call new. Most of the time when you see a vehicle, it's either to cover up a wide-open, arguably barren map. It's part of a mission that lasts 60 seconds, or like I just said, it's a mission that's optional to begin with, or some combination of the three. Having a higher level cap for weapons means that there's rarely a need to stop using a specific weapon just because it's maxed out, but at the same time, it means that some players might favor just their favorite weapon until it's maxed and end up running into trouble in a hard encounter when none of their other weapons are strong enough. Despite the game's checkpoints being incredibly forgiving, the Dread Zone Station Arena doesn't feature a built-in vendor like the arenas in Ratchet 2 and 3 did. And worse yet, your ammo often doesn't reset after dying or finishing a mission, meaning that you'll have to wait for the game to load you back home to buy a new weapon, upgrade, or just refill your damn ammo. To flip that and offset a negative with a positive this time, the enemy variety feels even lighter than Up Your Arsenals, but in this case that's because in a great touch, these enemies scale with you as you ascend through the different tournaments. Their armor colors and the amount of armor they have will reflect the tournament that they're appearing in, and this in turn seems to reflect the amount of damage that they'll deal to you. Some challenges are so short and segmented that this game would have been perfect for a handheld like the Vita, but the PS3 port was so bad that a Vita version was never even considered. Other challenges will have really unique gimmicks, like the one on Orxon where you get to choose between different pathways that ostensibly feature different enemy types, but then because this game seems to have been in such a tight push to release, we never get to see these ideas fleshed out or expanded upon, so we end up with a game full of really neat, maybe half-baked ideas that rarely, if ever, resurface in later games. I think the relationship between Vox and Ace Hardlight is a great example of this. Not that it's half-baked, but that it's a unique feature that we don't really see in these games executed in this way. A relationship between a main villain and henchman where the henchman is at risk of being replaced or discarded but never attempts to turn on his leader. If you think about it, it's another good reason for Quark to have taken a break here in Ratchet Deadlocked, because Hardlight's in an eerily similar position with Vox here that Quark was in with Drek in the first game. Now, I doubt that was intentional, but it fits in well with how often Deadlocked reuses, repurposes, or references chunks of the trilogy. Many of the Exterminator's attacks, for example, feel ripped right out from previous games' boss fights, possibly because they may very well have been if they were that tight on time. From Shell Shock's shockwaves and missile barrages, which are just sort of Ratchet boss fight 101, to the Eviscerator's homing missiles taking a page from Drek's needle tendril attack, all the way to Ace's nefarious-esque hologram doubles. Although Up Your Arsenal had a sense of finality to it, it's these little greatest hits references, as well as an arguably underrated final boss fight that we'll touch on in a bit, that gives Deadlocked just enough of an argument to hang in the same conversation as 3 of the PS2's strongest and most beloved games, even if realistically Deadlocked is sort of hovering around the edge of that conversation, listening in and nodding its head. It's after taking down the third of the 4 Exterminators that Deadlocked's plot really kicks into gear, as much as a plot can really kick into gear with only a handful of cutscenes at least. Throughout the first couple acts of the game, Clank and Al find a few fatal flaws with Dreadzone security systems, including finding a safe way to remove the Deadlock collars, and that all of the Containment Suite security cameras are disabled during arena battles. The moment that Al finishes taking off Clank's collar, however, he's shot in the back by Ace with the same pistol that killed Captain Starshield. With his body beyond repair, Al is carted off in an ambulance, which is surprisingly caring for what you'd expect from Dreadzone. This is truly where Vox and Hardlight put their full efforts into sabotaging Ratchet at any and every cost, including kidnapping Merc and Green and forcing Ratchet to rescue them from a hostile prison complex, and of course sending them into an impending meteor shower that threatens to destroy an entire planet. But as we know, Ratchet is Ratchet. It's not like a little death's gonna stop him today. And after these ordeals, he takes down Ace in a I guess that counts as a one-on-one fight. With the Lombax now standing alone as Vox's only remaining top contender, the Mogul tries and fails to convince Ratchet to sign the dotted line and sell his soul away for merch rights. A vengeful Vox then sends Ratchet to the untested, inescapable Ghost Station, a Dreadzone course filled with the bitter ghosts of robots and enemies that Ratchet had defeated over the course of this Dreadzone season. An inescapable ghost station from which Ratchet quickly escapes. Yeah, I don't know why they try at this point. The idea of a level filled with past enemies seeking revenge is an awesome one that we don't see return all that much, probably because robot ghosts are a bit too out there even for these games most of the time. We'll probably never see that again.
I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
I'll admit I have a bit of a soft spot for the Ghost Station thanks to this vengeful spirit idea, more specifically because of my favorite piece of dumb environmental storytelling that I think that any Ratchet game has ever had. So earlier in the game we had robot zombies, right? Robots that died and were reanimated. Well, here in the Ghost Station we've also got ghost robot zombies. A robot that was killed and then came back to life, only to be killed again before reanimating once more, but even angrier. So that's already amazing. But there's one specific room in this Ghost Station that has, I swear to God, ghost zombie robots being revived by stasis pods. In other words, a robot that was killed and revived and killed and revived and killed and revived one more time, only to be killed a 4th time. The only way this could have gotten better is if at the end of this hallway they used the fucking Dragon Balls to bring them back one final time, only for Ratchet to kill them again. Vox continues to spiral out of control after Ratchet overcomes even this impossible challenge, and when Ratchet returns to the Dreadzone station, Clank unveils his final escape plan. Well, not his alone.
He's had help.
Yeah, Al's half robot now, which is, well, you know the thing. While Ratchet heads into the core of the Battle Dome underneath the arena, distracting both Vox and his troops, Clank will hack the shuttles to start picking up all of the remaining heroes and the audience. The clever Vox saw this plan coming though, and rigged the entire station to explode if Ratchet can't deactivate a series of bombs before the timers run out. The Shark even strapped Deadlock collars to the audience and to his announcing team, who, for the first time, drop their faux Vox News hatred of Ratchet and openly root for him to save them and save the day. Mostly save them, let's be real. This culminates in our final battle against Vox right in the center of his Battle Dome arena, with the crowd cheering on Ratchet as Clank and the other heroes rapidly evacuate each and every audience member. In the first phase of this fight, Vox doesn't actually do all that much himself. Aside from a sweeping ground attack, his main attacks involve dropping dozens of bots to distract Ratchet, Merc, and Green in hopes that Vox himself doesn't have to get his hands dirty. It's fitting given Vox's character, and fun fact, this includes holograms of a bunch of Vox's Dread Zone bots, which in theory means that Ratchet might fight a hologram ghost zombie robot revived from a stasis pod. And if you're keeping score, that's 5 deaths for those robots. I almost got my Dragon Ball wish. Really though, your biggest damage risk here is only if you let the fodder enemies overwhelm you, or if you get distracted and run into the fire hazards. It's the second phase where Vox's battle starts to stand out as incredibly visually impressive, as well as possibly a bit difficult depending on your luck. It's very much a sensory overload kind of fight, which fits Vox's manic personality and the intensity that Dread Zone's broadcasts have always had up until now. On top of your usual easily dodgeable missile attacks, Vox has a patented shockwave attack in which he grabs a nearby hovering camera and heaves it at Ratchet. This idea of an enemy grabbing a piece of the environment and using it as a projectile was actually designed and intended for one part of Up Your Arsenal, but it was a bit too resource heavy to justify including for just one random enemy in one random level. Seeing it return here isn't just a great little nod to that enemy, it also simply fits better here in a final encounter. My favorite touch with this fight though is that Vox's Drek-esque hovering mech just has so much style, not only harkening back a bit to Ratchet 1's final boss, but also injecting this character's seedy silver screen personality to it. Plastered over the front of this mech are a dozen holovision monitors, which will often display a close-up shot of either Vox himself or of Ratchet, taken in real time from this actual battle. It's just such a perfect conclusion to this game. After his defeat at the hands of the Lombax and 2 pretty cool robots, Vox presses the obligatory self-destruct button for the entirety of Dread Zone Station, spending his final moments thirsting over the ratings bump that'll come from trillions of viewers watching him and Ratchet die together live on Holovision.
Get in, Ratchet. There is no time remaining.
But, of course, Clank pops in at the very last moment to save the day, ripping off Ratchet's Deadlocked collar and tossing it into space as they just barely escape the massive explosion. Also, Ratchet saves Vox's weird, wet slug thing, which, ugh. The escape shuttle receives a handful of transmissions from some of the other heroes that were trapped in Dread Zone, thanking Ratchet, Clank, and Al for the rescue, and again, reminding you of the missed opportunities that Deadlocked ended up having by never having you interact with other heroes until the last scene of the game. Ratchet also gets hit on by one of these heroes, Hydro Girl, and Clank picks up a possible new love interest / Secret Itch and Clank co-star named Venus. So much for making things work with Sasha or that horny infobot, I suppose. That's where our journey with Ratchet Deadlocked comes to a close, with a funny call from Captain Quirk and a little reminder that somewhere out in space, Dr. Nefarious and his butler Lawrence are still floating and plotting their revenge. I'm sure we'll see them again one day.
I'm a little teapot.
As I said before, despite being a very uneven game at times, Ratchet Deadlocked does more than enough that it's earned the love of many a fan of the series. Especially in recent years, Deadlocked's had a bit of a resurgence, perhaps because players saw that it was a one-off experiment and that later games would return to the norm, or perhaps because this ended up being the first of many experiments and those later ones didn't work out nearly as well, so by comparison this one looks a lot more acceptable. The other side of that coin is that Deadlocked represented a chance for Insomniac to branch out and recognize what didn't work with this series on a larger scale, even if the game does have its fans, myself included. Considering the shifts in industry trends in the years prior, the diminishing returns of the mascot platformer and more stylized cartoony games in general, and the fact that the Xbox 360 was only a month out by the time of Deadlocked's release, Insomniac was justified in believing that they had to adapt or die. And more importantly, the adaptation did work, showing the studio and Sony that Ratchet fans, at least for the time being, were a reliable, hungry market even when similar games were on shakier ground. Did the darker vibe work for everybody? No, not even close, not at all, but it worked surprisingly far better than it had any right to. By modern indications, Deadlocked was a great commercial success and became a greatest hits title in all 3 major regions. Surprisingly, this was even the case in Japan, a country which, according to many reports, had not taken well to the darker direction of similar games such as Jak 2. Maybe it was those Power Rangers Sentai transformations or the special Japanese exclusive Christmas edition of Deadlocked with the special Santa Claus skin that did it. Yes, that is real. Despite its surprisingly strong sales though, Deadlocked didn't even come close to the numbers or the acclaim of either the Ratchet trilogy or the game's chief inspiration / technically competitor Halo. It feels weird to call those two games competitors because it was never a competition if you've played both Halo 2 and Deadlocked, I'm sorry to say. Still, it ended up being an important landmark in the series as well as another opportunity for Insomniac to improve upon Ratchet 3's multiplayer modes. I'll admit I can speak even less to this game's multiplayer mode than I could of 3's as far as personal experience goes. Perhaps one day I'll try to join some of those community Discord servers to play some rounds online, because I'd really like to fix that. The general consensus as I've understood it is that many consider Deadlock's multiplayer a leap above its predecessor, thanks in part to sustained support from Insomniac on their old forums. On top of adding the occasional blog update to their site in the style of Dallas and Juanita's Vox News reports, a fun little way to build the world and address fan questions such as, what happened to Ratchet and Sasha dating? The answer to that, by the way, is that Ratchet allegedly didn't vote for furry Bill Clinton in 2004. Insomniac included several multiplayer skins that you could only unlock via the forums. There was actual competitive discussion and technique sharing. Hell, there were even some secret multiplayer skins that were only unlockable if you beat the Java phone Ratchet & Clank spin-off, Going Mobile. If you want to hear more about that, I've got just the video for you. Altogether, Deadlocked had a highly praised multiplayer that many die-hard fans would argue in different circumstances could have taken off as a multiplayer juggernaut. Perhaps not in this game, but with some more improvements and additions in a future Ratchet game whenever Insomniac would take their next crack at it. Of course, an overambitious scope with the next Ratchet & Clank game would end up leading to the multiplayer and co-op being completely cut from the early pre-production plans, a necessary cutback that inadvertently affected the trajectory of the entire rest of the franchise even to this day. That one might just be the most fascinating development story that any Ratchet & Clank game has had. Now, what do I mean by that? You'll have to wait and see a little bit in the future. Although Deadlocked marks the end of Insomniac's direct PS2 contributions, we have to return to one of the indirect ones, that high-impact thread that I had said to hold on to earlier. Founded in 2004, High Impact Games developed the two Ratchet & Clank PSP titles, Size Matters in 2007 and Secret Agent Clank in 2008, as well as Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier in 2009. Each of these games came to PlayStation 2 as well. It makes sense, right? A studio made up of former Insomniac and Naughty Dog employees. Of course they would be the right ones to handle those two franchises. Well, about that, I'm here to break the news that one of the most common things you hear about high-impact games likely isn't actually true. Per multiple high-impact sources that worked at that studio for much of its lifespan, no one who had substantive Naughty Dog experience ever worked there. You can compare this to the credits listings of every one of High Impact's games too, and I did. Either somebody worked there for such a brief stint that they were never included in any game credits whatsoever and never interacted with any of the folks with whom I spoke, or that was misreported, perhaps even a little bit of fluff to give the company some extra prestige. The only recorded time that anybody who had worked at Naughty Dog was involved with High Impact was a brief few hours of consulting at the start of production on Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier, when High Impact started building off of Naughty Dog's very early PSP pitch, a pitch that High Impact took in a starkly different direction. This, according to the person who actually drove that Naughty Dog employee to High Impact, was no more than maybe a couple different days right at the outset, or maybe an hour or two at a time. Now, why does this matter? Well, it doesn't necessarily, but it's a bit of texture that's going to be important as we look at this studio. See, for a team made up of mostly former Insomniacs that could do the Ratchet series justice, about 2/3 of that staff that actually worked on the Ratchet games came from elsewhere. There were almost as many developers from the True Crime series as Ratchet & Clank. Moreover, my understanding now is that during Secret Agent Clank's development, a decent number of the ex-Ratchet folks juggled much of their time trying to greenlight a different pitch for Xbox to keep the contracts and the cash flowing in, while the non-Insomniacs took a greater production role on Clank in an increasingly tighter window. Now, none of this is really out of the ordinary. Obviously, the stuff you've worked on before doesn't necessarily define what you're best suited to work on now, especially for some of those folks that now had worked on a Ratchet & Clank game by way of Size Matters. But if you've played either of these games, and Clank especially, hearing a lot of this puts a lot of stuff into some better perspective. The high-impact Ratchet games often feel right in the spirit of the series, but something is frequently off. Usually that something is polish, and not just in the usual, it's a handheld so it's a little bit jankier sort of way. See, from the jump, High Impact was founded on the idea of, what if we could take a bunch of the crew we like at Insomniac and team up elsewhere to work on these games more on our terms? As you've seen, Insomniac's workloads had gotten progressively heavier through the main trilogy of Ratchet PS2 games, a trend that, spoilers, still took the entirety of the PS3 era to fully resolve once they started deeply trying. Toolkits to make production flow more easily had been delayed, the development structure in general was kind of inefficient, and hustling was also just the DNA of most studios around this time, since the industry was still in the process of blooming away from its white-collar engineering roots, only with a much sharper sales incentive. From the top down, you would keep up the flow and work until your brain is numb to keep securing new contracts, because one bad hiccup could sink your entire company if you weren't prepared for it. High Impact, despite being founded on the idea of a far less crunchy lifestyle, made it exactly one game before the wheels came off. And not even one game and a port, just one game. Size Matters released in February 2007 as a marquee showcase for the PSP's capabilities, a near-console-level Ratchet game, but in your pocket, and it even had some unique multiplayer modes that changed the objectives based on the map you were playing on. Size Matters launched to immediate success too, at one point becoming the highest-selling game in the franchise, thanks to a custom PSP bundle that Sony pushed for a good long while. If you look back at the first couple years of the PSP, this was really the first big in-house property that had a chance at global success. The PSP for the first couple years was heavily propped up by GTA and impressive, albeit usually scaled back, ports of PS2 games. This was really the first big opening silo for the fact that the PSP had games, and it's even called Ratchet & Clank 5 in Japan. There was confidence here from Sony. The confidence was mostly well placed. It was such a success that Sony greenlit a second game for release in 2008, 16 months after Size Matters had launched, and that was despite there having been some red flags during production. Red flags such as having to request late additions like just about all of the minigames to increase the game's, at the time, alarmingly short length, and such as focus testers being very dissatisfied with most of those minigames, namely the racing. Additionally, with high demand for a home console release, Sony also tasked High Impact with porting Size Matters to PS2. This was left to some of the younger staffers as a sort of training project, while most of Size Matters' original team took greater roles on Secret Agent Clank. Again, very common practice, nothing out of the ordinary here. I would love to say that there are some fun stories to tell with this PS2 port, or that this or Clank's console release do a great job at improving many players' issues with the PSP originals. There aren't, and they don't. That didn't stop me from trying though, and in reaching out to more former High Impact employees, I've learned quite a bit, much of which is coming up, although quite a bit of it ends up being fun little factoids. For example, fun fact, in Secret Agent Clank there are rhythm game sections that aren't whatsoever synced to the game's music. I always assumed the music came in late and just didn't match, but although that was also an issue here, it was a bug. They just couldn't fix it in time because Secret Agent Clank was kind of a slow-rolling disaster internally. Similarly, that game's Captain Quark opera mission, they forgot to ask Jim Ward if he knew how to sing opera or would be willing to do so, and on the spot he nailed it in just about his first take. One of the interviews I conducted was a session I recorded on the record with David Goodrich, a senior designer on Size Matters and the lead designer behind both Secret Agent Clank and Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier. We had a wide-ranging chat that lasted 4 hours that I've got uploaded in more digestible chapters over on the Platinum Bolt, covering just about his entire career, from working on the Vigilante 8 games that made Sony so scared that they quickly started production on Twisted Metal 3 with a new team instead of quietly killing the franchise just for the sake of competing. We jumped from that to his time being brought in by Sony to work on some of the Twisted Metal games so that David Jaffe could finally get started on God of War, to his detailed recollections of High Impact, including a ton of exclusive insights on the PSP Ratchet games, the dire, crunchy state behind Jak and Daxter, and the cancelled 2010 Crash Team Racing game for which he was also a lead designer. It was a genuinely wonderful discussion, and he's a really funny dude. We first linked up when he popped into my Size Matters PS5 stream and said, "This level sucks, who made this?" on a level that he himself had made. I was honored to be able to help preserve his stories in some way, and he's also got a hobby channel of his own where he'll stream some of the games he's worked on and share even more insights. So if you're this far into this video, you're clearly a nerd and you owe it to yourself to check all of that out. Although that discussion changed a bit of my perspective on these two Ratchet games, as you'll see, taking a mildly exaggerated disdain to a bit of what if empathy, knowing now that the production of these games was probably worse than the Ratchet games that led to High Impact's very founding? Although my perspective on them has changed, my criticism of them has not. If anything, it further helped inform it. Nearly every issue I have with these games is either untouched in their home console versions, or it's somehow worse, to the point that nobody's noticed I've been showing PSP footage this whole time. Okay, here, and yes, this footage you're seeing means that I did in fact play both games one more time even after playing them twice each for my PSP retrospective and having to play them even more thanks to the PS Classics re-releases. As far as those PS2 changes go, you can count them on one hand. Size Matters on PS2 fixes some smaller issues that you'd really never notice. It reworks the online multiplayer to be a split-screen only affair with redesigned maps and a light sort of co-op element, and it offers an improved control scheme more akin to what you're used to with Ratchet compared to the one-stick portable version where they had to get creative. Though by improved, I should probably say more familiar, but also far more upsetting. See, mechanically, just about nothing has changed by the added screen space, which means the camera that was super zoomed in on PSP is still practically up Ratchet's arsenal. Worse still, the added right-stick aiming in Size Matters on PS2? This is actually the worst. There's no acceleration when you turn the camera, it just starts blasting at full speed at even the slightest touch, and at that, it's a speed that's way too fast for what this or any other Ratchet game has ever really needed. It doesn't even feel like they simply remapped the L and R buttons to the stick and called it a day from there. Some poor rookie tried tinkering with this and made something that actually disoriented me here. You know how I know that? The PS4 and 5 Classics ports of Size Matters does map L and R to the right stick, and while it's clearly a digital input with no way to adjust for speed or, the analog part of the analog stick, it is miles better. The PS2 version's up-down camera movement, which didn't exist in the PSP game at all, it might be worse, with the camera whipping briefly in either direction before forcing itself to recenter ahead of you again as if you've been pulling against a very strong tether every time you try to look up. You can't even really look around in this game without feeling like you're fighting something far more powerful than any of this game's enemies. For the record, I put a good bit of distance between the last time I had to play these games on PSP and when I started recording on PS2, partly out of self-preservation, but not entirely. In fact, I started recording the PS2 games after having gone through the whole Insomniac chunk of the retrospective that you've watched thus far, and watching back and tinkering with my old work had actually kind of relit the spark for me. I was sitting there excited for when the PS2 games do come to the PS4 and 5 Classic stores. Not that I wasn't before, but for the first time in a couple years, with the exception of falling in love with Ratchet 1's randomizer mod and that somehow making me love and appreciate that game even more, for the first time since playing each of these games 2 or 3 or 5 times for the sake of giving a comprehensive breakdown for each one, I felt like I wanted to sit down and play Ratchet again. Not just, yeah, I could eat right now, but actively wanted to. Size Matters on PS2 killed that. Don't laugh, I'm not making a joke here, and I'm not just being mean for the sake of it. Something about this version of the game disgusts me deep in my core. It's an identical game, but it feels grosser to play. The camera makes me uncomfortable, not unlike how some folks get that pit in their stomach sort of sickness when playing games in VR, which, to be clear, I don't. I have no sensitivities in that regard, and this is one of the only times that I can ever recall just viscerally rejecting a game like a bad organ transplant, despite this being the version I rented as a kid. Even the smaller details here, like Ratchet not having a pivot animation when standing still and strafing, it's all still here, and it's magnified by what are technically higher definition visuals. Just about all of the graphical changes relating to that marginally higher output resolution end up making the game look worse. Replacement textures somehow look muddier than if the PSP ones had just been stretched and upscaled, for example, and the game often just kinda looks darker. Maybe this last one here is a little petty, I'll admit, but I also stood on some crates and did a hyperstrike, and it doesn't... I hate it. That was probably there on PSP, but I never thought to try, and I hate this. Within a few planets of starting this save of an identical game to the one many of you have seen me suffer through to the tune of 3 playthroughs this past year, within a few planets, I realized, no, I actually don't want to play Ratchet & Clank right now, I could still use more time. Secret Agent Clank, on the other hand, ended up with a far better port, because the poor souls at High Impact were thrust right from Clank Crunch to even worse Jack Crunch without any reprieve. After Clank's poor response, which Sony was not happy with, Sony was throwing them one final bone, and from what that game's lead designer told me, things were dire enough that Sony was pissed with how unjack the game was. They even sent a Sony producer on site full-time partway through that game's production just to try and ensure even a marginally higher standard of quality, hoping that Jack could be salvaged rather than simply pulling the plug, knowing that if they cut their losses, it would more or less guarantee high-impact shutdown. Since the game was cheap enough anyway and no one else was going to work on Jack, they went sunk cost, hoping that somehow the game would end up coming together right at the very end, like way too many game productions do, and ending up more like Size Matters did for Sony than Secret Agent Clank did. Clank's PS2 port then was handed to Sanzaru Games, another fresh startup developer that happened to have a ton of connection to the true crime games. The more you look, the more you realize that despite true crime being seen nowadays as some mid-GTA clones, those games were a breeding ground for a ton of talent in the PS2 era and beyond. You may know the name Sanzaru from their work remastering the Sly trilogy and making Sly 4, a game they actually pitched solely for the Vita initially, in a doubly smart move since the team didn't have as much experience working on HD consoles, and also because at the time, platformers were straight up performing better on handhelds than they would have on consoles, see Size Matters. Sanzaru did quite a bit of work retooling animations and replacing assets with higher res versions, even taking the Ratchet Arena mini-bosses and making them look different than just slightly bigger versions of regular enemies. Additionally, their implementation of the right stick's camera controls, while still not stellar, is more than serviceable, and on top of fixing many of the PSP game's many bugs, they also jacked up the bolt values like tenfold because Clank's economy on PSP is an absolute slog. Now yes, a lot of this is, frankly, putting a bit of makeup on a pig in terms of the end product, but they did a good enough job that Kermit's been eyeing the PS2 box from across the room. The only trade-offs here are that A, for some reason they couldn't quite get the neon aesthetic down as well as it did on PSP, so some areas just look like that classic low-budget PS2 game style of dull and washed out, which, hey, this is a classic low-budget PS2 game, so points for accuracy, I guess. And B, Sanzaru's work wasn't exactly optimized for the hardware, and Clank's port, as a result, has some pretty dreadful load times. We should have seen Sly 4's load times coming a mile away. Well, there is also a tiny third one that caught me off guard. For some reason, the PS2 version of Clank has a hard fade to black every single time you pick an item from the quick select. I don't know who missed that assignment, but it is not the best look. Now, with all of that said, trust me when I say that my original retrospective on the PSP games is mostly the favorable versions, especially now that those PSP versions are available on PS4 and 5. I've made similar changes to this chapter as I have the ones you've already watched to account for new info, but almost every criticism about those versions is present here on PS2. Because I firmly believe the story of and behind those games is relevant to the overall tale of the PS2 Ratchet saga and how it affected both the series going forward and Insomniac as a studio, I believe it's a necessary inclusion, even if I like myself just enough not to spend 40+ hours replacing every single gameplay clip with identical ones from PS2. Except, maybe I did. You wouldn't even notice. Job turnover in the video game industry has, for pretty much as long as the industry's existed, always been a struggle. So has crunch, the act of supervisors taking what may start as an eager desire to do everything possible to make your game or your parts of it as finished and awesome as you can, taking that passion and turning it into a company-wide culture and expectation. No different than when you show initiative at your job and your boss adds that one thing you went above and beyond to do to your list of now assumed responsibilities. Crunch and turnover, of course, are related by way of burnout. Even the gold standard studios, the ones revered throughout the games industry, have at one point run into all three of these in a dark alleyway. That includes Insomniac Games, whose 20-year journey to end internal crunch I documented as I covered the Ratchet & Clank franchise, because the games that we got and the trajectory of the series and the studio itself cannot be separated from that struggle. It informs development. For studios, your response can define who you become. And it's hard to come out of a back alley brawl without at least a black eye. You might think I'm referring to the oft-maligned Ratchet & Clank PSP saga as that shiner. No, the black eye here is the situation that led to the founding of those PSP games' developer, High Impact Games, a studio opened around 2005 by a whole crew of programmers and designers that had left Insomniac at one point or another during the crunchy RNC PS2 saga. High Impact was described by one of those former Insomniacs as like getting the band back together, and by nearly everybody else involved with silence. For nearly 3 years now, I've been pulling at the spool of thread that was High Impact Games, trying to unravel what happened that led a senior programmer at Insomniac to suddenly contentiously depart the studio during early production on Ratchet 3, a significant roadblock in that game's development that directly led to at least one other staff departure during production and likely several more indirectly in subsequent years due to the long tail effects of working from behind over and over again and having to fill that significant hole in the team's makeup. Just like when your boss leaves and their boss then splits the responsibilities up without giving anybody at your team a raise. Now, you might think it's just one programmer leaving, but it was a lead gameplay programmer who, according to my sources, allegedly spent time during the second Ratchet game's production whispering feelers to other Insomniacs with apparent ambitions of opening his own studio, a crunch-free or at least less crunchy studio, and allegedly, perhaps poaching talent? For 3 years, almost nobody I've contacted has elaborated on this, outside of numerous vague allusions to a lawsuit, a legal threat, and/or an NDA of some sort. The closest I've gotten is one unnamed former Insomniac referring to it as a quote-unquote legal quagmire that they wouldn't get into, while in the same breath privately encouraging me to keep pulling on these threads. So how did High Impact Games quickly get contracted then to work on a PlayStation Portable Ratchet & Clank title in an office not 5 minutes away from the very company that allegedly sued or threatened to sue its founder? I'm still not entirely sure, but just like those crunch issues informed Insomniac's RNC games, this is the question that defines Ratchet & Clank's Size Matters and its sequel Secret Agent Clank. What led to this studio's founding? What led to getting some of the band back together to make games their own way, on their terms? And how did this affect both the portable and console forks of the Ratchet & Clank series? This is all to say that I spent multiple years unsuccessfully trying to get to the bottom of why these games suck so much. Didn't expect that one, did you? Now, I actually don't think these two titles are completely irredeemable or anything. I know the common take is to dunk on them, and I really do believe that these games provide some super neat suggestions on how to evolve the series formula. Problem is, as my Uncle Yoda once told me, cool ideas don't a good game make. He had a severe stroke, don't make fun of him. Both Ratchet & Clank PSP games are absolutely riddled with core balancing issues, design flaws, repetitive segments, a questionable commitment to storytelling despite utilizing the very same writer as the beloved Ratchet & Clank 3 story. There's a Ratchet jar, it's a lot, okay? But a lot of this very well may come down to this team wanting to do it their own way and disagreeing with the direction that the series took after Ratchet & Clank 2. And this is immediately noticeable with 2007's Size Matters using the OG model for Ratchet from the first game 5 years prior, despite this game taking place after Deadlocked. On one hand, that kinda makes sense since the dude's on vacation and you're not gonna bring armor to the beach, but on the other, who the hell wears cargo pants at the beach? Now, jokes aside, obviously the reasoning here is to avoid creating two new high-quality reskins for Ratchet's cutscene character model, one that would be a one-off beach outfit, and another that would have to be a new default armor, which can get kinda shaky in a game with mix-and-match armor pieces. I do want to know why his head's so damn big this time around, though. Like seriously, how does he keep that thing straight? This is what makes the high-impact story such an interesting and yet unknown wrinkle in the franchise's overall tale, mirroring in many ways the different fan bases that have emerged between the PS2 sagas, the future games, even just the Ratchet 1 vs 2 truthers, etc. The former developers with whom I spoke expressed that there was often a different idea at High Impact where Ratchet should go narratively or mechanically compared to the way the wind blew at Insomniac, and although there was some basic back and forth between the two companies to ensure that High Impact wasn't going way out of line or stepping on plot points in Insomniac's next Ratchet game, both PSP games do exactly that anyway. It's enough that there was a debate for years as to whether either game was even canon, because Size Matters spends much of its runtime with Ratchet angrily arguing with Clank that these mythical creatures called technomites that help make the universe work don't actually exist in a game that narratively would take place about a year before the first PS3 Ratchet game, where Insomniac spends a significant amount of runtime with Ratchet angrily arguing with Clank that these mythical creatures called Zoni that help make the universe work don't actually exist. And while we'll sadly, for me, get to Secret Agent Clank's plot later, it took a kind of snippy tweet from Insomniac itself to hand-wave away that game as an episode of the in-universe Secret Agent Clank show. Spoilers, no, that's wrong. See, official Sony marketing materials say that the Secret Agent Clank movie, show, and character is a cover for Clank also actually really being a secret agent, and this game's plot directly addresses the ending of Size Matters as the inciting incident behind the villain's actions, while also referencing numerous other characters and plot points that exist in the game's universe that actually happened to Ratchet and/or Clank that would contradict Secret Agent Clank's in-movie universe lore. My god, we're already so deep and I want to die. Throw in a storytelling structure in both games where plot points can often feel like non sequiturs, as if cutscenes were accidentally left out of the game, a thing I would not put past this team, and characters who often feel like they've regressed 2 or 3 full games, and you get 2 titles that probably shouldn't be considered canon. Whatever, at least there aren't space pirates this time.
That's the exact question the space nuns asked me after I saved them and the ship full of orphans from the space pirates and their giant kudzu.
Just do the thing. I don't care anymore.
I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
Back to the question at hand, how did High Impact end up with the contract to work on a PSP Ratchet & Clank game, given this vague legal issue that may or may not have occurred between its founder and Insomniac? Some of it honestly seems to come down to timing and convenience. In an interview with Game Developer magazine, design director Leslie Matheson said several of us had decided to form a company because we were just really excited about doing our own thing, and that when this opportunity came up, we just got a number of options with Sony, that they were really anxious to find somebody that could handle this game on PlayStation Portable. And really, we were the only team who could take such a complex game and bring it over. Noteworthy is that Matheson was actually still working on Resistance at Insomniac until mid-2005, and this is where I get to point out that the entire internet has been wrong for 20 years. Everywhere you look, High Impact is reported to have been founded in 2003, except their own LinkedIn page where it's 2005. The owner and founder of High Impact, Roberto Rodriguez, didn't leave Insomniac until the final month or so of 2003, right as Ratchet 2 had launched and 3 was ramping up into full production, and he then worked on the first Call of Duty on PlayStation 2 before opening High Impact in, according to his own page, 2004, presumably right at the end of the year after COD had wrapped up. The culture at High Impact, from what I've gathered, was indeed more casual than Insomniac, with less of that eagerness or perhaps hunger, both individually and company-wide, to prove at all costs that they were worthy of more and bigger opportunities. That's not to say that they weren't a hungry studio, but instead that they didn't fall into the same trap of taking big bites and regretting it when it came time to swallow. Time to Swallow, by the way, was an early title for this game, since Ratchet enters Clank for one of the levels. By 2008, High Impact was already up to 45 people on staff, and they showed that desire to do things at their own pace by releasing 2 Ratchet & Clank games in 2 years, porting one of them to PS2 in-house, and releasing a Jack game a year later on both PS2 and PSP, each new title coming with progressively diminishing quality. Now, in complete fairness, their release cadence was a little bit slower than the ex-Insomniacs would have endured prior, with 16 months or so between titles on average instead of 12. And to give them a bit more credit on Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier, that game was actually started by Naughty Dog before being passed over to High Impact once Naughty Dog realized it wasn't going to be able to juggle making 2 games simultaneously between that and Uncharted. Naughty Dog would never again repeat that attempt to juggle making 2 different games from 2 different series simultaneously. Clearly, it's very, very well documented. This is also part of why you often see misunderstood comments that High Impact was founded by both ex-Insomniacs and former Naughty Dogs, when in reality the truth is closer to some Naughty Dog staff had moved to High Impact with that project. I'm not going to get further into the weeds on that one though, let's save that for when I inevitably have to cover the Jak franchise. By the way, about Time to Swallow being an early name for Size Matters, I made that up. I just want to see who ends up posting that like it's real, and who didn't get to this part of the video moments later. I still see people saying all the time that Jak 2 inspired Shadow the Hedgehog, all because my Sonic Team video resurfaced a quote about Shadow's director saying he was excited to finally be able to play Jak 2 now that he was done losing 20 pounds while crunching on Sonic Heroes. So if you see anybody posting about Ratchet & Clank Time to Swallow, know that they weren't paying attention, and point and laugh at them. Speaking of crunch, Size Matters wasn't immune to it, at least in the excited developer working unpaid overtime to make a feature as cool as possible sense of the term. One of the high-impact staff that didn't come from Insomniac was a gentleman named Ron Lefebvre. Size Matters was his first project, actually. He detailed in an old blog some of the contributions he had made and gave some insight into the company's culture. His first contribution was an artist tool to help give artists better autonomy in moving and scaling assets themselves without the help of a programmer. See, this was a point of frustration with some programmers at Insomniac, you may recall from those PS2 retrospectives, as for a good while there had to be a back and forth between artists and coders where and how they wanted something to be, and then the coder would have to do the grunt work and get feedback on whether it was done the way the artist wanted it to. Since this new company was founded by a lead programmer, you can guess why this was on the to-do list pretty early. Ron's big contribution to the game, though, involved creating some of the particle effects for weapons, and this would evolve into doing so for, in my opinion, the only cool feature in Size Matters, its customizable armor system. See, in Size Matters you'll find helmets, chest plates, boots, and gloves for 7 different sets of armor, just kind of hanging out in the world as a collectible. If you find all 4 of one set of armor, it'll give you a special effect. The first one, for example, gives your wrench a fire effect. Now, at the 11th hour before the game entered its pre-alpha state, which meant that Ron, as a newbie, wouldn't be allowed to add anything new to the game at that point, just for the sake of trying not to break it, honestly, he wrote that he had worked 36 straight hours up till that deadline, sneaking in some secret armor sets that you would unlock by mixing and matching different pieces from different armor sets. Stuff like the Wild Burst armor, which shoots an exploding sludge napalm hybrid out around you when you do a wrench slam. The difference here at High Impact from Insomniac was that this grind set wasn't something that was encouraged. Ron's boss, presumably Mr. Rodriguez, sent him home immediately to get some sleep once he realized that he had been at the office for a day and a half straight. This stands in stark contrast from many of the stories that I had highlighted during that PS2 saga of the retrospective, where junior coders would often see their leads or their supervisors casting the wrong example by staying until 4 or 5 in the morning, where at times some employees were called back into the office late at night in perceived times of need because something had broken. In other words, although High Impact was at first cranking out games in a similar cadence to the Insomniac tree from which it had branched, it was doing so seemingly without compromising from one of its founding goals. And that, I can only respect. After all, you can't tell the story of Ratchet & Clank without telling the story of its crunch, and without wake-up calls like staff turnover, turning into a whole new company that was seemingly trying to do it better. Who's to say that wake-up would have happened at Insomniac when it did? Who's to say they wouldn't still be crunching today instead of having seemingly just solved the issue once and for all? Now, I wish I could turn this into some long compliment sandwich, a long compliment hoagie of sorts, I guess, but this is just about where the nice things I can say about Size Matters end. Even with that armor system, there's an asterisk, because while I love the idea of customizable armor sets and unique set effects, there are 2 Achilles heels here. One, the armor pieces and their sets have a set damage reduction value each, so using earlier sets on paper makes for a risk-reward that doesn't actually jive with this game at all, since by the time you get to New Game Plus, most every enemy is two-shotting you no matter what armor you pick. And 2, almost every single armor set effect applies solely to a wrench attack, which turns into the perennial RNC issue where using your wrench on enemies is actively wasting experience that weapons could be earning. And Size Matters is already the second worst balanced Ratchet game behind its sequel. Again, this is the nicest thing I could say about this game, aside from stuff like, hey, the graphics are pretty great for PSP, or it's kind of funny sometimes, or I like that they went back to Ratchet 1 style where each section of a planet has its own music track, and the music in general is great as always. These are the only nice things I can say, so let's just go ahead and jump back to the start of this game and run through it all in order. So like I said earlier, Size Matters starts with our duo on a well-deserved vacation after the events of Deadlocked, relaxing on the beach of returning resort planet Poketaru when a girl named Luna asks to film them beating up some robots for one of her school projects, before she's subsequently kidnapped by some of those robots. Also, Quark's here too, following Ratchet & Clank to try and tag along on their inevitable next galactic rescue. That's not foreshadowing him turning heel again or anything, he's just lonely because he doesn't have a family. In a fun little PS2 throwback, the gang's one step too late when they try to save Luna as the robots flee the planet, dropping what Clank declares to be a Technomite artifact. Now, Quark conveniently has been to the next planet on this goose chase somehow, so he tells the duo where to bring the artifact while he uses the ship's computer to search for his family on Ancestry.com or something. Once they find and save Luna, she reveals that she faked her own kidnapping in order to lure them there, and we get a trippy Ratchet dream sequence while Clank is sent off to do battle bots for some reason. Size matters is an interesting case in that it takes quite a bit from entries like Up Your Arsenal and Deadlocked for its story, stuff like Quark having spent a significant amount of his life living with monkeys, but its gameplay feels almost like a Ratchet & Clank 1.5 midquel, to the point that fans briefly at one point cited the nipple suspender outfit and Ratchet's sassier attitude as evidence that this game did take place before going Commando. Those people were wrong, of course, but it's always sat in a weird spot with me, with core mechanics that feel like a step back from even that second game, while not holding to the unique gameplay charm that the first game had. Some of this is simply due to being a PSP game first and foremost. With no right analog stick, for example, you would think the game would try to rely on auto-homing bullets like Ratchet 1 had, and with no L2 or R2 buttons, strafing has to be mapped to either the D-pad or the analog stick, with the other being your free movement. To crouch for things like a long or high jump, you need to hold down both L and R, which individually act as your left or right camera turning. The two definitive, which in this case is to say, I don't know, kind of passable, ways to play these games are via PlayStation Vita or PSTV if you have one, because you can map the camera control to the right analog stick, or via emulation, much for the same reason, but also because then you have save states in case you want to do any of the dumb New Game Plus stuff. More on that later. As for that bullet homing thing, well, it isn't very good. Certainly not up to Ratchet 1's lofty standards, where you knew your margin of error within about a minute or so of using most guns. The game here will lock pretty rigidly onto one enemy in your field of view, and sometimes it'll choose a crate off to the side, but hey, that's fine, I guess, and shots will directly aim for where that enemy currently is. We'll talk about the weapons themselves in more detail in a bit, but for most guns, there's not actually really a projectile, so they don't auto-home from there like you would expect from Ratchet 1. That means that if the enemy moves, the shot will blast past them unless you've purchased the lock-on mod for the one or two guns that has the lock-on mod. And you can't swap which enemy you're locking onto without jerking your camera around or positioning over and hoping it moves over to the desired target, so it effectively gives you a middle ground between Ratchet 1 and Ratchet 2's aiming without any of the catered design of either game. The compromise there is that enemies usually take their sweet time moving around and getting ready to attack you, so you don't have to worry too much about doing a bunch of side flips a lot of the time. You can just kind of stand there and shoot. Other weirdly RNC 1.5-esque things include this game still making you physically spin the stick when activating a bolt crank to match Ratchet's changing direction instead of just holding forward. This isn't a complaint, for the record, just an observation, because similarly, the Magna Boots that we get later on during this first act are a hybrid between 1's really slow Magna Boots and the Gravity Boots from 2 onwards, so you can jump and shoot, but you still have the slower, floppy walking animation from the first pair of boots. This matters because remember how in the first game you had to be very careful with where you walked on these magnet tracks because Ratchet had to take his time to follow a circular walking path to turn around, and that often meant that you would hit the sides of the path and fall off when trying to correct yourself? This has that too, due to that walking animation. Things like these were often fixed by Ratchet 2, and if not by Ratchet 3, stuff featured in the games developed in part by the handful of high impactors that had left Insomniac after one or both of those games. Much of Size Matters is like this, a game that sometimes baffles you because you know these issues were fixed already by the very same folks years prior. The level designs of the first 3 worlds in Act 1, they're passable up to a point. That point is level 2. Poketaru is your basic tutorial level, no knocks there outside of the disgustingly slow helipad glide. I mean, seriously, in a game where you can't look up or down without zooming into first person, just having to inch forward while descending at a snail's pace and blankly stare at whatever's in front of you, I don't hit the "what were they thinking" often, but this time I think I have to. Actually, I lied, there is one more knock. Very few, arguably maybe only 1 or 2 of the game's titanium bolts are actually hidden whatsoever, and the ones that are hidden are usually just on a side platform right next to your ship, or there is one particular one where you have to do the single slowest wall jump sequence of all time and hope that Ratchet can push his momentum in a perpendicular direction at the very end to land correctly. Outside of those couple exceptions, they're usually just right in plain sight, because these levels are partly by necessity the most run-of-the-mill Ratchet levels to ever Ratchet level. Same goes for the armor, by the way. You're just gonna find new armor pieces right in front of you as you go through the levels. They're pretty much impossible to miss, and there's little reason to not immediately equip the ones that give you the highest % damage reduction. The one nice part about this game's levels is that pretty much every one has at least 1 or 2 mid-level cutscenes to keep you bouncing back and forth between story and gameplay. It's probably the most consistent that any Ratchet & Clank game was with this, probably up until Rift Apart actually. The second level, with its near-miss name of the Vitija jungle, starts out fine enough. Again, mostly basic aside from the introduction of a new gadget that makes a little plant buddy follow you around until you guide him to some soil. Fun little gadget. It's the second half where it starts to leave passable territory for me, and we go half the game before we get back to even okay. That's because after Clank enters a glory hole in the temple wall, we get the return of the basic Ratchet & Clank 1 Gadgetbot gameplay. Woo. Like the helipad gliding, this is somehow slower than usual, thanks in part to the new Bot Flinger. I'm not sure why Technomites have a need for either of these things, the Gadgetbots or the Bot Flinger, but this device lets you slowly, and I mean slowly, grab, aim, and throw Gadgetbots across gaps or up onto ledges, which is really engaging when you have to do it 6 times in a row. I guess I had to make sure they got every last drop out of this because this is the only classic Gadgetbot section in the entire game. The Gadgetbots in general run into even more brain-dead issues than ever before. Sometimes they slow down significantly for seemingly no reason while following you, which is just great when you're running from a giant boulder and the only respawn point is all the way at the top of this lengthy ramp sequence. Now, sometimes you'll get lucky and they'll run all the way back down on their own somehow, or I guess maybe just respawn near you, I'm not sure which of these it is, but the game even has an elevator to send you back to the top as punishment if the game itself lets you down. This section jumps us ahead to level 3, which ends in a betrayal from the little girl Luna like I mentioned earlier, but not before the worst racing sections in the entire franchise. This is skyboarding, and these sequences are thankfully optional after the first sampler on each of the 2 tracks, but if you choose to do the rest for the pitifully low bolt rewards, you'll be navigating different permutations of each of those tracks. There's one here and one a little bit later in the game. Slapped pretty lazily all over both tracks are a bunch of boost pads and random platforms, and the name of the game is to keep your boost gauge as full as possible while throttling it as often as possible. See, using the boost meter allows you to fly through the air and take different shortcuts, hence skyboards, as well as just go faster than a painfully light jog where it looks like you maybe tore your Achilles or something mid-jog. These things are really slow. But be warned, if you land weirdly or you hit an angled piece of ground or graze a wall, or sometimes if you just hit nothing at all, you're still gonna crash and get checkpointed back a good bit earlier in the track. And don't worry, no matter how far ahead you are, if you crash, the other racers are sure to have caught up to you by the time you respawn, and they're probably not gonna slow down once they get ahead of you. There's practically zero momentum to this mode. The moment you're off a speed pad, you go right back to that brisk jog unless you're holding down the boost button. The second skyboard race later in the game almost gets kind of okay, but only because you can cheese entire chunks of the level thanks to its super open design. Even then, that track also arbitrarily decides whether there's actually racetrack underneath you or not, because if there's not in the game's eyes, you can't use the boost glide and you're gonna fall to your death down that bottomless pit. Seeing as each race is several minutes of pretending you just took some Ambien, while also being liable to end with a photo finish thanks to the rubber band AI, and therefore making you start all over and take, I guess, another Ambien in this metaphor, the races are actively not worth your time, especially in challenge mode where they don't even multiply the bolt reward. Game doesn't even have the lap number on the HUD, it only tells you as you cross the finish line, which can lead to a few moments of panic when you inevitably are told that you apparently hit something and are now losing, only to realize that mercifully you're only on lap 3 of 4 or whatever. Apropos of nothing, it's also around this point that I realized the game uses the circle button as the confirm button, and not the X button as had already become the standard quite a few years before this. Again, if you didn't know any better and somebody told you the PSP actually came out in 2002, you could totally believe that this was the long-lost real Ratchet & Clank 2. You may notice that the game went from 2 basic, okay Ratchet levels to a Clank section and an at-first mandatory minigame. Well, buckle up, because after the next section on Planet 3 here, we don't get a return to satisfying Ratchet gameplay until the 7th major level of 10. Now, the reason you're forced to do that first skyboarding race is because the reward is a shrink ray and some grind boots, both of which are needed to start the actual level. That's right, it's time for size to finally matter here for about 30 seconds. Wow, they really lived up to the theming with that name, huh? The grind boots in this game are only actually used to activate these short grind blocks blocking doorways, an ingenious way of avoiding the token puzzle item and puzzle doors that this series always loved so much. Shout out, by the way, to Secret Agent Clank, which has exactly one of those puzzle door items. Great. Also shout out to the camera here for struggling to keep up when these grind rails are turning, and finally shout out to High Impact for the really stiff looking jump animation when you go between rails in lieu of the usual flashy flip. Does it matter? No, not really, but that was one of the coolest things about grind rails, and if we're not going to look cool while doing it, then it only really serves to justify the shrink ray gimmick, since the idea of shrinking and getting big and size mattering, it's also not going to get used for a while after this either, until, like, level 7, fittingly. The rest of this robot factory level is actually really enjoyable. Well, actually aside from the bad Magnaboot Labyrinth section that's mapped onto a huge sphere in a game where you can't look up or down without stopping and entering first person, and actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the weird top-down elevator section where they disable your strafe for some reason, which exposes the lack of the bullet homing even harder than before the elevator forces you to jump off, which sometimes takes your momentum from you mid-jump for no discernible reason and kills you thanks to a bad glide, and forces you to do the whole section over again. You know, I swear to God, I didn't mean for this to sound backhanded. I just remembered these sections as I was talking here. Note to self to fix the script for the captions, I guess. And I do want to say that Magnaboot section is really impressive for PSP standards. It's just not good. Anyway, Act 1 ends with a simple but fun boss encounter against this giant mutant named Mungo. Like with the creative Magnaboot tracks, although again, that part's not really that fun, it's just neat to see some of the old PS2 ideas that members of this team probably thought of and tried back then, but couldn't quite get to work at first, like Mungo ripping off part of the environment to use as a weapon, or grabbing enemies from the battlefield to throw at you as a projectile. That last one did get used in Deadlocked, but it was originally planned for and cut from Ratchet 3. After killing Mungo, Clank then headfucks a door because apparently he could always do that, I guess. Luna reveals part of her plan, and Clank wakes up on the set of BattleBots. What? So after Luna zaps Clank and something looms over Ratchet, we don't get a resolution for any of that for the next most of the game. Clank's gotta do some very basic BattleBots-inspired robot combat for a bit because the game says so. And the thing is, I remembered really liking some of this section as a kid, namely the throw Gadgetbots into the goal minigame, maybe because I was taking out frustrations on Gadgetbots, or maybe because I just really wanted to like something in this game. Coming back to it now, the AI is mostly brain dead, whether it's in battles or in robot soccer. The only exception are one or two bosses who also still have very simple patterns, but those patterns usually involve giving you a particularly narrow window to get your jabs in while being safe from retaliation. Also, there's Gadgetbot Lemmings. This and being a ball in soccer are all that they're used for in this game, so again, why did the first Clank section even need to happen? After Clank wins Robot Wars 3, Scrunch the Monkey suddenly lands on the planet with his spaceship that he has, I guess, gives Clank an iPad and leaves without Clank. I'm not kidding, this just happens. Cue a very slow, very long Giant Clank Star Fox section as he flies to the medical outpost where Ratchet is being tested or operated on by the mysterious villains. Like with racing, there's another one of these a bit later, although the Clank one is optional and thankfully easy to miss. The story then jumps us back to what Ratchet's been doing during this whole sequence, which is a dream sequence level, one that does not have nearly enough checkpoints for the amount of shaky, clankless platforming it throws on you, before ending with a heavy air-quote boss fight against Dream Giant Clank, where you slowly just jog away from him for way too long without any indication that it's just gonna end after a couple minutes. Yeah, so you notice how the plot just kinda stopped? I'm not skipping anything here, that's this third of the game. And once Ratchet's awake, the medical outpost level afterwards can't survive without gimmicks either, apparently, because we juggle a get your weapons back trope alongside Ratchet going into angry overkill mode because he has a bit of hazy PTSD from being operated on, followed by the rest of the level juggling some Ratchet gameplay, but more so turret missions where Clank has to freeze enemy robots again and again while protecting Ratchet so that he can open the doors. This all culminates in one of these, which is also tied to a timed escape sequence because, oh my god, Ratchet Jar! I don't want to know what they extracted from him, frankly, because I think Tumblr and fan artists, they already have that covered. Yeah, so Ratchet throws the Ratchet Jar and has apparently some Death Star thermal exhaust port aim because it hits the exact spot of this light post that doubles as the self-destruct button, I guess. As they're about to escape, Ratchet runs over to a TV monitor and finds what he was apparently looking for that was never mentioned until now, which is Luna's last communication entry before leaving the station. Finally, after 3 full levels, we've got a bit of story again. Luna's reporting back to Emperor Otto Destruct, the Emperor of the Technomites, and the most Crash Bandicoot-ass name that a Ratchet villain's ever had, with Luna vaguely alluding to a test subject that they've created, while Destroy All Humans over here gloats back about how easy it was to manipulate Quark. Oh yeah, remember Quark? Yeah. This is the only story we're gonna get for a bit. Hope you liked it. Now get back to the important filler work and go do some more skyboarding, because if you don't, you're not gonna get the polarizer gadget you need to start the next level. I just want to stress again for a moment that Size Matters goes in one unbroken stride from one Ratchet tutorial level to half a Ratchet level to Clank Gadgetbots to bad racing to a Ratchet level plagued by some lengthy set pieces that only detract from the experience and break up the rare moment this game ever starts to flow, to Clank BattleBots and Gadgetbot Lemmings to giant Clank shoot-'em-up sections to a dream sequence that also breaks up any sense of Ratchet gameplay flow thanks to bad checkpointing and bad platforming full of bottomless pits, to another gimmicky Ratchet level where half the time it's a Clank turret level, to more bad racing until finally at the start of Act 3, we get the one and only truly good level in the game. And we also get more Giant Clank if you realize the Clank pad is there. I think I just tuned it out my first playthrough when recording footage. Incidentally, that first planet in Act 3 is the first time you actually use the shrink ray for more than a 30-second grind rail door lock too. But before we move on, while we're still in this game's dreadful second act, let's talk about the weapons we've got up until now. They fucking suck. I really thought just now about cutting the entire next 3 pages of this script, because man, all it's going to come down to is what I just said. They fucking suck. You start out with the usual pistol and grenade combo, in this case the Lacerator pistol and the Acid Bomb Glove. The Lacerator, as with most blasters in this series, suffers from becoming quickly outclassed by later weapons, and unlike most blasters in the franchise, it has a really slow fire rate that makes it really unsatisfying to shoot. Meanwhile, the Acid Bomb Glove, well, remember in Ratchet 2 how the Gadgetron weapons like the Bomb Glove that were brought back from the first game were really weak and functionally kinda useless? Gadgetron's brand new Acid Bomb Glove is even less useful than that. It doesn't directly deal damage upon explosion, instead coating enemies in an acid that's supposed to deal high damage, but does not because enemies don't actually take damage unless they're physically standing in the acid pool. High Impact really wanted to play around with weapons that had effects rather than just pure damage output, and while that's neat on paper, it doesn't align with how Ratchet and Clank combat encounters tend to go, and it doesn't really work whatsoever. Acid as a bonus on a regular weapon? Perfect, that works fine. That's why it was a mod in a bunch of Ratchet 2 guns. A weapon that can only deal damage via acid as a status effect? Nope, it doesn't work at this point in the game since it only has 5 ammo to start, since enemies aren't exactly easy to rope together into a small area to optimize using it, and because it's always a pain to aim at anything in this game, no matter what. Odds are you would never see a reason to use the Acid Bomb Glove until you've leveled up every other weapon first, and that takes quite a while. What a shame then that when fully upgraded and modded, it's one of the better weapons. Next up is the Concussion Gun, which you can buy from the vendor starting at level 1 for 10,000 bolts. Thing is, you'll probably need to wait till the start of level 2 to buy it anyway with how stingy this game's economy is, and by that point you'll only get even sadder because you'll see the Glove of Doom is now available for 25,000 bolts. Keeping in line with the first 2 guns, the Concussion Gun is the worst shotgun in this franchise. It doesn't do nearly enough damage to hold its own outside of when fighting the smaller ankle-biter enemies that go away after like level 3, and even when leveled up to this game's max experience level of 4, it is still pathetic. The Agents of Doom in this game are somehow underwhelming too, not dealing enough damage in their level 1 form, and then when they finally gain weapons of their own starting at level 2, they find a way to miss essentially every moving enemy. So we're 0 for 4 right now, and get ready to make it 0 for 5, because when you hit the factory in level 3, you'll probably feel obligated to spend time doing the bad racing missions just to have some money, since the Scorcher flamethrower weapon is 20,000 bolts, and you still won't have earned enough yet to have bought the Glove of Doom, so now you're constantly playing from behind. The Scorcher is another close-range weapon, far better than the shotgun, I'll give it that, but with range so poor that you're gonna have to accept that you'll probably take a few pot shots while using it. Did I mention yet that the ammo for nearly every gun in this game is so paltry? Because my god, even in Ratchet's dreams, he can't help but run out of ammo. Don't worry though, because even in your dream sequence, you can spend real money, 30,000 bolts of them to be exact, to buy the Suck Cannon, always a reliable option in these games. Except here, because good news, it's awful too. After this very level, there are almost no enemies in the rest of the game small enough to be suckable, meaning that you'll just have to suck up crates nearby as your ammo, and guess what? There aren't too many of them to use as ammo, so again, ammo is still a goddamn issue. This thing doesn't do enough damage to defeat enemies easily anyway, and that means that you're not earning enough experience to level it up, since this game doesn't grant XP based on damage dealt, only based on kills. And since you're probably blowing your money on whatever weapons you get, just hoping that one of them will be decent at fighting all the damage sponges in this game so far, by the time you get out of Ratchet's dream sequence and into the medical outpost level / mostly turret section, you won't have enough to afford the next weapon yet, the B-Mine Glove, which is really the only cool, new idea for a weapon in this game. all of the optional content up to this point, which I have always done across this series, I did everything right as it showed up, most of the Clank missions and races in Size Matters are only giving you 1,000 bolts, maybe 2,000 if you're lucky, or if you're unlucky, you're just getting another pair of gloves or shoes. I didn't even get to mention that you now also have to choose between buying the B-Mine glove, whatever weapons you haven't bought yet, the bolt grabber to extend your pickup range, and the box breaker, because those two are also in the vendor for some reason. The B-Mine glove isn't that great either at first, because the last thing you need when you're begging to be able to do any decent damage is a turret that shoots a handful of bees before immediately running out of bees and disappearing. I'm not kidding, it takes me until the end of level 6 of this game's 10 levels here to get a few of these weapons even to level 2. That's how bad they are at dealing damage, and that's how little experience you're getting from enemies, even if I exclusively use the new weapons. They often simply run out of ammo before you can get more than a sliver of experience. And if you've played these games before and you're disagreeing with me, I do gotta say, many of these weapons do get pretty serviceable by the time they reach max level, often feeling like they're completely different weapons pretty suddenly with how effective they can get, but it's borderline impossible to get more than one or two of them to feel satisfying on the first playthrough up until this point, because this game refuses to have an idea of what it wants to be. Most of it up until now has been filler. The best spot to grind out weapon level ups is the dream sequence, because I swear to God, the game just likes to kill your momentum sometimes while jumping here, sending you careening into a pit and starting back from the beginning of the level. But hey, I guess that's at least good experience if nothing else. And the dream sequence wasn't even that fun of a level to play. The best thing it has going for it is that it's trippy and has wavy little JPEGs calling back to characters from older games. It makes it funny that a number of players saw Nefarious here and said, oh yeah, this is definitely before Ratchet 2 somehow, but frankly, I would prefer this whole thing to have been a dream sequence so that I can wake up and not have spent hours of my life playing, researching, and talking about this piece of shit game. And before anybody tries to drop the, oh, it's not that bad, you're exaggerating, no, play this shit again. Go start a fresh save file, don't just go off the multiplayer where the weapon balance is different, don't think about the fully maxed and modded New Game Plus 3 versions of weapons, because those turn out okay, but only after you suffer through a full playthrough or two of the game to get there. And no, you don't get to use the concussion gun on yourself so that your memory's blurry either.
Persona!
There's only so much rope that I can lend to a game for being on a handheld. Yes, at the time, this was raised as one of the shining beacons of what a dedicated handheld game could be. That's because it handles its compromises pretty excellently. The camera issues and controls are things you get over and get used to, as much as they may lead to some cheap deaths or hits, and although the camera in particular has an effect on the gunplay, none of my deep-seated issues with Size Matters come from things like that. High Impact couldn't have done much better in that regard, I would argue. Nah, it's everywhere else that this game falls flat. It's unevenly paced, it's unbalanced, it's unsatisfying, and even though the best level in the game is coming up next, I've still got to talk about 3 more levels after that, New Game Plus, and a game that's somehow even more unbalanced and unevenly paced. You could handwave away the pacing as being part of a segmented pick-up-and-play experience if you want to be wrong, but it's not because this game is portable that it has a middle act that is exclusively padding and minigames. That sort of stuff can easily be spread out across a game far more evenly than this. Every other game does it. The next game in this series that this team made does it, and to a fault, I might add. It's because this game was made by a team that, I would argue, got overexcited and threw every new shiny idea at the wall rather than honing in on taking a couple ideas and polishing them until they shined, that we get a game that's just not good. For as much as I enjoy talking about games, digging into what makes them tick and the behind the scenes of how they came to be, make no mistake, I do not like doing this. I don't like just having to dunk on games because actual humans made this. In this case, actual humans made this game that seemed to have a lot of freedom to do so in a healthier environment than this industry tends to provide. It's part of why every time I've come back to this project over the last few years, I tried playing the actual games last, after starting to reach out to developers. After finding old articles and doing the research. It's why I was waiting and hoping for more developer responses, hoping for something that I could use to tell the story behind these games without actually having to talk much about the games. It's why my script was the SpongeBob the meme for months while I looked at it, said I don't have the courage yet, and focused on better projects. And the biggest sin here is that these games have so many neat little ideas like the armor system or the different utilities for weapons beyond being weapons. There's a lot of experimentation that takes place in these PSP titles, and I really want to give that every bit of credit that I can. Or at least I would prefer to give the next game that credit. This one just plain sucks really, but for every cool idea or every limb onto which High Impact goes out when building their little treehouse, for every single one, there's a reason that the good Ratchet games didn't do those things, because those limbs are shaky at best. They move away from what this series was always trying to be, and because for every branch you take, you pull resources further away from the trunk of the tree, and you start to forget that you're in a forest. Weapon balance is a basic issue addressed through user testing, and while I know there were at least some user tests performed, this feels like a game balanced around the endgame, by the designers, by the coders, by the team that was making it, that was mostly playing in that endgame, without accounting for the journey to get there. You can't just make a game start to get okay after you've beaten it 2 or 3 times. That doesn't work. Alright, that's what you probably came here for. That's the only rant you're getting out of me. I don't have it in me to do another, so let's get back to the journey. Planet Chalax here isn't just what you told me to do after that rant, it's also the first level where you actually use the shrink ray for more than a few moments, as I said earlier. Here it's to enter the tiny, hidden Technomite city. Now this planet's got a bit of everything, following in a lot of that high-octane Ratchet 3 level design, with several solid combat encounters in a linear sequence, followed by a really creative set piece where you're running across the tops of leaves, avoiding attacks from an enemy ship, before battling that ship in a really boring and bad boss fight. Really, if you look at it and squint, this kind of feels like a more inspired but weaker version of that ship sequence on Ratchet 3's Planet Dax. Honestly, I'm pretty cool with it, because the leaf bit here is the only time I feel the game executes in a satisfying way on both the size gimmick and the scope of the world around you. It's really a shame that this had to be the game that took the shrink ray trope. There is that element of unevenness to it where you're toppling statues of Otto despite not really having any idea what his motives are. Like, this level doesn't have any more texture to that story beat until the very end. The opening cutscene here is just Ratchet and Clank shrinking down. That's compounded by Slim Cognito somehow being here. I guess either he's a Technomite or he has a shrink ray too. Now Slim's our weapon mod vendor, reprising that role from Going Commando. He actually shows up back in level 3 as well, but I felt it was better to talk about weapon mods here since only 2 mods were available in that first sequence. Mods in Size Matters are by and large specialized to each weapon, although there are some exceptions like a lock-on mod for some of the guns that just makes it a bit easier to hit some fast enemies. The Acid Bomb Glove, for example, locks away the ability for acid to damage enemies even if they're not standing directly on the pool of acid, behind a 30,000 bolt mod. That's the price of many of this game's weapons, and while it's useful enough that it should have been a basic feature of the damn weapon, the Epoxy mod costs 50,000 bolts when you first see it here, and that freezes most enemies in place if they're hit with the bomb, meaning they would also take continuous acid damage as well. So now the question becomes, do you want a mod for a weapon that in all likelihood isn't even level 2 yet since it's so hard to use, or do you want to spend that money on any of the weapons you're behind on thanks to this game's shitty bolt economy, or even just the new sniper rifle crossbow weapon that just appeared? Now I don't recommend that sniper weapon because it's a gun whose damage increases the further away you are from the target, and that's not really all that useful in a game where most combat encounters are generally corridors and your options to snipe are pretty close to 0. But what about some of the other weapon mods? Do you want to spend 5,000 bolts so that your worker bees can break crates, which would also mean the suck cannon is even less useful when you have bee mines out? Or maybe you'll want to spend a cumulative 70,000 bolts making the concussion gun almost passable thanks to its range increase mod and the ability to charge multiple shots together so that it actually does a semblance of damage. Some mods aren't even unlocked until the final level of the game, or New Game Plus, such as the Scorcher's ability to shoot a ranged fireball once you let go of the circle button. Compounding some of these issues, you don't really know which mods are going to be useful. In this case, that fireball only goes in a straight line and doesn't actually do much damage, so it's pretty useless unless there are some enemies perfectly lined up, and usually they're not. In total, the weapon mods in one run of the story, not counting the challenge mode exclusive ones, will run you over 300,000 bolts. When I started New Game Plus, I only had 40,000 bolts, was missing the final Rhino weapon which cost more than double that, and I had barely even gotten a dent into the mods since Slim only shows up 3 times in the game. More on challenge mode in a bit. First, I need to know why this ship boss, whose only real attack is moving from side to side so that you have to double dutch over some lasers, why does this have so much health that it takes 2 to 3 full clips of fully leveled up dual lacerators to kill it when it hovers just out of range of most of your other weapons? Don't say the sniper mine is the reason either, because few, if any, of this game's weapons are distributed in a thoughtful order relative to their utility like the other games have done. Like, this is just a waste of time that adds an asterisk to the one world in the game that was just kinda enjoyable. Whatever, with that out of the way, we get to get a bit more story, and fittingly for what I've been calling the only straight-up good level in the game, it actually has a really neat callback after this fight that I do want to give credit where it's due and highlight.
There she is! Let's get her!
Ratchet?
Clank?
Yes?
Do you notice anything unusual about Captain Quark?
Do you notice anything unusual about Luna?
Well, she does seem to have an unusually large door in the back of her head.
Well, I find the fact that he has a spring where his leg should be to be quite puzzling.
And
why
do you think that is? This isn't the real Captain Quark, you numbskull. It's a robot.
Oh.
She's, robot?
Correct.
Yeah, so Luna's been a robot this whole time, controlled by Technomites. Ratchet and Clank follow her, or I guess the Technomites themselves, to the Day-9 moon, named for its rapidly shifting day-night cycle. A cool gimmick for a level, which immediately overstays its welcome if you ever try to do all the game's skill points. In this game's case, that would involve, and I'm not exaggerating here, running in a circle for several minutes because you're not allowed to kill any of the weresheep, and you can't actually move forward from this section here until it's daytime. Before we go through this level though, if you want to get this game's morph weapon, the Mutator, you gotta do a bunch more Clank BattleBots levels here. Once again, fittingly for this game's weapon selection, this one is only useful on this level until you start challenge mode, because level 9 is a difficulty spike and it's gonna just take way too long to morph any enemies there, and even more so for level 10. Also, I hope you found another 100,000 bolts to spare somehow, because the Map-O-Matic for tracking secrets and the PDA for refilling ammo, which is frankly just necessary for the final boss, they're both in the vendor now for 50,000 each. Why were none of these items part of the Clank missions or the skyboarding races at any point whatsoever, instead of rewarding you for several minutes of slow, uninteresting minigame content with no more than 4,000 bolts, or maybe if you're lucky an armor piece you'll forget you have immediately after you get it? Better yet, why is this game that's so insistent on making weapon experience an even rarer commodity than bolts when both are more necessary than oxygen? Why does it not have any sort of Ratchet arena to grind? It's
one of nature's mysteries.
Most of this level is a scenic trek through these canyon-side farms. Honestly, a really unique locale for an RNC game, in that it feels more like a one-off area from Futurama, I suppose, now that I think about it. As you're going through the farms, Luna will activate a couple traps as part of this extended, not really a chase sequence, before we get a villain motivation plot dump that's intentionally written to be so generic that both Ratchet and Clank start falling asleep during it.
Everyone uses our technology, but no one gives us credit. Our robots are strong, but as you have demonstrated, they are no match for Ratchet. So, we're making our own Ratchets.
What?
If you expected the follow-up to that cutscene to be a North by Northwest reference, congratulations, or condolences, you've played this game, because there's no chance in hell you would have guessed that otherwise. Fun fact, technically this section, you can just let it play itself if you line yourself up right, but I don't recommend that, since if you die at any point either here or afterwards during the ensuing boss fight, you restart before this North by Northwest chase sequence and have to deal with the chase all over again. The chase sequence isn't a hard thing to get past or anything, it's just there, like pretty much everything else in the game, as another thing that goes on for 2 or 3 cycles too long simply to waste your time. Now, the boss fight isn't that bad outside of the pretty high chance that it lands right on you when you start the fight after the cutscene and take damage before you can really do anything about that, but hey, you know, whatever, that's fine, I guess. I personally died on this boss way more than I otherwise would have and have in the past because some of her attacks' visual effects weren't appearing on my emulator and I was just kind of fighting blind. Not a big deal, not the game's fault whatsoever. Honestly, it annoyed me more that we see Clank gliding at a normal speed in the cutscene right before. Why'd you make me deal with this shit then? Now, after Luna's defeated, Clank shoves his hand right into the back of her head hole. Careful, dude, that's what killed President Garfield. And he short circuits, forcing Ratchet to go inside Clank in his mini form to take out all of the Technomites that have crawled in. Between the Ratchet jar and the implications of how they obtained his DNA and him entering Clank, this has got to be the horniest RNC game. Now, by this point in the game, the balance is just completely ravaged. It'll take full clips of the Lacerator pistols, even when fully upgraded, to take down regular mobs of enemies, and at this point, you're already going to have spent your money either on the shock rocket launcher, the one good gun in this game, or the static barrier shield that just entered the shop. Now, the inside Clank level, that is what it's called, is fun for what it is at least, once you get past the weapon balance issues that make it a slog to actually fight enemies in. There's not really much to say about it though, because at this point I'm mostly just numb. Okay, home stretch. When Ratchet and Clank get to Otto's base, they're forced to fight their way through hundreds of very strong Ratchet clones, wasting thousands of bolts on ammo in the process. Once they reach Otto, Clank tries to give him credit for all of the Technomite's inventions as a way to almost apologize for the species being seen as this fairy tale creature. Except Otto just laughs it off and says that he never cared about getting the credit, which then why have Luna say this in the level right before this? Like, from the Luna's evil swerve to she's working with the bigger evil twist to she's actually a robot to, oh, that thing we just told the player? Yeah, that wasn't really real, we don't care about that. We're getting to the point that this feels like it was written on the fly. I guess you could say Otto was just using the Technomites once he became Emperor, but they really don't go anywhere with this, so I'm not going to give them extra credit where it just isn't due. Our villain's actual, real, true final plan is that he was busy this entire time creating a brain power sucker. Oh, also, Otto's Quark's dad. I mean, he's not. He just fooled Quark as part of his plan, except that Quark played no part in that plan up until this very moment that just happened to be convenient timing. Like, outside of one scene where Quark was already going to help Ratchet and Clank, there's no connection between him and Otto that has to happen in the plot. This final boss fight with Otto is a few different phases. First, you have to survive for 3 full minutes against a never-ending Ratchet clone Onslaught. Then you have to fight an enlarged version of this Diet American Dad Roger as Giant Clank in a fight that's mostly a waiting game thanks to how little damage your missiles do compared to just punching him. And then finally, after Quark asks his papa for uppies, Ratchet and Clank are able to shrink him back down to normal, and there's mercifully a checkpoint before one of the most ridiculous boss fights this franchise has ever seen. Now, if you didn't buy that static barrier weapon already, you'd better go find a place somewhere to grind for bolts, because Otto will kill you in 2 to 3 hits otherwise, and that means that you need to be spotless. He's got a shield of his own too. Much of this fight is just damaging that shield until it breaks, then trying to deal as much damage as possible before his shield comes back up a few moments later, and repeating. So be ready to buy a lot of ammo with your PDA, and if you run out of money, well, sorry, you're probably gonna lose and you're not getting that money back. After enough suffering, Otto's defeated. Scrunch shows back up purely for the plot point of using his dumb monkey brain power to render Otto into a dumb monkey using his own machine, leaving him to never be seen or acknowledged again. Until the next game. Dear God, there's another game still. However, if we're being real, this is where the game is intended to begin in high impact size. Size Matters makes a number of changes to the series' usual New Game Plus challenge mode, the most notable being that it takes away the being fun part. For those who perhaps don't know, one of the oh-so-satisfying parts of challenge mode in other RNC games is the chance to gradually build up that arsenal all over again by way of buying upgraded Mega, or in this game's case, Titan versions of each maxed out gun you have and re-leveling them up. These games are usually an endless feedback loop of blowing shit up, getting a lot of money for it, and buying new ways to blow shit up. In challenge mode, that's compounded by the bolt multiplier, which grants you anywhere from 2 times to usually 20 times the amount of bolts that you would normally pick up, simply as a reward for playing the game well without taking damage. The more enemies you defeat, the higher the multiplier goes, and then if you take a hit, it'll reset back to its lowest. Now let's talk about how Size Matters kind of ruins a lot of that. For one, the multiplier only goes up to 12 for whatever reason, despite this game needing a lot of money, and it counts damage taken during mandatory sections like the Giant Clank shoot-'em-up sections as a reset towards that counter. That Giant Clank stuff is way more bullet hell than your usual Ratchet on-rails space stuff, so there's practically no way that you're not taking a hit. So at best, you're earning far less money than in other games' New Game Pluses. Add that to the fact that the cost of ammo actually increases for each gun in challenge mode, anywhere from 5 to 25 times more expensive, and the disgustingly exorbitant cost of even the cheapest Titan version of each weapon, and it means that you're likely waiting a while before you can buy more than 1 or 2 Titan guns, so you're not really enjoying New Game Plus whatsoever. And then there are a bunch of weapon mods that are exclusive to New Game Plus, like I mentioned earlier, which cost hundreds of thousands of bolts each on top of that. And there's the Rhino, this series staple God gun, which costs 10 million bolts on its own and isn't even really good. I went ahead and did the math, and altogether the cost of all of the items in challenge mode, new weapons, upgrades, mods, not counting the cost of ammo, is just over 25 million bolts. For reference, I spent the entirety of my first challenge mode run without grinding until right before the final boss, and I had only spent 3.5 million bolts on New Game Plus weapons, plus 2 million more on mods, since some mods are simply necessary to the utility of a gun. So you would need to play challenge mode through twice in full to get the Rhino, and that's without buying anything else. Why? So let's just show what High Impact's expected use case would have had to be for New Game Plus. At the end of my run before fighting Otto again, I wasted a ton of time grinding bolts using a very tedious strategy of flying back and forth between 2 planets and breaking a bunch of crates so that I could get the 4 million extra bolts necessary to upgrade the shield weapon to its Titan form. This would technically be optional, but I considered it pretty necessary. Without it, just imagine all of what's coming next being even worse. Then I went and fought Otto, using every single bit of ammo I had with every useful gun before I would then use the PDA to buy and refill all of my ammo and repeat, and it took me 8 full minutes of essentially perfect gameplay and just under 470,000 bolts worth of ammo to take him down without the Rhino in New Game Plus. The shield only buys you a little bit of leeway until you run out of ammo for it, as you can't buy any more ammo for that specific gun with the PDA. After you're out of ammo, don't think about getting hit, because if you do, it's pretty much over and you may as well reload your save to get the money you spent back. And then there's stuff like in the base game how Ratchet's nanotech maxes out only at 50, and no matter how many times they clearly want you to replay this game to see all that they tried to pretend it has to offer, in New Game Plus his health only goes up to 75 with enemies that deal so much damage that it forces you to use the best possible armor set just to have 2 hits to die instead of dying in 1. So much for the custom armor having any utility if it even did before. I think the worst part is that, once again, there are some really neat things that High Impact thought to include as part of its New Game Plus slate of features, one of which is a toggleable weapon switching every few seconds option that I straight up begged Insomniac to add to Rift Apart because it's been one of the coolest things every time they put that in an arena, but they didn't, sadly. But it's here, and it's a shame that feature is stuck in a game where the guns will never, ever, ever feel good to use. If you get every skill point in Size Matters, you'll unlock a hardcore mode where you can't save the game and you have to beat it in one go without dying. Not something that I would ever want to do with this game, or any of these games really, but an awesome feature for the Ratchet & Clank masochists out there. Of course, like with everything about this game, it's an idea they seem to either just forget to implement properly, or that bugged out in some way, or that was snake-bitten in some other fashion because they actually forgot to turn off the checkpoints, so hardcore mode is just beat the game without saving. Even something as basic as the alternate skins you would unlock for collecting titanium bolts, in the PSP version, there are 4 extra titanium bolts that can never be spent because I guess there was just an oversight where 1 or 2 purchasable costumes never got added to the single player until the PS2 version the following year. Sadly, the weirdly oft-requested costume from Japanese fans of Trash Can Ratchet didn't come to pass this time around. The final thing I'll say about Size Matters, hopefully for the rest of my goddamn life, is that it has a 4-player multiplayer mode that you could play over ad hoc or online. It really seems like a lot of time and effort went into making this mode feel unique, as in addition to your usual deathmatch or capture the flag modes, High Impact created a specialized Iron Lombax mode, which was completely different for each and every map. On one map you'd have to collect power cells to charge your base's generators, but those cells would add to a radiation meter that could kill you and turn your body into a mutant enemy. It's all really creative. Now, after 10,000 words of shitting on this game, way more than I ever wanted to, it's worth remembering that none of these critiques really fazed fans. Not at first, for sure. Really, most complaints were that the game should get a PS2 port like how GTA Liberty City Stories and Vice City Stories had gotten. Size Matters was frequently bundled with PSPs after its 2007 launch, and that helped boost it up to be, for a long while, the best-selling Ratchet & Clank game of all time. The universe definitely has a wonderful sense of humor, with this one and Ratchet PS4 being far and away the most successful games in this series, but you would never know that from their reputation. In an ideal world, a lot of these pitfalls into which this game falls could be avoided in a sequel that was certainly coming, a game that expanded on the core of what could have made this one into a great game, while pushing away a lot of the fluff and balancing issues that held it back. I want to go home. Do I have to do this again? Nearly every single goddamn thing I've said about Size Matters, the following year's Secret Agent Clank manages to do worse, and after all these years of struggling to find a gameplay style for everybody's favorite Scooby-Doo laughing robot backpack, for this to be the end result guaranteed that he'd be relegated to gimmicky B-side puzzle gameplay forever. And that's an absolute shame, because I really want to like this game so much more. There's a campy charm to its stupid Bond-esque story, to the stealth genre it often parodies. There's a genuine creativity to all of Clank's weapons. But there's also some of the most sophomoric humor in this series, and sloppy does not even begin to describe the game. Thankfully, what does begin to describe it is all the shit I just said about Size Matters, because that's simply table dressing for what's about to come. Grab a beer or something, buckle up. There's no better place to start with Secret Agent Clank than with the 5-act opera starring Captain Quark, which I swear to God is a real thing that takes place in the middle of this game. This meandering, seemingly never-ending, but somehow only actually 10-minute mission follows no coherent story. It's made up by Quark as he goes along, and that's what this game is too, even more so than Size Matter's fly-by-night story beats. There is no basic 3-act story structure here, there is only Act Clank. The moment it's time for one plot beat to be dropped, it will never be acknowledged again. It's to the point that after the final boss fight, there's an extended cutscene where cute Anastasia Bot, that's her actual name by the way, explains the villain's plan to you retroactively to piece together all the disparate plot points like this is some subpar video essay about a Kojima game. By the way, look forward to my subpar video essays about Kojima games in, 2026 I guess. Secret Agent Clank begins with our son of space god turned spy staking out a museum, working for the agency on a mission to protect the priceless Eye of Infinity, only for it to be stolen by Ratchet, who's clearly being mind-controlled or something. Nobody cares to notice that in-universe besides Clank. Everybody else just agrees that Ratchet must have snapped or something, no benefit of the doubt whatsoever after saving the universe 5+ times in 5 years. After a cool little mission breakdown that showcases your objective, the enemies you'll expect to see, hazards, etc., we're off to the races. And I mean that literally, because Clank moves so much faster here than he ever has before. Yes, I do have to highlight that, because can you imagine a Clank game with his regular slow-ass half-jog? It would be awful. This game, at least in this opening level, if maybe not anywhere else, executes on its promising style so well, but don't let that fool you yet. It sets up a world where you can tail enemies, watch their patterns, and actually track their patrol paths, not unlike tracking the robots in the Horizon games, now that I think about it, and you actually can use those paths to your advantage, setting traps and whatnot. Well, ideally. There are stealth bonuses for defeating enemies without being detected, although these stealth takedowns are actually just quicktime events, which is kinda lame. And yet again, there's the recurring issue where doing any melee attacks, even with this 2x experience bonus to Clank's health, doesn't help Clank's weapons level up, and that means that you're just kind of mortgaging your future fun. These stealth QTEs are also activated by your regular melee button, and you can probably see how that would be problematic if the prompt didn't register as a stealth input, especially in a game with a number of missions where getting detected automatically fails you. But let's put that aside for a sec, because they fixed one more negative that I didn't mention about Size Matters, which is that you couldn't break crates as Clank and have the remaining part of the stack above the crate that you broke fall onto you and also break. I know it's a tiny thing, but that's one of the more satisfying things about the old PS2 games, so look, I'm glad it's back, and I'll take any small compliment I can give these games at this point. In lieu of Clank's helipack glide, he's got a pair of rocket boots that allow him to perform a double jump and glide, and also one of his new, now upgradable Clank Fu melee abilities. Additionally, throughout the game, our secret agent will receive a number of weapon drops from the Gadgetbot agents. That number is 6. 6 weapons for Clank, plus a couple gadgets like an ink pen that blots out security lasers. You might think there would be more than 6 given Clank's large inventory on the pause menu, but those slots are just empty forever. That pen gadget, by the way, still uses ammo because it was intended at first to be a weapon/gadget that would blind enemies so that they would move around and not really know where you were for a bit, but that functionality was never included because this game was developed under disgusting levels of crunch. So now it just uses ammo that you can't buy in the vendor or refill outside of very specific ink containers that are usually only placed right near where they know you absolutely have to use this pen. In other words, really fun gadget, clearly, yeah. As for the weapons that are actually weapons, there's the Tyrang, which functions like your usual RNC ricocheting weapon, the Cufflink Bomb, a briefcase flamethrower, a Carnation which you can launch from your suit that'll turn into a carnivorous plant, an umbrella that acts as a lightning-generating shotgun, and a pair of Hollow Knuckles which act as a big Green Lantern-styled melee attack. Now, some of these weapons have extra utility as pseudo-gadgets of their own sort. The Tyrang will be used at points to cut ropes to knock down platforms, you can hold the Cufflink bomb shot while firing and it'll turn into a proximity mine, and sometimes you'll use that same bomb to destroy obstacles, the Carnation will gum up spinning platforms so you can land on them, stuff like that. It's a fun way to add more depth to the weapons, and they mostly appear as part of Clank's character model. So Clank pulls off his tie when you equip the Tyrang, for example. He preps his cufflinks to shoot out the bombs. It's all a really neat touch that ends up being maybe a bit of style over substance, since I kinda wish any of the weapons were good for Clank, but you know what, I really like the style, so I don't care. Now, everything I said about Size Matters having underpowered weapons, double that here. The best weapon overall is the umbrella, but you have to hold down the fire button for a good second or so to charge it, or else it's really not gonna do any damage. Actually, fun fact, one of the mods that you can buy in challenge mode creates a thundercloud effect around the umbrella while it's charging, which was presumably supposed to deal damage to enemies that come into contact with it or something. This mod costs 200,000 bolts. It doesn't do anything. This mod does not work. While I'm hitting on things they blankly forgot to incorporate, the final two agency weapons are the cheapest to upgrade to their proto forms in New Game Plus. Now you might think it's because they have the least utility or something like that to justify their mega/proto versions being cheaper, but no, I swear to God, they forgot a zero, so they cost 50,000 instead of 500,000. That is the level of attention to detail that went into this entire game. Although the weapons all have very clear attempts at being multi-use gadgets in this Swiss Army arsenal that they wanted Clank to have, that's all without these secondary effects actually being all that useful. The cufflink bombs becoming proximity mines, for example, it isn't really helpful since enemies are either so far apart that the explosion will only damage one enemy anyway, so why wait, or because you're trying to stick one enemy with the mine so that you can then blow it up when they walk near another enemy. However, most enemy paths throughout the game don't cross close enough for the explosion radius to actually kill more things for this to be feasible. The Hollow Knuckles have a mod later that lets you hold the circle button and make them into a shield, but you can't really move while it's up and it takes a second to kick in, so it's not really practical to use in a game where enemies can just walk around behind you or shoot at you. This could have been a parry attack or something that could knock away projectiles, but alas. The flamethrower upgrades much in the same way as in Size Matters, where it shoots a big ol' fireball projectile occasionally, except because they neglected to properly consider that Clank holds this weapon as a briefcase only in one hand, and thus the angle of the weapon barrel will change depending on which way you're running. If you're running to the right, the fireball shoots off diagonally to the left, and if you're running to the left, it shoots straight. It does that. They didn't fix that. But don't worry, none of these second abilities necessarily matter. This game doesn't have to be a stealth game, except for all the times that it does. If you just want to run through with Clank and treat it like your usual run-and-gun RNC experience, you can do that, except when you can't. In fact, this is a bit more kinetic and fun an experience to do that in, actually, compared to Size Matters, except when it isn't. Part of this is because the camera zoomed out a good bit further here, thank God, compared to really being right up your ass in Size Matters. Problem is, this game uses corridors as much as, if not more than its predecessor, which leads to a ton of funky camera hiccups if you ever strafe with your back near a wall, even worse than Size Matters ever had it. The Ratchet levels will run into this as well, despite being wide open arenas, on top of all the other issues that come with his side of the game. And actually, speaking of, Ratchet's in prison for the entirety of his time in Secret Agent Clank, with his gameplay style being purely arena battle. So, if you add those two together, his side of the game is just kind of a sequel to Deadlocked, actually. Fittingly, enemies from Deadlocked appear in this prison, as do some arrested Thugs for Less gangsters and many Tyrannoids from Ratchet 3, a lot of enemies that Ratchet ostensibly put in this prison. They don't really do anything with Ratchet from a story perspective in this game, but it is really neat to see them bring back a ton of past history like this. You might wonder what the catch is, since everything in this game has had a catch so far. Shout out to this game's budget being so low that they couldn't get Steve Bloom back to play the Thugs for Less leader. They just cycle through the main cast doing covers for voices like his or the plumber. Well, actually, the Thugs for Less leader is voiced by somebody completely different from the main cast. He's just not credited in the game's credits whatsoever, so that's pretty cool. Now, Ratchet, being in prison, of course, can't buy weapons himself. Instead, Clank buys weapons for him and sends him cakes in prison. Don't worry, by the way, if you were for some reason concerned that there wouldn't be an excessive amount of weapon mods for Ratchet's guns since he's in jail. No, there are even more, and Clank has to buy all of them as well with his paltry agency salary, a bolt economy so badly balanced that seemingly the first change Outside Studios Sanzaru made when they started porting this game to PS2 was multiplying the amount of bolts you get tenfold across the board. If you thought that one of the very first things High Impact would do is address their poor balance and economy, no, they made all of it worse. It's actually really difficult to navigate the weapon vendor at times because there aren't separate pages for Ratchet weapons, Clank weapons, Ratchet mods, Clank mods, gadgets, Clank melee upgrades, ammo as well. It's all just a dozen plus things in one row at any given point. All the while, you struggle to afford even one of them at any given time. I will say, credit where it's due, one of the funny things they did in this game specifically was all the weapon mods add to this increasingly long Chairman Drek-esque name that each of the weapons can get, but I'm a level with you, I've never cared to look at these mods in enough detail. I just buy them when I can afford them, because God knows Clank's weapons are never going to get even half decent no matter how much money I pour into them anyway. Plus, what does it even matter what the description says? It's 50-50 the mod doesn't actually work going by some of Clank's mods. Now, Ratchet's weapons, funnily, are a lot better balanced this time around. They seem to level up faster, although maybe that's just because you play as Ratchet for more than 10 or so minutes at a time. They do more damage, in part because there are only 5 enemy types to balance around, and the variety is lined up well for the challenges you'll have to endure. And speaking of those challenges, they really did a great job at throwing out a ton of creative missions for these arenas, forcing you to use environmental hazards to defeat enemies, or avoid taking damage because you're in the showers wearing a towel, a bunch of enemies are there ready to knock that towel off, and there are cameras ready to show the world how much Ratchet's size does matter. The showers are cold, cut him some slack. In general, this is one of the more creative arenas in RNC, with each locale in the prison featuring character reskins to match. In the prison yard, these guys might carry a barbell as their weapon, but if you're in the kitchen, it'll be a giant drumstick instead. There are giant, more powerful versions of some enemies that appear as well. Again, they continued to think of neat ways to just very slightly tweak or spin off of the Ratchet gameplay here, and I appreciate that they kept trying, even if the challenges themselves still usually find a way to drag a bit by the end because nothing in this game can be concise. Plus, if you load a Size Matters save, you can finally play as Trash Can Ratchet, so 10 points for that alone. Notice how I've been more positive in a few minutes here than I was in the past, hour of Size Matters? Half of that, to be fair, is because when in doubt, if I haven't mentioned it, it's probably still worse here, and I'm just so tired, but this for sure is where the praise starts to run out. For every neat idea Secret Agent Clank brings, there are several other ideas that tear the game at the seams. For example, I jumped right from talking about Clank to Ratchet's gameplay, but there's a mission in between that I didn't mention. 25 minutes into this game, right after Mission 1, is a 4-minute long rhythm section where Clank dances through security lasers. Talk about a tone setter. After that, it jumps to Ratchet, then a playable Gadgetbot section, this time without Clank. You just run around as the Gadgetbots themselves and command each other through some light puzzle platforming. Afterwards, we get a really fun little Clank level running through the rooftops of this Neon City's skyscrapers, trying to pin down its mob leader who's working together with the mysterious Kingpin who apparently framed Ratchet or something. But then, at the end of this level, Clank traps this side boss by pinning him to a wall. He begs for forgiveness, only for Clank to say no because he knows the dude's going to immediately break free and fire a giant laser at Clank's ship, but Clank had the Gadgetbots already sabotaged the laser at some point off screen, so the entire city fucking explodes due to the laser firing in on itself? What? Well, what is going on? That, my friend, is the motto of Secret Agent Clank, because you can be damn sure this guy's forgotten about and never mentioned again. This is where Captain Quirk shows up to round out the 3 playable characters for the first of his missions. Quirk's following Clank's trail because he's trying to find cool or heroic things to lie about having done because Quirk's got a ghostwriter shadowing him for a biography, and Quirk feels the need to flex at all times. So in this now destroyed space station city thing, he weaves a tale about fighting a dragon, and that's why the city's blown up or whatever. Then you reenact the fight in a sort of spin on the giant Clank gameplay from games past. Honestly, it's pretty cute here since Quirk will often change what's happening in his fantasy lies in real time, sort of a precursor to when Ratchet PS4 did some fun Captain Quirk unreliable narrator jokes. We jump from Quirk to another rhythm game mission because that's what you bought this game for, right? Clank's dancing with a space Russian robotic Contessa trying to follow the trail to that stolen gem. Remember, the plot's about a stolen gem, by the way, as this Contessa tries to kill him by using a bunch of traps like snipers and the Mario 64 piano with teeth. This rhythm section is followed by some very slow, uneventful snowboarding, followed by another Ratchet level in prison. We're 2 hours into this game already, most of the time we're not even playing as Clank, and most of Clank's limited screen time has been gimmicky side stuff. Great. Let's keep that streak going. In the following level after the Ratchet prison detour, Clank tails the Kingpin for way too long in a mission where getting detected immediately fails you and forces you back to the start of the level, followed by Clank chasing the Kingpin after being detected halfway through that level anyway, followed once more by, honestly, actually a really cool fight on a number of gondola roofs. In one of the few limited times I can praise this game, again after saying I wouldn't anymore, this is one of the best little set pieces I think I've seen on the PSP, putting aside God of War of course, because although the enemies jump from the furthest gondola to the one you're on, usually by jumping over you and therefore sneaking over you without your camera having caught it and then shooting you in the back, backhanded compliment I guess I'm giving here, there's still something just thrilling enough about leaping from ship to ship as you slowly make your way to terra firma. This scene culminates in Quirk showing up right after Clank makes quick work of this henchman in a cutscene. Great way to end a level after having built up this guy and chased him for about half an hour, but hey, cool, whatever. Quirk instead gets this boss fight where he spins the tall tale of having fought this guy using only a vacuum. We're through level 4 of 9 already as far as this story goes, and not only has the plot gone nowhere, we've actually only played as Clank using Clank's weapons and gadgets in regular gameplay without an asterisk for 3 of the 13 missions so far. Planet 5 takes us to a high-stakes casino where we have yet another limited mission, get detected and you fail, so Clank has to use his cloaking gadget to scan the faces of different enemy characters, sneak past them, and use their security clearances to keep chasing down the Eye of Infinity. Although I appreciate that some poor soul had to put a ton of time into writing holomonacal flavor text that's unique for every single NPC in this game, I also just want to ask why. Oh, what? If they can skip all semblance of pacing and sabotage the flow of their story in the name of dumb jokes, I'm allowed to as well. So in only 3 of 14 missions so far, you actually get to play the game as advertised without being forced into instant fail criteria or a different gameplay style entirely. In the middle of this planet, we jump back to Ratchet for some more prison combat without any good explanation, before Clank is now dressed as a cowboy and playing poker, except it's not poker, it's a rhythm minigame that's not at all synced to the music. These are never synced up whatsoever. The design director of this game boasted at one point about how on PS2 they spent hours syncing grind rail gameplay up to the soundtrack, so what the hell happened here? Halfway through this dreadful mission, we start bouncing back and forth between the rhythm poker and playing as the Gadgetbots, defending Clank underneath a table from some tiny enemy robots that are trying to rig the game. This goes back and forth multiple times because nothing about this game can be concise. Then Clank's arbitrary goose chase continues as he's sent to a secret lab near Space Venice, and we get some regular Clank gameplay for the first time in over an hour, followed by a lengthy boat chase sequence a la that snowboarding earlier, and then Quark shows up at the Space Venice Opera House, and we get that 5-act play that I swear to God never ends. If you couldn't tell by now, the prevailing theme of Secret Agent Clank is that it doesn't know what kind of game it wants to be, even less than Size Matters did, so it just throws out every gameplay style imaginable and hopes that by assaulting your senses you won't notice that not only is this game only like 6 hours long, but that every single section therein takes place at an event horizon where time somehow dilates, 40 years pass and you find out your dad is now younger than you. Since the game economy is so dog shit, you essentially must do all the side content as it appears if you want to be able to buy anything and save yourself suffering by not having any good weapons, not that they're good anyway. This means spending 30 minutes that feels like 60 minutes doing all of Ratchet's arena challenges as they appear. It means doing all the boat escape and snowboarding bonus missions right after doing them the first time, which involves either playing the exact same track again from start to finish unchanged, either defeating enemies or just collecting Sonic rings. None of these tracks ever have bolts sprinkled onto them either to keep you engaged when there aren't enemies or rings in sight. It's just sitting around and waiting for this ever so thrilling roller coaster ride to end. The quirk stuff is technically never the same for any given mission, but in terms of controls, it always is, and the missions individually are just repeating the same thing over and over and over again, beating the joke into the ground. At first, it's dumb but kind of funny that Quark's opera involves you defending a cardboard cutout of Quark's left butt cheek from enemy attacks. Seeing that exact phrase on a health bar is just absurd enough that it almost works. And then you see how slowly his ass treks across the stage and you realize that no, this isn't the joke, you are for having to play it. The Gadgetbot sections get longer and more arduous as time goes on without ever stretching past the exact same tired gameplay you've been bored of for years. And don't you worry, there are optional missions for these too. And if you want to be able to afford any goddamn thing, guess what? You better do them. At one point, I put this game down for a good month because I couldn't anymore. This game's short, but it was that draining and I had to prioritize other, more important work, and I came back to find that I had stopped the moment that I saw I had to do one of these. This was where I functionally said, nah, you know what, good, I'm done for now, I'm giving up. Cursing my past self, I went through this mission and the optional ones that followed, and it took me 55 minutes of Gadgetbot gameplay to actually see Clank in this game named after him. Speaking of, I haven't even mentioned yet that throughout this entire godforsaken game, there are almost never weapon vendors after the start of a main Clank level, so you'd better hope you don't run out of ammo while shooting all the damage sponge enemies with your puny, under-leveled weapons. Clearly, it's not our fault that halfway through this game you've only been able to actually use weapons as Clank for like 30 cumulative minutes. If you're lucky, a level might have one vendor halfway, but since nobody's lucky when playing this game, one of the only times this happens, you can't actually use the vendor until you clear out the enemies here, and if you die, there is not a checkpoint before this encounter. The checkpoint is at the start of the room prior, which is meant to be a stealth section with a bunch of the same strong enemies that can easily kill you since your weapons have, again, barely been used all game. This vendor's only even here to begin with because somebody thankfully realized that you might need to buy ammo for the Carnation, since it's a required weapon for platforming to escape this very room once you jump down. I guarantee you that during production, somebody got softlocked before this was caught, and that's the only reason this is one of, I think, 2 levels that has more than one vendor. Even for as much as I want to praise like the 2 Clank levels that exist so far that don't have some sort of side gimmick, they're chock full of repeated sequences too. In the Neon City, you cross the same neon sign bridges again and again. Combat setups are limited in their variety from room to room. In the Space Venice laboratory and in that first level, it's close to a copy-paste job at times. In the next Clank level, the Foundry where all the galaxy's bolts are minted, we bounce back and forth between fighting enemies that have way too much health and instant fail stealth sections with the added bonus of A, platform that's too high for the player to see that that's where they need to progress, B, time-sensitive cloaking item, and C, you probably won't think it's a good idea to stop moving around and zoom into first person to see where the hell you're supposed to go next in a room full of hard 90-degree turns. Then we get even more dreadful Gadgetbot slog, a Ratchet arena, a Clank level where even the environmental hazards have too much health and take a ton of ammo to disperse, Quark saving space nuns where the only saving grace is Quark finally explaining why he can breathe in space.
Why is it that you don't need a breathing apparatus in the vacuum of space?
You know, that's the exact question the space nuns asked me.
A token giant Clank shoot-'em-up section, more Ratchet, and another Clank vehicle chase mission. If you're wondering what the plot impetus was for any of this, I promise you there is none. We are just hitting Bond tropes. By the way, remember how Quark way later in this series becomes the celebrity-turned-idiot president of the galaxy? Well, you'll never guess what he does next in this game. If your guess was dress up in a cowboy outfit and defend a giant wall in the desert from sombrero-wearing space cactuses, I don't know how you got that so on the money, but that's exactly what happens. This mission lasts for 20 arduous waves with few checkpoints. If you told me right now that I died and this was purgatory, I would fucking believe you. And if you want to see the pinnacle of repeated copy and paste level design, just wait for the final mission. But first, it's during this space graveyard mission that the plot finally starts to congeal into something, and that something is milk that's been sitting out for way too long. This entire game, we've been chasing this Kingpin character and trying to retrieve that priceless gem, but it turns out it was a setup all along, because the Kingpin robot is actually just a costume for Clank's evil doppelganger Clunk, who's now rocking a bitchin' goatee. Shout out to this plot twist being followed by Quark's big dumbass head-thinking loading screen. It's one of the few moments that this game actually made me laugh, and it wasn't on purpose. Clunk was working a regular 9-to-5 job fixing toilets when he saw a news report about how Ratchet and Clank had just defeated Autodestruct, the villain of Size Matters. It was after this 5th time saving the galaxy, I guess, that Clunk finally snapped, and he formulated a master plan. He would frame Ratchet for stealing the Eye of Infinity, using mind control, I guess, it's never really explained, and then posing as Ratchet, he would use this gem in tandem with his giant space laser so that the laser would perfectly refract through the crystal and destroy every single planet in the galaxy all at once. Then he would replace Clank, save the day, minus having killed the entire galaxy, so who would even be there to know that he had saved the day, and why wouldn't they also suspect Clank is in cahoots with his friend with how quickly they jailed Ratchet, and that's it, that's his plot. My favorite part of this is due to yet another developer oversight, Clunk would have put this plan together and built a giant death laser in the span of a week. See, Ratchet's rocket launcher weapon has the same description in both Size Matters and Secret Agent Clank, and in both games, it refers to the weapon's release 3 months ago, meaning that both high-impact games take place during the same month. When it comes time for Clank to completely take down Clunk in his underwater base, we run through the same combination of 4 identical rooms multiple times in a row. There's a hallway with electric eels as flashlights, then a circular giant room for combat, then a hallway with lasers, then some water hazard platforming, and repeat 3 times. This brings us to the actual worst boss fight in this entire franchise. Yeah, somehow they actually topped Otto's horseshit fight. Clunk himself can only be damaged via QuickTime event. In between, you have to fight against Clunk, who's inside one of 3 robots. That Kingpin we've been following all game, a robot modeled after Dr. Nefarious, and a robot modeled after Ratchet. Each of these robots has their own health bar that resets once you defeat one of them, and he'll start jumping between them at will. It's only once one of them is defeated that you're allowed to rinse and repeat with a QTE until his health eventually whittles down to 0. Oh, also, after this, while they're retroactively explaining the plot so that there's some semblance of wrap-up here, it's also explained that Quark's ghostwriter was actually a sleeper agent used by Clunk to get Quark to follow Clank so they could keep tabs on him. The sleeper agent then goes into kill mode off-screen as Clunk being defeated was his trigger, but none of that matters since I guess they ran out of money while making this game, and they just explain that he got defeated in a cutscene. With Ratchet's name cleared, Clunk is turned into a vacuum, the game ends, and we all live worse lives for this game having happened at all. I wish, but we're not done yet because the biggest sin in Secret Agent Clank is its challenge mode and bonus content. Once again, if you thought Size Matters had it bad, this one's down tremendous. For one, every single minigame counts towards your bolt multiplier, so if you mess up more than a single button input on the desynced rhythm minigames or take a hit while snowboarding, the multiplier resets. And if you're like me and you're the type who usually wants to do everything a game has to offer, let me be clear, do not complete this game. I have not, and unless one of you psychos is going to pay me a lot of money, I will never do so. Remember that rhythm section at the start after that first mission, the one that's like 4 minutes long? Of this game's 65 skill points, several of them tend to act directly at odds with one another, including here. One such skill point asks you to complete this mission without taking damage, which is to say, play near perfectly in each section. Another one asks you to play perfectly up until the very final laser, where you have to mess up so that Clank trips on that laser and takes one single damage, which means beating this exact same mission in full, again, 4 minutes of it, twice in a row. That poker rhythm game, same deal, except here they're telling you to get a score of exactly 77,700 points, which requires messing up at very specific points in this mission that feels like it's a half hour long. Now, I say get to that score, I should probably say finish the mission with that score. You can't just get there and wait it out because you'll take damage and die before the mission finishes, and then you have to start over from scratch. I'll give you one for regular gameplay as a bonus too, we're already here this long anyway. There's one skill point for killing every enemy in the final area of the space graveyard level without being detected, but in a game where so many basic features flat out do not work or bug out without telling you, why would you ever trust that this is going to work? Imagine failing this skill point 10 times in a row and then finally getting the exact right path and doing it all in one go, only to find out that the game forgot to reset one specific flag at some point when you died and restarted at a checkpoint, so you don't get the skill point. And again, there are 65 of these. And last but not least, if you thought that 8 straight minutes of near-perfect gameplay was ridiculous for fighting Size Matters' final boss in New Game Plus, in Secret Agent Clank it's even worse because it takes 9 to 10 minutes to get Clunk's health down to half. I've never beaten this game twice in one file. I'm probably never going to because this fight takes anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes, and if you take more than 2 hits, it is game over. You are starting over. Maybe the biggest fuck you, though, is the criteria for obtaining this game's biggest secrets. See, in New Game Plus, you get a special pair of glasses which can detect these alien barcodes, with usually 3 hidden each per planet. These are hidden in the deepest corners of the game, some real no-clip shit, and your reward for finding all of them is some flavor text that highlights each member of the development team in some Chuck Norris-styled joke, and then finally, when you get all of them, you get access to the high-impact treehouse, this game's Insomniac museum. Some fun nuggets of info here include that the Quark Opera was originally going to be even longer for some reason. There are some bonus Ratchet Arena challenges symbolized by bars of prison soap. Great, no notes. Clank says the word kitten. There's a special crossover costume with Tools of Destruction where Ratchet can wear a prison outfit and Clank here becomes a Zoni, which is fitting in this game since he fucking disappears for half the story. And last but also not least, there's a secret door that requires 3 hidden keycards to open. These are even more hidden than those alien codes, with the first of the 3 requiring Clank to jump into a bottomless pit and die to obtain it. That's the easiest one to find. Find all 3 and you unlock this game's secret super weapon, Dallas's Chalice of Power, an item that will completely restore your health whenever you use it. Although even when you get it, it doesn't appear in any of those empty inventory slots and you actually can't equip it. Instead, the game tells you to go search and find the secret cheat code to use it because yes, you need a cheat code to activate this. Just to reiterate, this is an item that's hidden behind some so stupidly hidden you would have to Google it keycard placement, itself hidden in a bonus level that's hidden by similarly Google necessary in-game QR codes essentially, and the reward for all of your searching is to then be told to Google one more thing. If the meandering 5-act opera about Quark's ass wasn't symbolic enough that this game is full of shit, then this should really hammer it home. For every neat idea, there are 4 or 5 boneheaded ones or clear oversights, a game developed seemingly with no discipline whatsoever. The only benefit to a game like Secret Agent Clank existing genuinely is that we got to see what it would be like if somebody else took the reins on this franchise, and boy does that make me happy that Insomniac just chose to slow down their release cadence instead. The most frustrating thing is that I have positive memories of Agent Clank, and like with Size Matters, I was hopeful that it was better than I remembered, but with every protracted level, every new bit of padding, every extraneous gameplay style, my eyes glazed over further and further and further. If you ever wanted to know why either of these games get the flack they do, it's because they are bad video games. Not just bad Ratchet games, but games that struggle at the most basic tenets of design far more often than they ever have a chance to succeed. So what happened to high-impact games after 2008? Well, they were around for a few more years, although contract work very clearly dried up. After releasing Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier in 2009, prototypes for games with Sony and Microsoft never got off the ground as the global recession started to hit. They were then contracted to work on a Phineas and Ferb game on PS3, which I've been told is kind of a 2D Ratchet and Clank game, and yes, I know the position that eventually has to put me in. After releasing Phineas and Ferb and a DreamWorks kart game in 2011 and a Disney Princess game in 2012, the company all but shuttered. Broadly, folks bounced around the industry during what was certainly a tumultuous period, with many mid-level studios closing down or getting absorbed into bigger and bigger conglomerates. Lots of former high-impactors went on to work in the usual AAA game mills, your Call of Duties of the world. Notably, High Impact's founder went down the surprisingly common but always kinda sad to see VR game to NFT crypto scam game pipeline, as did a couple of other ex-High Impact staffers he seemed to bring on board with him. So look forward to that crypto-based looter shooter when it never comes out. Make sure you buy your avatars now though, I'm sure they're gonna be rare and expensive one day, totally. Let me be clear, not all of the post-High Impact stories are that sad or pathetic sounding. A few folks worked at Heart Machine, the developer of Hyperlight Drifter and the upcoming Hyperlight Breaker, and by and large, much of the team seemed to continue their respective careers just fine, albeit often in less free-spirited studios with probably a more rigid development outline. These particular PSP games may very well have simply been a case not unlike Insomniac, albeit with a wildly different result. A case of a team and a game whose project management was made up itself of coders and designers who weren't exactly cut out for that new role, and a case of a team underneath them that suffered because of that. With Insomniac's games, that came in the form of these highly polished experiences, these ambitious games that clearly bit off a lot more than they could chew, and the company lost more than a few good people to burnout once the constant game of catch-up finally caught up. It took years for the studio to realize who was and who wasn't cut out for the people management side of development, and while the games didn't necessarily suffer in a visible way that we could perceive at the time, the teams and the back end of the games definitely did. With High Impact, however, the noble goal of "we're not crunching" never really came to pass after Size Matters, partly due to a real-life economy almost as bad as the ones they'd put into these games, but also simply because the team just struggled to meet baseline goals. Outside of the token, "we need more gameplay so we could say it's got X hours" sort of publisher requests, my understanding after talking to several ex-High Impact developers is that Sony was a pretty lenient partner, and that it may have straight up funded High Impact's founding because Insomniac wasn't willing to stretch even thinner and make PSP games over the much more profitable and prestigious options like marquee console titles. In other words, Sony went out of its way to support these Insomniacs that weren't happy with that company's crunch. It may have smoothed over tensions between Insomniac and some of High Impact's founding employees, who were allegedly, according to tales from a number of former colleagues, doing anything from maybe scabbing to recruiting fellow employees to come to their new company to actively working on their own secret company's work while still on the clock instead of working on Ratchets 2 or 3. Now that could have just been pure opportunism on Sony's part to help High Impact, but my understanding is that the producers at Sony continued biting their tongues as High Impact struggled delivering milestones, getting progressively worse from Size Matters to Clank before completely falling apart during Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier, to the point that Sony sent a producer on site full-time because they were livid with the game. All the while, High Impact was also courting Microsoft on an Xbox platformer that would have been inspired by Psychonauts, which Microsoft's brass was apparently quite fond of. With this context and in this light, you start to realize that High Impact's upper management, who started this company with plucky goals to get the band together and make cool things without the same stress as the other place, you start to realize they bit off way more than they could chew, and when it came Ratchet and Clank time to swallow, they choked. Whether that's an issue of growing the team too fast and needing to generate more projects to pay them, thereby stretching everybody progressively thinner, or perhaps cynically the more veteran staff that founded the company simply using Ratchet as an in and having the new blood work on those games that were being advertised as being made by ex-Insomniacs, while most of the actual ex-Insomniacs all started on the game that they really wanted to make, it's hard to say right now with the info we have. This is a human story though, so my benefit of the doubt is that most of those founding high impactors were just doing what they had to in an evolving industry, struggling to keep the doors open while juggling too many responsibilities on too many projects and realizing all too quickly that without the added years of experience that Insomniac's management had and the extra stroke afforded to that studio when they made mistakes, without that, High Impact was in trouble. So to close out what I've been able to piece together, it sounds to me that High Impact likely would have been acquired by Sony around this time had the wheels not completely fallen off after Game 1. Had they not run into all of Insomniac's crunch issues, only somehow worse. Them even getting the Jack game seemed like one final bone thrown their way after Clank more or less bombed. Funnily, Clank turning out the way that it did meant that we were spared a Captain Quark spinoff that was being talked about internally. With Sony's confidence functionally burned after 2 gravely disappointing projects in a row, and with Microsoft having cancelled that other project before that, High Impact tried to latch onto any connections that it could. This resulted in 2010's cancelled Crash Team Racing game, a tie-in to a game called Crash Landed, a game on which it relied to provide designs and assets, which often didn't come on time. When Crash Landed was cancelled amid the Activision buyout of Vivendi, High Impact's game was scrapped and a bunch of staff was laid off. Now, even though that game ended up morphing into a DreamWorks kart game, the studio fell into a cycle of getting a licensed contract, delivering on it, and then laying people off when they couldn't secure another one right away, before trying to call those folks back and rehire them when more work did come in. But after that, the studio was no more. The stories of each of these Ratchet & Clank games in the 2 sagas that make up the PS2 era find a way to echo and reverberate onto each next one. Ambition amplifies, mistakes multiply, and there's a crunch debt whose interest compounds with each new game as the respective studios keep trying to maintain their momentum. The kind of debt that a strong month of post-launch vacation only goes so far to solve. There's of course a stark contrast between the Insomniac tetralogy and the High Impact dyad, simply because Insomniac's level of polish never really indicated that there were deeper issues beneath the surface. Outside of a relative handful of folks going, huh, that's weird, on things like Ratchet 3 having starship customizations for a ship that never sees combat, and putting aside individual taste with regards to what style of Ratchet game any one person prefers, these games simply came out, were really good, well-made games, and you just assumed that there was some sort of wizardry at work when another one hit shelves 52 weeks later. Hell, even then, many folks on even the crunchiest of these games, the ones that shared the darkest stories of PS2 Ratchet production, they loved their time working on those games. They loved the challenge, and they went out of their way to say that, no matter how much they also wished that management had served them better so that they could stay longer and keep having fun with those challenges with their coworkers and friends. I won't repeat myself too much with regards to the High Impact game's less successful attempt at emulating this release cadence, because the goal had been specifically not to emulate it. It simply became a necessity. For a far smaller, generally less experienced team with less of a pedigree to its name, High Impact ran up against the same fate that befell countless studios when contract work just ran dry. Even Insomniac, years later, allegedly came very close to running into that buzzsaw, but that's a story for another day. For now, it shows that even what the industry had often considered a gold standard studio wasn't immune to the sad fact that a single mistake, maybe not even a mistake, can often lead to a death spiral, even in the most competent hands. It's worth remembering, though, that these aren't just 2 disparate sagas, because whether directly or indirectly, Insomniac's own development style at the time is why High Impact broke off. Size Matters and Secret Agent Clank are thus an important part of the series' history, and of Ratchet's PS2 history specifically, because they showed us that even noble goals and attempts, a whole swath of innovative ideas to try and evolve a series past its baseline, those things aren't enough on their own. This wasn't some years later attempt at capturing a long-lost style. These were concurrent releases, an alternate universe peek at a world where Insomniac maybe chose to leave Ratchet here on PS2 instead of becoming a wider mascot, and where some outside studio came in later and tried to fill those grind boots. Even the most ardent defenders of either high-impact game will usually put them a step below most of the Insomniac RNC titles. And if a team founded by some of the most consequential minds behind the success of the PS2 series couldn't pull it off, let alone without quickly falling apart, well, I think that means you've got a 1 in a million series here. That we got the number of games that we did, it's pretty lucky, because at several different points we were inches from that gold mine collapsing in on itself. Ask your local Sly or Jack fan how they feel about those developers getting out early to avoid risking a cave-in. Ask either how it felt when even passionate attempts to continue those series didn't live up to their rosy, years-long hopes of what the next game might look like. Or ask the poor souls who tried, who genuinely tried, and still get clowned on for falling short of capturing 1 in a million magic just due to the constant fact that this shit is hard to do even when everything goes right, in an industry where not much goes right. I know I've thrown jokes in about how little I care for the PSP games, and that's only magnified with their PS2 ports, but don't mistake jokes or critique for a lack of empathy for the humans that were also fans of these games that just wanted to make cool shit and do right by people, only for life to say no and put their name on the box forever. I don't take it lightly that we've eaten as good as we did for so long when there are emaciated Otzels out there. In fact, when I first started doing the prep work on this retrospective series back at the end of 2020, part of what I wanted to do in telling the stories not just of the games but of the people behind them was shine that light in so that we can better remember the human element. It's such an easy thing to lose track of. It's probably the first thing that you lose track of. It's easy to say a series loses its edge over time because its developers also happen to keep growing up just like we do as players. It's easy to ask, what were they thinking when we find a problem, when the fact of life is that somebody on the team almost definitely knew that problem was there for months or years before the game even came out, and a million more problems that we'll never notice that they will, but maybe it was out of scope to fix, or it was too late, or it was a personal business decision because they had to fix an even more important flaw that we were fortunate enough to never have to see, or because God forbid they were the healthy ones and went home to their family at 5 p.m. It's easy to say that Insert Studio here abandoned the fans because they changed directions, or they just had no other stories to tell in a world, or because they're just playing the game of life and hoping to get into a position at some point one day to do it right from the ground up, to give you specifically what you want, to give you what they know they are capable of making. So when you find the few folks that do that hard thing and stick around, that fight through all the mud despite all of this, appreciate that love just a little more, even if just for a second, and especially while you critique and disagree. We just spent 8 hours here on a deep dive critique of these 6 games, unveiling a ton of behind the scenes info that the teams themselves shared, and some bits that they probably didn't want to get out, and you can be damn sure that I genuinely appreciated every second while I did it. That's because I wanted to lift them up and help share with people why we do appreciate these games so much. Games that often get glossed over because of how consistent the bar has been with them, to the point where corners of the internet start eating one another over a game daring to be kinda mid. It's because I wanted to remind why we should more openly appreciate the commitment it took to get these games, even as we're publicly wishing that commitment led to something more fine-tuned to our individual tastes. No gold mine is infinite. Hell, most of them end up with a lot of worthless specs in between. So analyze more, lift up harder, save your breath for the shit that you like, even if stupid people mishear what you're saying as, man, I love this, here's everything that sucks about it. Enjoy it all fully in the present as the gold mine slows down, so that when it does close up shop, yeah, you're disappointed, but content. Because even as Ratchet has evolved, both through this PS2 era and well beyond, gaining new generations of fans along the way, even as some other folks have felt left behind, the one constant is that nobody can do it quite like Ratchet and Clank. When it's gone, it's gone. There's enough bitterness out there, the cynical humor of the PS2 Ratchet games that we've always adored so much that no other game quite hit on in quite the same way. Well, that cynicism is the way of the world now as it is. No reason to add to it. It could be way worse. After all, say it with me, we could like Jack.
Turn it off! Turn it off!
Thanks so much for sharing so much of your time with me throughout this journey, and beyond if you're a cool person and subscribed. If you're not cool and didn't sub, thanks too, but not as much. I want to give a massive special thanks to my wonderful supporters on Patreon and via that join button here on YouTube. It's their support that makes endeavors like this possible, and you have no idea, genuinely, how much even $1 a month helps and means to us creators. At least the cool ones. I don't know about all of them. If you're so inclined, you get some pretty cool perks for supporting, so check it out. So again, an extra special thanks to supporters like Koi T. Allen, Goldstorm07, Jump Rock, Mason Hunt, Tabriz, The Critic of Innocence, Thomas Kuzma, and so many more. Also, that Jack joke at the end was just a joke. I want to see who makes it this far to even hear this part. As always, until next time, stay golden.